You know what? Today we're going to go over something else ghastly here today. We're going to do this Makuka Peter skunk footage coverage here today. Of course, what's her name? Jordan Peterson's daughter has finally made the move. I'm so happy that we've been slowly covering Michaela Peterson for the last year and a half, 2 years. I think it was ever since we saw her on Rogan. We go, something's up with this woman. And really, it was. People, they hate my clip. By the way, I did this clip about the Petersons called Demons, where we make fun of Michaela and her mom and all those creepy things that she did. It's like my most hated clip. I mean, it's got thousands of dislikes, and the comments are literally like this. You are a monster. This is the most toxic thing on YouTube. You should be banned. I'm reporting this. Everybody, we must report this. And it was literally because I was making fun of the family for being kooky. But in their mind, I was making fun of a family that has cancer. Well, the family doesn't have cancer, just the mom. But I'm glad I did. And I recognize that this Michaela was weird when she referred to her dad as just dad. I bring this up because there are thousands of comments in that clip I did that saying, calling somebody dad is not weird at all.
Disagree.
Okay, says who? You and what army? So she's been on my radar ever since, and people get a big kick out of her. You know, she's the carnivore queen. She started this all meat diet thing, and she swears it got rid of all her mysterious ailments. I remember a time a few months ago, somebody was just posting a random picture of her in the Bring Back group, and another listener asked, he goes, man, what's with all this Michaela stuff? You guys seem obsessed. What is the deal with this? And I'm glad he asked. Because sometimes with a fool, you got to give it some time. We sat on Denny for years, following his small moves, because we sensed something was there. We go, this guy, there's something with him. He hasn't done anything big yet, but he will. And oh boy, has Denny been a blessing to the show. We got some great Denny stuff coming up for you after this, in fact. And with Michaela, it's been the same way. Having patience with a fool could have a great payoff. We're starting to get those payoffs here. Michaela has finally flipped the switch and gone from, okay, Mike, she's a little kooky, but leave her alone, to, whoa, is she scamming people? Is she actually a bad person? Were we right all along? Or were we just kidding? We find out today. The Lion's Lair opens now. So we know about this. We know she's got this thing called the Meat Group. And this thing, you've heard about this, the Meat Group, and it's so funny. It's just like a Facebook group like ours. It's all these carnivore people in there. They're getting weird, the carnivore people. The carnivore people are almost into being sick. And they claim that they're all very, very ill. They all have different diseases, and that this carnivore diet has turned their lives, complete 180. They're healthy now. Which is so weird. If you're healthy now, okay, stop talking about it and go live a life of health. Be like being in a cancer forum for 15 years after you have cancer, still talking about it. Remember the time I had cancer? Oh, those were the days. Get over it. Move on if it's working. You've got people posted in there every day. Listen to this one. I was sick. I've been sick for years. Terrible arthritis, headaches. I can't think. I can't see. I could barely walk. Bedridden. The doctors didn't know what it was. I was in terrible pain. I've been on the carnivore diet for a day now, and I got to say, I feel 100% better. This thing really works. These are real stories. People think one day of eating just meat is enough to cure them. And they're literally saying this. Now, I went ahead. I did the carnivore diet for, I think, 40 days, Jules.
Something like that.
It did nothing.
You've done your research.
It did nothing. And I went full carnivore. I followed all the rules. Yep. I really did do this when it first came out because I had a lot of ailments too. I said, let me try this. What if I feel great?
For me.
It was torture for you. Now, it's just like anything else. If you take all the bad stuff out of your diet, maybe the bad stuff that was causing you whatever is gone now and you're going to feel a little bit better. But it's definitely not reversing diseases within a day. I was on it for 40 days, felt worse. Okay? I was a mess. Maybe I needed longer. But what we're talking about, we're not talking about people who have been on it for a year and they're saying they've gotten results. We're talking about people that have been on it for a week and are claiming, all my ailments are gone. So she starts the Meat Group. This is a Facebook group. And every day we see screenshots from this Meat Group posted to our group because they're so funny. People making ground beef water. They've been on the carnivore diet for 3 days and they're already out of meat ideas. I mean, this really isn't a hard concept. There's like 1 million fine cuts of meat you could eat every day without getting bored.
Some people were making frozen meat cubes that they swallowed like a pill.
So there'd be a guy on the diet for a week and he'd be like, you know, it's really hard coming up with just meat things to eat. So I invented this thing. And it's literally ground beef chopped up like taco meat in a bowl with water. Why? Why add the water? So he's showing this to his meat group, Michaela's meat group, and Michaela and all of them are congratulating him on his inventive idea to give people another option to eat through the week. I really want to preface this and make sure this is perfectly clear to everybody. He had a bowl of ground beef. He could have just eaten that with a fork. He decided to pour in a cup of water. Why? Why add the water? That's not a drink. That's not a soup. He didn't cook it with the water. You don't need it. And again, you're not out of options yet. It would take, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to take 3 or 4 years before you run out of regular. I mean, you could go a year eating hamburger patties before you're like, I need some more options here. I mean, there's a lot to eat. There are a lot of cuts of meat. Go to that butcher counter. You could really make every day a different dish out of just meat. It's not that hard. But these guys, they're into the sharing. They're into the community aspect here. So they're keeping their diseases going, but at the same time, saying that the carnivore diet healed them. Well, then, okay, then you don't need to be here anymore. Congratulations. Off to the world with you. But no, they're still here talking about all this stuff. And Michaela has really started an entire career around healing people. And it's been a long journey with her because she started off by telling, her story, but she always said, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a doctor. Do not listen to me. Do not take my advice, because it gets squirrely there, right? You got Dr. Jordan Peterson, one of the most famous doctors of our generation. His daughter is out there giving all this wacky-dacky health advice that has no evidence to back it up, okay? There's no evidence backing up this diet works. So, yeah, you got Jordan Peterson's daughter. Maybe it's not a good idea for her specifically, especially, to be using that Peterson name, Dr. Peterson's name, to be giving lost souls who are in crippling chronic pain medical advice. Yikes, not a good arena, not a good ballpark. Now, the other thing we noticed about Michaela is that she has a daughter, a very dirty daughter. I don't say this. The daughter is filthy. The daughter needs a bath. Okay? It's always greasy. Not a beef bath, a real bath. She's always eating cubes of half-cooked ribeye from the air fryer. Her dad is in rehab. Still, nobody has heard from the man. Okay? And her husband has mysteriously vanished, and we found out about this a few months ago when we realized all the selfies she was taking in her bedroom. You could see her bed in the mirror, and the bed only has one dang nightstand. The bed is in the middle of the room. You got one nightstand, that's it. So the husband, what does he do with his belongings? Where's his alarm clock? Where does he keep his water? Well, we find out the husband is left. He's gone. So she's single. She's out there on the prowl, and every night she showcases another fan at Barbarian's Steakhouse. She takes him to the Keg. She goes to Barbarian's. Do you know these places in Toronto? The Keg, Barbarian's. She goes every night. And every night she's got a picture of a $75 bone-in ribeye glistening, saying, Barbarians. And you go, who is she with? Well, it's a different guy every night, I think. Every night, I think a new fan meets her at Barbarians. Oh, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. Oh, are you sure? Thank you. Her and little Sketchator, they eat for free. Now, we've made fun of all those things before, but today, Michaela has finally taken things to the next level to where, yikes, are you committing sinful stuff now? Let me introduce you to the newest Michaela Peterson concoction, the Lion's Lair. Here it is, the Lion Diet. Remember, she created the Lion Diet, the all-meat Lion Diet, the Lion's Lair. Strictly limited to the first 100 fast-acting bosses only. Ooh, does this look sketchy? Does this look sketchy? Now, why is this so sketchy? Well, the Lion's Lair has an extremely high price point, and I think I'll show you that first before showing you some of these videos. And the man, thank you to Thomas Wabushki for introducing me to a man named Tate, who she's hooked up with. Wait till you see this. Look at this. Become a Lion today. Join here. Okay, I will. Get instant access, a 1-year membership to the Lion's Lair. It used to be $1,200, now only $599. Yikes. So this is a brand. This is how you know it's a scheme. You don't got to know anything more. It says was $1,200, now only $599. When was it $1,200? It was literally, we introduced. This was the first time it was ever introduced, $599. And you know this, man. So she's already using this scammy stuff. Let's look at the intro video.
You have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page to even see that.
This is, I think she went to a ghost hunter to have this website built. This is, you will only see a website like this when you visit a paranormal investigator.
It's designed like a Morton's Steakhouse, of course.
Oh, okay. You know, the cursor on this page is a little ghost. Is that normal? When my mouse is on this page, it's of a ghost. Okay. Very ghost huntery. Let's watch her little intro video. Let's see what this is all about. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Michaela Peterson. Wow. I've successfully treated myself for multiple autoimmune problems.
Wow. Those are some, I've successfully treated myself. I don't think you could even say stuff. This is squirrely. Here she is in her date night leather jacket. Her hair has been shit lately too, man. Hasn't her hair been bad? It's been so whack. I don't know what's going on with her hair. Her hair
she's been using beef gel.
Yeah. I mean, she's
beef
really
tallow
a mess. So here's
shampoo.
Here she is looking like the Katie Seagal from Sons of Anarchy. And listen to her little intro. I haven't even heard all this. Let's hear it.
Hi, my name is Michaela Peterson. I've successfully treated myself for multiple autoimmune problems. Serious.
You want to drink? Oh, she drinks. She does drink.
Replaced when I was 17. I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay.
When I was 7, I had symptoms since I was 2. I was diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia.
Idiopathic?
Severe chronic depression with hypomanic episode. Rashes that appeared out of nowhere when I was about 18. I was itchy everywhere. I was sleeping all the time.
This sounds like when I described like a haunted house. Doors that led to nowhere. Windows that wouldn't open. Cabinets that screamed. You know, this all goes back. They found out that she has Lyme disease, untreated Lyme disease, and all this stuff that she's saying is because she has Lyme disease. She found out she has Lyme disease like a year ago, and goes, "This isn't really good for my carnivore."
Didn't really want to bring it up.
Doesn't really go with my carnivore thing. So I'm going to just pretend that the diet fixed all my ailments. And you know what? Maybe they did. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. What if they did? Still a giant mistake to make this your career. I believe she has more to offer the world than this. I'll go ahead and say it. As Dr. Peterson's daughter. Smart girl. Fine as fuck. Probably a solid 7.6.
I'm looking at a solid 7.6.
You have more to offer the world than this medical stuff. You know, people get so cooped up. When people do this, I learned this a long time ago. The more you know about a certain subject, the more
fucking losers
you are really interested in that subject. So she's trying to heal herself and she starts learning about it. You see people do this with health all the time. They become like health guys.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult
now. You've got guys that are so invested in the day-to-day with Trump and all this stuff that all of a sudden they're political experts, and that's what they want to do now. Don't go that direction. Run away from it when you start feeling that happening. You're not a doctor. You're not a nutritionist. You're not going to save anybody's life. Stop with that hustle. You could do a better service to the world with something else. Let's hear this.
When I was about 18, I was itchy everywhere. I was sleeping all the time. Have you ever felt like you were born into a life that was heading in the wrong direction? Everything I do seems to be wrong. Everything I do turns out wrong. My life was going downhill fast. And when I was 20, I realized it was going to kill me. And I'm not just saying that. Hip replacements as a teenager. I had the worst arthritis that my rheumatologist had ever seen.
This is her music.
Years of being a rheumatologist.
So she puts this in. She refuses to mic herself or shoot this in any nice professional way. But yet she wants to charge $600 for stuff like this. So we get it. So what are you selling here? What do we get for $600?
I can't wait to find out.
Well, let's see the announcements. You know, this video is kind of stupid and long. Let's see her little Instagram story announcing the new Lions Lair group, because this is where she really communicates with most of her people. They've really latched on to her. You know, we've got a combination. You've got actual sick people. You've got people interested in the carnivore diet. You've got a ton of Jordan Peterson fans just interested in anything she says. And you've got a lot of guys. Ooh, I've been studying Dr. Jordan Peterson's lectures for the last year. Ooh, he's got this daughter. Ooh, I could cuddle up to her. I could get close. Oh, when she goes live on Instagram, ooh, she reads my chats. She's got a love connection with a bunch of these boys. Now, let's watch her Instagram stories about this, announcing the new Lion's Lair. There she is, looking beautiful. Is this the full tape here? Let's see. The Lion's Lair. Let's start with Michael Galanis taped this from her Instagram story. Again, looking like Katie Seagal. Let's hear.
Made a new club called the Lion's Lair.
Ooh, I made a new club called the Lion's Lair. She's good at this too. She knows doing this on Instagram stories gets people really hooked when she speaks to them through this
direct connection
there. So watch this. She's all done up, ready to go to Barbarian's Steakhouse. I like Barbarians in Toronto. Great logo. It's been there since 1953. Did you know that?
Huh?
They got a great bone in here.
Okay, guys, I've made a new club called the Lion's Lair for people who really, really want to optimize their lives.
Ooh. So you've got the meet group, you've got your Instagram, you've got all these other things where we've been communicating with you and getting all the info. But now if you really, really want to optimize,
Those were only for people who really wanted to optimize.
But if you really, really want to optimize, we're going to need that 600.
Exactly.
This is really odd. What are we going to get for this 600? Let's find out here today.
It'll have direct access to me. I'll literally just be on my phone in that group. And I've been looking for something kind of like this because I've been trying to help people over Instagram and over Facebook, and it's really hard to connect. I get a whole bunch of DMs. I get emails from people who want.
So I really, really want to help people, but it's been so hard to connect because I get too many people. Now, why? Why would a person like this have such a drive to need to connect personally with all these people?
Anyway, what he was just saying, 100% accurate. What she said is complete BS because I made a video about her, some dumb speech she did. Oh, her TED Talk that got taken down for being full of BS. And I posted it on one of her pages, and she responded within 2 seconds. She was like, "Oh my God, stop, don't." And so this like, "Oh, I don't have time to do anything." I don't think that's true.
Well, you see her do it all the time on Instagram. She's always showing people's personal progress photos. I was a big fat slob, and then I stopped eating all bread and sugar, and 1 year later, I'm thin. Bravo. Who would have thought? I don't know if necessarily the carnivore diet has anything to do with this, but cutting everything else out surely did. Now, I believe you can survive on just meat. I don't even think it's that crazy. I really don't. I believe, and she's doing it. I mean, she's obviously doing it. I don't think it's that crazy. People told me I was so crazy when I was doing it. I believe in it. I get it. I think it makes total sense. But what do you need to coach people through? The diet is just eat meat. There you go.
There's one rule.
The book should be 1 page long. There should be no price tag on this information. Eat meat. See how you feel. Let us know. There you go. There doesn't need to be a discussion about it daily. There doesn't need to be a sharing of information other than, am I alive? You know, and I learned this from a dog. You've got to, when you get a dog, you realize how simple these beings are to keep alive. People always warn you, oh, a dog, it's a lot of commitment. No, it's not. You literally take the cheapest food ever, $1 a month worth of food, pour it into a bowl. If the dog eats that food, guess what? He lives to see the next day. And it's just dots. I look at my dog's food, it's just circles. And he's fine. What's in there? Believe me, it's not a nutritious blend. It's probably just meat scraps. Blend it up with some grain to fill it out. So now imagine taking away the grain and just eat the meat. There you go. You're fine. You really don't need much. I mean, there are a lot of people living without water. They're just drinking Cokes every day. I saw it. I saw my roommate in college. 2 years. I lived with this guy. 1.5 years, 2 years. He did not have water once. I'm not kidding when I say this.
Jesus.
He drank only Coke. So obviously there's water in Coke or you die. He was fine. I mean, he looked terrible. He was really like, he looked like that kid who always pukes on the bus in The Simpsons. Remember that in The Simpsons? They had a kid. He always sat in the front of the bus. He was a nerd. He was puke. I called him Barf Bucket. I don't know if that's his name. That's what my roommate looked like. He was pale white. He was from Alaska. He looked sick. You'd go into his room. You'd be blinded by the red, silvery lights of the Coke can glare. He'd keep all the cans. He never threw them away. 2 liters, Coke cans, long Cokes, short Cokes, big Cokes, Santa Cokes. And he was fine. So you could live off really anything. Just put something in your mouth daily. You'll be fine, I think, pretty much. All right. Let's hear her promises here today, because this gets a little sketchy.
From people who want to improve their lives and don't know how to get in touch with me. And
they know how to get in touch.
I don't have enough time to respond to all the emails
and
DMs and everything. And
then make a video. You know what I mean? So she's trying to set this up like, I want to help people, but only people that have $600. As if that's like an excuse to charge $600. It really doesn't add up.
Really feeling like I'm missing out on a lot of people. Check it out. This is a group full of people who are really interested in optimizing their lives, meeting like-minded individuals. We're going to have twice yearly events that will take place in wild places. I'm thinking Romania or Thailand or something crazy.
Oh my God, wait, I didn't even hear that part. That's even crazier. Join the group today for only the low price of $5.99. You get nothing. You get access to me, Jordan Peterson's daughter. I'll give you tips from my bedroom about eat meat. That's it. And then we're going to have events yearly. I'm thinking wild places like Romania.
So you have to pay for your ticket to Romania.
So now I got to go to
also?
fucking Romania for what? To eat some weird cut of beef? Why would anyone want to go to Romania? And you know, she spends a lot of time. 2 weeks out of the year, she'll be in Moscow. You go, what the fuck? fuck are you doing in Moscow? And then 3 weeks out of the year, I'm in Romania. Why? What is going on in all these odd countries? This is like Homeland. I think she's like the girl from Homeland, but we don't know she's CIA. She's got all these ops she's got to go to. You want to go to Romania? 600.
I want to change some of this online interaction that I've been having with people into actual real life interaction. And I've been missing the social connection that you get with actually talking to people. So I'm really looking forward to this group as a way to actually connect with people who really want to improve their lives, really want to change things, maybe need a support group, kind of like an external family.
Oh.
Priced it high enough to get rid of the trolls and the
Priced it high enough to get rid of the trolls. So this is what she's saying. So what are the trolls? Well, a lot of you guys have infected this meat group by giving some bad faith, false information. So a lot of REDBAR people, what they like to do, they'll go into the meat group and they'll be like, hey guys, just started the carnivore diet 2 days ago. I feel great now. I've been eating a lot of, and they'll make a joke.
Human flesh.
And they'll see who goes along with it, so they troll the meat group. She's going to use this price point as a reason.
I
Now,
don't think
why
that
can't
the
there be
people that are paying care about the trolls
No,
also?
and
So
it's
why would
like
that
the
be-
trolls, I've been watching this whole thing, like the trolls in her group aren't really affecting anything. It's just a joke and everyone knows they're trolls and they get out of there. So this is an excuse.
And the trolls aren't stopping Michaela from connecting
No,
with these people.
And none of her other users complain about the trolls. Only Michaela cares.
Exactly.
So charging her users $600 because there's trolls is a double fuck you to the other users. Here.
high enough to get rid of the trolls and the people who harass me because I'm Jordan B. Peterson's daughter,
Harass?
or I'm on an all meat diet. And I'm trying to really focus in on people who really want to optimize their lives and want to meet more like-minded people.
Meat.
So I'm hoping that this will kind of move the whole digital thing I've been experiencing to something that's more real, more family-oriented-ish, and just kind of a room full of people who want to be bosses, basically.
People who wanna be
So
bosses.
swipe up to check it out.
Do you hear this terminology? Now, where did you get this terminology? Do you want to be a boss? Do you want to be a badass boss? Then join the Lions. Look at this. Strictly limited to the first 100 fast-acting badass bosses only.
Jesus.
You would only write that if you were a bad person. Ready to go from struggling and feeling drained to being filled with high energy and loving your life?
Is that a guarantee?
Click to play. I'm going to read this to you. I haven't even read this. Access the one resource I wish I had when I was battling autoimmune arthritis and fast track your path to the body and life you've always dreamed of. The Lion's Lair, the unique answer for committed and driven bosses who want to live a healthier life. From the desk of Michaela, Queen of the Lion's Den Peterson. Does your body not work the way you want it to? Do you look in the mirror and not really like what you see? Do you spend each day battling brain fog? Or do you want to live a carnivore life but struggle to stay on track? If so, this might be the most important thing you've ever read. Let me tell you a story. This is how the website reads. My name is Michaela Peterson. A lot of people call me the Queen of the Lion's Diet.
Weren't
no,
we the ones who started calling her the meat queen?
we
and then
started
she
making,
adopted that?
I'm not kidding. We started making memes calling her Meat Queen. No one has ever called her the Queen of the Lion's Diet. We made memes calling her Meat Queen. Meat Queen. Does it sound so stupid? So she goes, oh yeah, Meat Queen. Yeah, I guess I'm the Queen of the Lion's Diet. I learned this name after many online talks about changing your life by changing your diet. Oh, I earned this name after many online talks about changing
She
your
couldn't
life.
hire a copywriter
Listen
for
to
that
how
600. It's
This
so
is
confusing.
written so terribly. Listen to this line. I earned this name after many online talks about changing your life by changing your diet. What? Isn't it amazing when you see people who write bad and you don't even look at yourself as a good writer, but you go, this is horrible. Like when Josh Denny writes, you go, this is really clunky.
I mean, you shouldn't notice.
No, you should never notice bad writing. I mean, everybody should know how to write by now. We do it all day, every day. It's not like back in the day before the internet. If you were, you didn't write every day,
You
right?
only wrote in college.
Yeah,
and
you only
emails.
We're writing every day. You should be this. You should have this down. Look at this.
You can literally copy and paste anything you write into the Grammarly app to check if it makes sense.
I mean, you shouldn't even have to check. Just
No.
fucking scribble it down and it should read as, normal. And my famous feature on the Joe Rogan podcast, which amassed 1.5 million views. The knowledge I shared on these talks changed thousands of lives. Each day I received DM after DM from people saying they went from struggling with chronic illness to thriving and living the life of your dreams. Isn't that not right? Each day I received DM after DM from people saying they went from struggling with chronic illness to thriving and living the life of your dreams. Shouldn't it be their dreams?
Yes,
Is
certainly.
so she's this stupid. This is Dr. Peterson's daughter. And literally, she's writing sentences like donkey lips. Michael Ray, I mean, I didn't read this. I didn't proofread this. This is really disturbing. It's almost like, and then of course the was $1,200, now $600. It's almost like scam websites go out of their way to give you an out. It's almost like scammers. It might be like unbeknownst to them, they might be doing it subconsciously, where they give you an out. Like when I troll people, I try to give them an out, letting them know, hey, this is a fucking joke. What if scammers subconsciously like make a bunch of errors so only stupid people are the ones doing it, saving the smarts? Because if you're smart and you read this, you go, wow, 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 this is bad. No smart person would read this and go, oh, where do I give you my 6? Listen to this. This
Or
goes
you
on.
want to make sure that only the dumbest people fall for your scam, so they'll never get one.
You know
over
what?
on you
And
or
I'm a
something
little
like
worried
that.
here right now. We're going to look at this Tate guy, who I guess we have this listener named Thomas, and he keeps bringing up this guy Tate, who he says trained Michaela on how to do one of these schemes. Like this is a practice that is taught by other guys. This whole website and the whole formatting of this website could very well be a deliberate scheme.
Yeah, someone says that's actually what they do. It's specifically
Wow.
to weed out smart people.
Because they don't want smart people involved in their scheme, because the smart people will bust their scheme.
Exactly.
So they only, and she went to Romania to study this with some guy named Tate. We're going to go over this too. Listen, I start every show as a gag, as a joke. It seems to be coming true right in front of our eyes, just like always, that whenever we pick up on somebody, it turns out they are who we thought they were. Listen to this. Let's go on. The knowledge I shared of these talks changed thousands of lives. Each day I received DM after DM from people saying they went from struggling with chronic illness to thriving and living the life of your dreams. But it wasn't always like this. Here's the story. And we know her story. She feels better than ever. I'm not
Nice
going to read all that.
juxtaposition
Look at this,
change.
and look how she writes it too.
A font you can barely read.
On a black background. I mean, this thing really looks like a Dracula website. So we know her story. She's 27. She's had all these health problems. She started eating meat. Now she claims she's fine. Okay. The lion diet that healed me works for everyone. Wow, look at that.
That's
How can
quite
you
the
say
claim.
that? The lion diet that healed me works for everyone.
This lion diet.
This is really getting crazy here.
I don't think that you're even supposed to say stuff like that.
No, I swear I haven't seen it not work for people who are disciplined enough to stick to. Listen to these
I
lines.
swear.
This is what she's writing. I swear, and this is the front page. This is before you click buy now. I swear I haven't seen it not work for people who are disciplined enough to stick to it. Wow. But I had to stop doing the consultations. I just don't have the capacity and the time.
Well, she had to stop doing the consultations because she's not a nutritionist.
Exactly.
Isn't that?
How
what
about
she
mind your own
originally said?
fucking business? Get a job, lady. I get DMs on Instagram and hundreds of emails and FB messages, and I can't get to them all. And this is all written like a fucking onomatopoeia, where it's one line after another, like lyrics for a rap song. Like if you go to rapgenius.com, it's laid out like this. I've never seen a paragraph written like this.
You might be able to click all those lines and see what they really mean.
She has become an arch fool. Yes, this is what I'm saying. We took little Michaela, little sweet Michaela, who we were just teasing, has actually become a villain. Wouldn't it be cool if on the
Little
third
killer.
echo, after you yelled out, it was slightly different? Ooh, it's happened to me. What's going on, Jules? You pointed over
Nope.
here? You did. Keep that finger up your pussy, like I said.
Sorry.
I want that finger up your pussy. Keep
It's
it
up,
where
it's
it
up.
is safe. Keep it in that pussy. All right. The people on YouTube are going to love that pussy part, right? He's crazy.
What the fuck, Mike? Come on.
I also just can't spend my life on social media. That's not a boss life. What is with the inclusion of this boss thing? This is the third boss. So remember, she went, and we're going to cover this guy coming up soon. It looks like she went to a scheme trainer in Romania who taught her the ways of the scheme.
And he's like, these people
And he's like,
like to
come
be
up-
referred to as boss.
Well, now he's like, come up with a buzzword that you could continue to call people that makes them feel like they're cool. And she's like, how about bosses? That's perfect. I've used that one many times. Look at this. That's not a boss life. Who wants to be, but nobody wants to be. Being a boss, it sounds incredibly horrible nowadays.
Sounds
you can't
stressful.
you can't me too anyone. You got to be on the up and up 24/7. Being a boss was cool in 1985. Being a boss now is incredibly stressful. What you want to be is rich and out of people's sights. That's what you want to be. You don't want to be in charge of anyone. You don't want anyone depending on you. Listen to this. We shouldn't be a slave to anything, whether it's food, illness, or social media. So I've really been thinking, how do I find these people who really need me and are willing to do anything to get better?
Jeez,
Wow.
wow. So you're admitting.
This is like she confuses what she types to her like partner in crime and what she types publicly. Look
We
at this.
need people who are willing to do anything, even pay $600 for
Yes.
nothing.
These people who send me 10 emails asking for consultations the people with no support system to get better, but the drive to do it by themselves. I want to hang out with those people. I want to give them guidance that I wish I had. People with an inner drive to solve their problems no matter what. People who want to just nail living life. People who want to thrive. My kind of people. Lion people. You don't write this way. You know what I mean? Especially out of context on a sell sheet on a website, on a landing page. This is so bizarre. I get people reaching out and they go, hey, I have this health issue. I want to lose 40 pounds. And I tell them what to do. And I tell them to message me if they need support. And they say, yeah, but I like pizza. And that is a huge waste of my time. I don't want to talk to those people. That's what she's writing. I want to talk to the people that I'm not making this stuff up. I want to talk to people who have suffered and are absolutely fucking done with it. Whoa.
Oh my God, fucking.
I only want to talk to people that are suffering and that are fucking done with it. Wow.
Shit. I thought this was a professional
She is weird.
site.
This is weirder than I never read any of this. I'm reading this for the first time with you. She's officially weird. Don't feel bad. This is like a kook. These Canadians are the Gavin McInnes, Stephen Crowder, Lauren Southern, her. Why do they have such an interest in our fucking America? Get out of here. Seriously. Do this in Canada. This might be subtle, low-key Canadian warfare. Sending all these people here, confusing us. I mean, like every problem celebrity is from fucking Canada nowadays. Are they being sent in here?
Has REDBAR been infiltrated?
Get out of our country for a second. Get out of here. Fucking Canadians and their ideas about a country they don't live in. Imagine if I did this. Went to another country and started laying down the law. Get out of here. Kooky Canadians. All right, look at this. I want to talk to people who haven't suffered but still have the drive to be a boss. Some people have the drive, but they've been hit over the head with life so much that they need some support. I want those people. We don't need to know which kind of people you want. That's weird. Look at this. So I'm offering that support in what I'm calling my lion's lair. It's a group of people who are driven to improve their lives, and I want to see what can happen when they optimize themselves. You have no idea. You get healthy and you change your mindset and doors open everywhere. Opportunities become endless. Life gets insane when you're not half dead. The people in the lion's lair are superhumans, or trying to be, and they will get there because I can actually devote some time to helping them, particularly if I know they're motivated. Each day we talk online about having a better life. It's essentially being coached by me personally. This is so bizarre, and it's $600. Here's what you get when you join us inside the lion's lair today. Daily check-ins with the group. Each day, I'll check in with you to ensure that you're sticking to your goals and help give you pointers along the way. Daily meal ideas and instructions so that you never not know what to eat again.
Jesus.
I know. Changing diets can be challenging. What do you cook? How do you cook it? Luckily, when you join Lions Den today, I'll always have an abundance of super yummy meals for you to choose from.
I
Nope.
think there's only one.
I have followed you for 3 stinking years on Instagram, and literally you put a boneless ribeye in your air fryer every day, shut the drawer, let that sucker go for 11 minutes. It comes out terrible, and then you eat it in cubes.
Yeah, it's not even like she's a chef that's teaching you how to do this in a super yummy way.
Yes. Eat meat. There's your advice. Listen
Doesn't
to this.
matter how it tastes.
Ask me anything. You'll have the ability to ask me anything whenever you want. From life advice to diet advice to travel advice. I've been to Romania. No, I added that. I got you covered.
So what if 100 people do sign up for this? She has to be messaging back and forth with 100 people per day.
That's impossible.
Insane.
That's too many to handle. 2 in-person meetups per year. This is scary. 2 in-person meetups per year. Now, Melton actually ran something like this. I'll tell you about that later. Look at that. 2 in-person meetups per year. Twice a year, we'll meet in a location for fun activities, enjoy some great food, and have great conversations. Help to accomplish the change you want to see in yourself, health-related or otherwise. Tips and tricks I've learned after almost 10 years of research and finally successfully eliminating an autoimmune disorder. Support through lifestyle changes.
10 years of research, huh? That's misleading. It
Yeah,
wasn't
very.
scholarly
No,
research.
the carnivore diet just came out 6 days ago. Exclusive membership to the Lion's Lair Inner Circle, your 24/7 coaching group. Here's an important additional bonus that comes with this membership. A community of experts, beginners, fitness experts, diet experts from all around the
Who
world.
are the diet
What?
experts?
Where? Who are these guys from all around the world?
I'd like to see their
All I know is you, and you
credentials.
do everything from your bedroom. One night stand. In this private coaching group, you'll get access to my personal inner circle, who will also contact you as personal support groups. They're there to give you advice and support whenever you need it, 24/7, 365. That's a tough thing.
Even on Christmas?
Wow. Please, I might sign up and just message these guys on
Christmas Eve.
Hi, unknown inner circle. I need your help, please. It's like the kind of like Captain Planet. You know, you call for him and he comes. They're there to give you advice and support whenever you need it. They're there to help you pick out your meals, change your lifestyle, answer any questions you might have, and celebrate your success right along with you. It's like having 1,000 mentors on speed dial whenever you need them. Wow. Your inner circle is filled with 1,000 mentors? Yikes. House of 1,000 maniacs. That way you'll never feel like you're going in it alone.
Maybe she means you can only access her on July 24th on the year 365.
Yeah, could be.
Which has passed.
100 people will join the lair today. Will you be one of them? I won't lie to you. This is what it says. I can't just let anyone in. I want to help people turn their lives around. I want to help fix people who need to be fixed. I don't want to waste my time. So this is going to be it, the Lion's Lair. Don't join if you're not interested in really optimizing your life. I don't really want to hang out with people who don't try. It doesn't interest me. I want people who truly want to change their lives. People who want to make themselves and their family proud. Do you want to change your life forever? The Lion's Lair is for you. I am horrified. As far as I can see, you have two options. This is what she says. Either you could keep going in the direction you're headed and hope everything works out someday, or you could take action. The next step to a bigger, brighter future for you and your family. It's up to you to decide. You should know this. Several years ago, I stood at a similar crossroads, and let me tell you, if I had not taken action, I don't know where I'd be. It was only by taking action, and whenever I yell, it's because she's capitalized the whole phrase.
Jeez.
It was only by taking action, changing my lifestyle and diet, that I was able to rise up out of a situation I hated to create this life for myself. You've come this far. It's time to make a decision.
Jeez, how long does this
If you
go
have
on?
ever had an inkling or a feeling that I made this Lion's Lair just for you, then click the link below when prompted. If the page loads successfully, your spot is still open today. Put your name and information on my list, and you'll gain instant access to the Lion's Lair and everything else I've
Oh,
promised.
I love instant
Yes.
access.
I've done everything I can to show you how quickly and easily this membership can change your life. Now the ball is in your court. Click the link below again. Click the link below to see if your spot is available. If the page loads, congrats. Spots are still available and you made it in. I'll see you on the other side. I look forward to working with you. Click the button below. If the sign up page loads successfully, your spot, I'm not rereading. She's mentioned this
Repeating
3
herself.
times now. Become a lion today. Join here. Get and I did. So this has been up for over a week. Spots are still available.
So it didn't
We're
quite
one of the
work out.
100. Join now. Get instant access. A 1-year membership was $1,200. Now only $599 for the first 100. So we have not hit 100 because it still works. Wowee! I did click the link. Here it is, folks. It's open. So there she is, manically. We've got some more videos. Let's hear some more videos here from her. So she put this up, and it did not go so well in her regular free meet group. They revolted. Let me show you some of this stuff. People were turning. People were mad. Look at this. Here's one from Charlie Collins. This is Charlie, a girl. I love this name, Charlie. Okay, Charlie Collins says, products I would pay for too. I'm not paying $600 for access to someone. What sort of desperado would? Wow. I call people that. People that are desperate, I call them desperados. This girl could come work for me. Look at this. What sort of desperado would? We don't need access to her in order to diet and fast. She listed all the reasons it would benefit her, but I fail to see any benefit to those who would join unless they think they'll get to bone her or her dad, puke face.
Wow. Charlie's
People are
not
mad,
happy.
and they've never talked to her in this manner before. Let's read some more here. We got some more. Charlie rules. I love her. It's Thomas Wabanunuski. He says this. Let's see this. Super disappointed. Huge fan of yours, Michaela. Now, not so sure. From a user. Here's another one. Guess I'm taking down my Michaela's Peterson posters. LOL. Says
Wow.
another user. Look at this. They're not so happy.
So mad they don't even want to look at her bikini
No,
shots
not even
anymore.
that big fat, that meaty fucking. Let's look at this one. Did you wait a minute? 20. You'll see this in the YouTube. 2159. Did he just say meaty fucking? What is with this guy? Yes. Have you seen that? She's got a fupa down there. Where Michaela Peterson goes, it bulges out. I don't like that. I don't like when you see a girl in their underwear on Instagram. It's got a little
You
bulge.
don't like a pubic mound?
I don't like a mound. I like a flat surface.
Sheesh.
The website, oh, here's another guy, Ron. This is what Ron is saying. Look at this. The website and the wording seems sketchy to me. Seems like a sleazy infomercial. And the domain name was just registered today. So she hasn't put any thought into this. This all happened like this. I wouldn't trust putting my credit card information into an unknown brand new page. Okay, freak. Maybe Michaela's Facebook page got hijacked, they're saying.
So it's so unbelievable they thought she got
Wow.
hacked. That's amazing.
Nope. Somebody saying, nope, her story on Instagram is all about this new page. It's her. It's her. You don't want your fans going, nope, it's her. It's her. Here's another one. Look at this. Super disappointed. Huge fan of yours. Oh, we read that one. Same boat. She says this, like most of the carnivore gurus do it to spread the message, not to build their wallet. It's not even the money that bothers me. It's the lack of reciprocal value. What is in it for those who join? Michaela Peterson isn't a nutritionist or anything at all officially. There's no reason people should have to pay access to her unless it was for nefarious reasons. These are her fans. So Michaela saw all this terrible feedback. So think about little Michaela. She's bleaching her hair. She's spazzing out, running through probably $600 worth of red lipstick per day, you know, putting that on all day, every day. And she launches this group. She thinks it's going to be a big hit. Now, remember, there's only 100 spots there, so she needs 60K. $5.99 times 100, that's about 60K. So what does she need this money for? She thought this was going to be a big lump sum, big payday. She launches this, and as a guy who's launched stuff before, what you want to do is you want to launch something new, and everybody goes, we love it, which is what happens to me almost 100% of the time. It really hurts if you launch something and everybody is not only not into it, but accusing you of being a scammer.
Even
Yikes.
seeing one accusation really hurts the old feelings.
So she takes to Instagram after seeing these negative comments, and there are many more than that. Those were just a sampling of the negative comments. And she decides to turn on the waterworks. Yep.
Oh, no.
The girl tears come out. We've got video of this. She starts crying on Instagram. And let me tell you, this worked. It got some people back on her side. Would you like to see Michaela crying? Now, she is doing this in what's called a brassiere. She decided to do this video while in her bra. A lot of guys see a crying girl with a red lipstick, the blonde hair, and a bra, and they're going, oh, let me just come over there. Oh, it's okay, Michaela. You know what? Here's the 600. So let's see this. The bad boy is K. I said this.
That's the good Boris K.
You know, but the bad Boris K, when he heard about this lion's lair, there's a scene of the bad Boris K going to his local ATM, putting in his card, entering his thing, and then hitting the button that says, would you like to see your available account balance? He was short $3.
Oh,
He had $5.96.
you really wanted to be in it.
And the ATM fee just put him over. He couldn't get it.
Her hair looks good here, though.
Let's see. Here she is crying. Let's see if she won any of you guys back.
So I got a bunch of flack yesterday for making a group. Lion's Lair. I'm linking it.
I love how she says this. Wait, listen to this. So I got a bunch of flack yesterday for making a group Lion's Lair.
That's not what the flack was
This
about.
is your giant big moment. First of all, this would be like such a casual way to update people. So I got a bunch of flack for making a group Lion's Lair. See how stupid that sounds? Do I need to like really spell that out? Listen how dumb this sounds.
So I got a bunch of flack yesterday for making a group. Lion's Lair. I'm linking it. And
I got a bunch of flack. Update about how am I doing? Well, yesterday I got a bunch of flack for making a group Lion's Lair.
Normally, when there's a company launch that costs
Yeah.
a ton of money to join, it's a big event in your
Yeah,
life.
and everybody
not just
knows about
making
this.
a group.
So listen to this.
so I got a bunch of flack yesterday for making a group. Lion's Lair. I'm linking it and making the price point high to get in. And I was feeling kind of guilty about it.
Oh.
But then today I made the group live, and the stories, like some of the stories people have, are totally overwhelming.
And they made it okay that they spent 600. What she's trying to do is being like, but the stories you had about how much you're suffering are so great. Okay, so you should give them free access. Now they're suffering and they need to come up with $600. That's worse. I don't understand. This would only work on a complete read to say, listen, I felt guilty about charging you so much, but your stories about how sick you are really good. So I thank you. What? Give them free access if you feel so horrible about their health. I don't understand this. This doesn't, the 2 and 2 don't add to 4.
But then today I made the group live, and the stories, like some of the stories people have, are totally overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like it's really easy to take your health for granted once you're better. I haven't had severe symptoms of autoimmune disorder or mood problems in a very long time, and you forget pain when you don't have any. So I don't really care if I get the flack for the group. I still think it was a good idea, and I think it'll bring support to some people who need it. And I'm thankful for being reminded of how hard some people have it.
What?
Other thing about this group is it's actually going to enable me to have some passive income
Oh.
so that I can spend more money producing content.
Spend more money producing content. Okay, that's great. But the content that she's put out, it's all filmed on an iPhone in her bedroom. Information, it doesn't need to be produced any better than that. You've put out how many talks, how many videos, it's all there. What else must we need to know? So what do you need this 60 grand for to produce what content? And believe me, we're going to make sure you produce this content now. Now you really got to produce some baller ass content.
I haven't put out this microbiome video that I wanted to put out a while ago that a whole bunch of people have been reaching out saying like, I'm in the
just put it
hospital
out.
with issues. And I actually
Just
think I
tell
want
us
to help
now.
them.
Don't hold the secrets back for cash. Just tell us. What does the microbiome thing do? Well, you just eat meat. Okay. Is there anything else I should do? Stick to eating meat. Okay. So don't use that money for a video. I'd rather you go to Barbarians, get a nice steak. I'd honestly rather her spend it on herself than throw it away making fake videos about microbionisms.
And I haven't had time to put it together because I don't have assistants or anything, and I have a different job. So the money is.
Listen to that. I don't have time to put the videos together. That's why I need this money. I have
How
a
are you
different
gonna
job.
have time to answer 100 people
Yeah.
a day on all their meat questions?
Exactly. You're making this even harder.
So the money is going to be reinvested into making more content. So
This is like I was in a mental hospital once. I was in a mental hospital once, and I had a friend of mine bust me out. So he showed up to the mental hospital with a gun, and he goes, "Everybody get out!" Busted me out, took me out. We get into the car, and we're fleeing away from the mental hospital, and we're on the run for like 3 days, right? And I haven't eaten. I'm starving, and I've got nothing. I'm still wearing my hospital gown, for God's sakes. And I go, "Please, can we get some food?" And he goes, "I don't have any money." And I go, "What do you mean you don't have any money? What the hell?" And he goes, "Well, I spent all my money on the gun, the bullets, the gas." And I go, "Shut up, enough." And this reminded me, the way she said it was exactly like how my friend said it when I said, "Why don't you have any money for food?" He said, "I spent all the money on the gun and the bullets and the car gas." Well, okay, now what do we do? So let's hear that again. She spent all her money on what?
Going to be reinvested into making more content. So yeah, anyway, I'm over my tear fest, but holy cow, do some of those people have intense things they're getting through. But I kind of appreciate
The money?
reality check. It's nice to remember. It's good to remember how bad things were.
No, it's not.
At one point. So check out the group if you're interested. The money is going towards making more content. YouTube, mainly Instagram. Yeah, and helping people heal.
Whoa. So she was crying because everybody hated it and decided, you know what, don't waste these tears. Let's use them to try to get more sales, more signups. Very disturbing. I think we have some more footage from her today. The next day, let's cut to her the next day. So she posts the crying video, but let's take a look the next day and see where she was at. The very next day. Don't worry, the meat queen's got a lot of thanks to all the people who joined. Is she still wearing the bra? Is this the right
those
video?
are the ones you just watched.
Those are the ones I just watched. So where's the very next day video? That's what I'm looking for. I think they're all in the same thread. That's why I'm using the money to produce content. That's the one we just watched, right? So where's this next day? The cat came back the very next day. Okay, we saw that. 6 more comments. Where's the next day video? Oh, another short update. No, I thought Boris put one up. He said the next day. Let's see what this is. Here. Come on.
There, I put together.
Okay, she's smart. Is this different? Yeah. Here we go.
Still
The next
enjoying this new
Today is a better day. It's hard to tell because it looked like she was still wearing the bra, but this is in fact
a
tank
different
top.
bra.
Tank top, yeah, sports bra. She looks beautiful today. Let's hear what she says.
Today is a better day. I'm still enjoying this new lion's lair I put together.
Look how happy.
There are a whole bunch of women in there. I thought it was going to be men because a bunch of my followers are men, but there are actually a whole bunch of women in there too, which is cool.
I should get in there. There's chicks in there. That sounds like quite a party. What am I missing? Ooh, is it all text based? Ooh, I can't wait to see chicks writing. That's better than just guys writing.
And I'm not as teary as yesterday. Yesterday, I was reading some of the stories and
look at this, and then it flashes on the screen text using money to produce content. So while she's saying this, she has a flashing update that says using the money to produce content. Don't fret. Watch this.
There are men, but there are actually a whole bunch of women in there too, which is cool. And I'm not as teary as yesterday. Yesterday, I was reading some of the stories and literally cried. But I'm much more solid today. I'm going to be using the money to produce more content that will be up on YouTube for free and Instagram and everything. So I do appreciate the support. And I'm looking forward to actually maybe putting a team together to produce more content.
Wow. Look at that. Now, we got word that 20 people have joined. She actually posted something saying 20 people have joined. Okay. We're going to keep up to date with those numbers. We're going to keep checking in. I wanted to take a quick look at this guy. Let's just put him on our radar. This is the guy that apparently she got the idea from. I know nothing about this. I don't know how people know about this guy. Mr. Plenty? Is that his name? Tate something? @ Wudon on Twitter. I go where I want and I do what I want. I'm like Indiana Jones with a whole lot of sex and supercars. This is possible because I make money no matter where I am. In the free webinar below, I'll show you how you could replicate what I do. And apparently it's some sort of Magneto type of guy. What do they call this guy? Mysterio? Remember there was a love guru? Now this is the guy that she apparently is working with.
She met up with him in Romania.
How do you know this?
Because she posted a picture with him.
Oh, this is the guy who was jacking off.
Yes.
She went to Romania, met up with this guy who's got a long history of self-help, love guru. He also was a magician at one point, right? He did like a whole Chris Angel type of, he was an illusionist. He did illusions.
Here, I'll find the picture of them together.
Yeah, remember that? We looked at that picture and it's a very suggestive, horny picture. Let's watch what this guy is like. Let's see. Come on. He's smoking a stogie, a cigar.
I'm in Nadlac. Nadlac is a town on the edge of Romania and Hungary. I'm here because McLaren have sent a truck from Stuttgart to collect my McLaren. They can't collect it in Romania, so I've driven to the nearest.
So he's one of these guys. You see this? There's like 1 million Instagram accounts for guys like this. You want a McLaren? You want a Maserati? You want a Bugatti? You better work, bitch. You want a martini? That line always in that Britney Spears song. I love that one. She's like, you want a Bugatti? You want a Maserati? You want a mansion? You got to work. But then she has one line where she goes, you want a martini? You better work, bitch. It's like,
martinis are like $11.99.
I could really make one for almost free. So he's one of these guys, and there's a lot of losers online that like literally just look at these Instagram pages where it's just like one day they post like a really expensive car, and the next day they post a picture of a yacht, and the next day it's a picture of a watch. And then the next day it's a picture of like a James Bond type woman getting her dress unzipped by a guy in a luxury hotel. And they're like, ooh, the lifestyle. Oh, I'd love to have this lifestyle. And they listen to guys like this who promise the keys to that lifestyle. Listen.
Point, which is Nadlac in Hungary, so I can put my car on a truck to Stuttgart because it needs a few edits and adjustments, plus some winter tires because the snow is coming. We're chilling in Nadlac. When I finish in Nadlac, and the McLaren, which is over there, is on the truck.
The McLaren.
I'm going to get
here in my garage.
When you find out about these guys, they've rented everything. Nothing's in their name. There's like 1 million of these guys right now. They post videos. Check out my new house. It's just an Airbnb. Here's my Maserati. You want to get a Maserati like me? Find out $600 a month.
Aston Martin Vanquish S Ultimate, only 175 in the world. I'm going to drive to Cluj, 4 hours drive. I'm going to chill in the 5-star penthouse.
Wow.
Because this is my life. I ain't got a job. I go where I want. I do what I want. I'm like Indiana motherfucking Jones.
Wow.
Plus a bunch of sex and shit.
Hey, kid, want a bus ticket? That's Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones wasn't a snob, a rich snob. Well, maybe he was. Here.
I can afford to do this because I trade cryptocurrency.
Oh!
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I don't know how to trade cryptocurrency. You don't need to know how because you can copy me. If I make 100% profit, you make 100% profit. All you need to do is watch my completely free webinar. Pause for a second. Let me have a little bit of a cigar. Let me say that again.
Wow. If you fall for this guy, you're really low. Like, what kind of guy? And he's doing, this is a guy who taught Michaela how to make that website.
Yes, we have proof.
So if you reach out to the right idiots, they're going to believe this. Because what guy would ever believe this? I mean, you got to be severely mentally ill. Look at this. This is a new low in human, someone's saying. Hey, I like profits. Free, that's a great price. What's the catch? There's no catch. You're just his good friend now. Now the catch comes later. See, Michaela, there was no catch last year with Michaela. Remember when Michaela was making you fall in love with her for a year? There was no catch, right? Everything was free. Until there was a catch, the Lion's Lair. So these guys set you up. They get you hooked in, and then they give you, oh, wait. You're missing the last ingredient, the key ingredient. That'll be 600. So they really get you right up to that line. And then
they make it so that you need them.
Yes.
Completely free webinar. You watch it.
This is to get you in.
Left until it expires. And then maybe you can stop being a bumbleclap in your life ordinary.
Wow. It has nothing to do with Romania. Stop being a bumbleclap.
Now, I sent you, if you go to my messages.
Okay.
That Facebook link right there.
Disgrace book, as I like to call it, huh?
So they met up.
Here they are. This is them in Romania looking very happy about their new. He goes, you can make 600K in a day with your meat group. Look at that. There they are. And he's making this face like he's jerking off a 9-inch cock. And there's Michaela looking small within his arm. So he's either a big guy or she's small, right? It's a different side of Michaela. The daughter is back at the hotel locked in a bird cage. Okay, so that's him. She said she liked top quality
And
meat.
we know that she is working with him because if you click that screenshot I just sent you, sent
Okay.
in by Boris K, the last thing.
The last thing. Okay,
you can
look
see
at
that
this.
he uploaded her Vimeo video to her website.
Wow.
The Lion's Lair from Andrew Tate on Vimeo.
Ooh, Lion's Lair from Andrew
So he's doing
Tate.
this all for her.
Yes, they are in cahoots, and she's being trained by Tate.
So he met up with her and he tricked her. She might even be
Wow.
paying him. To do
Yes,
this.
of course.
And I put a link to his website in there
Where's
too.
this?
Just scroll up if you need it.
This
Oh,
one?
in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, in the chat.
In my chat.
Okay, let's
Right,
see
that.
this one. Here we go. This is his website.
So he sells stuff like this.
Look at
all
this.
The time.
So this is Tate's got a lot of businesses here. A PhD program, a war room trading academy, a fitness program, a body language program. Learn how to be a master at chess.
Oh my God.
Why would he even put these all on the same page? So he's got his hand in all this. Look at this. Iron Mind, a 6-week mental training program. Network Brilliance, the Inner G Circle of Instagram Supercharge.
So she learned Inner Circle from him.
So
That's
she's
cool.
now he's going into meat. He goes, of course, diet.
Music video services, tactical
Wow.
training.
And it's got a guy, looks like Luis J. Gomez with an AR. Operator tactical training. So he's selling it all. Whatever he can sell, he's selling.
This is what these guys will look like, Steve.
Tate on women. Let's see this video. Here we go. Tate on women, if you don't mind. This is Michaela's coach. This is crazy. And he's not cool. He's like a total loser. He's got this one card that no one
I've got an
wants.
unpopular opinion for you.
Wait, is this the same guy?
Maybe on my YouTube
Yep.
channel, you need to understand that I live in the real world. The real world is sexist. When I say that, people start freaking out, going, "You hate women." I don't hate women. I just think men are better than women
Wow.
at certain things. They happen to be the things that are extremely important to society.
How is Jordan Peterson got to get out of rehab and put a stop to this? She's ruining his name.
I know. I was just.
I
thinking
can't
that.
trust Jordan Peterson if he allows this. That means Jordan Peterson is probably the same type of guy, a bad guy.
A scammer.
You would think Jordan Peterson would go, please, honey, I know you love Tate. I love Tate too, but this looks very bad to us. I mean, can't you have the whereabouts? If you're such a genius, don't you have the, it's like with Gavin McInnes. I don't mind you doing the Proud Boys. What I mind is that you thought you could do the Proud Boys. Like, what are you thinking? What do you think's going to happen here? So why are all the smartest men in the world making the dumbest moves?
Next time a woman gives you that strong, independent woman bullshit, you need to remind her that less than 200 years ago, without a man in her life, she would literally die.
Wow.
Men hunted. Men are stronger. We can run faster. We can swim further. We can fight.
Again, the bad Boris K checking his ATM balance here. Whoa, got enough for this? Yeah, Boris K is already hooked. He found a new show.
There's a lot of things a man can do that a woman instinctively cannot do. And for a long period of
This is
history, if
incelebratory.
a woman didn't have a man, she would literally die and starve to death. So women need men for survival. Men don't need women. Yeah, we like to fuck women, and we need women to have babies. But in general, a man can
I'm sorry,
survive on his
Jules.
own.
You have to hear
A
this.
woman
It
can't.
hurts.
And if you look at the way the world is, this is why women are instinctively attracted to alphas or attracted to men with money or status, because women know they need to be provided for and cared for. Any real woman who's going to not come at you with this new age feminist bullshit is going to agree with you. She's going to sit there and go, yeah, you're actually right. Women need men far more than men need women. And that's because men are physically superior to females. And in the real world, you take away society, you go down to the very basic instincts of what being
No,
human
I knew it. I was going to just say, I bet there's someone in the chat that goes, to be fair, ... Here's one. Look at this. We're going to read this guy's name. Quads SY. Quad SY. He's not wrong. Oh, buddy. He's not wrong. This is the stuff I listen to every day. Ew. I don't even want to discuss this because if guys who like this kind of stuff are in here, that is so gross to me. And I don't even want to be, I hate that you're even listening to a guy like me. Yikes. He's not wrong. This is what I subscribe to. Are you sick? Are you really that pushed out from society that this is what you've turned to? You know, how disgusting. So this is where Michaela is. She's with Tate. She's got the Lion's Lair. This has got Tate's name all over it.
Now I'm starting to get a little bit worried about her.
Of course she's in Romania. Imagine the need to go to
He
Romania
got
to
some
set something like
drinks
this
in
up.
her and
Oh,
talked
yeah.
her right into this, and now
You
she's
need to do
gonna
Lion's
lose
Lair.
it all.
You need to do Lion's Lair, bro.
She was probably totally fine with that stupid group
No,
until he
believe me,
convinced her.
she's been addicted to this cash ever since her dad got her established. Now remember, Jordan Peterson page his Patreon. Jordan Peterson admitted this himself. Most of Jordan Peterson's Patreon went to Michaela.
Last I checked, your Patreon was it's incredible.
Yeah.
The amount of support.
Yeah.
Last I checked, it was at like 40,000. I don't know what it's at now. How has that money enabled you or changed the way you live your life? What has that done for you?
Well, I still haven't figured that out. I mean,
Right.
it's enabled me to help my kids get established in the city, so that's
Mhm.
been really useful.
So when you were donating to Jordan Peterson to get his feet off the ground, he was using that money to, and I quote,
establish Michaela in the city.
Yep. She has a luxury condo down there. That wasn't cheap. That was about $569K that he used right out of that Patreon. That was his first thing. He loves his kids. You know, he's got another son that we've never seen. Yikes. Tate could be his fucking other kid for all we know. This family, I tell you. All right, keep your eye on this. Let me know. I know the Bring Back group has been covered with this stuff, and I'm so glad that we finally filled you in, because there's probably a lot of people like, what is all this Michaela stuff? I hope that was a nice rundown. Does everybody feel filled in?
I think so.
All right, can you repeat after me? Rolling with the homies. Can you do this? Oh, then you're fine. Okay. Everywhere in LA is 20 minutes. All right, we're taking a quick little break. We'll be right back with the master of ceremonies himself, Josh Denny, everybody. Yup. Wow.
What's up, y'all? We got a big show today. First, we're starting with a video I did with our special guest, Chris Hines. Allie edited this. Shout out to Light Occult Revival. Chris is a beast. He's going to be up on the show in a minute. Sorry, I'm not talking into the mic. Without Chris, I don't think this whole outcome would have ended.
I am
this video.
Livestock farmer.
It's ironic to be debating vegans on whether animal agriculture or crop agriculture is more harmful. The whole premise of being a vegan.
Welcome to California, CATA. It's your boy Chili Bo Pippin. Holla at us cool people, where the cool people
I
at?
forgot.
So cool, yeah. And where my ladies? Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce. And all my fellas, what up fellas? Y'all just chill. Y'all just chill. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. I'm so C-double-O, light up your L. This beat is so swell like the homie Rozelle. But no, this ain't no beatbox, we call it street rock. They say the homie Chill Will got the heat locked. Young Cali, come clap for daddy. So savvy with the patty, you can ask the family. Yeah, I'm young, rich, and dangerous. Interest rates fluctuate with my paper chase. Who the boss? I'm the boss, I'll be late today. I'ma drink, and get drunk today. Cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, cool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. Bouncing in my peanut butter beans, cooling through the chrome zone, blowing in the wind, roll around town, sitting on chromosomes. Rock ice cream, we just call them cold stones. I'm so grimy and I stay fresh. The chicks call me Chill, got it tatted on my chest. Stunner so sick I can see through the mist, and I'm cool with the bullies. So who wanna trip? Yeah, it's Chill Weezy, hip hop squeegee. I make it look easy. A B C D, cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, cool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. can make you famous. The king of the West, from CA to GA. So chillin', so fresh. The police right behind me. They wanna catch me slipping, but I ain't just chillin'. I'm too cool for prison. Yeah, and keep it rockin'. Yeah, and keep it poppin'. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool.
My name is JD Garland. I am a livestock farmer.
It's ironic to be debating vegans on whether.
My name is JD Garland. I am a livestock farmer.
It's ironic to be debating vegans on whether animal agriculture or crop agriculture is more harmful. The whole premise of being a vegan is to do the least amount of harm possible. Vegans do not really like to focus on the animal deaths that are associated with the crop agriculture.
Looking at crop deaths from plant agriculture, it's estimated that there are 7.3 billion animal deaths per year, which include mouse deaths, birds killed by pesticides, fish killed by fertilizer runoff, and lizards and amphibians killed by eating pesticide-contaminated insects.
In our first debate, JD spent 90% of the 2 hours we had here trying to convince us that the soy industry is driven by the human consumption of soy oil. Soy meal never in history has been looked at as a byproduct of the soy oil industry like Garland claims. Some places, including soyinfocenter.com, consider it a byproduct of the meal. Soy oil is a byproduct of soy meal from the animal agriculture industry. Therefore, the responsibility of the crop deaths fall on the animal ag industry.
The soy that's being fed to animals is industrial waste left behind after soybean extraction.
Once there becomes enough of a demand for a product where it can literally drive the production purely on that individual product. So for example, with soy meal, it's been so heavily demanded that it's literally driven the production of soy. It's not just the waste from it, it becomes a part of why that item exists. It's one of the reasons that soy is being grown now. Soy meal is a co-product. That means that animal agriculture has to take responsibility for the damages and the deaths along with the oil.
And so I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product. Once the soybean oil has been extracted from the soybeans, the fibrous waste or byproduct that's left over, a byproduct, that's a byproduct? What's a byproduct? Or byproduct of soybean oil extraction. The byproduct, 80% byproduct, soybean byproduct, the byproducts, the co-product, any byproducts, these byproduct, co-product, byproduct, and now he says the co-product. It's the same thing. It really is.
So let's talk about co-products, because I think people need to realize how important this is. If soy meal is a co-product, that means that animal agriculture has to take responsibility for the damages and the deaths along with the oil.
Okay, the reason that I'm denying that it's a co-product is because I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product.
It's post-processing industrial waste that they're feeding to animals.
And we clearly see Garland saying soy meal is a byproduct, and now he says it's a co-product. It's the same thing. It really is.
Is it a co-product or is it?
I'm gonna allow you to make an ass of yourself, Jeffrey.
You just said byproducts and co-products are the same thing, and they don't matter. And it doesn't matter, but it absolutely does matter. Is it a byproduct or a co-product? Because how you described it in your words, you described a co-product.
You're the one that's saying that it's a co-product. If you're going to say it's
I'm not saying it's a co-product. The world calls it a co-product.
And so I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product.
The industry looks at it as a co-product.
The National Soybean Board is calling it a byproduct than you. Some bicycle.
Man, you really got him on this one, Chris.
So let's look at some quotes from some of the soy organizations.
He hates it. He hates it so much.
We have got, let's have a look, the National American Soybean Association, who says soybean oil is a co-product of the protein and meal production. I've got a video here, Mac Marshall, the VP of Market Intelligence for the United Soybean Board, saying it's a co-product. We've got US soy. Why soybeans are grown primarily for soy meal's value in livestock, soybean oil serves as a co-product. Why are you denying this? And the reason you are denying it is because you don't want to take responsibility that livestock are also causing crop deaths. So will you concede, considering I've got all the evidence?
Shut your fucking mouth for a second and I will answer your question.
Wow.
No, shut your mouth and let me answer.
Shut your mouth.
Okay, the reason that I'm denying that's a co-product is because the definition does not fit. So I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product.
The crab.
A co-product and a
Shout out to the crab.
byproduct are two different things. Beef cows eat 0.5% of the world's soy co-product. A byproduct and a co-product are defined by the processing, the manufacturing process. How are soybeans processed? Through a soybean oil expeller.
What comes out the other side of that machine? Soy meal.
It's a soybean. Chris, are you denying that it's a soybean oil
Thank
expeller?
God I muted myself
Chris,
during
are
that
you-
time.
Okay, can you link us to a soybean meal expeller?
Arlen, why does
Okay,
this
then
matter
let's
to
see
the
it.
argument?
Shut up, Jeffrey. I'm talking to
Articulate
Chris.
why the raw soybean for forage is too fattening, so they got a oil extractor to get
there's a
the
video.
oil
Let
out.
Chris answer, Jeffrey. Shut your pie hole.
There's a
Back
video
like
here. It's literally one machine. It all comes out of one part. The meal comes out
Yeah,
of
it's
the
called
other.
a soybean oil extractor.
Yeah, and it
or
does both
expeller.
things, right? It gives you
It's a
meal and
soybean
oil.
oil. It's a
Does it give you
soybean
meal and
oil
oil?
expeller.
Does it give you meal and
It's a
oil?
soybean oil expeller.
I don't care what the name is. Does
Two
it give you
products
meal and
come
oil?
out.
It expels the oil.
And the meal. I literally just quoted all the major soybean boards saying it's a co-product, right? You were saying, oh, the National Soybean Association, right? They haven't even got a website. Where's the website from? I tried to Google it. Show me the link. I'm waiting. Come on.
What link are you wanting me to show
National
you, vegan?
Soybean Association. You say it's a byproduct. Where's this link? You never showed it.
Yes, I did.
Where?
I showed it, didn't I, Andrew?
Did you
I
see it,
showed
Jeff? Did anyone see it? I didn't see it.
Open your eyes.
You in your live stream,
Open your eyes.
clearly
I'm
said
going to-
I
I'm
was the
going to
first
share it.
person. Hold on. You said clearly
Still
I
can't find our website, by
ever
the way.
say that soy meal was a co-product. Then afterwards, you looked all confused and you had to Google the difference between a byproduct and a co-product because you didn't even know what it was.
So I was actually the first one to say that soy meal is a co-product.
Both of these products are being made together, whether it's one machine or two machines, whatever you want to argue, and they both hold value, which is what makes them a
Right.
co-product.
That's what I've always said.
The soy
That's
that's
what
being
I've
fed
always
to
said.
animals is
Good God,
industrial
Garland.
waste left behind after soybean extraction.
But the links you sent me, Garland, pretty much all of them say that historically soy meal has been the driver of this. And this is from your own links. I'm happy to send them all to you. Historically, meal prices have been the main driver of soybean values. Soybean meal has been a steady hand of the wheel for demand for many years. Soybean meal used to be used so plentiful decades ago that restaurants,
Start doing
food
everything I'm
manufacturers,
doing.
and other industries couldn't use it all. Like, these are your links. These are just quotes from your links.
Chris,
I don't know why you're denying this, and the only reason you are denying it is because you don't want to admit that animal agriculture.
Chris, you have to let
has
me
a
speak at some
That's
point.
all it is.
This Garland Farms versus all the high top tier vegans started with the top tier vegans claiming that all of the crop deaths were on the shoulders of animal agriculture because
Don't say
the,
that. Never
you're
said
going to
that.
have to shut your mouth,
Raw
Chris, and let me
man.
speak.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter whether you want
In
to
a
call it
debate, big
byproduct,
straw
a
man.
co-product,
It matters a
was
lot.
that you extract the oil through soybean oil expellers to separate the oil from the meal.
Yeah.
And the livestock consume 98% of the meal, and humans consume right now 2% of the meal. Whether it's a co-product or a byproduct doesn't matter. The fact is that they're making a product, they're making a profit on both. I will agree with that.
If you can have one product that's created as an excess of another product,
Ooh, Andrew.
byproduct.
Yeah.
What are you stating a byproduct?
I got something to
is
say about
then?
him later.
So obviously one of them is just a residual waste.
He was really
product.
confused by this whole debate. I don't think he
it's
had a
actually
clue what we were
part of
talking about.
the market driver. Like soybean meal has actually been historically the main driver, the main reason. A byproduct can become a co-product if there is a market enough for it. Once it becomes a co-product, for example with soy, it's one of the reasons that soy is being grown. Not just the waste from it; it becomes a part of why that item exists.
But let's say to your example of sawdust, we had a sawmill.
Yeah,
we would agree that the product of the sawmill was like, let's say 2x4s. That's what they're producing. A byproduct of the 2x4 production is this sawdust, right? But it turns out that they could bag that sawdust and send it to some energy company that does some type of sawdust slow burn, or they make mold out of it or some bullshit that we don't fucking know about, right?
Sure.
They sell this and this ends up actually making them more money than the actual product they were making before. Are you claiming that that's what makes it a co-product, or is it still a byproduct?
It would become a co-product once it takes over that, majority of the profit.
Once there becomes enough of a demand for a product where it can literally drive the production purely on that individual product. Or with soy meal, it's been so heavily demanded that it's literally driven the production of soy. I had fun the other night.
Oh, I've had better times.
That's so telling.
So much fun.
What a concession.
Yeah, let me
I've had better. Had better times.
I'm correct. Okay, I want to be fair. From what I can gather, you have always admitted that 7% of the soy is fed directly to animals, right? You've always said that, and I've got no issue with that. The way I have the contention is you've always seemed to argue that the rest of the soy,
I can't believe
because
all this chat we had, he still says the same thing.
And the meal is going
on
to
video, us debunking him.
What's that?
I can't believe that he continues to still use this same argument. That
to this day, brother. To this day, he still uses this garbage. Like this never happened. He's convinced his whole following that there was never a second debate and that he never talked to us here. He completely denies that we had more than one debate. And that first debate, was a feeler debate. We're like, all right, well, what do you know? What studies are you bringing to the table? And that's why the second one, I dropped nukes on the dude in the second one. And then at the end, you come in. But anyway, let's finish this and we'll get into that.
Yeah.
But I mean, for a little, so Garland, so I was on this awful show. I was challenged on this terrible show called the Paul and Slave Show to a debate. I talked to the guy who wanted to debate me, and he threw a temper tantrum and started crying, literally started crying. And I was like, okay, well, you'll never be able to sit through a debate if we can't even talk about a premise without you screaming and literally tears running down his face crying. So someone hits me up and they're like, hey, there's this farmer. And I'm like, that's even better. That wants to debate, that's willing to debate, and he's like he's got a following or whatever. He's got like 3,000 people following. It's not even that many, and his numbers have not gone up in 3 years. And ever since we did the debate, they haven't gone up at all. They've just gone sideways. But anyway, they're loyal. 500 of them will watch every one of his videos, which is pretty. That's a loyal following. But it's trash. So anyway. Allie and I meet with him in a pre-discussion to go over the premise where we're like, okay, what are the actual word for word? What are we going to be debating? So this doesn't turn crazy, what are we going to debate? So we end on animal-based, plant-based, which does more harm to the environment, because everybody with their crop death stuff, because of this debate, Allie and I are absolutely experts on crop deaths. Garland, I don't think Garland understood what he was creating a monster there by challenging me to debate and being a crop death guy. So now I know far more about crop deaths than Garland Farms does, being a farmer. Doesn't really mean anything. Plus, he's not even really a real farmer. He lied to everyone, trying to say he was a cattle farmer, and turns out he's just got a couple goats in his yard. I exposed that on his show. Anyway, so we have our first debate, and it was me and Allie. And okay, so no. Going back to Andrew. Andrew, so I'm like, instead of just doing this on, whoever's small channel, I'm gonna go to a debate channel that I know is anti-vegan, so they're biased against me because I like a challenge. And I'm gonna do this debate on a anti-vegan debate channel that has a platform of ravenous anti-vegans. So I go to the Crucible and I ask Andrew, and he's like, "Yeah, man," it was like super, super nice. The first debate. Okay, so I made it clear, very clear with Allie, with Garland and Andrew. Garland, who I was debating, and Andrew, the debate moderator, that Allie was going to be there too, and that she was going to also be debating. I have in email Garland okaying it and Andrew okaying it. So we go into the debate. Everything's going good. We have a really good opening statement. All of a sudden, they start calling us cheaters in the middle of the debate. The debate moderator and Garland Farms started calling us cheaters because we were whooping ass right out of the gate. We were whooping ass. And so someone in the comments was like, "Oh, they're cheating. It's 2 versus 1," when it wasn't 2v1, it's 2v2. The moderator, I'm on a known anti-vegan channel, and I had already approved it with them pre-debate. So they flip out and start calling us cheaters and shit, which throws us off. And then we continue, and it was like, it was 2 hours. You don't get shit done in 2 hours. Anyone doing 2-hour debates is kind of like, that's bare minimum for the first stage of a debate. Then you have follow-up debates that actually where you really get into like you look at everybody's research and figure out who has better info, better data, and we really learn something, which Garland did learn a lot in this debate. So Garland Farms. So we finished that debate, and everyone's all, "Ha, you guys lost because you were cheating," and like everybody's all in the chat going crazy. We do the interview. They treat us like libs, and we're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? We're not libs. Like, we're anarcho-capitalists. What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Oh, libs, vegans, libs." And I'm like, "Dude, all the vegans I know are hardcore, like natural law and cap, like hardcore, like anarchists, like
ANCAP, but just like
not libs, and they're just all oh, and so they were like thrown off because they've never come across vegans like us before, obviously. So we look at the research Garland gave us, and it was like pulling teeth getting the research from him. He sent me everything the last day. He was supposed to send it to me 2 weeks ahead of time. He kept changing what he wanted to give us and all this stuff. It was ridiculous. And Andrew put my name up wrong, never tagged me, never tagged my YouTube, spelled my name incorrectly, used some like the picture was good. He at least let us use the one we designed. But then so the next debate, so I hit everyone up after we looked at his research. And Allie's like, "I'm gonna sit this one out. Fuck these guys," because they were like being really like chauvinistic and shit with her, all like, oh, like they were really upset that a woman was talking down, was destroying them in an argument, especially a vegan argument, because she was just like just spitting fire at these dudes, and so they got really offended because, as we know, Andrew, he's like a real "I'm a man and you're a woman" kind of like old school guy. So anyway. So the second debate, he alters the picture I gave him. He put a green filter over me and like made it look like I was all sucked up. Like he did some crazy like Photoshop to my picture. Also, again, spelled my name incorrectly, differently than he did before. And then, sorry, I'm yelling. I need to know. The one thing I still figure out. I have a nice mic. I don't have to yell into it. So it's just I get excited when I tell stories. So Garland. And I'm like, Andrew, can you at least put the link to my channel up this time? And he's like, yeah, no problem, bro. Like super nice in the back and forth. And after that debate, I had resent. I screenshotted where I sent them both emails about her being there and sent them to him. And I was just like, you guys are fucking assholes. Like, wow, that's some snaky shit. Like, just beat me in the debate, like don't try and pull all these sneaky tricks and shit. So anyway, he again doesn't give me he doesn't do anything for me and alters my picture, which is funny. Haha. I get it. Haha. I'm the vegan. I jumped into the lion's den. I know what I'm doing, but it was still like sleazy shit that a guy trying to be legitimate doesn't do stuff like that, So I was just so I go into the next debate and I'm like pissed now, and I wrote like a really, really, really strong opening statement. And basically what happened in the first debate is Garland said that all the soybean, all the soy and all that stuff is a byproduct of humans, not the animal. It had nothing to do with animal ag. It was all vegans, and the plant ag industry was the only reason why soy existed, and it was simply for human consumption of soy oil, which is all BS. Soy has existed for 200 years for forage crops for animals. Since the dawn of time, it was brought here for forage crop. They take the oil out of it to defat the bean, because the bean's a little too fattening, and the cows get too fat. So they take the oil out, and then they sell the oil as byproduct or co-product, as we know now. So in the next one, so Chris wasn't there for me in the first one, but he saw what happened and he hit me up, because in the debate there was one crucial point where we knew where we got him, but we didn't know how to explain it. And Chris Hines hits me up out of nowhere. The hand of God reaches down and hands me co-product, and I'm like, oh my god, I'd never heard the word before, and I looked it up, and I was like, we were shocked. We were like, that was exactly what we needed to know.
We were talking about the soy meal as a byproduct and contributing to the driving the soy industry, but we just couldn't define it. We didn't understand, but the word, like co-product was the key. And everyone always says, what's the big deal? Why are all these videos co-product, byproduct? What does it matter? What does this have to do with anything? And as Jeffrey was saying, you need a little context, but it was the key. So yeah.
It was the key to destroy Garland's debate, or Garland's argument that he used against us in the first one, which wasn't even that good.
It not just Garland's argument, but all of the Carnus arguments. I mean, we have the layout of all the normal ones, the usual ones they use, but this was a big one. I mean, crop deaths. I mean, it's a tough one to argue from the standpoint of a vegan, just because there's so many straw men being thrown at you and you can't stick on one point. And so this was us being able to stick on that one point and look at the facts, and boom, he got roasted.
Yeah, basically.
Glad I can help.
So Nugent, Ted Nugent made that video on Joe Rogan. Oh, for every pound of soy of tofu, like every animal in the forest needs to be killed, and like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Completely like ridiculous arguments. So everyone starts using that arguments as their argument, even though he was talking about bow hunting and being a hunter or something like that. He wasn't even talking about being a trash meat eater like everyone is today. So it was just super shocking. So anyway, I go in the next debate with the co-product thing, because I know that destroyed Garland's entire argument from the first debate. Was no, there's more harm being done because all the soy is grown in the name of vegans or vegetarians or plant eaters. It's almost a carnivore diet argument Garland was giving me. So John Bob's in the house. John Balls.
Hi guys.
Geek Male Specimen is in the house. He's muted though. So Garland, so we get in the second debate and I smoke his ass, and then you come in and just like royally, you did the like it was like what's the video game Mortal Kombat where you got someone stunned and it's all like execute him, and you came in and just went shoink and just like destroyed the dude. And he's not a man enough to admit on a debate show that he lost. So he came after me and Chris went live after the debate the next day. We all got some sleep because we all went through the night doing this shit. And then yeah, so we went back live and we were talking mad shit, and Garland showed up and conceded, which is right here. Basically, the story goes up to this point. We get him in a private chat that's not on a channel with 10,000 anti-vegans watching it, and his story completely changes.
Well, we just presented all the facts really straight up, which is the thing we couldn't do on the Crucible just because of time. We literally went through like every single statistic, laid it all out, and said, "Look, it's just there. You can't deny it now." And then basically just forced him to concede because he was in a corner. He couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, and Andrew was trying to throw chaos into the whole thing every chance he could. So we spent a lot amount of time in the debate just dealing with Andrew wasting time because he knew so Andrew will die if a vegan wins on his channel. He is a very proud man about his channel. He does not want people like, and I'm not, this is just my dealings with him. What he put L and Nutrivore through
bringing in
was even crazier than what he put me through. Yeah, and so we haven't addressed this yet, but the Crucible has a vegan loss on their show. I don't think he knows that Garland finally conceded like he did a vegan win. No, he's got a loss to a vegan on his show, but Garland concedes here
to the animal,
a farmer.
You always kind of argued that, well, that was only a waste product. The humans are having all the oil, therefore we don't take any responsibility for that portion.
What
is that fair? Is that fair to say?
No.
The soil that's being fed to animals is industrial
Shout out to
waste
Light Occult
left
Revival for
behind
being a dope
after
editor.
soybean extraction.
She had to listen to Garland for 4 days to edit this.
Okay, well, can you clarify then? So I
Garland's
can
voice
understand what you're
echoing
saying.
through
It's
the place.
not all the livestock because these are joint products. The oil and the soybean meal are produced at the same time. And so both.
It sounds like very different to what you've been saying.
No, it's not. It's a soybean oil expeller.
Does it give you meal and oil?
It's a soybean oil expeller.
So with soy, for example, if we're comparing how much soy is fed to livestock compared to how much is fed to humans, this isn't including biofuel because this is something that you seem to add in. You want to say the entire of human consumption. If we're talking diet to diet, we can't include things like biofuel. It's nothing to do with the diet. And it's being used by animal agriculture for whatever they use it for machinery. It's being used for for vegans, for other things.
This is, I think, where I'm not going to let you.
Okay,
where you want to go.
Well, hold on.
This is the truth.
Do you not agree with that stat? Do you not agree with that stat?
No, I agree that humans are consuming biodiesel. Are humans consuming biodiesel?
Well, I mean,
not in their diet.
Not in the diet sense. No, if we're talking diet to diet,
humans consume entertainment. They consume podcasts. They consume.
I'm not sure what you're talking about
here. They consume diesel.
No, we're talking about diet. We wouldn't say entertainment's a part of someone's diet. Music isn't part of someone's diet.
If humans are consuming it in any way, then it's being consumed by humans. We're not talking about just nutritionally.
No, we're
talking. Yeah, we're
talking about plant-based versus meat.
I think this is our next stepping stone.
This argument's still being used,
which is you're saying that biodiesel is not being consumed by human beings.
I'm saying it's not being fed to human beings. We're talking about food.
But are they consuming it?
Well, the thing is, Garland, if we're saying they're consuming,
we're not talking about diet.
Well, hold on. If you're saying
we're talking about soy.
No, hold on. If you're saying we consume it, then also you are consuming it as well. We're all consuming
Right.
it.
That's a tu quo que that you're.
No, it just puts the responsibility back on everybody again.
I'm not saying that I'm not consuming it. Okay.
Well, you need
What
to
I'm
put that in
saying
your
is that-
numbers.
no,
If
what
you
I'm
want to put
saying
it,
is that
now hold on.
what
If you
I'm
want to put it
saying
in the
is-
numbers for the opposition, if you want to add biofuel into the numbers for the vegan menu, you got to include biofuel on the numbers for the animal agriculture side.
No, I'm not putting it in for the vegan menu.
Well, you currently
I'm putting it
are.
in for the human consumption. It's not for the vegan menu. It's for human.
Okay, then let me ask then, why are you talking about human consumption when the debate is clearly animal diet versus vegan diet? We're not talking about human consumption as a whole. We're talking
Raised
about
livers
diet
in the
versus
house.
diet, right?
No, we weren't talking about diet.
Well, that's what everyone else seemed to think we're talking
We were
about.
talking about animal agriculture versus crop agriculture.
Jeffrey, you're under the, I guess you chatted to Garland beforehand. I'm guessing you. Yeah, this is what you thought, right?
We need to sort out a proposition and a premise for the debate.
The premise that I offered was that you were arguing that crop agriculture kills fewer animals than animal agriculture.
We can do, does a meat-based diet cause more harm than a vegan diet, period? Plant-based, meat-based versus plant-based harm across the board. I think you also mentioned something about soy. Like, we can definitely add that. What does more harm to the environment, meat-based or plant-based?
JD, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would work.
Because if this is what you
Always.
thought, then obviously this wasn't ironed out prior. I don't think anyone would assume that biofuel would come up in an argument against like
I called
animals
you out the
versus
first time
plants.
you brought
Like,
it up. I was like, we're not consuming biofuel.
Yes, we
That
are.
was on the first debate.
because the thing is, if you want to do
Not
it like
relevant
that,
to the conversation.
We have a consumer economy around. We're also consuming drink. We're also consuming entertainment. We're consuming
my God.
clothing. We're
This
consuming slave products from China. We're consuming marijuana that's being grown with pesticides. We're
what was the proposition?
Jeffrey, do you remember
There's
that
no
proposition?
consumption. Shut up, nope, it was never consumption.
What was
It was
the
plant-based versus animal-based. And you said in our first debate it was consumption, it was human consumption, and I was like, that's absolutely not what was ever said.
Yeah. And I don't know why. If you came to me and said that argument, I'd be like, why are we having that argument? I don't want to. This isn't about biofuels. Like, why would you include biofuel in a thing which is, any debate which is meant to be vegan versus meat eater or anything? We do not talk about things that aren't food based unless it's very specific, like you want to talk about animal testing or you want to talk about talk about pharmaceuticals or something in that sense. But any normal debate, biofuels, I don't think that's the way to do it. And if that's how you've been arguing, you've been like, it hasn't been discussed. We've been arguing two different things, completely different things.
No, he knew damn well what it was.
Would you agree there that everyone might have been arguing two completely
grasping
different
at
things?
straws right
You
here.
may have. I'm trying to look up the last.
This is the moment he knew he was
proposition he gave me.
What does more harm to the environment, meat-based or plant-based?
JD, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is between you and Jeffrey. You're going to have to.
Yes,
look up, 'cause I don't
he
know.
says the words that he used were plant-based diet versus animal-based diet, which does more harm to the environment in the world
Okay,
today.
well, there you go then. So why are we bringing the percentage of biofuel from oil into a thing
then
about
let's-
crop deaths?
Then
for food. Can I finish what I was going to say and then you can do your
Sure.
rebuttal? Think about it
In
this
other
way, right?
words-
If we've got 100 soy plants, right, and we're using all those 100 soy plants for either for oil purposes, we're either using them for biofuel or for cooking, right? 40 of those crops the oil will be used for cooking oil. And 60 of the crops will be used for biofuel. Right? As a result of the oil being produced, there will be meal on 100% of those crops. So if 90% goes to the animals, then there'll be a large portion of those crops grown which are only for biofuel and only for livestock feed. Right? And it'll be a larger portion than it would be for just cooking oil. And the other end, you're going to get what I'm saying. I'd like to focus on this one argument, just this, because this is what we were talking about a hell of a lot. So I
gotta
want to get
finish
a
the tree
concession
before
whether
we go
you
to the next
agree
branch.
or whether you can actually debunk what I've just said. I'm saying when we look at
And
it, food only, food products only, 40%
So we're not
more.
looking at all human consumption, right?
No,
We're going to look at a very narrow.
That's
portion
factored in.
of this.
It's factored in that there's biofuel. You can see it literally that. Actually,
But you're
can we share
subtracting
this
it
on the
out
screen?
from human. I am going to use this video to go ahead
Oh,
later
please do.
because you don't want to go over the full numbers. I'm going to later show everyone the human consumption of the crop agriculture.
Go ahead. That's that.
Because right now you're narrowing.
Go
it
ahead.
down to
That
just what
won't
we're
be proof that the
swallowing
vegan diet.
and not what we're consuming in other ways.
Colin, go ahead and do that because it doesn't disprove what we're arguing against, which is the vegan diet.
The ethanol.
The vegan diet
No,
in
what
this
you're
case is causing less damage
No,
than the meat eating diet. That is the argument we're presenting. If you want to debunk us on a completely separate point we're not even trying to make, go ahead. Just make sure to include this bit I've said here because we're talking about diet and diet only. I don't know why you're bringing biofuel into it. It seems more you want to bring biofuel
Always
into
have
it
been.
because it improves your argument. That's what it more seems
Well,
like.
humans are consuming it and it's being blamed on livestock.
But no one's eating it. We're not there eating it. No one's got a glass
Vegans,
full of
remember,
biofuel
Garland?
and they're downing it.
We're vegan.
You want to say that we're wrong on this point? Will you concede that I'm okay when it just becomes just to diet only? If it's diet only, not overall human consumption, purely diet, will you concede that more soy goes to animals than it does to humans? From the statistics presented, purely eating. Every time I watch this, it's like watching a film. The suspense
Look
is
at these
so
numbers.
big. Yeah, feel free, have a look.
7% going
The
directly to
build-up.
humans.
Mhm.
7%.
He's so
going
slow.
directly to
It's
livestock.
hilarious.
Yep.
I have to put
And
everything
then,
on 2x.
60 going to cooking oil. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see how by removing the biofuel consumption, then you can manipulate the numbers.
No,
so
it's
it
not
looks like-
manipulating. It's just because it's talking about
No,
food. It's not manipulating. We're just talking about
Yeah.
food. That's why it doesn't exist.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, so
with the soybean. Yeah.
Okay, so do you concede that in this case here, more soy is fed to animals than humans? Be honest. Come on.
More is being consumed by humans, but more is being fed to livestock.
Okay, that's what we wanted.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, so therefore, when it comes to soy,
Good job, Chris.
more crop deaths and more damage is responsibility of animal agriculture.
What up? What up?
Than it is vegans. With
No,
soy.
I never said
with
vegans.
soy.
I never said vegans. I said crop agriculture.
Can you
Look
concede
at him just trying to
that
change
livestock, so animal foods is responsible for more crop deaths, more pesticides, and more damage than the human food element of soy? From what you've just conceded, you should say yes because you've agreed there's more being grown for them. It should be a very simple answer.
Come on.
You can do it.
Well,
come on,
Come on, darling.
Please just be honest.
Technicality,
Like
since
the
you're
little engine
removing
that
the
could. Come
biofuel
on.
consumption that humans are
Yeah,
doing,
which we're
and
totally fine
you're
with.
making us. You're making us focus
Which we're
just on
totally
a
fine with.
very thin portion of what's being produced. Then technically, you would be right.
Okay.
Technically.
I think most sensible people will see why we're not including biofuel in this argument.
Roll credit.
It's funny that Race Lever says this in this comment because Garland Farms took like 3 months off after this. And he came back and he had more gray hair on his head. He was a little even slower. But yeah, Chris, you almost killed the guy, man.
Fatality. Flawless victory.
I think that might classify as elder abuse, Chris.
Sorry, Garland. Oh, no, sorry, not sorry.
John totally supports elderly abuse.
He wants to MMA fight me. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like,
Garland left
you're
the
like
scene,
twice
though,
my
and
age. And then he's like, no, I'm not. And he's actually only like a few years older than
Probably
me.
like, yeah, he's maybe like 40.
Oh, ouch.
Garland left the scene, and then anti-war mindset took over for a bit.
Oh, that guy's the worst.
Oh,
He's
I've debunked so many of his studies. I haven't spoken to him about them yet, but there'll be a time.
They,
We'll
yeah,
go over
no. They gave me 4 different studies on 3 different occasions. They all recommend plant-based diets. as a solution to the problem.
I think I sent you one, didn't I? Where it's just like, it's the
Yeah,
one where
no,
it's
you
showing,
pointed
like,
out that one of them, yeah.
Yeah, it literally says in the conclusion that, yeah, we recommend plant-based diet to solve the pesticide issue.
and this anti-war mindset guy is supposed to be his research guy that actually knows how to read, study, these studies.
Yeah,
So
questionable.
it's pretty
You like to read the
like,
bits
bro, you
that
can't
go with his
even.
bias.
Yeah, your guy sucks, and yeah.
You're not reading your own sources.
Yeah, you aren't even, again,
have to do
he
that.
didn't learn that lesson from our debate that you need to read your sources. And, in the second debate, he used our sources that he said were bunk. So it's like, dude, these guys, it's absolutely insane.
And he literally, in one of the first comments he ever made to me, he used that human consumption argument that Garland was trying to make in that video. And I was like, we've debunked this already. What are you talking about?
We were watching some other farmer, David Ram's video interviewing a farmer. David Rams, shout out to David Rams, beast. This guy was using Garland's kind of, like, we were like, wait, he's using Garland's argument right now. You could tell that he had watched Garland Farms for sure and got these like just mind-numbingly dumb arguments about crop deaths and regenerative grazing and all this stuff. Like, well, what are we gonna do if we have to have ruminants? No, there's this shit called compost, bro. All that, all those plant scraps that were being fed to the cows, we put them in the ground instead, dipshits. Like,
yeah, literally, they just don't fact check. But yeah, Garland's followers just don't fact check anything he says. They just say, "Oh, he said it, therefore it must be true." And it's just like, well, no, actually,
me and you hang out in his chat, and we're like, "Hey, no, Garland conceded to the debate," and they're like, "No, he didn't. He smoked you guys." And it's like, no, he conceded. The video is on. It's insane. So recently, okay, I gotta talk. I got to tell the story about Reasonable Vegan. Do you know Reasonable Vegan, Chris? What do you know about him?
I've spoken to him briefly. To be fair, it's ever since he kind of popped up, I've always had a bit of a weird vibe from him. I've always just been a bit like the way he talks about things. I'm just like, we claimed he was like vegan for like 8 years, and I'm like, you don't even understand what veganism is, dude. Like,
no,
I don't get you at all. And now, obviously, yeah, he's eating eggs and fish and God knows what. It's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah. So Reasonable Vegan. In the early days when I was doing these debates with like Joey Schwartz, what's his name, Carnivore Camaraderie and Garland Farms. He kind of like I was tagging people in a post on YouTube, and I tagged him accidentally. Thinking he was like a bigger channel, I guess maybe. And then he was all, "Oh, thanks for including me in that. It's an honor." And he's like, "Oh, I do this society project YouTube channel, right?" And he's like, "We're kind of restarting society, and we're gonna do it with different like rules and stuff like that." And I was all, "Ooh, that's my shit." Like I'm the guy for that. So I started going, and I invested a lot of time. And I figured out that he's a moral relativist that doesn't believe in any natural laws or anything like that. We're just here to do whatever we want. And the only law that exists in the world is the law given by government. And so I'm like, how do you believe that if you're a vegan? Like, I don't understand that in the least bit. And then he's always posting stuff like provocative stuff. Like, I started eating mullets or bivalves or whatever as a vegan. And he goes on Garland Farms show a lot. And so I went ape shit on this dude. We had several debates together, and I was just like, I'm not even. And then I left his channel, and he got really butthurt. And I included him when I started this channel. I included him in it because I was like, I want you to come up and fucking explain yourself, like all these dumb ideas you have. And he never come on, and he just come into my chat to promote his show and leave. So this guy tells the world last week that he's eating eggs and cheese and all this stuff now. But he's going to continue calling himself vegan. And then
Isn't it
today
because
he
he's
put
got
out a
junk
post.
food addiction? Well, isn't that his excuse? I've got a junk food addiction.
No,
therefore
we're
I need
gonna
to-
watch it. We're gonna watch it next.
Wait a minute. Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
so-
You knew that dipshit?
He was in our chat, John Bob. You talked to him, I think. He was in the chat for a while. He's still
He's
maybe
in the Facebook.
chat.
He's in the Facebook chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even put two and two together. I remember seeing the video and thinking, "What a dipshit!" I didn't realize I talked to him. That's funny.
Yeah,
I don't
think I've
I
ever
was
talked
trying
to him.
get him to, because in our chat, well, there's a bunch of natural law people in there, and he's like, natural law doesn't exist, and we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Why do you care about animals then? If they're just here for our, to be, if nothing matters and there's no morals.
Rights don't exist.
Rights
that
don't
was
exist.
that was the major.
Yeah.
He was like,
I'm
he
like-
like,
and
not
then-
just rights don't exist, but he would like laugh, like scoff. Like,
Yeah, like, and I was just like, oh, you're done for, dude. And then the other thing is, he's like, oh, if someone's talking shit to you, it should be legal to to push them. And he fought me with this. Even our another regular on our show, Jeremy Gord, had fought me on this pretty hard. He's like, if someone's talking shit to you, you should be able to push them away. And I'm like, so before they ever initiate any type of violence with you, you should be able to push them away. And they're like, yeah. And like, dude just has some dumb hot takes. So he got sick, disappeared. I left his channel. A bunch of people left his channel. And that's about when I started doing this. And he's always been kind of like shitty about it. And then now he's not vegan anymore. And but claims that he's going to continue calling himself vegan. So I popped up on Garland's channel the other day just because I saw it live and because he was on here. And I didn't know yet that he sold out veganism. And so I'm like, oh, reasonable vegan on Garland. I'm going to go troll Garland. And that's where we're at here. After this, we're going to watch his video where he explains and copes why. And it's some of the sorriest shit you're ever going to see. But anyone, whenever you want me to stop, just shout it out. This is hilarious. But we got
Can
to
I
watch
say
the
something
chat
real
too
quick?
because I'm in the chat.
Can I
Chris
say
is like getting up to his chair.
Hello.
I know you love Garland stuff.
We are live.
Welcome back to
We're gonna have to play this on like 4 times speed because they both speak so slowly.
Oh boy. All right. Okay.
There is a wild amount of wind happening right now. Okay, there it goes. It cut out. I don't know if you can hear it from your end, but I think it's either the wind or something shaking a lot on the microphone.
Did it just start?
Who does the debate outside?
It was doing it a little bit before then, but it just like increased a lot right there. But I can hear you really well. It's just there is a noise coming in. But if it's not,
Yeah, so of course, Garland has terrible audio.
I can still hear you perfectly. It's just that it's a pretty big muffly sound.
Did you ever see when Carson was speaking to Garland about crop deaths? He kept coming on
The
to
muffly
do
sound
like
is.
individual.
I
episodes.
can't stand this dude. So no, I stopped watching his shit. And it's so funny that he happens to sell out, and wait till you see what happens again. But yeah, I mean, what was he saying about crop deaths?
Well, Garland was going on about kind of like potash mines or something, and Carson was just lapping it all up, being like, "Oh yeah, I really didn't realize the extent of crop deaths and all this kind of stuff." And I'm just like, "Really? You've been vegan for all this time and you have no idea about any of this? Like, what have you been doing?" Like, I don't understand how you don't know any of these things.
literally the worst vegan to have up against Garland. One that will just concede to everything he says. His favorite type of vegan, though, he's like, this guy's cool. I bet.
Yeah, it was literally like that. That was one of the kind of red flags with Carson. I was just kind of like, why are you just buying all this? Why are you not challenging him on like any of this stuff? I don't get it. It's made no sense.
Yeah.
Like-
He's like, I just want to be cool and be friends. It's all good. We'll just talk about hypothetical situations and not actually do anything to change or
Yeah.
inspire people.
I mean, the whole which a lot of people don't bring up anyway, is the whole crop deaths argument. Anyway, it's a utilitarian argument. It's not a deontological argument. It's just a numbers game. Like it's not actually about it's not actually based in animal rights principle or anything. Anyway, it's just kind of like
Uncaring utilitarianism with no
Yeah.
care in it. That's the part
Yeah.
that's missing.
like if he wants to talk numbers, I'll just obliterate him. I'll just like think about all the
No, he's
phytoplankton
so
that
dumb
gets
for
fed to
stepping
farm
up and
fish.
doing what he did with us.
Yeah, Like if anyone debates Garland, just talk to him about phytoplankton fed to farmed fish. I mean, you can literally buy them in bags of 1 billion. Like,
Yeah,
like,
a billion at a time.
The numbers are just insane. If he wants to talk numbers, but if he wants to talk about it properly, not from a utilitarian stance, or we want to talk about the actual prolonged suffering of all these farm animals and everything else that goes along with it, he's just not going to win.
Yeah.
You're just being a dishonest vegan, Chris.
They will argue the suffering of the phytoplankton, then I'm sure. This whole thing is just, to appeal to the lowest of the low, the stupidest of the stupid. Like all his followers are like literally morons. Like who would believe it? They don't know how to argue. Like, they don't know anything about truth or anything, it seems.
They just buy everything he says, basically. They don't do any of their own research. Most of the people who watch him just want their bias confirmed by somebody else. That's literally it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And when it comes to food, that's all they want confirmed.
Every single thing in their
What's saying? Jeff debate Chris. What's going to debate Neil? what are we going to debate?
Someone's got some background noise. Someone mute up. Okay, so we're gonna watch this. This gets pretty funny quick. It's short.
Sure, it's just 5 hours 50. You sure it's short?
I turned it up to almost 1.75.
Is wind connected to the wind? I would have thought so, but it's hard to know. It seems to come in more often just when you talk. Like right now it's super quiet, even though you're touching the microphone. Right now it's quiet. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, 5 hours and
that's
50
perfect.
minutes.
There's no
6
sound,
hours
right now.
guys,
It might just be the microphone stand shaking. But anyways,
I'm
we're gonna go.
Life of a busy farmer.
For 6 hours.
I'm under
attack. I'm under attack by the absolutely zero carbohydrates for life, one size fits all activists.
Oh, so Garland's been going
So I'm
after
putting them on
carnivore
vegan.
dieters now, which is
If you-
cool. I'm like, okay, well
if
now
you
we
endorse
agree on something.
like 5 grams.
He's got all that
If you
background
endorse
noise.
like all meat and then 5 grams.
Probably
Yeah,
John
someone's
Bob.
got a lot of background noise.
According to this other.
No, it's not
group of
John Bob.
dieters
No, it's
that
Christian.
are dogmatic.
Christian's here.
They're the
Yeah,
He's always got background noise.
Yeah, that's very strange. Especially because I know a handful of people that either were carnivore and then went to what they call meat-based, which is like a mixture of carnivore and fruit. It seems like a lot of people that are pretty pro-carnivore are still accepting of different amounts of fruit and things like that. So that's kind of weird, especially the term vegan for any carbs is very strange. I've not heard that.
Any amount of carbs whatsoever
What?
is vegan to these people.
I said I've been
Anyway,
muted this whole time.
You've had a break.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not me.
Must be Steve. Got a TV on in the
So
background.
I recently have added.
Oh, yeah,
that's
you're
when
muted.
you muted. The
right now
background noise
specifically
went
just
away.
eating,
Probably at
pasture-raised
Carson
eggs only.
Hughes's house because he's a
then,
terrible
some fish.
podcaster.
I was already doing bivalves, but I'm doing some salmon and some.
Okay, so here
some
he
like
goes.
sardines. Kind of selective with it. It's got to be wild caught and pretty specific. But
Egg.
yeah, I'm essentially I have 2 arguments for my choices. I basically have decided that because I want to get over food addictions I've had my whole adult life of processed sugars, soda, candy bars, donuts, that kind of stuff. I want to consume whatever it takes to get me to go long enough off of those things to view those things as not cheat meal things and not things to have in moderation, but just things that I want out of my life completely. The same way that I'll
because I
never
can't
use
give up
meth or
Pepsi, I
drink
need to
alcohol
eat
or
salmon?
cigarettes, I want to view
How does
processed
that
foods and
work?
a few other processed foods in that way.
Sorry.
And so, yeah,
Bro.
it's kind of a strange thing, but I've decided to consume these other products to help me through the process of kicking those addictions. And then my second part of this is I've never been convinced that animal products are unhealthy. And so, but I'm also not convinced that they're necessarily necessary.
Notice
And so
zero
until I'm
comment.
convinced that they're not necessary, I will consume things that might be health benefits. And so I would not be surprised if eggs and fish are good for you, certain forms of them and in certain moderations. So for those 2 reasons, I do justify eating them, even though I still do care about the sentience and causing as little harm as possible.
Okay.
Trash arguments.
I didn't get to watch all of your live stream, but if it were on set, and I checked it out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so bad the whole time. It's such an embarrassment.
I didn't hear that.
I always mess with him.
I'm still.
I think me and the crab do that same tactic.
I don't know if I can handle listening to
Audio is
him.
horrible, and he just loses his mind instantly.
Zero carb,
Can't deal.
I'm a
He's such a boomer.
potato carnivore.
I can't hear anything Garland saying.
Meat-based omnivore who's allowed to eat sugars and starches as long as I keep the consumption of the
that sugar within the bounds of glycogen. As soon as you overflow those glycogen reserves, there's literally nowhere to store.
No wonder. I tell him all the time. I'm all, look, Garland, if you get a better audio,
from consuming
YouTube
sugar.
will let your videos go to more people. And
There
he
is
doesn't get it.
I mean, maybe not do a live stream in a field. I mean, that would probably help.
Yeah. So for what I'm referring to,
what's that?
Maybe not do a live stream in a field. I mean, that when it's windy.
Well, he wants
I mean,
to prove that he's a farmer.
Exactly. It's so important for him to have a farm in the background. He's gonna have shit audio quality, and no one can hear him on his live stream.
Yeah.
But he's on a farm.
Because we've called him out too many times for not being a real farmer.
Not working.
And notice no animals in the background.
Yeah, nothing.
Just no animals.
What a douchebag.
My Wi-Fi keeps cutting in and out. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're going to be able to listen to this video. Garland's just like sounds
It
like he's
gets
underwater.
better, and then it's over kind of quickly.
It would just be something that has to grow. I want to say on its own, but that's complicated. Like I know that the fruit we have is nothing like it would have been in the wild. It's cultivated, but as of right now, I'm okay with cultivated food that we hybridize. But just so processed sugar to me would be if you pull the juice out of an orange or an apple, that apple juice, that's sugar without the rest of the fruit. Making white table sugar, any sucralose, Splenda, I don't care if it's 0 calorie, anything that's a sweetener that is processed from the original plant that grows. Strangely enough, the only one I'm allowing myself while getting off the addiction is honey, and I'm very particular with it too. I've gone to a few local honey farms. I'll ask about their
animals because I got to get off
sure that
sugar.
it's all local,
Saying
raw,
he's
organic.
trying to give himself
And, I'm pretty
eating
picky about it, and I do it in small doses. I don't know if there's any.
That's the worst excuse to justify eating bee vomit. Literally the worst.
For the sake of addiction, I'll add some honey into my tea to make it taste a little better. I don't know.
I need to get off Dr. Pepper, so I'm going to abuse.
Okay, well at least he's honest. He said all that, and then you just said, I don't know. So that was revealing.
Did you know that?
That's true. That's true.
Something like that. Fruits have a larger pesticide footprint.
Forward and see when I pop in.
Stuff like that is fine, but isn't are you personally convinced of any of these?
Okay.
Can discuss. I don't know. Yeah, this is why we shouldn't turn the whole planet vegan. In a nutshell.
Oh yeah, anti-war mindset. What's funny is anti-war mindset would be not killing animals. You know, like the mentality behind the anti-war. Yeah, like
that's what they do.
It's ridiculous. I don't get anti-vegans anymore.
Good.
Yeah.
Plan for today is we react to some videos.
Until next time, I was glad to
Garland
hear.
Farms
It's a turning away of animals suffering. It's a turning away of animals.
Or that it's any worse than the other things when it comes to veganism. So it's
Okay,
just a matter of looking
here I'm popping up chat here.
This kind of brings me full circle.
And I'm like, Garland, you're babbling to no one. We can't hear you. Audio sounds like shit.
The ethical implications.
And he was saying, "Oh, we don't have any studies that say how many animals get killed in crop deaths." And I'm like, "Yes, we actually do. There are
someone
studies.
cares enough
You know,
tallies them
use them against them in our debate.
Someone
He knows there's
remember
studies. He's just lying."
Right.
I'm like, Garland, the wind is blowing.
Suffering and death of animals that we know that are at least in the
And then
numbers
I'm
of
like,
what
there are crop
we do know that
studies.
those insects
Talk about
have
they're not
to be
being
because of the honey.
crop dust studies. Then he started talking
and also the fact that there are countless other species that rely on insects for many different things, food being one of them. So without the
right
insects,
here where he's talking
sorry for
about
that. So
crop deaths.
I just think there's a
Carnus farming.
you remember the?
There's
Did you ever see Mad Magazine?
majority of
Alfred P.
crop
Newman,
deaths. Whenever I say this, Garland loses his mind because the
between his two front teeth.
whole
I'm not
thing.
familiar. I don't know.
One state.
I only have about 2 minutes, by the way.
To me, veganism has a big gap.
So Carson sees that I'm in the chat. I think Carson is a moral relativist. You should have a real debate on a vegan on, and Carson sees me.
Vegans that if they know if they embrace that as an issue and
that's the last guy he wants talking to him on a public show.
They know that they're
for selling out veganism.
Days of veganism.
At the time, I didn't hear
Well, I think
him
the question that they
admit
would
to
ask
eating
would be something
eggs
like,
before.
what should they do about it?
So I
you could
wasn't
tell them that there's
sure.
these crop issues, and then they could say, okay, I see that there's probably.
And I was like, look,
to them, they would think that killing
hangs
animals,
out-
taking their milk,
hangs
taking
out
their
in his
eggs,
friend's
grinding up
field.
chicks, all the different factory farming
Crop dust is not
practices,
responsible.
they'd consider worse. So
Crop
they
dust
go,
is a
if you can tell me something that I can do
responsible,
to
lazy
stop the
farming
crop deaths,
practices.
then they would do that as well.
Garland,
so
we
I do have
can't
a
hear
about a
you.
minute and
Your
a half.
audio
So what would you
sucks.
tell them
That's why you
aside
don't
from
get new
stopping vegan
followers.
that they could do to
And then the other vegans, honestly,
kill less
Honest
animals
Doubter,
in crop
who's
deaths.
in the house right now. Jeffrey has engaged Garland on crop deaths many times. Why not debate him again?
Most of the deaths are coming from the pesticides,
Garland's always,
and the
always.
have like 20
Oh, we're the vegans who want to debate. Oh, and it's like I'm always me and the crab are always there. And Chris Hines, we're always here.
And well, I'll have to say my response to that until next time. But I was glad to hear like
Right.
one thing, and you might have like 10 different things that could be
Jesus Christ.
done. I do have to hop off here. You guys, hopefully continue to have
Thanks
good conversation.
for coming on, Carson.
Definitely.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll set up another talk soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Please, just seeing me in the chat.
Okay.
Continuing to
Well,
mess
I
with
guess I
Garland
didn't have that
about
much time. Today.
audio.
I actually had some more questions
Yeah.
for him, but okay.
And then I
But
started
yeah, like I said, I'm sorry for the
harness
technical
farming
stuff.
practices
but
again,
yeah.
and he blocked me.
I guess what I sort of had planned for
we
today
did
is
actually
we
talk
reacted
to
to
them.
some videos
Did you hear that? That's
Well,
hilarious.
He was
from different
like,
vegans that vegan
10,
influencers, like for
15
example,
minutes.
plant chompers.
Yeah.
How long is this?
Well, it was 39 minutes
Oh,
in.
Hello.
40
But
minutes.
still, that's
I'm like, come on.
Yeah,
Can you hear
and
me?
maybe
I think.
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, well,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Because they're like, no, he didn't concede to the debate.
Okay, yeah,
No
like
way.
plant chompers would
Yeah,
be one.
so there, he blocked me right there. And I guess
No,
when
you
there's a
can
lot
hear
of
plant
someone
chompers
on
right
the
there.
fly on live, it'll
documentary?
show everyone that
Vegan
they got
documentary?
blocked.
No, no, plant chomp.
Honest
Plant
Doubter
chompers is a
thought he
YouTube channel.
blocked me. And then
It's
later
a
on,
yeah, vegan influencer.
later
basically.
on, I think he put it up again, and he's like, I didn't block
Okay, and what do we want to do
put
with
him
them?
in timeout, like
Just
make
message.
some bullshit excuse.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I'll send you a video. I'm pretty sure you recognize him.
But yeah, Garland's still up to his BS. We probably, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I just find them all so confusing. It's just like, well, for a start, the Garland proves that he isn't a farmer by the fact he can do 6-hour live streams. What busy farmer is doing 6-hour live streams while maintaining their farm? Like, what are you talking about?
That was someone that you brought up. The crab brought that up a couple like last year, didn't he? That he was Garland was doing like a 12-hour shows. We're like, dude, are you on meth? Like, what are you doing? Like, aren't your isn't your farm needing to be tended? And he's like, look at these vegans trying to control my life. Like, he's just like sitting there pissed off. But he vanished for a while and he came back like he had lost 10 years of his life. I don't know if he had. It was weird because the same thing happened when with Joey Schwartz. He left, changed his name after debating me and Nutrivore and Durian Rider. The whole carnivore scene turned their back on him because they were like, this dude just got his ass handed to him by 3 vegans. Like, we need to get rid of this guy. So he dropped out. He changed his name. I told him to change his name and he changed his name. It's hilarious. And he dropped out for a while. He got scurvy and dropped out. And then, you know, a guy we've been messing with recently, same thing. We did a couple pretty decent videos on him and he vanished. He stopped making content for several weeks because it's like these people are surrounded by yes men that are just like, oh, what you're doing is great. What you're doing is great. And it's like this garbage content. But yeah, Garland's people are the lowest common denominator. They're you know, there's 500 of them and they watch every video of his.
Yeah, like I said, there's people that want
but he's had
confirmation bias.
3,000 followers as long as I've known him. And you've been messing with him longer than me.
Yeah, from OG back in the day, Garland. Yeah, I don't know. It just confuses me that they'll just go over the same studies every, in like for 6 hours and everything. That if they just read the conclusion, just debunks what they're saying anyway. I just don't understand their mindset. Why they're putting so much time into this, reaching minimal people that are just doing nothing. Like, but the things that I never understand about Garland though is why he spends so much time going on about veganism and now the carnivore diet, but spends zero time actually promoting the cause that he claims to believe in and why it's so good and why everyone should do it. Has there been one video ever which is just like, here's what I think should be done and this is the way forward, and all of, like a really positive video about kind of pasture raised farming? Like, it doesn't exist. All he cares about is trying to call out vegans or carnivores now, which just confuses me. Like
fucking Padini, he does that shit too. He'll bring up plant lives, and then when you fucking prove to him that eating animals causes more plant lives deaths, he'll be like, "Well, I don't care about lives anyways." Well, then why the fuck you bringing it up to me? as if fucking it should matter to me, but not to you, right? Like if
Yeah.
it don't matter, why bring it up, dipshit? You know?
That's what it
Fucking
seems to
kidding
be.
me?
It seems to be he's just trying to get a gotcha. That's all it is. Every video is just, oh, we got you. Like they put was it, they were talking about a study the other day about people eating people's diets in like Tanzania or something, trying to say that it debunked veganism because they weren't getting enough plant-based nutrients. And it's like, well, yeah, of course they weren't, because if you actually read the study, it says they're not getting pulses and beans and all the other things into that they need. So like, it's not really a debunk of veganism, is it? It's just like they've just got shitty access to food. Like,
There is no gotchas
there's a
though.
whole video about it. Like, this is the thing that vegans don't want to hear, and it's like, no, it's just bullshit.
Well, no, there's a slight gotcha. If you want to be a vegan and still follow a Western diet, you're going to feel like shit, probably 10 times more like shit, because like just mentioned, you're not actually eating proper nutrients within your plants. You're just eating a bunch of processed shit, which is no different than you were eating before. Just now it doesn't have meat.
Exactly. I mean, if you
I
eat a
think
good
junk
diet,
food.
then you're gonna feel okay. That's it. That's simple as that.
I think
Like,
junk
Yeah,
food
but look-
vegans are bad people.
But look, if
I
they
hate-
get sick,
I hate-
if they, sorry.
well, the
Wait,
thing is,
sorry,
we
I
always
don't
had
mean
a
to cut
saying where it's
somebody
always like you should trust the junk food vegans because they're the real ones. They don't care about the health. They're in it for the animals.
Yeah, but if they're
That's
really,
funny. That's funny.
if they're really in it
So-
for the animals,
What's that?
okay. If they're really in it for the animals, why the fuck are they making themselves look like shit when fucking people associate veganism with diet? Because the first thing they're gonna do, they're gonna look at this land hippo and think, Jesus Christ, I don't want to
Well,
eat.
wait. Have you asked them? Maybe that's their goal. Maybe they like plants and animals so much that they want to look like a hippo or a
Well, no, that's
rhino.
quite a generalization. You can't say every single person that eats meat or
Yeah.
plants
Here's
is gonna
the
look like
thing,
a-
though. If we're all going to be honest, appearance has nothing to do with diet. All these fools trying to say, oh, you guys look vegan. Like, I've seen plenty of meat eaters that look way worse than anyone up here or anyone than you use that you cherry pick as some unhealthy vegan. Like, appearance does not matter. You cannot tell someone's diet
not
by
on a
looking
whole
at them.
food.
Sorry.
I'm not on a whole food plant-based diet. I eat meat replacements. I'm 43.
Yeah. So, shout out to Direct D in the chat. Keep this name in mind. I'm telling a story later that has to do with this guy. But Chris Hines is here from the UK. So
Direct D
we're
is
gonna stick on.
he an anti-vegan? Can we get him on to talk to him?
Oh yeah, he's a big YouTuber who is.
I want to talk to Direct D real quick. Direct D,
come up, Direct D. So
we all
this
think
guy-
you like the D.
No, so John Bob, you remember the videos I did about the guy Barry Cooper? He had some of his employees on.
Yeah, I
my
watched
show,
that
the experience they
yesterday.
had with them. Remember that?
Yeah.
Not offhand.
Oh, okay. Well, I did an expo. I had some people come to me that wanted me because I'm kind of known as someone who will make videos about scummy people and leave them up in our truth community. And so some people, many people over the years, actually have come to me about this guy Barry Cooper, who used to be a cop, who's now like held up as like kind of a pillar of the freedom community because he makes shitty videos about how to get out of getting arrested and stuff like that. But this dude, you'd have to watch the videos. They're called Barry Cooper Exposed or something like that. They're on my channel. There's no way I could describe to you the stories that I heard about this guy. So, and it's been known for 12, 15 years in the circles that I run in the liberty movement in the USA that this guy's a crazy person because he's tried to force himself on women. He's attacked women. I've like all kinds of crazy stories I get told to me by
that makes sense.
Tons
He's
of
a
different
cop.
people corroborating each other's stories. It's like one of those things where you're like, okay, everyone's lying and you're a great person. I get it. But anyway, so I've made several videos about this, and now I'm under fire from a lot of big YouTubers from the auditing circles these guys that outwardly point by going out and shoving cameras in people's faces, cops' faces, and kind of, I mean, I have no problem with auditing, but if that's like all you do, if you're not also teaching people to be moral and stuff like that along with it, then it's kind of just like you're just selling cop porn, right? So this guy's got like 200K. And I went on a show the other day because another San Joaquin Valley Transparency, who's got like 700,000 followers on YouTube, reposted one of my videos and was like, I had the same type of experience with this guy, and these guys, Direct D and all them, are holding this guy up still like he's some badass. So there's this big rift that's happened in this certain truther niche that's going on, and I'm in the middle of all this drama all of a sudden with everyone screaming at me, but I'm just the messenger. I just have a YouTube channel and I'm just letting people talk on it. But this guy's here now. Very, very funny that he's here now. He's not coming up. I put the stream dart in there, Direct D.
He's not coming.
Anyway, so I went on his channel the other night. I didn't want to talk about this now, but hopefully it comes up. And in the meantime, I'll explain to you. So I went on his channel and I was like, you guys are, I was confused because at first I thought the San Joaquin guy said that these guys were doing an expose also on him. So I went over there and I was like, oh, I heard you guys have you should check out the videos I did with some people that know him. And they were like, and the dude just stopped his what he was doing, and he was like, I've actually been to your channel before, Jeffrey, and I've researched you, and I don't believe the videos that you put out are true, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then he pulls up my YouTube channel and he goes through the list of shit like in my bio. And he's like, how is it possible that you've had your channel since 2000 and you only have 5,000 followers, and I've only had mine since 2016 and I have 200,000. Like, what are we, children now? Like, I'm here, like,
I'll tell you why.
And
it's because he's a beta that tells people what they want to hear. He's fucking a sissy, dude.
No, exactly. No, his channel, my channel, people don't like hearing the shit on my channel. I speak the truth. So it's not very unpopular.
You don't get popular telling the truth.
Yeah. So the fact that you got 200,000 fucking these dudes that just like want to have problems with cops, instead of actually fixing things with cops, just going out and, like, just kind of not, it's auditing's cool, but like, it's not very like, it's very left brain. I guess you'd say it's not very balanced. You're not giving.
Well, it could be balanced, right? I mean, it's like you were saying, like if I just as a form of activism, right? Like
is this a threat?
Oh yeah.
What is this a threat?
I feel like that's a threat.
Wow.
Definitely
a threat. Hey,
wow. Come on the show. Come on.
Now I feel like he's a part of the Illuminati.
Come up, pussy.
I feel like Direct D is a beta that eats more meat. So you know that meat is filled with estrogen, right? Direct D. So eat more estrogen.
Yeah.
Right? Fucking beta.
So Direct D volunteered himself to be one of our fools. And today I was going to talk about him, and I was going to tell him, look, like, we could be buddies. Most of these guys I don't give a chance to that I go after. I just go after them. So I was going to give this guy a chance because I don't personally have anything against him outside of him being a little ignorant about things that are probably likely true. And I went on his channel and I was like, bro, I'm not telling you not, I'm just telling you don't move to Mexico and work for the guy, because you might end up in trouble because this is something that he's done to a lot of people. He gets people excited and, oh, come work for me. And then they go out there and they're in Mexico and they don't have a job. And then he, kind of like, you'd have to watch the videos. I can't even explain to you how gnarly these videos are.
How many people has he defrauded by telling him, "Oh, I'll get you off on this case. I know everything. Just give me a deposit," and then he just spends it on hookers, male hookers, drugs, all that.
Oh, okay. So he's defending another known psychopath in the freedom movement, Adam Kokesh. So two of the biggest scumbags that we all know that are clearly raging narcissists. This
You mean
dude puts
dude
his
that sent
his show and his name, his reputation, everything on the line for this guy. So I'm in the middle of a crazy shitstorm right now because I simply am the messenger of something, and now this guy's fucking straight up. This is hilarious.
Are you referring to the Kokesh that mailed like a body part to his girlfriend from Iraq?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know?
now I remember.
Yeah, the same one who's gotten caught beating his dog over and over and over again over the years, and everyone's all, oh well, he's a combat vet, even though he never saw combat. Like the dude never saw combat. He doesn't have PTSD from the war. He has PTSD from his dad. I know his dad. Like I know everything about this guy. I took over when he went to jail in 2014. Me and Adam orchestrated a march on DC, and like 50,000 people on Facebook signed up for it. And I got chased. I got followed by Crown Vics. Adam got raided. All kinds of crazy shit happened. But anyway, he went to jail for like smoking weed in Philadelphia and then bitched out on doing our event. And then he did the whole shotgun thing like a dumbass and got himself thrown in jail. And I had to run his channel and basically become the guy. So these guys try and say that they're friends with Adam Kokesh. None of these guys know Adam Kokesh like I do. I know lots of secrets about that guy. And so for these guys to fucking say that they think they know who Adam is and they're going to be buddies with him, I guess Adam's trying to make a comeback right now. He's starting to do all these shitty fucking bottom of the barrel fucking interviews with these fucking trash monkeys up here. But anyway, you can fucking, huh?
How did he get out of the fence,
pussy fucking cow, too scared to come up and talk to us face to face like a little bitch. Just gonna say shit from the fucking comments.
What do you say? Was Chris's comment a response?
Huh?
How did he get out of the Fed so fast? That's my question. How did he get out of the Fed so fast?
Because he's a fucking plant. What do you mean? Like, dude sucks in. Dude, he's exactly like Justin Pedini, except he's far better than Justin Pedini. So he actually ruins people's lives left and right. Like, dude I've seen people sell their fucking houses to go work for Adam, and then him drop them over nothing. Like, I've seen the dude do the sketchiest shit. Yeah. It's a very dark period of my time, the time I worked with Adam. Very fucking dark. Like, deep fucking dark. Because I was just like, what the fuck have I involved myself in? And like, this scumbag's an absolute fucking liar. Like, that's when I really learned what a narcissist was, and that these YouTubers, they're the fastest ones to become narcissists, because who wants that much attention? You know, like who just like thinks that they're the shit? They're these shit apes up Mount Stupid, Dunning-Kruger effect, that think they know everything and they don't know shit. It's fucking hilarious. These guys are trying to like school me the other night on their show. And then this guy fucking censored his show when I went on there and fucking schooled his ass. Barry Cooper showed up, and then this guy censors his show, cuts it. And now he's here talking shit like he's going to fucking do something in the name of Barry Cooper, who lives in the Philippines, that can't come back to the USA because he's got so many SA charges that are piled up. But this guy's willing to go to bat for him. Fucking scumbags. Scumbag, fucking fake ass truther. I'm just going to make content harassing cops. Yeah, fine. Harass cops. That's cool. But that's all you're doing with your life. You're a fucking pussy bitch. Pussy bitch. You won't even come up here and say the shit to my face. And he left me in the comments the other night. Could have had me up and had a fucking man-to-man, but no, left me in the fucking comments. Get up here. Yeah, your fucking video, your live stream is censored. You cut the last part of it when I went up there. You cut everything from the time I went up there, you fucking pussy bitch.
Oh, you said your mom never went to college.
Oh, I'm emotional. Oh, that's all you gotta say? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. The fuck out of here. Get up here. Get the fuck out of here.
Do you really say that? That's your line, Christian. You always say that shit.
No, I said that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
You don't have any emotions.
You know, I've been dealing with Kokesh cocksuckers. Long fucking time. These guys were talking to me like I was some noob the other night. I'm like, bro, like, you don't know who you're fucking with. You have no reason to go against me. Like, go look at my channel and see how deep I go on fools. That's the other thing.
Kokesh is a Fed.
Yeah. So's Barry Cooper. He's a fucking cop. He's a cop.
Is Barry
Once a
Cooper
cop,
a cop?
always
I
a
want
cop.
him
I'm
to block
sorry.
me.
You're defending a fucking cop that makes janky ass videos of like common sense ways to not get fucking busted from cops. Wow.
Wait, Barry Cooper's
and
a pig?
then he convinced some fucking retards in Hollywood to do a fucking film about him. And it's complete lie. Every second of it is a lie. And all these guys suck his dick because of this movie, just like everyone's sucking Berwick's dick because of the fucking Anarchist show. It's like these are scumbag people who have been scamming people for decades.
Who can't
Get
even
the fuck up here, you fucking pussy.
Barry Cooper can't even return to the land of the free.
He can't.
He's
Neither
gotta
can
suck-
Jeff Berwick.
I don't care how hip or cool somebody is. I'm not their fan. I'm their equal. Fuck that. Fanarchists are the fucking weakest motherfuckers.
Hold
Our
on.
movement's
This
filled with
gets
them, too.
crazier. I just remembered something I've never aired in public. Adam Kokesh paid a woman to come to my family court meeting, and lie about me. He flew a woman cross country to come to my family court and lie. And I still fucking won. Dude, I had several people in the Liberty Movement lying about me, trying to get my daughter taken from me. And I fucking beat them all.
Holy shit.
I had an ex who hit me up and is like, dude, Kokesh hit me up and was trying to pay me to go to your fucking court and lie about you. And some other woman did. Neil Rademacher's wife, another fucking scumbag piece of shit for the Truth Movement. Huh?
How much money? How much money did he give her?
Probably $300. These are fucking bottom of the barrel scumbag people
What
that I only have around me because of Adam Kokesh, Luke Radowski, and unfortunately
Luke's
Ron
another
Paul.
one, dude. Oh wow.
Luke's another one, not as bad as Adam, but a close second.
Ron Paul is CIA though.
These dudes love all these guys. You know, they're just, oh, Darren Bros has fucking, followers. Yeah, he's been around a while. That doesn't mean anything. Like, these people, like Derek's a cool dude, but I've seen him ignore fucked up shit to clout chase for years, dude. These guys are all brothers in clout. They're all fucking pussies. All they want to do, it's all about how many people I have on YouTube. And they're fucking clogging up my chat right now that this guy's too pussy to come up here. This is an open fucking live show, you pussy. Come up here.
And they will never win because they don't have the truth behind them. They don't have the power. They will never have the truth because they're liars.
Yeah. They just bullshit. They outwardly point all day. Oh, I'm a victim of the police and the government. Yeah, we figured that out a long fucking time ago. Guess what? If we got rid of DirectD, if we got rid of all the cops and all the government, guess what? We'd fall right back into having government and cops again because we're not moral enough of a fucking community to not do anything but shit with it. So fucking pointing cameras at cops and fucking doing drama on YouTube and trying to clout chase by knowing big YouTubers is fucking bullshit, satanic nonsense, dude. Your channel's garbage. Your fucking brain's garbage. You're retarded.
And you're a beta that takes
money. It's all about making money. All these guys want to make money. Their fucking whole message goes out into the trash when they want to start making money.
Fuck these people.
Where'd he go? Where the fuck is this pussy?
He's gone, dude.
Not proof, dude.
I think he ran away. Like a beta.
I've seen one of your videos. I don't believe it. I'm all, bro, I have like 7. So maybe like your ignorance doesn't mean shit that you haven't seen other stuff about Barry. Maybe that just means you're a fucking noob, especially if you're sucking Adam Kokesh's dick. Like, these guys are the fucking scum of this movement, and this is why we are enslaved still, everybody. Fucking idiots like this.
Because they get passes. They get passes by like everybody.
Garbage. Yes, it's garbage, bro. Go to what was my other channel called? So I have another channel on Facebook. You could go look at it. It's called Useless Information with Jeffrey Phillips. I have police brutality porn videos with 12 million views, 15 million views. Oh, huge stuff. Jason Bassler used to base after everyone got wasted. Jason Bassler used to post shit off my page. There's millions of views in there. Like cop porn is the easiest shit to sell to all you fucking immoral scumbags out in YouTube land. So don't act like you have good content because you have a lot of viewers. I have good content. I don't have a lot of viewers because people don't like the fucking truth, you fucking scumbag. Oh, still fucking hiding from me like a little bitch, just like Will Keller.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, wouldn't you have come up here and fucking tried to talk to me about this shit? Like, bro, cowards. Nothing but fucking cowards around me that just want to be little Satanists and just do whatever the fuck they want and fucking feed the death machine tax revenue from their YouTube channels. Fucking scum. Absolute scum. DMA, that kid seems a little bit cooler. The other guy's a fucking little piece of shit. Fucking talking to me right off the bat. This guy's like, oh, you don't have that many followers. Oh, like that fucking means anything. I've done something this last 15 years, you fucking dipshit. I learned the whole time. I kept learning. I didn't just start following police brutality and fucking making fucking auditing videos and worshiping fucking Paul Enslaved and Adam Kokesh, all the fucking big narcissists that exist in our fucking midst. That all you fucking pussies should be calling out every fucking day. We should be making videos about these fucking scumbags. But yet it's only fucking me. And all my regulars on the show aren't here today because they're scared because of they're scared of what's going on. Even my own people. They saw this thumbnail and they're like, oh, I'm not fucking getting involved in that. And, you know, John Bob's here, obviously. John Bob's fucking a beast, you know?
Thank you, buddy.
Where are all of you? Why are you fucking hiding behind your computers, you fucking pussies? You think I give a fuck about monetization? You think I give a fuck about making money? I have everything that you don't have. What are you going to do? I've lived the life of 40 different people, bro. What are you going to do? You're going to come up here and try and scare me with Barry Cooper? He can't come. I would travel. I would go to Anarchapulco, something I've said I've never fucking do in my life. I go to Anarchapulco to do an MMA match with that fucking piece of shit. And he hasn't even done anything to me. I stick up for other people, not like you fucking scumbags, not you guys on the channel. Anyway, Chris Hines, sorry about that. I didn't want to do that right then. Because I know it's like 2 a.m. there, but we got some fucking scum. Some trash apes in the fucking comments that are too scared to actually like we aren't only a vegan thing over here. You know, we're big on teaching morals and people doing shadow work and looking within instead of just blaming the fucking government for everything. And then the second these guys get a little bit of power or a little bit of money, they dive in head first into the fucking signing a deal with the devil, basically. Because once there's money involved, things just go out the window. So
they think
sorry about that, dude.
I literally have no idea of what happened for the last 10 minutes, but yeah.
I'm being trolled by big YouTubers.
All I hope is you guys
scumbag. Because I told the truth. Because I tell the truth over here. Anyway,
it was fun to listen to. Anyway, it was entertaining.
You know, we're always in Chris has seen a lot of drama on my channel. Whenever he pops in, he sees some crazy shit, and he's like, "What are you guys doing?"
I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I have no.
Well,
idea.
I mean, it just goes to show that this guy who commented, this D guy, whatever D, that people who have low morals and argue against veganism, tell you to eat more meat or something, are the same ilk. Oh, Adam's here. And are the same ilk as the scumbags, the narcissists, the people that'll rob you, the people that'll scam you, the people that support these friggin' carnism and all that. They're all immoral, and it's just a reflection of that. So I mean, it's obvious.
I don't know who just said that, but I mean, people are always accusing people of being pedophiles in this community. I would not jump to any conclusions
John
based
Bob's
off
gonna
of your
get
word,
triggered
Jana.
Yeah.
Dude, that's all they do. I mean, fucking, when I got married to a fucking 25-year-old, I had fucking, what, multiple million views of people claiming my wife was 13? Dumb motherfuckers.
Dude, Jana, you shout out, bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, how many viewers do you have? Shut the fuck up. What direct evidence? What the fuck are you
That
talking
doesn't
about?
matter.
Jesus.
Not
No
that
fucking
I
viewers, bitch. I'm literally in Mark Passio's studio, cunt. Like, get the fuck out of here with your clown shit, bitch. Fuck out.
Oh.
What are the allegations, Bert? Do you know?
Mark Passio makes false allegations too, dude. Fucking the entire truth community claims people are pedophiles when they're not. They're fake as fuck. Hate to
That is
say it, but
fucked
it's
up.
reality.
That people die over that shit, though. You,
Situation, I mean,
Do you know about the situation she's talking about?
me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
It's
what she's talking
is it
about.
from like 2013 when that dude did the thing?
Yeah. Yeah. He's still in jail.
Okay.
his
Did you
name,
defend him?
I in the beginning I had some questions about it, but then I saw that he was a complete fuck up. So I mean, in the beginning I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but obviously he was.
Yeah, a lot of
fucked up.
people did. I remember it. I remember it quite clearly.
But this,
The amount of
but this
people who
Ja-
defended
but
him.
Jana wants to make a name off of calling other people pedos, though. And people die from that shit. They get killed over that shit.
Yeah, they'll kill innocent people over fucking the words of fucking liars on the internet. Of course they will. It's a big deal.
So I have for years talked shit about Logan Hart because I saw him defend this guy, and the last time and before he blocked me over me calling him out for defending the pedo, he blocked me and still has me blocked to this day. But the last thing he said to me was defending the guy. And I've talked shit about him for years about that shit. So it'd be super fucking hypocritical of me not to at least address this. Because Jana sent me a bunch of
Yeah, I
shit
heard-
and it
I
didn't
heard-
look very good, honestly.
I heard with Logan, it was a little bit more than that. Then I heard about.
I'm
it.
not really concerned about Logan. He's a peon. He's pure scum. Like I already know that, So do you obviously know SA is wrong, right?
What's this?
You obviously know all that shit's wrong, right?
Oh yeah.
I think people like to use the word pedophile just to make up rules and laws.
John
That's where
Bob,
fucking
you're
laws
gonna
come
be
from.
triggered by
It's
this.
just like a
Please try and
DWI,
hold
dude.
yourself back. Please
What?
try and hold yourself back.
Well, dude, it's
we
just
know,
like
we know you're going to
DWI.
be triggered by this subject.
well, it's also a situation where I don't think, John, you know all of the details of what occurred as well.
This has
It's
been
not-
a drama that has been going on for 10 something years. What?
Was it that long ago, or?
Yeah, this happened in like 2014 or something. But a truther made a video with his daughter talking about how she consented to them doing stuff together. Some crazy shit. Like the worst thing you've ever seen in your life. And it took kind of a while for everyone to understand how serious that video was. And so there was a lot of infighting about it. And there's been a lot of, grudges held over the decade. And, I just don't know at this point.
That motherfucker was actually
How it's
hurting.
still a
his kid, if I
problem.
recall correctly. I know what you're talking about now. Sorry, I spaced it. I didn't know what conversation we were having there, but yeah.
Oh, it was in 2019?
What was his name? Sean something?
This might be a completely different situation, though, that I don't even know about. Because I was talking about the situation that I knew about with Logan Paul or Logan Hart. Same difference.
Same difference.
Yeah. And yeah, so I don't know. It's been popping up, and I don't really know how to address this. But someone's saying one thing and someone's saying something else.
What was his name? Sean?
I don't. Huh?
What was his name? Sean Winding Land.
Sean?
No, it was
What's
something
that?
else. His first name, and then his last name. He used the Winding Land. That was his name.
Okay, so this is a different thing than what I was thinking about.
No, that was the 13th. That was 2013 or 14. That was Sean Winding Land, and he did a video with his daughter where he talked about her like touching him or something sexually, and how like she didn't mind it or he didn't mind it or something, and then
that's what happened to me back in the day.
He went to jail for like he's probably still in jail.
He's still in jail for sure, as he
'Cause
should
they
be.
They found out that he was like trying to traffic her. He was trying to traffic her to some other group. Like it was deep. It wasn't just him like because he would always go on Facebook and explore these topics. He was like real philosophical.
Yeah. Okay.
But I had no idea.
So what's the thing with this other guy?
What other guy?
I don't think there is another guy.
He said something happened.
I
in
don't want
2019.
What is 2019? Like if this happened in 2013, 14. No, what are you talking about?
I don't know. It's just Deanna.
There's a disagreement about when this occurred now, but we're talking
Or
about the
think,
same situation.
yeah. Okay, so there's simply just a disagreement of what year it was. I remember it being more like 2013.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It definitely wasn't 2019.
No, like, dude, you and Janet gotta get your shit straight. Like, you guys turned your back on absolutely everybody. Like, they turned their backs on everybody in, like, everybody, and they have no viewership. They have nothing. I don't know who they are even associated with now.
Yeah. So I don't know, unless Jana, you guys want to come up here and prove this somehow.
Yeah, do whatever you got.
Again, sorry, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. We were trying to do something else. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this some other time. Yeah.
It might be something we.
Oh, don't worry about me. You crack on. This is your live stream. I'm just hanging out.
We should go through the list in the backgrounds. What we should do, we should get off this subject. It just pisses me off. Bunch of fake motherfuckers in the freedom community, and we're letting them hijack our live right now. Fuck those guys. All right, I'll start. Do you eat only salads? Fucking, I'm a raw vegan, so you would think I'd eat the most salad out of anybody in this fucking group. And I literally make bacon out of banana peels and fucking burgers out of nuts, and fucking wouldn't believe the plethora of variety of foods I have now compared to when I was a corpse munching piece of shit. I eat 10 times the food, and it's 10 times better. And the seasoning, I season everything myself. I've practically become a gourmet chef. Learning about food's been super fun, and it has not inhibited me from consuming anything I enjoy. I'm even planning on making a pistachio pie with my mom in the next couple of weeks, because when I was a little boy, she used to call me pudding pie because fucking, I guess I stole one of her pies out of the fridge and ate it all one time, and I got the nickname pudding pie. So And I like pistachio. It's my favorite. And I found raw nuts recently. So I'm even gonna make a fucking raw pudding pie from scratch coming up here. All right, I'm over that rant. Who's next?
So
what's vegan burritos?
What, brother?
Mark and
What happened?
Cat had some vegan burritos today after trying to winterize his pool.
Oh, we're not talking about food now.
I like food.
So, Carson video. That's right. I'm trying to look through my notes of where I got.
Christian, have you tried my raw vegan burritos, bro?
No, I'm not.
I don't know who you are. You're a stranger.
Did Christian just call me a stranger and walk away? Oh fuck! I wouldn't own me either, brother.
Your mom eats lots of salads.
I bet you she does. She never went to college.
Exactly. So, you know, adds up, right?
Neither of your moms went to college?
No, actually, I don't think my mom ever made it past like 8th grade.
I don't know
Before we
anything
got
about
interrupted.
public education. I should actually ask her. I'm curious about that now.
All right, I just need to find a list of questions. Of
Oh, we're
sorts.
going back to Carson now.
Let's see. All right, so this live is
Chris, did you say something?
Oh yeah, I just said, are we going back to Carson now? Is this where the?
I guess. Or what do you want to do? You want
I have no idea.
Boring now.
I think my brain's just melted over the last however long.
So I think Garland's even live right now.
Did you say live?
Did you say Garland's doing a live?
well,
I think he's live right now.
Is he?
Yeah, let me check. I'll watch this for a minute.
I'll just read the message I wrote about doing this live. So I wrote, where's that? I'm currently eating some eggs and some fish. I've gone from vegan to not vegan in the past, but I don't feel not vegan right now. I'll be doing an AMA this Saturday at 8 a.m. PST. That's right now. And I'll try to explain my thoughts on veganism and why I'm at very least not like your typical ex-vegan. I still consider myself vegan and a reasonable one at that. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments. And then some people left some questions of sorts in the comments. And yeah, I'm going to try to explain this. So before I explain my thoughts on what I'm doing and what I think is right or wrong, I just want to kind of break down the ideas of how I think we view rights and wrongs.
Some of the background's loud.
So basically, there's a couple layers of how we view what we should and shouldn't do. So when it comes to like the idea of like not killing somebody, we don't kill because the person doesn't want to be killed. So that's a reason to not kill. And then the same thing when it goes to suffering. If somebody is capable of suffering, we don't make them suffer because they do not want to suffer. And so when we do any action, we're choosing based on reasons. We decide to, if we find that there's a reasonable enough reason to make a choice, we do it. So if you take the idea of somebody not wanting to be killed, the other person, they don't want to be killed. So if you kill them, you're at very least going against the idea that they don't want to be killed. If they're trying to kill you and you kill them, we call this self-defense. But we call that a good reason because we don't want to be killed. So we will do this thing that is in a sense wrong. It's immoral. Because they
unbelievably
want to do
boring.
this thing that is wrong, but we have good reason. And then an example of not good reason would be if we could kill somebody because we just enjoyed the dopamine levels it gave us to watch them die or something like that. So everything that we do or don't do comes with reasons. And so when it comes to the idea of veganism, I've always championed the idea of veganism. I still do. I'm kind of concerned about where the definition lies. But the idea of veganism, the only argument I've ever thought of that works at all whatsoever for veganism or against veganism would be that if it was healthy to not be vegan, which I'm not convinced that it's healthy to not be vegan. But I consider that a good enough reason. And so it's kind of complicated because we live in such a world of abundance. It's really easy. It's easy for us to be vegan and to be healthy. And if you imagine yourself in a place and time where, you're a person, you have a family, and it's just like every other animal in the wild where your only real goal is to survive and to have the ones you care about survive. That's what's like kind of programmed in us. Humans seem to have this extra layer of empathy. So when we have this time and space
I
to be
don't
able
get how
to
this guy
think about caring about others,
It
we extend
confuses
the helping
me.
hand. And the fact that most animals don't have that doesn't mean that we should try to strive
Self-serving.
to be like them. I'm not pointing this out to say.
Oh, well, I forgot to mention his group, that group, all the rules they were making were exactly how they are now. I was just
Well,
like,
it's
oh, man, 'cause I
recreating the
thought it was
normal
be like,
world.
oh, cool, I'll be able to get some libertarians in there and we'll get like some cool laws or just have no laws, you know, and get like free market to deal with shit. But then no, you know, this dude's just like, he's just changed the amount of punishment involved in certain things and all this stuff. And I'm just like, what do you like all these extreme, like every interview he does is like some extreme hypothetical situation that doesn't happen in reality, or maybe a few times a decade, you know? And I'm just like, this is all super pointless.
The only thing I think might explain it, and I think he kind of, I don't know whether he confirmed this in a comment or not, and it's nothing against him because it's fine. But like, someone's mentioned something about like, are you autistic? And I'm pretty sure he said that he might be. And like, I've got nothing against autistic people. My partner's autistic. I'm neurodivergent myself.
Yeah.
But like, it kind of,
autistic.
yeah, it might explain the way he thinks about things. Like he's just thinking about things in this really outside the box way. He just confuses me. Like the fact he was saying at the beginning, like, oh yeah, I'm eating eggs and everything, but I still consider myself a vegan and a reasonable one. Like how? You've just gone against the entire definition of veganism. How can
you're
you possibly-
plant-based?
Yeah, I don't understand his way of thinking. He's just a very confusing guy. I don't know.
And then he's up there today, he's live today, and he has "I'm still vegan" or something in like huge letters because he wants to taunt us, because he wants us to go fuck with him so his channel gets views. So no one go to this guy's channel by any means. If we watch anything, I'll just do it from here. Don't go, you know, look at this guy's videos. They're awful. They're boring. His stuff's just like pointless.
He's just self-serving.
And now he's a sellout. You know, he wasn't even vegan before. He was eating bivalves. Like, sorry, you know, you don't get to keep your channel name that gets you attention. We're gonna harass you.
He did say he kept jumping from veganism
Online
and back to non-veganism throughout the years. So
yeah,
what's a bivalve?
And he hangs out, and he went to go report to Garland Farms.
Mussels and mollusks. And...
He went straight to report to Garland Farms. Like, that's straight up scumbaggery.
Yeah.
So that was Garland Farms that we destroyed in the debate last week, or who was that?
No, that was, they kind of do look a little like they could maybe be the same person, but no, that was, oh, we got to talk about that guy. So Chris, we had a Christian come debate. He told me that that veganism was unbiblical.
Oh yeah, I did see that was like the title of your live stream. Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, he hasn't seen Christspiracy then, which says the complete opposite.
He thought he was going to debate me, and I'm not like Christian or anything. So I had like, I don't know, John Bob and Christian, like all these guys are like beast vegan Christians. And so he showed up, you know, expecting to like wipe my ass, and just like got completely like overwhelmed by people that knew what they were talking about.
He left.
He ran away 12 minutes into the debate, and we were being completely cordial.
Okay.
I had a video that I knew was going to trigger the guy, because he's like a Midwest Christian guy. And I was like, oh, there's this girl talking about how there was no lamb eaten over Passover. And I played that video, and I knew it was going to trigger him, and it fucking triggered him. And he pieced out right in the middle of that video. He just like, I gotta go. And then
brother. I think fucking that line I said when I read out of the Bible, that clearly vegan line, I think like when he heard me say that, he felt defeated and was just looking for a way out. All of a sudden you're playing the video and he just bailed. I don't know. You could be right. It might have been the video, but
because he posted about it several times on his Facebook, and so he's all, oh, about my debate. and then just started arguing all the topics we were talking about. And then I was like, and then he's all, and it still means that the Bible is unbiblical. And I'm like, bro, and he like tagged me in it. And I'm all, bro, you ran 20 minutes into a 2-hour debate because you got triggered by seeing a woman beat you in your argument, because he had already made, he's like, oh no, without a doubt they ate lamb, and there's no, no, sorry. He actually said, I'm not going to eat the lamb with you. So, what are you talking about?
You need to get him to watch Christ.
And he's all, I was tired that day. You got to get me earlier in the day. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah. Have you seen Christspiracy yet?
I have.
No, we
it
haven't
was
seen it yet.
fucking amazing.
Yeah, I know
so good.
Devin may have, and Braxton may have. I don't know why those guys aren't up here.
Yeah, where are those guys?
I don't
What's
know.
that
They're
about?
scared of the thumbnail. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
I doubt that.
Them. We had a couple of newcomers to the show that are like, oh, I can't go to this one. that thumbnail's too hot.
Yeah, that Christian
But we're
dude
exposing yeah. So so also we follow this guy Mark Passio. He's a natural law teacher. He's vegan, spits fire, but everyone loved him in our movement. Loved him. He was our best guy up there with Alex Jones. He was on Alex Jones' show a lot. But teaching people about fixing themselves, not being so angry, like you got all, you be mad at the government, but like also fix stuff with yourself so we can actually deal with, freedom when we get it. And so the second Mark Passio went vegan, he became one of the most hated activists in our movement. It was pretty fun. And so his life work has just kind of been stunted because he went and started talking about how non-aggression towards animals absolutely is an extension of natural law, which all, like half the guys on his network still eat meat. So it's like, he's very, like there's money involved. So he can't like talk shit to people that are on his network, but there's a bunch of scumbags on his network not taking.
Has he got quite a big platform?
Well, I don't think it's so much money. I think he
has quite a big platform.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much about money. I just think he's trying to keep people together. Like he's trying to. There's already so much fracturing.
No, I totally believe that. I totally believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's doing. I understand his situation and just not wanting to fight with everyone about it. And just being like, please do it on your own.
Which is why we got.
But I'm not going to say anything.
Which is why you're doing it. Which is why I did this 6 years ago when he first turned vegan. Actually, Barb worked for me for 2.5 years. She said I was one of the influences that helped him become vegan, because I went hardline vegan then, and he went too. Like he was still a vegetarian for like 8 years, but he made the decision, and he's still like he will not touch anything with even like a any association with animal or anything, and he's still is hard on that subject. Like he's so pissed at people for abandoning him, but like he still stands right on that shit.
Yeah, I know. We're just wondering where number 207 went of the What on Earth is Happening podcast.
I asked him
because it's a little weird.
He wouldn't lie to me.
So Chris, one of the vegan's most favorite episodes of this guy's podcast is mysteriously missing from his YouTube. And we're just like, what's going on? Like,
so
come on. Yeah, you could find it on the internet somewhere, but like.
So is he talking about veganism quite a lot now? If I found his channel,
because I texted him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't. His thing is natural law, but veganism is a part of that.
Yeah.
And he's on to that. But when you asked me about 207, I texted him, asked him about that. He said, well, they probably took it down. And then I asked him, I continued to ask, like, well, is there anything that they wrote? And he said, no, they never give me any, reason for taking shit down. They just do it.
He's just got to go into his YouTube channel and scroll down to where he did it and see what it's probably. They
I
don't
don't think
take
he did
things
it.
off
And he
completely
said
of channels.
definitely nobody has access to his shit. So like,
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought off the bat. I was like, oh, I bet one of his minions just clicked it off because they don't like it.
nah,
You know?
he runs everything. He runs everything. It's all him.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So, I mean, I just think that it's the meat industry because I think I remember him talking about that they took it down because his voice is so strong.
Yeah. I don't know. That was like his nicest video ever. You know, he's screaming about ladies shitting out, you know, trash apes out of their Ks and stuff all the time. And the 207, it's like the nicest Mark Passio video of all time. It just seems highly sus that one would get taken down. But I believe it. YouTube's scum. YouTube's the biggest.
The aggro.
YouTube's absolutely satanic organization. So it makes sense.
Big money aggro.
Oh, who was the dumbass earlier who asked me who Satan was? Like that even fucking matters when I'm talking about morality and Satanism. That's the dumbest shit. People believe that like Satanism is Satan worship. Is Satan worship?
Yeah, it's the ego. It's your ego that you want your ego to be, you know, ahead of everything and everybody else, despite, you know, without any consideration for anybody else and upon the rights of everybody else, upon the property of everybody else. You want your ego.
You sure it isn't Beelzebub?
And that's what Satanism is. It's these people thinking. Yeah.
Beelzebub is the demon within. Translated, it translates approximately to Lord of the Dunghill. I believe they're talking about mucoid plaque when they discuss Satan, and that the Bible was actually just a vegan book. I don't know.
That's a pretty firm claim, I would say.
I mean, there's a factual basis to go along with it, you know, like other stuff. We have opinions based off what we learn from each other, but you know, it's kind of nice being able to tie science to actual translations, you know. Oh, it's my guess. I could be wrong.
Chris, I have something I want to talk to you about.
Go for it.
Remember I did an episode called Taxation is Not Vegan, where we kind of went hard on all the big YouTube vegan people who are generating a shitload of revenue for their governments to spend on subsidies for the meat and dairy industry.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know, it was like Earthling Ed made a video where he was just like conspiracy theorists, blah 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 blah. And we're like, whoa, bro. And he was like contradicting himself because he was like, anyone who it was just kind of a wild video. So the next show we were just talking about, you know, like you think these guys think about that ever? Like you guys are making millions of dollars, like
yeah, it's not something that's really kind of discussed. I mean, it's the same with anything though, isn't it? Like all our tax money goes towards loads of unethical shit, whether it's animal ag, whether it's wars, whether it's, you know, loads of shit. It's just kind of like, yeah, I guess it's like, how do you avoid that without removing yourself and living completely off grid and removing yourself from the system, basically?
Well, you don't have to go that far. You can just, you know, change to cryptocurrency. That's kind of one of the most valuable things about cryptocurrency is that it's off the books. You can take donations in cryptocurrency. Those guys are big enough that they could go to any other platform in the world but YouTube and accept cryptocurrency as donations. There's plenty of decentralized ways of taking in money that exist.
I mean, they could.
Doesn't.
I mean, there's an argument to say, yeah, they could go on.
They would have to. This is the thing. They would have to let go of a little bit of their fame to do this, and they would have to let go of the idea of.
But I think what the point you'd be missing is that they're more interested in reach than the fame. They're more interested in how many people can we turn vegan, and if you restrict the platform and restrict the amount of income coming into the movement, then that
kind of stifles how many people you can reach, how many more people you can get involved in the movement. And I think at this stage, because animal rights and veganism is still such a minority, I think we need to concentrate more on numbers, because I don't think we're such a small minority. We're not making that big a difference as even with our taxes. Yeah, it's going to places we don't want, but we're still a minority. I think until we got bigger numbers, we shouldn't.
You don't
focus
think
on
Earthling?
That.
You think Earthling Ed would take a big hit leaving YouTube? I really don't think that he's. I think these guys are like too big to really take that big of a hit anywhere they go.
I've known Ed for years. I think he definitely would, because people just don't use other platforms. I mean, what are the other big platforms that are kind of, reaching the general public as such? Most people just use
he could have his
YouTube.
own website with his own server and have all his shit there, and completely be uncensored by YouTube. And he could take crypto there and be completely living like more agorously than he is now, just completely taking any chance to make revenue, tax generation. Like, the dude's constantly going on, it's almost getting kind of silly now, how big, the whole taxation, I just can't get by that. Like, he's generating a shit load of money that goes right into the thing that he complains about the most. He's always talking
he's also directing a hell of a lot of money back into the movement. He runs a sanctuary. He runs a restaurant, which also makes more money to fund Surge. He's got his own animal rights organization. So he's just, you've just got to weigh it up. Like, if he came off of YouTube and started doing things, his donations would be less. The vast majority of the public aren't using crypto currently. The vast majority of the public are only watching YouTube.
Yeah. So I
get what you're saying, though.
In
an ideal world, what you're saying would be the ideal thing to do. If we could do that and we could keep the same support. But at the moment, I don't know whether it would work. I mean, feel free to prove me wrong. If it works, then we're good.
Yeah, it's just like you are the you in YouTube, and that's why YouTube was made, so one person can do a channel. And I wonder how much all those other things how effective all those other things he's doing are actually, and do they reciprocate for the amount of money that does go into the system? I'm just like I'm an anarchist guy, so I'm looking at from the complete opposite polar end of the spectrum, living off grid on a piece of land, and doing crypto for everything, which is something that anyone can do, and is does far more less harm than just signing up for all the tax stuff and doing everything in the name of the movement. Yes, of course, I'm sure it's good for the animals, but like, so I'm just kind of critical of anyone who's getting that big and then just continuing as far as YouTube goes, because you can only get so big, kind of.
The thing is, I wouldn't consider
that kind of.
I wouldn't even consider Ed to be that big. Like, he seems big because he's
Ed's
the biggest.
Pretty big, man.
I mean, if you compare him to some of the other vegan channels, like there are some other kind of the more kind of like food-based ones, which Ed's dwarfed by them. Like they're huge. And Ed's doesn't put up that many YouTube videos.
He's very capitalistic for having anti-capitalistic rhetoric too. I think that's might be what kind of bugs me. Because I
don't know if Ed is anti-capitalist. I don't actually know what his stance is on.
We watched it.
That,
yeah.
I'll have to ask him.
There was one specific video we watched where all of us watched it and we were like, oh my God, Ed, calm down. Like, he was going after everyone and saying all kinds of political stuff while criticizing people for mixing politics with veganism. And we're just like, dude, that's what you're doing, like, because he was like, oh, and these flat earthers and these Tartarian guys and these guys and these guys. And he was just like, getting really like,
link me the video when you find it and I'll check it out.
Yeah, he might have just been having a bad day. We all have bad days.
So I got a random question. When somebody does get as big as him, don't they need a social media person or something to manage
he's got
all
tons
that?
of people working for him.
You would think
you
you'd
don't
have
need
to,
you
right?
don't need that. You could do it all yourself. You absolutely can. But he's trying to do. He's grabbing so much money that he doesn't have the time to do everything himself. And it's just I've been a social media marketer for a long time, and it's just something that I've seen a lot of YouTubers do. That kind of, you know, you lose your core group of people kind of after a while when you're just constantly selling shit and constantly asking for money. And I get it, it's going to a good cause, but a large chunk of that, however much taxation is in the UK, I know it's high as fuck. A lot of that is going off to kill animals. So it's like, like I was saying, I would just, if I was his manager, I'd just shave off some of the excess shit and maybe get back to just like, you know, and you know, accept Bitcoin as a donation. It's as easy as that. You know?
I mean that's definitely a reasonable thing. Like, yeah, you could always give people the option, so then people can opt out and be like, well,
because
yeah,
every 4 years with crypto, you're rich, and you don't even need to chase that taxable money anymore. You know. So I would rather he put the money into crypto.
You need to show me how to do it then, because I invested in crypto and
Yeah.
just didn't buckle.
Yeah. Oh well, this round hasn't started yet. Things will get going.
Yeah, you'll have to teach me your
Not
ways. 'cause,
financial
yeah,
advice.
I'm a complete noob with crypto, and I just ended up taking it all out because I wasn't making any money. But...
No, crypto's a wild ride all the time. It always does the opposite of what you expect it to do. So, and then also, you know, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I could pay off all my shit, you know, like, and that's what crypto's for, is for paying off big stuff, big life problems, you know?
Yeah. A friend of mine got really
big
into
bills.
a friend of mine got really into it during the kind of NFT boom, and he was like making all these
that was
NFTs.
really a gay period of crypto.
Yeah,
the most embarrassing period of crypto, except for the beginning.
Actually, I should tell you the story. He actually did this really cool thing. So his girlfriend like basically slept with one of her co-workers, and my friend found out. And this guy actually texted my friend like what he had done, basically kind of as this weird kind of brag. So my friend made the text message into this kind of weird glitchy NFT that kind of melted, and he said to people, like, I want someone to buy this and destroy it, basically, as a way of me getting over the fact I've been cheated on. And a guy ended up buying it for, I think it was like 2,000, £2,000 it converted to. So he bought the NFT, and then he goes, oh, and here's another 2,000 on top just for you to get your life back in order. So he made like 4,000 off of this glitchy text message NFT from his partner cheating on him, which was pretty badass. And then he bought a pinball machine.
That's fucking wild.
I just saw a video on Instagram of this rapper that was getting out of his like his producer contract slavery, because they enslave all the artists. So he was able to use NFTs, and he was like he made like $1 million in like a day or something selling NFTs. And like he went public on it. He like bragged about it a little bit, and then they popped a case on him from nowhere, and he's in jail now.
Oh damn.
But it wasn't like
tax
a
evasion or something.
No, it wasn't a financial crime. It was some other stuff, that they booked him on just because he went against the status quo, the record industry, and all the producers.
I feel like they're doing that to a lot of people. Like Bill Cosby, for example. I'm not convinced he was the guy they made it out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Let's face it, dude. Back in the 70s,
and yeah.
Well, people like to pop pills. They like to do drugs. I mean, the guy was super famous. I'm sure there's plenty of girls that wanted to hang out with him and pop pills and do drugs and party. Like they were all high. I'm thinking they were all probably consenting adults. I'm just saying, it's amazing how people's perspectives change.
I don't remember what it was, but there was like a key thing that like he was like against or something, and then they hit him with that. I forget what it was. He was like, he had like some kind of stance on some issue. I'll try to look for it.
I
come
wanted
back
to
with
say
it.
it
Wasn't that
was that he was gonna. Sorry, somebody else trying to talk.
50 Cent. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I thought he
about-
was gonna buy up NBC or ABC or one of the letter places, like a news organization or
Yeah,
a channel.
like
or something.
BT or some shit. Yeah, he was buying something, and he was like
Yeah, he was
competing with
buying something
Oprah or something.
huge.
Yeah, and he was gonna
And
compete with Oprah or some shit. I forget.
yeah, that's what I think it was, and I think they buried him just because they didn't want him to have a voice. They, like these people want to control their narrative and they want, you know what I mean? And if they don't have control, they will, if you're famous or something, they got to get rid of you somehow. They can't just unalive you like, people that discover cures for cancer or have like pollution-free generators, like, it's not like these are little inventors or doctors they could get rid of. These are really famous people, so they have to, get more extreme. So they cancel them.
Yeah.
I'm really convinced they do that shit, And don't get me wrong, maybe he's the biggest piece of shit in the world, but why are they charging somebody after a statute of limitations is up?
Right. Yeah, I feel differently about because everybody wants to give Michael Jackson a pass. Yeah, there were like a lot of people are coming against him, but I mean, I've heard shit where he was like a super top level Satanist. There was like no levels of depravity that he didn't indulge in. That's what I heard. But then again, there's people that defended him, and it's hard to say unless you're in those cults with those people, which you can't get in there unless you murder someone. But
I totally agree. I mean, we weren't there, so who are we to fucking say one way or the other?
Yeah.
I mean, people
Yeah, I
are
don't know.
so quick to bear false witness against people. Don't get me wrong. Like,
Well, they waited till he was dead too. Like that's a little
MJ.
sus.
Yeah. Well, death makes angels of us all. Jim Morris.
What about Epstein, guys? Do you think he's dead, or do you think they snuck him out? Or both?
Dude, he's at the
It was the same dumbass conversation I had the other night. with those dudes.
way, dude.
No.
No way. There's pictures of
Epstein
his
was
bank
killed, but
accounts.
John McAfee definitely killed himself, but Epstein didn't kill himself.
But
Well, here's the thing: that ear clover of that dead dude did not match his ear clover.
Yeah.
You're a detective.
Wouldn't they just
You're a
kill
beast
him
detective,
and roll
John
him out?
Bob.
What?
No, there's pictures.
Peak male specimen, John Balls.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay, but the
All right,
ear
Chris,
clover.
you gotta. I think we're gonna let Chris go. Everyone's having a hard time hearing me. I think we're gonna let Chris go. It's like 2 a.m. This is Thanks for having you back. Sorry I didn't have more time to go through what we were going to go
no
through.
worries, man. It was fun listening to whatever was going on. I didn't.
Yeah, you're our first repeat guest on the show.
Cool. Well,
I think
I
we were
will
on show like number 8.
We will definitely. I will definitely come back, and we will pick up whatever we were gonna get to. I guess.
Yeah, come get your
Appreciate
fill of
you,
drama,
Chris.
American drama.
Good meeting all you guys. And,
Thanks,
I've got
dude.
the,
Love you, man.
UK.
I'll show this
UK
for
liberation.
the title.
Oh yeah,
That's
Vegan,
dope.
right? Yeah.
Good night,
UK
brother.
liberation.
Have a good evening, guys.
Warriors
We'll
down.
chat to you in a bit. Peace
Later,
out.
dude.
See you, Ali. Bye.
Bye.
So, buddy. 2 in the morning, and the guy's on spending time chilling with us, huh? Good for him. What a
Dude, he
that's dope.
stayed when I did my second debate with Garland. He stayed up till like 6 a.m. to help me, and then at the end, he did like another hour with me and Garland, and then the next day, he did like another hour with us. He was crazy.
Why
and
don't
then
you
the next day he
invite
came on and stayed up really late, and like his sentences weren't even working anymore. Like they weren't even making sense.
No, Chris stays strapped, as they say.
Yeah. He straps up. Gotta strap
You
up.
should invite Garland next week to the show. Fucking, I'd
He
like to have a
wouldn't
fucking
come to
run
this
at
show for a fucking million. Dude, he blocks me from his show. He's not gonna come on my show. Oh my god.
I feel like he owes you. Fucking, you went on his, fucker.
I've gone on his several times. One of my
See
favorite
my point?
videos is from going on there. He was trying to say that Bill Gates is pushing veganism because he wants I don't know, he has some agenda. And what else did he say? Oh, and he kept using wild boar. He kept using wild boar as an example against vegans killing wild boar. And it's like, bro, animal ag is the reason we have wild boar, you absolute melon. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're not even like, I just, it's fun going to his show because you could just bust him on anything he said in the past, you know, and be right. And he just squirms. I called him out this one show for not being a real farmer. And he literally stopped talking. His buddy was arguing with me. He stopped talking and then shut his camera off and was gone for 25 minutes after I called him out for not being a real farmer. Like, would you just disappear into the background if someone called you out for that? And then from that point on, he's all, oh, I'm a goat farmer. I'm a goat farmer. Everybody's like, what? You're a goat farmer? He's all, oh, yeah, I've always been a goat farmer. No, what do you mean, Garland? Like, you let everyone think you were a cattle farmer for decades. Like, you're a liar.
That's why the truth is like,
Yeah.
you can't fuck with the truth. Once you get called out for being a liar, you're fucked.
Yeah. What's going on, Firestorm? People, they're talking shit about me on their channel. That's great.
Oh, cool.
That's just gonna make me famous. Idiots.
But they don't have anything else to talk about, so
No, they don't. They can't just look at, you know, you can only look at fucking cop videos, auditing videos all day, you know, for so many days in a row before you start losing your sanity. Like, these types of people, they'll like not, it's just, oh, wow. So, you know, factory farm workers aren't allowed to be jury members.
Wait a minute, really?
Look it up. Look it up. Common knowledge. It's crazy. And dudes like this, dudes that look at police brutality videos all day, they're the same way. Like, if you look at this shit all day, like, your brain gets warped. And, you know, if you go to and you're in like serious like jury for like a serious crime, they'll send you home. I mean, I would always say just go in there and say you're an anarchist and they'll send you home. But if you tell them that you're a YouTuber and you look at fucking police brutality videos all day, they'll think you're brain damaged and they'll send you home. Just like the people from factory farms. And then these oh boy. We don't want to look at Michaela Peterson. She's retarded. We already talked about her earlier, I guess.
dude,
I want to talk about.
It's all the same people.
What's
from
that?
5 years, 6 years. Michaela Peterson, all these people are all the same people from 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
I've never been sent a request to be on a jury.
Chris Hines right here.
And I think Michaela Peterson is in with the cult, like, because she.
Of course she is.
I think she got Jordan into the cult and got him to go to Russia where they fixed him up real good, and then he came back all like, you know,
oh shit,
tuned in.
That's sketchy. Yeah, no, they're really weird. Did you catch any of that first video I watched early? REDBAR on Michaela Peterson?
Yeah, I did. And fucking,
He's
what's
pretty
his
funny
face?
dude.
What's that fucking weird looking dude that's like always like, he's like all macho? Who's that with her? Like he's
Andrew
like
Tate.
Oh, the Tate bitch, yeah. That fucking
Because
dude,
yeah,
don't get me
they
started.
yeah, well, that guy REDBAR interviews Andrew Tate early on, and he interviews him for like a half hour, like just as a nice guy, you know, just a normal interview. And at the end, he's all, guess what? We think you're fucking terrible. This was all a spoof. You're absolutely like it just and Tate was so excited about the interview because he was new to it and everything. And you just see his face drop. He's like, oh my God. And then Mike just like shuts him down. Tate tried to shut off his computer, but he left it on. So he was just sitting there talking about it and like didn't realize he was live still. Like
nice.
So
no
funny.
experience.
So fucking funny.
He's a retard.
And then
he's a retard too.
Yeah. And then once he got famous, Mike got a huge boost in viewers because he had did that video. People were like, oh my God, YouTuber destroys Andrew Tate. You know, just totally trolled. The best troll move in the world.
Need that. I need to see
Yeah. It's really funny. We watched it on the show once. I'm gonna make you watch something you don't want to watch though.
What do you got?
Some H2 or the option of the oxy.
Oh, come on, man.
Ostara webinar, Mr. Peanut Butter. Fucking A. I'm so amped to see this.
Oh. Is this now?
Oh yeah.
Hello.
These guys are so ridiculous. I sent my
Welcome
I
everybody
applied
to
for
our
it and they sent
webinar.
it to me.
Thank you for coming. We're very grateful for your support, and I'm sure you're all very interested to see what this is all about. Got the chat is buzzing already.
The chat's
good
buzzing.
to see
Like
that there's a
8
pretty
people in the
decent
chat,
turnout
maybe.
so far. There may have been some
Yeah.
issues with the email. I've
Same
been
8
getting my
people, just
emails.
like us.
Will hasn't
Not
had
talking
any issues,
shit.
but a lot of people have been saying that they didn't get theirs.
I'm gonna turn this up to
hopefully
1.75.
They will find it.
For one, Logan Hart, you're doing a fucking presentation. Put on a fucking shirt. Good God, dude. The same black shirt. Yeah, he's wearing the same shirt Allie's wearing.
Same shirt I am right now.
I'm wearing a beater.
But you're John Balls.
But you're John Balls. You're a perfect male specimen. Male specimen, John Balls.
Uh-huh.
Clown shoes. Oh no, you got the clown shoes. Oh, what am I been doing?
There's a song for you. Fucking trash apes. We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
So, so yeah. So, is this the right one that I'm looking at right here? So we got, I'll just go into it. Yeah. So these guys, like we were watching the video earlier, you know, we were playfully messing with Will, trying to get him to do better work. And several months ago, I was like, I bet these guys are going to start selling shit soon, right? They're going to turn to the dark side. They're going to think they're Alex Jones or whatever. And they're going to start selling some garbage that people don't need to people that don't have enough money to spare that kind of money, but are going to take advantage of the fact that they're on Mark's network and they're on Mark's coattails. They weren't able to generate any revenue. See, these guys are all about money. They weren't able to generate any money with their content. So they've moved to using products now. You know, and when you like, we're supposed to be holding each other accountable here. This kind of, so these guys are trying to they're doing the oldest scam in the book. Like, there's been MLMs, there's been pyramid schemes, there's been all kinds of stuff over the years. And once a certain scheme gets too much spotlight put on it, they slightly change the name of the scheme, change the rules a little bit and start doing the same thing over again. And doing high ticket affiliate marketing, sales marketing, is a 100% legit job to have if you are a moral person and you aren't trying to scam people. If you're a scumbag who just wants to make money and you're just selling anything you found that you think you could sell to a specific group or fan base that you've somehow collected, it's definitely leaning towards immoral behavior. So we're going to keep a very close eye on these guys because they've decided to be enemies with us and they've decided to be cowards. I've been doing this show for over a year, 37 episodes, live, open broadcast. You can come up here anytime you want and talk to me about this. And you never did. You just blocked all of us because this was happening soon. You knew you did not want to have people talking shit when you dropped this, because this is your chance to make some money. But see, Mr. Logan Paul here, who's also a scammer, Logan Paul, Logan Hart, won't even put on a shirt because he thinks he's like this faux hunk guy who's always got to wear a muscle shirt. Like, that's the level we're at with these dudes. He's doing a presentation, a sales presentation in a muscle shirt. Like, this is how little these guys believe in this project they're doing. So a part of these tactics that are 100% legit, if you are a legit person, is you spread a buzz. You make a couple videos that get a buzz going. You send them to a website where they put in their email address. They send you a link to a private video, unlisted video on YouTube. And that video is basically the same video you watched before, but then there's the money making part at the end. So by putting your email in, you're basically agreeing to get hard sailed by these guys. And they will use fear propaganda. They will use all kinds of peer pressure. They will do all kinds of stuff to persuade you to buy that $6,000 Chinese device from a company they know nothing about, selling a device that could be very dangerous, as we have found out. Yeah, John Bob, we know you fall for everything. So very, very dangerous.
I fucking love my gimmicks.
Our crew here sent a message to someone who actually knows about this stuff. And they said that the device that these guys are selling here is actually quite a dangerous and overpriced, unnecessarily overpriced device, and that there are far other safer devices on the market. So right off the bat, the device we found that they're trying to sell is Chinese. China knocks Germany and Japan off. They take a product, reverse engineer it, but in a lower quality way with lower quality machine work, lower quality product, materials, all that stuff. And then they sell it at a massive discount. And what these people that do these schemes, these high ticket affiliate marketing schemes, at least the bad people, they'd make a deal with the company. And that company is like, okay, we'll put up on our website your price above your price for this item. Therefore, if anybody tries to research it, they see, oh, that's legit. That's really a $6,000 machine, but you're selling it for $5,500. So you're actually cheaper than the manufacturer. They're getting the discount you're saying you're giving them, and they're really selling you a $300 device. Everyone dies laughing to the bank.
It's $300.
Watch this video, and we're going to compare it with some other videos and some other scams. The Kangen scam is the last big scam that's been going on, and we actually had to kick someone out of our friend group for Kangen scamming everyone. Brandon Indigo Lebar. I'll say your name every day I do my show. Still scamming people with this type of a multi-level pyramid scheme, whatever you want to call it, high ticket sales, marketing, whatever you want to call it. It's still a very shoddy way of doing business. It's extremely high pressure. And yeah, so
Dude, it's sleazy, it's grimy. I mean,
we're gonna watch a little bit of a video from a guy who's actually doing this the right way, the moral way, the way where you actually apply care to the business and you care about your customer and you care about the manufacturer, the company that you're actually representing. So we'll watch this for a while and we'll just see. I haven't watched this yet. I've watched a little bit here and there, but not the whole thing. We'll just see if it's similar to all these other scam videos or these other scammers, and see if these guys sound like they're any more genuine, if they have any more information that makes us feel that the product is safe and worth the money that they're explaining that it's worth. But I have a feeling that it's going to be just like everything else, because these guys actually, it's a course. You pay for a course that teaches you how to do that. We saw that in the video I played earlier with Michaela Peterson. She paid for Andrew Tate's fake course where he taught her how to scam more people. It's, you know, this is looking like the same type of thing, but we'll have to see, because I can't say for sure. All right, guys. Are you getting out of here, John Bob?
I'm out of here.
Peace, bro.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
John Balls, Peak Mail, Specimen. What happened? No, I thought you were coming up. So we're just keeping an eye on these guys, because it seems like a weird, desperate thing to do. You know, I don't know if they've come across money lately and they're like, oh, we got to turn this money into more money. We got to pay for this course that teaches us how to fucking sell. Basically, it's just basically sales, you know, but it's that obnoxious sales.
You can tell by the way he's talking that, like, he didn't even put time into, like, going over his presentation. Like, he's, like, stuttering. He doesn't know, like, firmly. Like, in sales, you got to know your shit.
You gotta be fully confident in the product you're selling. So yeah, let's see how these guys do.
And maybe in the spam folder or something, but
I'm gonna speed it up because they're slow as fuck.
Just go ahead and get started.
Yeah, thank you all for joining. This is very exciting. Logan and I have been working on this all year long.
And notice that the chat
for both of us, and we're thrilled
isn't
to share
there,
this,
so we can't see how many people were actually in the chat.
Absolutely. So, Will, if you want to pull up the title card real quick.
Absolutely.
We've been working on it all year.
This presentation is called "How to Revitalize and Optimize Your Health Without a Complicated Routine."
And
so
in the last video, or in their paperwork, they claim to have 10 and 5 years experience in hydrogen therapy technology, or some BS made up nonsense garbage that these guys made up to sound more official, like they're trustworthy of investing a massive amount of money in something that is for their health, that if hurts them, it's their health. And these guys claim to be I'm not getting into it. We're going to watch this
webinar. We're going to be talking about a form of therapy that can help.
I don't want to speed it up because I know this guy's going to stumble so much.
Actually trying to reverse some sort of chronic condition or illness. This webinar is for you. If you're somebody that cares about your health and wants to increase the quality of your life, then you're in the right place. So to begin, I want to make a promise. Our promise to you.
Already, right off the bat.
Absolutely.
A claim he can't make selling something. You can't guarantee your quality of life is going to go over from buying something. First, this is like what they teach you in multi-level marketing BS school. Right off the bat, he's talking about it. Making claims you cannot make. That's why I put the Kangen thing on the thumbnail, because they're on that thing says, improve your water, improve your life. You cannot make these claims. These people are brainwashing dumb people into embezzling from them. It's sketchy.
Our promise to you, let's move it on. Our promise to you is that to educate you on a powerful.
And already, sorry, right off the bat, I've seen so many people defend this venture that they're on without even knowing these guys, without even knowing what they're doing, defending these guys. We'll talk about that group later. I made an attempt to join a natural law group, and I was really nice about it. And it didn't take 2 days for people to pile up on me for simply raising the question about the legitimacy of this venture these guys are on, because this venture looks a lot like a million other scams that are happening. But these guys say, no, Logan and Will are not, they're not scam. They're doing the same thing, but they're not doing the same thing. Sketchy, super sketchy behavior from these moral pillars of the community.
Holistic, natural, safe.
Why not just keep a job? Keep your job, dudes.
Easy to
They don't
use,
have jobs.
scientifically proven solution, and how you can use it to improve your health and
Not
quality of
surprised.
life.
That's right. And we hope that you'll stick around for the entirety of this presentation so that we can have the opportunity to share a unique opportunity with you that we are only offering to this live audience. So make sure you stick around to find out what that is.
Oh my God.
So before we get into the meat and potatoes, we want to get a feel for the room.
Meat
who all
and
is here.
potatoes.
Tell us, are you here to learn about
Triggered.
about just
Triggering
other
the
alternative
vegans.
healing modalities, or are you just specifically here to support
Already
either Will,
triggering the
myself, or both,
vegans.
and just wanting to find out what this is all about? So let us know in the chat. You could say support if you're just here to support us, or say health if you're more
Notice there's
interested
no
in specifically
thumbnails.
the
It's
health,
just
benefits of what we're going to be talking about here today. Or you could say both. I mean, nothing wrong with that. So thanks again for everyone for being
a
here. And
shit-eating
without further ado, I'll
grin,
let Will
dude.
get us started talking about the problem that we're up against.
Absolutely. So the problem with
Shit-eating
health, and I'm
grin.
sure a lot of people in
Wah,
our audience
wah,
is familiar
wah.
with our work and things that we
Get
want
it.
to touch on. But there are some major issues. Healthcare, for number one, is a nightmare. Chronic diseases are rampant. And
Here's
getting
the
worse.
fucking doom and
A sea of
gloom coming
conflicting
in.
information, expensive programs,
Just
differing
like we
approaches,
thought.
fad diets, supplements, and on and on. So leaving most people overwhelmed.
He
and
didn't
confused
write
about
this.
What to do, where to go, what information to trust, etc.
But he
It's like,
did get
this is
better at
a
reading
script
shit.
that you
He
get
did get
when
better.
you buy. Yeah,
The
no,
first step is to
totally.
acknowledge that there is a health crisis.
And this
I
is
think that's
sped
important.
up, so it's
Approximately
actually
60%
helping
of
him.
adults have at
Let's
least
watch
one
it at
chronic
regular
condition,
speed,
and
actually.
42% have two or more.
Okay.
Heart disease remains. Let me take
Oh,
that
God.
down. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death in the United States.
Heart disease
Annually,
remains.
around
It's like the Garland Farms
805,000
level over here.
Americans suffer from a heart attack, equating to one heart attack every 40 seconds. That's incredible. Cancer is the second leading cause of death in the United States.
I'm so
It
scared.
affects
I need to
about
hurry up. I need to
4%
buy
Oh my
the
God,
machine.
let's buy the machine quick. Cancer's gonna get me. It's gonna fix my cancer that I don't have.
People.
Dude, if you're
The National
selling shit,
Cancer
you have to
Institute
know that
estimates
shit all
that the
by
number
heart,
of
dude.
new
If you got
cancer
slides,
cases.
nobody's gonna be listening to what the fuck you're saying, dude. If you got slides and are
No.
selling shit, dude, blow your brains out, dude. What the
Bro,
fuck?
dude's in a muscle shirt still, bro. He's still wearing a muscle shirt that he wears. It's the same shirt he's been wearing in every video.
He's showing off his vitality from using the machine
so
much.
buff.
He can wear the shirt and look
Yeah,
good.
and get away with it.
Duh.
Yeah. Because he's such a hunk.
Logan Hart.
Logan Paul.
Wait. I just realized when I said
diagnosed in
shit-eating
2020.
grin, that was like...
Yeah, we got it.
Unintentional punny.
4 will be over 1.9 million, with more than 600,000 cancer-related deaths.
Oh my
expected.
God, this fucking guy.
So some
Oh,
of the other
No, come
major
on, we gotta do it.
conditions:
We gotta do it.
God.
rheumatoid arthritis, IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, diabetes, obesity, mental health disorders, neurodegenerative diseases.
We're gonna
respiratory
die if we don't
diseases,
have a
liver and
hydrogen
kidney
therapy
diseases,
machine.
to name few of the other
Maybe they got
major
Dude, and I
shit.
told him
issues.
about the cheaper one. I told him about the other guy who's legit. And
So-
I told him about all this shit, and he still does this shit, man.
So you told him about the other machine that's actually regulates
in-
the hydrogen better and
in
doesn't
last
have
class.
a filter you have to spend $200 on every 6 months.
Yeah, last year in class, I talked about it. Like, somebody ended up buying one. I ended up helping him out, like setting up. But I mean, he's like, yeah, I'm still wondering. I'm still looking at it, And he didn't buy one yet. I was like, dude, why don't you just buy one? And obviously, he's
Yeah.
broke as fuck. These
Well,
people are
Will
broke
hasn't
as
bought
fuck.
one. Will
Yeah.
hasn't bought one. Oh yeah, of
Well,
course.
back
No,
then.
why wouldn't they have it on display for this presentation? So they
They should have it on.
They
dude.
feel
should
so
have it
confident
on.
in this machine that they're not even willing to spend their own money until they get a bunch of sales. Then they'll buy one, and then they'll make video. But they won't actually buy the product and look at it. And when they show the video of the product, it's still got Chinese words on the buttons.
Yeah.
Like, what, dude? They're all, oh, it's from Taiwan. Taiwan's high end. No, it's still China, bro.
It's supposed to last 20 to
No,
25
he hasn't said
years.
that yet. We aren't there yet. He's making some insane claims about this thing. What up, D?
Yo,
What's up? Hey, real quick, what do you guys think about this fucking grounding bed thing? You know what I'm talking about?
I do it. I got it.
They got
I
this
do it.
sheet that they put on their bed and they got it hooked up,
Yeah, I do
and
it.
it's like,
I got like 3 of them.
John Bob would know what it is if he was here.
dude, I got a couple of friends that are into that shit. It's what is
So they're
what's up with
sleeping
it, man?
grounded.
Yeah,
They're
sleeping grounded, bro.
Oh
What's up
my
with it,
God.
man? My friend swears by it
That's
now.
more Liver King bullshit. New age Liver King bullshit. Give me a fucking break. I mean,
know,
sure, it's
man.
good to fucking walk on the ground, but that's not gonna heal you like they're gonna say. It's like, oh, it's healing me,
The thing
like
I
the meat
try to,
heals me.
because I don't have all the information to debunk it, but the thing I always tell these people is like, I don't know, is the juice worth the squeeze? Like, are you getting out of it as much as you're like investing your money and your time and just, I don't know, going down these
Well,
rabbit
bro,
holes?
why are they so worried about their health? I'm not worried about my health. Why are you having to try all this sketchy shit to keep you from getting cancer? I know I'm probably not going to get cancer. And even being, I can't really say the future, but I'm not worried about getting cancer. You know, like I've been vegetarian and vegan the majority of my life. I eat very clean. I stay very active. Like I'm not, oh, I got to buy all this shit to keep from getting cancer because I eat carcass all day.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. One of my friends that's doing that, he's not vegan, and he's done this stuff, like he's brought up things like this before, and I've always said, man, I think a bigger difference to make in your health is going to be going vegan, eating more vegetables and fruit, man.
All these guys.
Yep.
All these guys.
Yep.
Crazy.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with
watching,
clean water. I like clean water.
And morally,
Yeah.
I mean, psychologically, spiritually, if these people, you know, would just not indulge in, you know, dead, decaying. It's been 6 years, man.
Yep.
6 long years.
And everybody's the same. Everybody's the same. And COVID knocked.
Dude, every podcast, every podcaster group I go to, I'm dealing with the same 3 different people over and over again. We have a lot to talk about tonight after this.
Oh, we're just getting started, huh?
Oh yeah. Are you off work and shit? Where's Bracky?
Well, I'm just out grocery shopping with T. So I was just popping in real quick.
I think he had some
Alright.
kind of engagement.
We're talking about the problem here, right? Those are just a brief overview of some of the biggest diseases or symptoms, right? Those are symptoms. So let's look at some of the causes when it comes to why are people so sick? Why is there a health crisis? It begins with the food, of course. So from the moment it's even grown, it's lacking vital nutrients. The soil is depleted. Then spraying with toxic chemicals, genetically modified produce, modern farming techniques that destroys the environment in the process, highly processed and denatured food. So by the time you're eating it, you can't even really call it food anymore, right? And of course, as I said, added chemicals. So, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, microplastics, heavy metals, neurotoxins, pollution, EMF,
Damn,
toxic
all those
lifestyle
buzzwords.
habits,
Woo!
oxidative stress.
Like, do these guys
a
actually think
large,
that we think they put
issue
this
that
presentation
leads to a lot
together?
of these diseases, as well as inflammation.
But
So
again,
those two
like
things alone
REDBAR was
are
talking
really
about,
one of
these dudes make their presentations so terrible that only the dumbest people fall for it, because those dumb people aren't going to narc on them for being scammers after. That's what the scammers that do this type of marketing do.
Oh yeah, like they prey on
They
the.
prey on the dumbest people
That makes sense.
by presenting something so dumb no smart person would fall for it. So they know they have all these morons that aren't gonna and these morons are going to pay to do the affiliate stuff, to start selling on their own and do the whole MLM thing. It's pretty mind-boggling. That's what the scammers do, at least. I don't know if these guys are scamming, but it looks exactly like what the scammers are doing.
one of the biggest
Just
roots
the
of
lack
all
of
disease.
confidence in the product and the bad presentation. Like, are you kidding me, you guys?
Or it's just it's a lack of passion, maybe. Like it kind of just sounds like they're doing a book report, right? Like it's just kind of what reminds me.
It just sounds like they're
I
doing
was-
their presentation natural law. Like they're the
Yeah.
same thing. They're just as boring. They don't connect things. They don't reach out to people, different people. I don't know.
And there's no like, it's just like their content on the great work. It's just plagiarized. It's someone else wrote it. They're doing the same stuff. There's repeating some stuff some guy said. And to anyone who produces anything, it's just like, what are you even doing? Why are you hanging out here? Like if I was going to do some sales thing, knowing what I know, I would make it my own and also use the things I've learned in my life to tell the story of why this might be an important product or something. Like they're just reading the script.
A little bit, just a little bit of authenticity.
At least so far.
Just like a wee bit of authenticity. That's all we ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
And he can't even put on like a proper shirt. And like Will's dumb, dude. He's Logan is taking Will down a dark path. And I don't think Will understands like that this dude's a bad influence on him. Like I could give two rats about Logan. That dude's got issues beyond anyone's repair. But Will seems to still be smart, but he's fallen for this dark shit, hook, line, and sinker. And that's why they blocked all of us before they dropped this
that's
stuff.
the other funny thing. I was even surprised. I'm like, they blocked me like real quick. And I'm not, I'm on the show, which that in itself, right? I'm associated, but my, let's say, dealings with people on Facebook, the posts I make, I'm kind of
Not like me.
I'm focused more on the work, right? Like I don't go after people, let's say, independently as much as Jeffrey. I thought I made something pretty insightful, whatever.
Comments about their work, their videos.
Blocked immediately by both of them. And it was like kind of shocking. And so now this product coming out, this new thing they're offering, and a couple of us kind of had the same aha moment. That makes sense why they blocked us. They don't want us around looking at this stuff.
They only want dumb people
That's
around.
what it seems like on their part. Even if they're being genuine, that's not a good way to go about this. You don't just, you know what I mean? Like, and like Jeffrey said earlier, come on the show or at least DM one of us something. Hey, you know what?
Hey,
we're
let's
all
throw
like,
the towel. We
we're all
started off wrong.
Yeah,
Like,
we're all students of
anything,
natural
dude.
law here. Let's.
Like you never tried to do that.
No, because they know
I mean,
they're
it's still
beat.
open. The floor's
They
still
know-
open. They can come on.
They
know
could still
they're
come up.
wrong.
They could come up right now.
They know they're wrong. They're beat. They don't want to admit it, and they want to keep doing what they're fucking doing.
And what
It's what it seems like.
And what these numbnuts don't understand, just like the guys in the groups that I left this last week, if you look at my content and you see how hard I go against people that are scumbags, why would you immediately fuck with me? Are you stupid?
Well, they don't know you.
Oh, this guy, let's attack this guy because he goes after people for doing bad
disrespect.
behavior.
They didn't see it. It's disrespect. They don't know. That's what Mark talks about all the time. You don't know me, and now you're saying shit. Like, they don't know you. They don't want to. They didn't look at you. They didn't consider you as a valuable opponent in any way. And now, that's their fate.
And it's not even just not considering the person, not considering the words even being said or responding or engaging or anything.
And I think it's your fault, Steve. You fucked with them too much back in the day. Now they can't even handle us.
Because they
You
had
know?
they definitely had a chip on their shoulder
Right
about
off the bat
anything.
with us.
They're all,
They were
that
like,
vegan
"Fuck
shit.
you, vegans."
Those vegan
Like, they
fools.
went crazy
nope.
after us.
For sure, there was like a little.
Braxton, our nicest guy, the nicest guy we have, our nicest guy went to one of their shows and asked, hey, you guys, is there a spiritual way to kill an animal? And they went ballistic on him, went ballistic on my show, who I don't think they ever even watched because they said that all we do is talk shit, because we don't only talk shit. We feature plenty of good activists. We just go after the ones that are scummy, that are trying to scam people, and that the ones that hurt people because they're popular. Like all day today, we're dealing with, people that are in this movement that are complete crazy people, and everyone just celebrates these guys. Like, go watch the Barry Cooper expose. There's 3 of them, 3 different people, and there's more coming. His employees and he's a shaman, right? He's a shaman. So he's got all these patients that he's fucked over. And like, I can't even
who else?
to you the stories I've heard from these people. And I've been hearing that same shit for years about the guy. So it's like,
because
I'm going to be the only one, I guess, going after this dude because everyone's a fucking coward. No one wants to fucking, that was one of this. Might as well talk about it now. I went into this Europa natural law group, right? And I went in there and I was like, oh, cool. You're doing a podcast on Sunday. Also am I in the US. You're doing it in freaking Europe. Let's help each other out. We'll watch your show on my show and you can do whatever. And we'll like support each other. And they're like, oh, cool. The guy who's running it's named Nemo. His claim to fame is his mom was in Crass, one of the OG punk rock vegan bands. Even when I was like a metalhead, I listened to Crass because they were vegan as shit. So I'm like, oh, cool. Like another show to go on and have fun talking about natural law on. So I go in their Telegram and we're all talking. And then I post my next show because I'm helping, where we were going to help promote each other. Right. So I post my next show and I post a link to the Telegram group. Just, hey, if you guys want to like jump in the Telegram group, for my show, this is the show we're doing. Veganism is unbiblical, blah, 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 And then there was crickets, right? And then a lady on the show in the group named Yvonne wrote a very thoughtful review of the show. Shockingly thoughtful. Like she was like, at first I thought you guys were fucking, just these crybaby pussy ass, blah, 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 blah. But actually I watched a couple episodes and I totally get and appreciate what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. She said, had a really nice review of the show. Couple hours goes by. It's about 5 o'clock. Everyone's getting home from work and sees that a vegan posted a vegan link in the chat. And then someone praised him for it. And so I get, what's the dude's name?
Which one?
Bartolocelli or whatever.
Oh, Derek.
Bartles and James, Derek Bartola something. I know I'm getting sidetracked. We're supposed to be going after these guys, but these dudes that are like taking the Marx media class and like have taken it in the past, they're admins in this group, right? And so the admin power comes out, and this dude's like, bro, we get it. You like veganism. You can't just post your vegan post all day, especially with no like nuance to them. That's like, and I don't even know what else. I mean, I have it. Like just raging, and I'm like, oh, my bad. Totally nice. I'm all, my bad. I deleted the last thing I posted, and was like, my bad, because he's on here for clicks, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, whoa, bro. I'm all, actually, that was a short, and you might want to look into how shorts work. Shorts aren't actually clicks, you know, like shorts get shown to people. You don't click on a short, you know. So he just, you know, because I was half being nice, you know, like, you know me, I'm a little shit, so I got to say something. So let me read this. Actually, it's pretty fucking funny. This whole story of how this went down is a hilarious story. I'm sure you will love it. Who's this be? Out of line here, but are curious about Kangen. Alkalinity unit, and would anyone call me? I'm a plumber here in Arizona. Installed one for my daughter a while back. Sorry, what? I wonder if like YouTube is showing this video to people because I just said that.
Yeah, maybe.
So Kangen, yeah, okay. I get sidetracked. My ADD, she's at least somewhat
alkaline
my
water
ADD.
does
Where was
not-
I?
You're about
So
to
the
go
Europa
over
group.
what happened, yeah.
So I'm sorry, Steve-O.
No worries.
So I'm like, okay, cool, no bad, my bad, but like, you know, chill out, bro, basically, like, you know. And then
Wait, you
then
deleted
like
the post? You deleted your post?
no, I have it. Let me. Oh, I was shocked that I deleted the post. Trust me, I was shocked that I deleted the post because I was like, oh, whatever. It's not my fucking group.
It's a private.
Whatever. It's a private
And they
Telegram
still-
chat. Like
you
whatever.
did that out of like good faith, and they still
Absolutely. And then they eventually, it got way worse too. So let me pull up Telegram because I have it right here. Can I pull this up in StreamYard? I should be able to. Or I could just read it. Let me just read it. Window? Oh, window. There we go. Boom. All right. So this is about where, so I'd already posted the 2 posts I made on here at this point. And this first lady here, I don't know if she was responding, but it sounded like she was responding. She was like, we can't be mean to people. We have to, you know, we can't be abrasive, blah, 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 blah. This nonsense, new age garbage wrote this huge thing. And I think it was pointed at me, but I didn't respond because it's just like, whatever, lady, like, where'd you learn this bullshit from? You definitely didn't learn it from Mark. So why are you in one of Mark's groups? You know, Mark teaches us to be petty tyrants and stay on people that aren't doing good work. So I don't know where you're getting this idea that we all need to be nice to each other. Everyone needs to be supportive of each other, no matter what, even if they're trying to scam your friends. This is what I get from these guys. So Derek Bartolocelli, we get it, bro. You love veganism. You ain't gonna flood the chat with your videos here. This is not what discussion groups are about. Excuse me? Discussion groups? You don't watch videos and discuss them? You absolute tool? Like, holy shit. And so that's not what discussion groups are about. Plus, please leave a fucking caveat to them. At least invite conversation about them. I was having a discussion with the lady Yvonne about it, who had just responded with a very nice review. So I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's now saying that you have to write something along with every post you make. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. He's obviously triggered. And for some reason, and I knew going into this group, and I was like, I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to go crazy. And I'm going to see how long before these guys get triggered. So at least put a fucking caveat to them to at least invite conversation about them, not just dropping link after link without explanation. That's not what happened. When are we people going to learn this? I see it all the time. and we gotta be fooling ourselves if we expect this is like typical admin fucking drunk with power. Guess what, Derek? If you were a cop, you would act like this towards the people below you. And if you were president, this is how you would treat them.
Yeah,
I'm going to control how you are. I have a little bit of power, so I'm going to throw my control on you because I don't like what you're talking about.
He's a grocery store clerk from COVID.
As above, as it is below. Is that what they say? As above, so below. Law correspondence. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What the fuck did you learn? You learned nothing, obviously.
He's a COVID grocery clerk.
Oh, he get the shot?
No, that's what I'm saying. Is like what he's doing is the same thing.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
COVID. You know what I mean?
Step back. Get back. Get back. That's 6 feet. Get 6 feet. 6 feet. Good Lord. So
And he
I
doesn't
see
even
I
know
see it all the time, and we gotta keep fucking fooling ourselves. And this is like a new group, and who the fuck is this guy to be talking to anyone in a group like this? Obviously triggered by my post and reading that someone actually liked it.
What are there,
Obviously
like
very triggered.
What are there, like 100
What?
people in there? What are there, like 100 people in there?
Yeah, there's like 90 people in this group, and everyone's in it. All the usual dill hole. It's your
Yeah, I had the same
typical
problem.
run-of-the-mill echo chamber, circle jerk, infield baseball group that isn't doing any outreach whatsoever. Guess what, bro? Me and my boys, we were converting libs through veganism to being anarchists, and I'm doing that with vegans that got vegan by watching Mark Passio.
Because you got
What the fuck
strong
work are you
principles.
doing? Doing an endless videos of you and your buddies trying to emulate Mark Passio, but not actually taking it the whole way. And then
Because they
actually
don't have-
on this group, in the beginning of this group, there's like the like mission statement and all that, and they're all, oh, Mark doesn't know everything. And it's like, yeah, Mark doesn't know everything, but you don't know fucking shit at this point. If you're fucking the colluding with Carnus, vegans colluding with Carnus in order to clout chase to get big through the One Great Work Network, I guess. You know, these brothers in clout. They don't want to fucking, oh, just be nice. Everyone support each other all the time. Who the fuck taught you that? Not Mark. Mark taught us to hold each other accountable when we aren't doing good work or if people are being immoral. People ask me all the time why I do this. I grew up in the hardcore vegan straight edge scene. And if you started eating animals again, we'd beat your ass and you wouldn't get to hang out with your friends anymore and go to hardcore shows. Like there was everyone just doesn't give a shit. And then the cool thing to say is, oh, don't you know, criticize anyone's diet. They're on their own path. Fuck that. You're fucking, call it what it is. It's carnism. It's you aggressing. It's you not doing it's not you doing shadow work. It's like you're supposed to eventually get to the point where you're like, all right, I can't even eat this shit anymore. You know? Like, but you're never going to get to, because these fucking, dude, I understand why Mark is so fucking furious. Like, imagine teaching all these shitheads all this stuff and having them go off, plagiarize you, and then faction it out into some diluted fucking garbage where you're allowed to be immoral. And it goes in line with your principles. This moral relativism in the fucking One Great Work. Well, there's no wonder he's so furious. I'm furious. And it's not even my network.
There's no principle. I mean, they might have some kind
Screaming
of
in
firm
Allie's ear.
principles against maybe government violence or tyranny. They might have some kind of principles on that, but they don't have any firm.
Who
principles in
doesn't?
their-
My
in their
grandma
own
has those
behavior.
same, you know, like, what the fuck? Like, we learned this 10 years ago.
But the firm
10 years
principles
ago,
in
we
their
learned this shit.
behavior, in their real life behavior every day, firm principles. Where are they? What are you doing? What did you
Gone.
do?
Everyone's outwardly pointing at oh, government's done this to me. I'm a loser because government. I have to give up my life to become an activist because government has been so mean to me. All this stuff. Like, are you fucking insane?
And it's what Mark said. It's the people. It really is the people, man. I mean, yeah, these scumbags are like selling all this shit to you, and they're like making you do shit. But we're in a free country. We got guns. We got choice. I mean, like, there's no excuse for this shit.
Yeah. And so I'm like, my bad, whatever. And this dude throws a temper tantrum. Then another guy who's got no work done whatsoever, has no website to anything whatsoever, no links, no videos, pulls up my me and Allie's idea, you know, Fallout, the video game. Like, this isn't this isn't like, oh, this is our best work, but we're doing a Fallout playthrough, like as Mark Passio doing natural law, which is like a pretty fun idea for, you know, teaching people, whatever, gamers, maybe kids, maybe, you know, the principles of natural law. So dude goes to my YouTube, pulls that link. I got like 5 videos coming up that are all epic videos that I'm going to be doing. He pulls this one out because obviously it's kind of the silliest one. And he's like, oh, what does he say up here? This is the best content you can do. And it's like, bro, I got 1.5 million views on YouTube. I have 550 other videos. I got 4 other videos on deck that are pretty, that could come out of the Mark Passio library. And you're gonna take the video game, and then he's all, oh, you're promoting a violent video game. Like, bro. So very funny.
Europe is lost, bro.
You know, maybe you should try something different. Let me see. Can I have the link to your channel? And so that triggered Bartolocelli, who is already triggered because now I'm busting on his homie. So he comes back and just goes nuts again. And I noticed that was short, and then besides the point, yeah, because he's trying to. So I gotta find. There's a couple things I wanted to look over in here. Dude, one of the other guys in the group tags Derek and is like, bro, I don't know what your problem is today, but you came in here real hot and you might be going a little bit too hard on Jeffrey. And at this point, I'm all, no, bro, don't worry about it. I won't post in here anymore. And then like 4 other people show up and are like, no, you don't need to leave. And I'm like, nah, fuck this. I didn't even post that much. And this dude's literally going ballistic on me. Like, I'm out of here. Basically. And I leave. And then this big, where's Braxton?
Wait, you didn't leave?
He's the other big side of this story because he stayed in there. So Allie and Braxton were also in here, and they're just like, they didn't see that this was going on. And then I left, and they just like went crazy on me for a while. And then what's that guy's name who does the podcast that they all do? Kind of what's it called, babe? Or what's his name? Justin. Anyway, so I got dogpiled on, so I pieced out of there, and then Allie and Braxton were still in there, and we're trying to just talk to them like, hey guys, like that was a little uncalled for, jumping down Jeff's throat like that. And then because they instantly started talking about me going after Will. That's what happened. So they were all butthurt because I'm going after Will, and they're just like, oh, we got to support everyone. We can't tear each other down. And Braxton starts putting screenshots of the Optimize Your Health seminar in there. That's clearly something very scammy. And then some of the people in the chat started questioning it. They're like, oh, okay, well, so they're trying to, their unit's way more expensive than other kinds of units. And like there was actually discussion going on, but these other 2 or 3, it's just pure delicate egos. I can't stand that someone just got a good review from someone in the chat for their work that they do. And these guys don't do jack shit, because I know this Bartolocelli guy is doing like hip hop videos on his YouTube. Like, he's not even doing jack shit. as far as making his own content or doing anything, any good work whatsoever, as far as I've seen. Not that I've looked much, but he's just acting like the type that doesn't have any work. But he was like, oh, my buddy, because I asked the one guy for his link, and he's like, oh, he made a website. And it's like, bro, since when have people been going to websites? Like, people stopped going to websites 10, 15 years ago. Like, that doesn't mean anything. You have to actually have a product to get people to go to the website to learn. Just doing a plain website, that's not great work. I'm sorry. So okay, this is a good one. So Nemo, this is not the purpose of this group. If I was following either of these guys, I'd look into it, and I'm not. So either what? Yeah, so he's getting mad because everyone's talking about Will and Logan being scammers. I'm not concerned with the behavior of the 8 billion, then the terrible 2. Okay. Oh, wow. Did you hear that, babe? That means he doesn't give a fuck that the 2 people are scamming. He cares about the 8 billion that are satanic or whatever.
Oh,
okay. That's crystal clear, Mr. Nemo. Crystal fucking clear that you will turn your fucking head when there are scammers amidst us, just like all the other scumbags in the truth movement who allow Jeff Berwick to stay around and allow all these fucking scumbags that scam people in public and just keep blowing smoke up there. Oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so great. Like, these are the dumb people in their comments that are like, oh, you guys are so great. Like, these are the people that will buy their shit. They're literally dumb people. I hate to say it, but a lot of people in the great work, in the one great work, and that follow the great work are very dumb people. And those are the people that will buy some stupid machine and get scammed from these clowns on the coattails of Mark Passio in his name, almost.
No discernment, no care, just, doing what you want to do.
Insane. All these cowards, they're all the same. They're all about control and censorship. That's all they want to do when they get a little bit of power, and they think that they're these holy pillars of morality, and these dudes go straight full retard the second they get a little power, even if it's just admin in a group. They just, oh, my word means more than anything. And I'm gonna talk shit to you because I don't like what you're saying. That's how dictators end up killing millions of people, Dillhole.
Yeah.
Law of correspondence. If you eat people, that you will get eaten. That's why we're still in this problem, boys. You can't just go halfway through this stuff and stop.
It's a war.
And that's why they're so upset by us, Steve. They're so upset because we remind them that they're doing immoral behavior every day, and we remind them that they're still on Mount Stupid. You can't be peak natural law if you haven't figured this shit out yet and done the internal work to be able to just be like, oh, I cannot be a part of this slavery anymore. I can't eat this stuff anymore. If you aren't even there yet, leave this movement. Leave the one great work. It's been years.
It's a war. It's a war. It's a spiritual war.
Leave it to us who care about it, you scum.
Or die.
There are plenty of people that want to be a part of this thing that are far better, that are far more involved and actually live the principles, i.e. not trying to scam people with chiropractor caliber health devices. Like, the guy that's vouching for Will and Luke is a chiropractor, like I thought. Like this, that's why I make fun of John Bob all the time. What'd you get from your chiropractor this week, John Bob? What'd he lie to you about? I've been doing it for this whole time the show's been here. I've been making fun of John Bob for believing in this bullshit snake oil, new age garbage. So what's going on?
There's a lot of it out there. There's a lot of it out there. I had the same issue in this offshoot group from the class this year. This stripper whore started this group. There's also about like 100 people in it. And, I would just, had a day where I was going on Telegram and I was checking out a lot of like femoid stuff, like like it's like a Telegram. It shows like women doing all this idiot shit because of the control system and everything. And I posted a few things on there, and these clowns come out of the woodwork and they start giving me shit about it. I'm like, what is the name? I said, what is the name of the presentation that Mark gave this year, the final season? Crickets. They
None of them
didn't
watched
even watch the show.
No. That's why I remember when I had Justin on and I roasted Justin for like an hour. He's all, oh, I didn't watch all of this. I'm all, you haven't watched a Mark Passio video in years, you fucking liar. He's all, I didn't share it because I didn't fucking. Why is Direct D a bitch watching me from his show, hiding behind all his fucking bitch friends? Why doesn't he come up on my show?
Because he's a fucking loser, dude.
So anyway, yeah. So for these dudes, okay. So these dudes that haven't figured out shadow work yet, like Will Keller and all these dudes, they're so wound up in talking about it, but they don't have any idea what it is. If you haven't figured out what shadow work is by Mark Passio yet, like if you're a follower of Mark Passio and you're doing all the stuff and you're kind of like, shadow work's kind of a tough one because it's internal work. So it's like, how do you explain someone to teach them how to do internal work? So I get it. You still haven't figured it out yet. Go to an AA meeting, buy a blue book, do the 12 steps. There's your shadow work. If you can't do it, if you can't finish those 12 steps, then leave this movement. You are not supposed to be in this movement. You are a counterfeit. You're a faker. You're not a moral person. You do not care about morals. You are a moral relativist. You are not the kind of person I want around me, especially all these little scumbags with their channels who just outwardly point, I'm a victim of the police and the government. I'm a victim. Oh, I'm victimized. That's all I can think about is my victimization by the government. I'm such a great person. If I was in charge, I would change the world for the better. Everyone. Yeah, right. You would be a psycho dictator just like everyone else. Law correspondence. What you eat will eventually eat you. That's how things work in this world. So, have fun. Yeah. So 12 steps, that's shadow work. Like, I don't know why anybody's talking about it, but if you can't figure it out from Mark, figure it out from Bill W. Get a blue book.
Yeah, and what Mark
did, shit, man.
Mark did a thing on the thing is like, God give me the strength to
accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can't, and the wisdom to know the difference. I was neck deep in that shit.
But they cut it off to where like there's you can't change things or something. There's something in the AA thing that neuters that whole statement. And the real statement, which you just said, is the real thing about it. I do think there is great value in the 12-step program, but a lot of it's a little bit too like Christian and religious. But
well, yeah, no, I'm not saying to go to AA. I'm just saying to get that book and work the 12 steps, because those 12 steps have nothing to do with the step one is admitting that there's a power greater than you. That's admitting natural law exists. It's literally word for word shadow work, a structure for shadow work, the 12-step program. If you ignore, it's like you can't, like Scientology, like they teach some good shit in some of their courses. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but they're a corrupt organization that I would never recommend anyone get into.
Agreed. Yeah.
Dope, dude. These guys are helping my channel out a bunch. This is awesome. Nice. I just don't understand the tactics of these guys. It's like they've never dealt with a troll before, or someone who knows the truth and is just speaking the truth. Like, why would you like, why? It just doesn't make any sense. And I gave him an out. I'm like, bro, we could be buddies. Like, you know, like, let's figure this out. But he's doing the typical, like, Paul enslaved. I'm going to send my minions down here and just fucking say these dumb shit. You guys are doing great work. You're really changing the world out there. Defending psychopaths. Psychopaths. Adam Kokesh, psychopath. Barry Cooper, psychopath. Jeff Berwick, psychopath. Who else is there, babe?
Macy's.
Macy?
Louis Fernando.
Oh, well, she's definitely one of the people, you know, telling people she's a shaman and charging people for shamanism work, being a 19-year-old girl back in the day. No, I've had problems with Macy for a long time. She blocked me quite a while ago, but then she saw my video on Barry Cooper and wrote me a message on Facebook apologizing and saying thank you for making the video because Barry Cooper attacked her. And I was like, oh shit.
Oh wow.
That's her to like come out of like, because like I was calling her out for doing shit back at Anarchapulco 1. She like took crypto from people for some ayahuasca thing, and then it didn't happen, and she refunded them a lower amount because the crypto price had changed. And I'm a crypto dude, so I was just like, no, bitch, that's not how it works. And she scammed a couple people. And so Justin Padini was talking about me one day, and she went in there and talked all this shit. And I was like, whoa, bitch. And then she blocked me because she realized that Justin was just playing around. He wasn't actually talking shit. And so she thought he was actually talking shit. And she went and talked a bunch of shit. And Justin's all, whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean? Like, Jeffrey's cool. And then so she vanished. Yeah. So I went on and I was like, whoa, Macy, that's crazy. You've been so nice to me in the past. That's crazy. You're
Tomlin, right? Macy
I remember
Tomlin.
calling you out for scamming people back in the day. You know, you were 19. You were telling people you're just an idiot back then. So she blocked me. She blocks me and then sees the Barry Cooper video and re-adds me and apologizes.
Oh,
so does that sound like something someone would do that was lying about Barry Cooper?
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
and if this
total
dumb
confirmation.
shit, if D-Link actually cared about the truth, he wouldn't have attacked me like he did. He would have been like, bro, come up on my show, show me the evidence. And he just attacked me, and now he's attacking me more without actually even trying to find out what I know. Because last night I started collecting stuff because I have a ton of shit in messages that people have given me over the years. So I started collecting shit for this reason, but now he's going full ballistic and threatening me on my channel in the name of Barry Cooper and Adam Kokesh, two known psychopaths.
But they
like,
won't
I
come
learned what a
on
psychopath
here.
was through Adam Kokesh.
But they won't come on here.
Quit lying.
Talk it out to express their viewpoint because they know they'll just be destroyed.
Yeah. Barry Cooper can come on my show whenever he fucking wants. He's in my chat. He's in my comments everywhere going, oh, I said I'd go on your show. No, dude, my show happens every Sunday. It's open and free. You could come up whenever you want. Like, don't tell me I'm not inviting you up. It's a open show.
They won't.
You can come up whenever. I invite anyone. That's why I'm laughing at all these fucking people in the chat sent by a dude that's hiding, that ran away from here and is now hiding behind his bullshit, worthless YouTube account. If this fucking kid didn't have a YouTube account, he'd fucking do this. Guaranteed. This is a ridiculous person.
Oh, Lindsay, Miss Tomlin's here.
Who's that? I don't know why that just clicked. There's a bunch of people.
That's Macy Tomlin's. That's Macy's sister, I think.
Oh, great. So now her sister's going to come here and tell me what happened that I observed 10, 15 years ago. Hilarious. I wasn't even necessarily talking shit about Macy. That's something she did in the past that's pretty sketchy that I've already talked about on here. The point
Can you
was that
get-
she re-added me to apologize and say thank you for bringing Barry Cooper to life. But
Wait,
look
wait,
at all
is it
these clowns.
Kokesh?
Fucking look at
Dude,
all these clowns
Kokesh,
in the
shut
chat.
up, you
Look at
fucking
these
Kokesh.
clowns in the chat supporting a psycho.
Dude, Adam Kokesh, bro, you're a Fed, man. You sold out to the Feds. That's why you got
They're
out of federal
supporting
prison.
Feds. A
Dude,
cop
and
and
you
a guy,
sent body part.
a
to your
former
Trump-
military guy and a cop and a military guy. These guys that are supposedly truthers are supporting a cop and a guy from the military that
when
lies
shit
about
pops
combat
off-
service.
When shit pops off, these are the first ones that are gonna be hanging from the
Like
light
at least
poles.
Barry's
Dude, I'm telling you.
was a legit cop. Adam was like a social service. Like he just like talked to people in the military. He didn't see anything.
Yeah, 'cause,
I'm not
you know.
pro First Amendment. Give me a break.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Kokesh.
Look at these guys just making shit up now. Bro, I have a open podcast. I have
Where are the
plenty of
receipts on
receipts, but
Kokesh?
guess what? I've
Dude,
already gone over
every-
this shit several times in my life. You can go back through my videos and see when I've shown the receipts for everything that's happened. It's so funny when you see someone, like, they even admitted on the show last night that they know that Barry and Adam have a really bad reputation, yet they're clout chasers, so they're going to swing off the nuts of these guys still and actually put their name on the line, their reputation on the line for these people. It's pretty shocking. And it's funny, if you go look up Barry Cooper stuff on YouTube, loads of bad stuff come up about him. And this guy's trying to be all, you're the only person I've seen say anything bad about Barry Cooper. As if like this guy's God and knows everything and he's never seen anyone. Like, bro, you just haven't looked, because obviously you're swinging from his nuts. You're one of those guys. But he straight threatened me. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
He
online.
me and
That's
ran
real
from my
man-
show when I told him to come up on the show.
That's real manly, real masculine.
Look at everyone's
Online.
posting meat. They're posting little meat memes. Like that's gonna trigger me.
Yeah, that's just sealing their own fate. That's sealing their own fate in the afterlife when they're fucking.
These guys
burning
don't
and-
know. They're just helping my channel out.
They're sealing their fate, dude. They're building what brick by brick. They're building their
Immoral,
fucking-
satanic scumbags. All these guys. Why?
they're
Like, if
building-
you're this kind of scum that you have, the time you have on this planet, you spend doing this. Like, wow. You don't even know what's going on, but you're just gonna dogpile. Getting dogpiled like every fucking day by some group, that just doesn't like hearing the truth. It's absolutely
dude,
hysterical.
And brick by brick, man, by resisting the truth, they're
Still nowhere
building-
near the record of people I've had on the show, though. Kind of disappointing. Only 36. I've had a couple hundred on this show. They can't even get get that number very high. 35 is not shit. And he's got 200,000, but he's only got 200 people in every live stream. So only 10% of his followers actually like him or watch his shit. And he was talking shit about mine. But yeah, your channel is bigger because your content is garbage. You have garbage content that any pea-brained Reddit dork will subscribe to and watch all of, that actually doesn't do anything for the greater good of anything. Sure, putting cameras on cops, yeah, that's smart. But like this thinking, like getting an ego because you have a channel, you got lucky and the algorithm picked you because you were posting police brutality videos. You think that you're like some sort of wizard or smart guy because you figured out how to do YouTube. Like, give me a break, bro. Give me a fucking break.
And you can buy views.
You're all immoral trash. And if any of you were put in a place of power, you would do the exactly the same thing any of these dictators around the world would do. You're not
And worse,
ready
because they have no
to have
experience.
real freedom. You're actually, you're the reason we have as little freedom as we have is because of all the scum like all of you in the chat. It's pretty funny.
Losers.
Cosmic Crusher's in here. What's up, dude? That's one of Garland's homies. That's
What
hilarious. Oh, nice. Public Tours. I don't know who this is, but he's fighting the good fight in there. No wonder their brains are underdeveloped. All that estrogen in the beef. Public Tour. Follow my channel, bro.
It's literally they
gotta
can't
stay
keep up.
Gotta stay united, because none of these people were staying united with their hosts.
These carnists can't keep up. They can't.
I'm gonna
keep
keep this going. What's
they
that?
can't
Sorry.
keep up with the packets. Like they literally, their brains are so degenerated from all the fucking meat clogging their shit and all their fucking brain vessels.
I'm a joke. I'm a joke, and the scum is me.
They can't process. They literally can't process the information, the packets. Like there's shit coming in.
Look at
and
all
they're
these
just-
followers. Go do my bidding. I'm the president. Go, police. Go kill that person for me that I don't like. Whose message is something I don't like. Go kill him. That's literally what these guys are doing. All these followers worshiping some fucking loser YouTuber.
Loser.
Who can't even control his emotions enough to actually like learn something and like not just blow up on me, just like the guys in the Europa group. It's absolutely hilarious. They can't, so little self-control that they can't just lose their minds because someone told them to, or they don't like something I said. And they call themselves like enlightened and like, moral followers of natural law. Like it's absolutely hysterical.
They're mental infants.
Plus, all these auditors, they still believe in the state. They still go in and go to court and do all this stuff. So they're not even pushing the envelope of doing anything serious for freedom. Like, the fuck are these guys even doing in their echo chamber to all their echo chamber buddies? Doing nothing. Doing nothing for the greater good of the world. Just racking up tax revenue for the war machine. You're literally taking a check. They're taking tax dollars out of it and paying cops with it, and you think you're cool. Like, wow, bro. Good luck.
And all those lawsuits.
With that being a truther or being against cops by supporting them with your fucking tax dollars.
And they get
Are you,
money.
you teaching people to not pay taxes? You teaching agorism? You teaching natural law? You're teaching nothing. You're just showing police brutality videos, and you're showing more weak dudes. Holy fucking shit. I can't even. These clowns.
Jeff, they get money. Like when they do those lawsuits, they get money off those lawsuits, right? But where's that money coming from? Like the auditors, they'll do a lawsuit. Okay.
And that comes from the tax dollars of us. It comes out of our fucking pockets. They're out there specifically causing more taxation.
Well, that's what happens when you think the government has legitimacy to run your
These guys
life.
are pure scum, no matter. Yeah.
And you think the Constitution grants you rights.
Yeah. Constitution's a fucking trash.
Right?
Man's law is bullshit. If you fucking go along with man's law, then you're allowing yourself to be a victim of the state. You're supposed to stop. It's called agorism. You're supposed to do the opposite of that. Not just, oh fuck, I guess since they're paying me now, I'll just fold on all my principles.
That's what happens, dude. And that's the whole thing, man. Finding people that won't sell out, dude.
Dude, they're all sellouts. They'll all vote for Trump too. Watch. They'll vote for someone because they're all still in that mentality. They're still in the two-party paradigm. They're still, oh, it's fucking libs or whatever. They won't even talk to they won't even talk to a lib. Like, guess what? We talk to libs because we have something in common with a lot of libs. It's having principles and being vegan. Therefore, a lib will listen to us because they're very open to the fact that our subsidies pay for the meat and dairy industry, and that's eternally evil and immoral. And so it's very easy to convince a lib to be a anarchist. I don't see these clowns converting doing anything to help the two-party paradigm problem that we're having.
Yeah, I mean, conservatives have really done very little.
Yeah.
They have not. What have they done? They don't have like any culture. Like, it's all liberal Hollywood culture. You know, like they haven't even gotten into like the arts or like music or anything. They just sit at their homes. They sit in their houses. They don't do shit. You know, they
Dude,
don't have.
Steve, look in the comments, all these people losing their fucking minds.
I can't. I just have my phone. I have to get my other phone to look at that. But dude, fuck these faggots.
No, they're losing their minds on every word I'm saying. And just like, no, you're scum. Why are you so angry? You don't eat meat. You're so angry.
Dude, we're gonna.
No, I'm angry because I actually am fighting for something unlike you. I'm fighting for billions of animals being killed. You're fighting for jack shit. You're fighting for the state still, and you call yourself a fucking truther.
Dude,
vegan crops are subsidized for to feed cattle. You dill hole. Holy
Right?
shit,
dude! They don't understand in that argument that animals eat plants. That's literally the whole argument, dude. Is animals eat? Do animals eat plants?
Well, because
dude,
the plant sentience argument is hysterical. The mental
Dude, that's
gymnastics for
ridiculous,
carnists to talk about how it's more immoral to eat plants than animals when they're eating animals that eat plants. And when an animal eats plants, in order to grow an animal to a right size to slaughter and feed, you cut up the cow and it turns into, whatever, 10 bill, like 10, let's just say it's not this number, but 10,000 calories, right? The cow. But you had to feed that cow 2 million calories to grow it. So there's a massive loss in food that we could be feeding people that don't have much food. So like literally our food could be cheaper. We could be feeding everyone with the food we already grow now, but yet we're feeding it to cows out of tradition for no good reason whatsoever at a deficit. We don't even get the equal amount of meat back in calories and protein. So these dudes who are libertarian or fiscally conservative that don't see the absolute insanity in economics between after growing animals to kill and eat. It's absolutely nuts. You spend way too much money. That's why the subsidies are there. The subsidy government, all the meat eaters are subsidy whores. You couldn't afford to eat meat and dairy. They couldn't afford to eat meat and dairy if the government wasn't paying for it. And if they got rid of government, they wouldn't be able to eat meat anymore. They'd be able to eat meat once a year, maybe. And so they're fighting for something they don't even really want. That's why I say you're not ready to have freedom, you fucking scum. You aren't even ready for freedom because it's going to be completely different once the government's gone. You're not going to get to do your carnivore diet and all that shit. That shit's out the window. It's going to be $200 a pound for beef. You fucking, these people are just dumb. They don't understand what they're even fucking doing in their lives. Like, they don't want the government to be gone. Their diet depends on the government. Like, you think vegans aren't going to like be able to grow shit without the government's help? No, we can grow shit all day. You can't grow those animals like that. That's not how it works. Like, you can't grow a cow these days without subsidies attached to every fucking end of it. And so these fucking people, holy crap.
Yeah, man.
There's some funny comments in here. Definitely agree with half of the shit you're saying.
I mean, it's a black hole of death.
So, someone said I'm dumb. Oh god damn, I'm just gonna quit my podcast now, dude. I'm hanging up the Boston gloves here. Someone called me.
What have you done? Where's your content, Jethro Miller? Like,
what are you doing to change the world, you scumbag?
Does he have an avatar picture? This is fucking secret agent man over
Most of
here.
these dudes are faceless, bro. They're all faceless.
Secret
They're all
agent
faceless.
man over here, bro.
Yeah. I mean, fucking Race Lever's probably a fucking CIA bot. That dude's too good. He's too funny. He's too consistently funny to be a real person. It's too funny. So it's funny how these people keep saying Adam's watching, but Adam's not here. Why isn't he here trying to defend himself? Because he knows everything I'm saying is fucking true. The dude's destroyed so many lives, it's not even funny. Extremely careless person with other humans. I would highly recommend never getting involved with anything having to do with Adam Kokesh. If you have him on your show, you're fucking scum. Because you've been warned and you're a truther and you should know the truth. Same thing for this Barry situation. You're so smart, you should fucking know to stay away from psychos. And you're here defending them with all your buddies. But thanks for the boost in views. Holy shit.
And now we know you're
how many new subs I got. I'm going to check how many new subs I've got. Oh, shit. Hey, it's a good day. But yeah.
Really? Nice.
Yeah. Oh, sick. Lackluster too? Oh my God. Babe, it's happening. It's literally happening. The whole movement of these auditor faggots are breaking in half and fighting each other. There's lacklusters supposedly trolling me now. Your dad would be proud. Your dad likes all these guys. But yeah, so again, nothing against auditing. But if you're going to get an ego about it and think that you're this great person and that's the only thing you're doing in the world that's furthering freedom, you're fooling yourself. It's all outward pointing. You're not doing anything about yourself. If you were put in that position, if you were traded outfits with that cop, you'd probably do the same thing. And I know that's going to trigger a lot of you people, especially if there's several fucking big channels watching right now. You guys are all fucking scum.
Yep.
Show me how you're changing the world. Show me how you're teaching your friends to be better people. Show me that and I'll be impressed. Until then, bro, you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself.
But these people don't even recycle.
Oh damn! Look at all the copage going on in here. You're lying. My father has a dairy. That's not how it works.
No, come on.
Please have Garland on. Garland Farms is one of the dumbest people you'll come across. Have him on your show and definitely embarrass him, the old man, more.
Like the only thing he had going for him with Garland was like he could stall your argument. He could just be like, "Well, the oil and the byproducts
dude, bro,
and the co-products."
Did you watch our first debate? He spent 2 hours saying 3 sentences. He was so ungodly slow, and I'm like, it's like, bro, you can't just show up here and just talk slow and then act like you won the debate. Like, holy crap! And then I had like a 7-minute opening statement that just fucking ripped him to shreds. And then they it went, and I did it first, and then it goes to him and he's all, vegans, they're lying about crop death. Like he just had it's just embarrassing. Like these dudes are supposed to just turn around and just, that doesn't apply to me. Like that's just animals. That doesn't matter. Like, bro, it's an extension of how you are in your heart. You don't have any heart intelligence. You don't think with care or anything anymore. You're all Satanists, and Satanists don't worship Satan. They just worship themselves, and they do everything they do is for themselves. And that's all of you out here, almost. Only a few people, probably.
And what's the first symptom of a psychopath? Harm to animals.
Yeah. Adam Kokesh.
Harm to animals.
Kicked,
That's
I had a customer come over to our house one day because I work on motorcycles. Came over to our house. Adam I'm giving this lady her motorcycle back. Adam comes out of the door. Baloo, his dog, comes out with him, who's already got a cone on its head because it's already injured from another time he injured it. The dog gets excited to see a new person, runs over to the lady. Adam screams at the dog to come back, screams again. The dog comes back. Adam kicks Baloo out from underneath his legs. He flips around and smacks his head on the concrete.
Dude,
my fucking customer loses her mind, runs to her car, drives away, calls me screaming and crying. Then I get, and then over the years, he got caught by a couple people at his ranch kicking Baloo again. And everyone's all, oh, it's okay because he has PTSD from the war. No, he fucking doesn't.
No, I know people that will
combat.
kill that dude. I know people that will kill that dude straight up.
And now he's got 5 dogs. I was so happy the day Baloo died. I loved that dog. I got bit by that dog in a dog fight because of Adam. Crazy fucking dog fight. I told the story on the last show.
Yeah.
I was so happy that dog passed away because he didn't have to live with that guy anymore. But now he has 5 dogs. And his ex-girlfriend, who's all over my Facebook page, is talking about how she's really worried about those dogs. And like, I swear to God, dude, like his ex-wife hits me up. Yeah, he's been on meth, not surprised. He's been on all kinds of shit. He used to do the show High on Coke all the fucking time, but no one cares about that because he said so much cool shit and he's so eloquent and fucking, he destroys people.
And that's
like, bro, I know so much about him.
Way too many
Mulligan Mint scam. The Mulligan Mint scam. Adam was the face for a gold and silver minting company that ended up scamming people, libertarians, for millions of dollars. Adam defended the guy to the death, will defend him to this day. There's so many fucking scummy things that guy's done. None of these dudes know about any of this shit. No, we're friends with Adam. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like, you don't know shit about Adam Kokesh. You've never fucking dated him. You've never been on a show with him. You've never lived with him. You don't know fuck all about who that is. I fucking swear to God, these dudes are
and
so...
Berwick,
I'm from 2012. Oh, I'm around from 2012. Adam's my friend. He's coming on my show. Really? Because the whole movement rejected that guy a couple years back. That's why he's been gone. He was fucking trolling some child. Some 10-year-old kid telling some like a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kid that his parents were fucking psychos. Adam was telling this guy because Adam was mad that this guy was trolling him. Like, there's non-stop stories. And anyone who's been around knows this shit. And these fucking new blood clowns that just came into this movement recently think they fucking know shit. It's fucking hilarious. Fucking fools.
And Berwick. They hang together. They all hang together. Berwick,
they all hang together. Berwick and Cooper were best buddies. They've been claiming to not be buddies because they've been scamming people on the low.
Luke Radowski,
go watch my videos about Luis Fernando Mises. Go watch I have 3 videos about Luis Fernando Mises. I have a video, Justin Bedini getting scammed by Larkin Rose. Like, you guys all just let this shit go. Like, go watch these videos. Like, it's fucking hilarious that these people don't uneducatedly fucking going out and vouching for these people. It's absolutely fucking hilarious.
Galt's Gulch, a fantasy based on some novel by Ayn Rand, and that was like $20 million he got people for.
Yeah, scammed libertarians for $20 million. Then did a fast track Mexican passport scam on libertarians in the wide open, got caught for it, didn't return anyone's money. All he did is walk around Acapulco with his shirt off, drunk, and everyone's all, oh, he's an alcoholic. Dude, all these fucking people, nonstop, cowardly, spineless scum that just want to clout chase more than they want to hold any scummy people accountable.
And that's the problem. And that's what's going to lead.
And these dudes are piling on right now with millions of followers.
And that's
because
what's gonna lead
to
every
vouch for
month.
a guy, they do not know. They are not from this guy's scene. This guy is from the Liberty Movement. I've been watching this guy. People have been watching this guy. This man was rejected from the Liberty Movement. He was kicked out of Anarchapulco for almost assaulting several people. So we've been hearing in the Liberty Movement, we've been hearing about Barry Cooper for a decade, about how psycho cop he is. But oh no, same with Adam. Since he's got content where he's normal and saying cool stuff we like, there's no way he's a bad person in real life. Like, he is in the Philippines for a reason. He's not there hiding from the feds because they're mad because he makes videos. They're mad because he has SA charges and sketchy shit that he doesn't want to come back to. Just like Berwick. Berwick tried to sue some guy and then lost. He tried to sue some guy saying that the guy tried to rape him and his wife. But then it turned out that there was actual evidence that proves that Berwick they were trying to fuck the dude, and the dude denied him, and they got mad and tried to sue him. That's why they had to leave the country.
That is
that they were in Mexico. They had to move somewhere else. They were somewhere like
worst.
These people have been doing this shit in the wide open.
That's
We've been
the
watching
worst.
it for decades. So fuck all these fucking scumbags in the fucking comments who just
didn't
think
even
that
know-
they fucking know. He's still a cop, you fucking dipshit. He's still a fucking fed. He is a chaos agent. He does nothing but cause chaos in communities where people are uniting against the government. That is what he's been doing ever since the guy's been on the scene. And the fact that you're okay with, you're defending a fucking cop and a fucking troop. Fucking scum. Absolute scum. You're dumb. Jethro's saying I'm dumb again. Look. Except he's put a couple words on there. It's actually a sentence now. I no
Dude.
longer need to ask now. I know you're dumb. All in caps. Wow.
Dude, that's
Unbelievable.
that's so smart. That literally blew us away, right, Jeff? That just I don't know what to do now. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And that's nobody has the fucking balls but you and now me to hold these people to their word, dude.
No, these people are all scum. And
Who's gonna hold them to their word, dude? Who's gonna fucking challenge these
Nobody.
people?
Some of the Mother Nature will someday.
They're just gonna keep waiting for the new flock, the new herd of know nothings that are gonna come along so they could scam, and then
yeah,
and then they're gonna blame us for not calling them out.
Bro, when you pay someone, okay, so remember I was talking about how the factory farm workers aren't considered in. It's because, like, if you pay someone to take on, like, in order to kill animals to eat meat,
It's a murder.
When you kill an animal, it fucks with your head, right? So it fucks
Murder.
with your head. We all know this. There's been tons of studies. Essays go up in neighborhoods where factory farms are added. You know, like domestic violence, all that stuff. It goes through the roof. Suicide, depression, all that stuff. It's called perpetrator-induced traumatic syndrome. So people lose their minds and die from working in I always say concentration camps. It's so easy. It comes off so much easier. Factory farms.
Yeah.
So if you're a carnist and you say that veganism is immoral and then eating animals is moral because you're eating less animal, whatever your argument is, you are paying a human to go risk their life and sanity to kill this animal for you. That's an immoral act. No matter how you look at it, you know that's immoral. And these guys want to say, oh, it's not immoral because you're doing it. It's animals. Animals don't they shouldn't command that kind of respect or whatever. But it's like, no, dude, you're hurting. There is a massive amount of harm around the animal agriculture industry existence. Massive amount of human harm. So to say that it's not a moral issue because cows don't deserve to have us be moral to them, it's absolute fucking bullshit. These people are fooling themselves.
Very advanced.
Carnus on the One Great Work Network saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with eating meat. No, you're putting someone through living hell for your own taste buds to do something unnecessary. It's wild. Yeah. Not necessary.
And they could just block it out. Just like
no matter how you look at it.
And they could just block it out, dude. They could just write it off. Well, dude, I don't think they're going to be able to write off what's coming for them, dude.
No. That's, I mean, not that I'm Christian, but I've done a lot of research on veganism and vegetarianism in the Bible. And the Bible is one of the most vegan books I've ever read in my life, at least from several. I haven't read that book. I just said I didn't read it, but a lot of the content I've read over the passages that I've read are shockingly vegan and vegetarian. There are many. Wasn't Paul vegan? There's many characters that are vegetarian. There are many civilizations. There are many communities that were vegan in the Bible. They're all full of shit. But what was the point? Oh, so Garden of Eden was vegan, and the scum of the earth, humans, kept sinning, and they kept begging and crying for meat. They didn't like just eating plants and vegetables, and so God begrudgingly was like, "All right, scumbags, but guess what? In order to get into heaven, you're going to have a lot longer. You're going to have a lot more work to do before you can get into the whatever fucking promised land or something." That isn't like, oh no, you guys are good, just eat all the meat you want and you have no problems, no repercussions, anything like that. It's just complete nonsense. We literally had some Christian guy come up who was just thinking that he was going to smoke us all, and he fucking ran from the show 20 minutes in because he didn't understand that when he read the Bible, he wasn't paying attention for the vegan and vegetarian stuff. And so once we started dropping shit on his plate, he's like, oh shit, I didn't realize that Jesus said, I'm not going to eat this lamb with you. Like, there are all kinds of crazy things. Not that I'm into religion at all, but I'm into making Christians look hypocritical, and they're extremely hypocritical for how little. I mean, these guys that scream the loudest about what they know about the Bible have been wrong, more wrong than anyone else. Oh wow, look, they're still streaming in. But
well, you don't need to be religious to have like a moral, philosophical spirituality.
Yeah. No, these dudes don't have any idea what the word spirituality means. They think they're just here and everything is theirs and they could just live as psychopathically as possible. And it's never going to come around and bite them in the ass. But we're living in hell because you guys have created hell for us and you're not even trying to change it. So that's why it sucks right now, is because you've let it suck because you're a sucky fucking person. You've only put out suck into the world. So obviously, that's going to make the world more sucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're saying I'm deleting posts now. Wow. Haven't deleted a single fucking post. YouTube deletes posts those, but I'm not worried about anything anyone's saying about me in here. No one has anything on me because I don't fucking have anything. So you guys can all say what you want. It's hysterical because you're just a bunch of fucking retards guessing, throwing punches in the dark, hoping something lands right, like all the other people I fucking talk to. You're all the same immoral piece of shit. It's fucking super boring at this point.
Yeah, and they're this close.
Go back to your fucking, go back to your Messiah who has the big YouTube page that you worship because he's got a big YouTube page where he posts videos of police brutality. Wow. That's such, you're definitely getting, things are definitely going to end well for you, you know. hilarious pack mentality. Like imagine if these guys were in charge, bro. Imagine if these guys were in charge. There'd be fucking people hung in the streets. There'd be all kinds of crazy shit in the name of government. People aren't ready for freedom. They're not ready for cops, for not having cops around. Not ready in the least bit to be in a society or a community with no cops around. You guys are all scum.
As soon as that happens, as soon as what we all think is going to happen, dude, these people are going to be they're going to be ripping the flesh off the bones of their neighbors, dude, and not even thinking twice about it.
Yeah. Oh, look, everyone's triggered on the Bible now. I knew it. I'm just playing these fools. I just have to say words and they just keep commenting. Fucking playing these fools. I can't believe that fucking, what's his name? I can never remember the YouTuber, the guy who was here talking shit. Something D. Direct D. That's the gayest name I've ever heard in my life for a YouTube channel. Oh my God. Direct D? Like you're directly going to the D? The dick? Wow, bro. That's some seriously gay shit. Anyway, this guy censored his show after I went on it last night because he didn't want people to see what I said. Like, what kind of fucking coward person standing up for the truth censors their broadcast because someone came down and spit truth on it? You should have heard how boring the fucking conversation was that I walked in on, dude. And then they were trying to get me caught up in some boring ass conversation talking about Jeffrey Epstein and shit. Like, bro, we've all talked about this 1,000 times. Like, this is your content. You got 200 viewers and you're talking about fucking nothing. Internal drama. Real fucking good. You're helping out the community quite a bit. You're definitely helping out the truth community by fucking sicking your fucking people on me, attacking the messenger.
And by not being principled, by not having any moral foundation framework, you know, that they'll be working for Epstein, in no time.
Hey, now they're giving me money.
They'll become an
now
Epstein.
His people are giving me money.
That is a straw man, King Chow Chow. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, and of course it's probably some obese person who's faceless. It's not going to be someone.
Are you a dog, bro?
Something in their name. It's all these faceless fucking sock accounts from fucking Reddit.
He's a dog.
Unbelievable.
He's subhuman. He considers himself subhuman.
Look at all these clowns here telling me that he's eating beef jerky on his channel as if I give a fuck. Like, that's literally in the vegan community, people who say bacon and like post beef, like you're literally the dumbest people in the fucking world to us. And you are. And it's not even that it's just our opinion. You are. Like, that is the weakest fucking argument for carnism I've ever heard. Beef, bacon. I'm gonna eat twice as much as you bake. I'm gonna eat two times as much meat tonight to make up for you. All right, then I'll eat 2 times as much tofu to make up for your beef, bro. You're gonna get triggered more. I don't get, dude. I've been vegan since the 90s, bro. Dude, I've had everyone say everything to me so many times. It's not interesting. You guys are repeating the same shit some fucking uncle told you when you were fucking growing up. So it's like, it's the most boring, low IQ argument you could ever come up with. And look at all these minions doing the bidding, doing the police work for their messiahs that have the big YouTube channels. They're here being police. They're here copying me. And these guys are against cops, allegedly. Like, bro, I've been admin on cop block since fucking 2010. Suck my dick. Like,
oh shit.
Holy crap. Like, these guys are too funny. All these noobs, all these minions being cops, all these YouTubers that claim to be against authority, being the authority and sending their cops to basically try and kill me with words. Wow, I'm sure you'd be a very nice president if you were president. You'd be really nice. You'd definitely save the world. You wouldn't kill people who you don't agree with. You wouldn't kill all the vegans. That's for sure. Because you're a compassionate, nice person. You wouldn't eradicate people for being compassionate to animals, right? Shit.
Well, you wouldn't know, because I mean, like,
oh, look, now I have a tiny dick.
oh, another straw man, bro.
Yeah. Jack Attack in the house. It's great to see some vegans in the chat too.
Oh, yo, did you hear?
Exciting.
That
The wave's
murder?
exciting. Oh man. Huh?
Did you hear about that cartel murder that happened in like Anarchapulco area back in the day?
Oh yeah. No, I watched that whole thing. That was one of the most embarrassing shows I've ever watched in my life. That's for sure. But no, I was around when all that went down.
I think that girl's name was Lily, who was his girlfriend.
Yeah, little skinny hippie girl.
Yeah, and she would always brag about like carrying this bag of meat from the meat store and stuff, and like just being all carnivore.
They started off vegan. And then same with like fucking these chicks. They're like, I had an eating disorder. And I got really skinny, and then now I eat nothing but meat all day long, and my eating disorder is gone. It's like, no, eating meat all day is an eating disorder. Like you're not getting enough calories. Like you're literally, it's an eating disorder, just like not feeding yourself is. It's actually worse because you're doing massive amount of harm, and you're doing a massive amount of harm in the world. But yeah, these truthers that think that these carnivore truthers, they're my favorite. So, okay, let me get this straight, carnivore truther. The governments are bad, right? Subsidies are bad. Welfare is bad. But you're going to double down on the most subsidized meat that we have access to. Because
but they're all free range. They're all backyard chicken people. They're all fucking, homesteaders, dude. You have it all wrong. Yeah. Fuck out of here.
Yep. Absolutely hysterical. Fuck out of here. What were we gonna watch? Are we still watching this? Yeah, so I don't know. Oh, I guess I'll get back to this now. So the Europa group. So I left, and eventually Braxton and Allie are in there talking with them about what happened, and they're being very fucking nice. And they both got kicked out of that group. So I left. They both got kicked out. And then the moderator, the guy Nemo, who I thought was cool, but definitely had like a temper breakdown on me and everyone else in there, writes me a message today. Guess what he says? So I get this message, and it's been 2 days.
Is he sorry?
Look at this. Look at how much he wrote.
Oh my god, dude, that's like chapters, bro. What? Dude, he just straight up wrote you a Bible.
Yeah. So he basically says, oh, so I watched some more of your shit. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So he basically tried to explain why things degraded and was just like, oh, you are misunderstanding everyone, dogpiling on you for just I don't even know what he was trying to say. But he said he would not have kicked anyone out. He did not want me to leave, even though he was saying things. He was definitely like as turnt and he was definitely as hysterical as anyone in that group. The lady who wrote me the review, the awesome review for the show, was the one that kicked out Braxton and Allie. Just mid-sentence.
Yvonne?
Yeah, Yvonne.
Yeah, she's in the other group. I don't even like. I don't know.
So
Did
the
she have
people that
any-
like had our back, and then the
Did she have
guy
any
used the internet or
content?
whatever, he was being really cool, and then he turned on me too. Everyone just turned on me since one dude turned on me. That's how fucking weak, no self-control, no emotional control whatsoever. And these people are trying to teach people natural law. And they
Out of
can't even
sight, out of
hold
mind.
it together enough to not literally do the same mentality that's happening in the fucking chat right now with all these other scumbags.
Dude, out of sight,
Gang
out of
mentality, pack mentality. Let's
but
fucking
it's the same thing with
dogpile the
me.
guy we don't agree with. What does Mark
literally-
teach? Does he teach to just be nice to everyone? Because I missed that part.
Yeah.
I heard him say we need to be petty tyrants and stay on people's ass who aren't doing the right work or who are doing bad work or who are misbehaving morally. You're just going to hang out in a group with people doing that shit? Like, I don't understand the vegans, the vegan natural law people hanging out with the carnists and doing shit with them. And just, blowing smoke up each other's ass, reciting Mark Passio statements over and over again, but not even understanding them. Like, bro, you're halfway up Mount Stupid if you don't figure this out.
Hold on, I'm gonna call
Trash
Team
ape.
Humanity.
You fucking losers!
On the clown.
You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy!
Phone.
We're not in your fucking
Hello,
meat industry,
Daddy.
propaganda cult. You fucking losers! Fucking trash apes.
That's
Here's a
the
song
chat
for
right
you.
now.
We'll find the fuck out, boy!
Yeah. Fucking.
You fucking losers!
That's like, I can't even say it that hard, man. Oh my God, I was away for
Dude,
2 seconds. 57 comments. Direct D's in the
Triggered,
chat
dude.
again, still hiding from coming up because he's I understand why. He has nothing. He doesn't know me, doesn't know anything about me. So what's he going to come up here and say? You're wrong about Barry Cooper, and my behavior and sicking all my fans on you is totally okay and totally cool, and it's helping out the movement. Like fucking retards.
And in this Euro group, like as soon as
Look
they
at these
kick you
guys
out,
who
like,
think
the
they're
people-
cool. We're hanging out with Kokesh. Kokesh is in the room with us right now. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's a loser.
Wow. Oh no, I have complete emotional control. This is all completely planned. My tone is actually fucking surgically adjusted. So my emotions are completely fine and in my control. It's you clowns who have been triggered enough to come to a channel and talk shit to someone you don't even know. It's fucking hysterical. Talk about emotional and not being able to be emotional or not
Well,
having
how-
control about emotions.
How do you convince people without emotion? Like you just want us to be like monotone, like what? Like
No, yeah, we have to smile and be nice to each other and support our friends even when they're scamming people. Who is Adam
Yeah.
Kokesh? Adam Kokesh was relevant maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Dude is he has a very photographic memory for saying statements, and he logs in lots of information and can put it out at an alarmingly good rate. The dude's talented at debating people, talented at getting the message of freedom out, but in his life, he causes nothing but pain and suffering. This has been known by everyone.
He's a psychopath.
For a while. Not these clowns, though, who are clout chasing. These clout chasing clowns trying to chase clout of narcissistic psychos, people that wreak havoc on other humans at their own benefit in order to get their name out more or whatever, you know. you know, the same thing goes for the people that ignore it. You know, that's why I have a problem with Derek Bros, because I watched him ignore very bad behavior and not speak out about it, and still suck the dick of the person who he even admitted to me knew was doing very wrong shit, and still does to this day. These clout chasing clowns, giant fucking losers, like absolute losers.
I mean, Derek Bros, you know, he doesn't necessarily come from humble beginnings in the sense of, you know, like
Another
did
person.
some
I just
time.
know too much, bro. I just know too much about the guy, and I can't ignore it. Like all these losers in the chat, they can ignore when they're, you know, like it's the same mentality. Like, do you not think that like president supporters, like this is the same thing? Oh, Trump can't do wrong, I will support Trump to the death. That's how they do for these guys. They're like, they've done so much for freedom that they can't do wrong. Even if they fucking murder people, I still have their back because they said a bunch of stuff I like a lot, you know? Like,
yeah,
give me a break.
And that's a cult. That's literally the definition of a cult, dude.
Oh, it's extremely culty.
Yeah.
And they support these guys. They monetarily support these guys. When the most thing, and these dudes need jobs more than anything. If Adam Kokesh got a job, I'd actually consider, you know, you know, I'd actually be like, wow, he's actually trying. But Adam knows he has mental health problems and he ignores them. He needs to seek help, you know, and he never has. And if you know you need to seek help and you continue to destroy people's lives, you know, and you just keep doing it, like how is this a good person that we should be supporting monetarily and with our words and our reputations? These people just don't care about reputations. They don't care about anything.
They think it'll all get forgotten. Oh, the internet will forget about everything. Yeah, okay.
Oh, now I'm a tampon. Oh, a tap-on? What's a tap-on?
I don't know. That's weird.
Oh.
And this is so easy. I'm not like even like it's always going to be easy for us to shit on these people.
Yeah.
And legitimately shit on them.
Bro, I'm not tweaking. I'm just vegan.
We got more energy than you fucking slobs.
Oh, look, the Carnists with their great arguments are here. Why are you drinking water? That's the fish's home.
Oh, wow. Wow, dude. He got us with that one, right, Jeff? Damn, I'm lost now.
He really got me with that one.
Shit, dude.
Totally got me with that one.
What is that even? What the fuck are you even talking about, dude? Who is this? What is Jimmy Kirk? Dude, get like another fucking subhuman with the dog on his thing. Fucking, are you a dog, bro? Fuck out of here.
Look, direct dick rules me.
Oh, wow. Okay. You mean like when we asked him to
Yeah.
come on the chat, you know, to actually discuss
He's
his,
still in the
viewpoints,
chat. He won't come up.
and he won't
Like,
even
I posted
answer.
the fucking link to him several times.
Dude, I'm so glad that dude Fernando Mises got found out, because dude, I could tell just by that dude's face, bro. He was just
That guy's
bad
pure
news,
douche.
man.
Pure douche. And he was the
Bad news.
sidekick to Jeff Berwick and Barry Cooper.
I bet.
So, you know.
They
Oh, I
just
should make all these
suck
trolls
each
watch
other's
some shit right now.
dicks. Like if
I should
like,
make these trolls watch some dope shit right now. Let me see what I got.
I bet Jeff is just as like I've heard so many stories about Jeff fucking being inappropriate with other people's girls. It's unbelievable. I wouldn't doubt if he's running something like Diddy.
Berwick? Oh, in
Yeah.
Mexico for sure. Who
Dude,
knows?
he's such a scumbag, dude.
Who fucking
I've
knows?
met him.
But if you watch my,
I've met him.
if you
twice,
watch those
bro.
videos, yeah. Did you see? So the Luis Fernando Mises videos, I go deep about the crypto scam that's going on around the Liberty Movement, and it's like I've been in crypto for 10 years, and I know what crypto scammers look like, and the scammers that are the scammers using the images from people in the Liberty Movement are very different. And what better of a scam could you do than use your own likeness to scam people, and then let it be known that your likeness has been taken and used to scam people with? Like, it's the perfect fucking scam. And I think that's what they've been doing down there, because it's Louis Mises, it's Jeff Berwick. I've been used before. Like, it was when we went to Float Fest, same time as Anarcho Poco. Go to Float Fest, get back. All of a sudden, everyone from Float Fest and Anarcho Poco is being used as to scam people for crypto. And what better scam than just let it be known. You do a post and be like, oh, if you see someone check to make sure you're not talking to some scammer that's scamming crypto, because that's not me. Then everyone knows, oh, that's not actually Jeff, but it is actually Jeff scamming people. But just everyone thinks it's a scammer using Jeff Berwick's picture. But Barry and Berwick are buddies. They're scammers in they're brothers in scam. They've been doing it forever. They say that they don't like each other, but they just say that to make it easier for them to scam people. They've gone from scam to scam to scam to scam to scam. And, and then all these scumbags here are supporting them so much that they're willing to put their name and reputation on the line because they're immoral people. They don't have, their word is not worth anything. And they don't value actually any of this stuff, integrity or anything like that. But yeah,
they're creepy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
scammy
wanted to go to YouTube. Go ahead.
Dumpster pumpers.
Dumpster humpers, huh?
Well, dumpster pumpers. Like this dude.
Oh fuck
Cooper
yeah! Let's
sounds
watch
like a
them
dude.
watch me. Let's watch them watch me. Hold on. Coco. Go to Flow Fest. Get back. All of a sudden.
Is he
shit.
for
What's up, bro?
any possible story I might run on him being involved in crypto scams?
Look at Direct D,
Because
bro.
I'm going to.
Go
That's
ahead.
part of this.
Interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny he brings it up.
Whoa. Whoops. Hold on.
That's how that dude looks. Real macho, that dude.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. And the dude doesn't know anything about me. And he's just up there putting his face on the line. Where to go? Where to go? Crap. I'm going to find it. What's his name? Direct to the D?
Yeah.
D in the butt?
Yeah, behind the dumpster, pumping each other like Barry. He got pumped behind the dumpster by Barry Cooper, dude.
Now we're watching it. Yeah. Not that it matters. I only have 5,000 guys. I'm not gonna. No one from my channel is gonna follow you guys. Trust me. But this is hilarious. Oh yeah. So what else were we supposed to talk about? I'm gonna make them watch. Hold on. Watch this. This is so funny. This will clear the chat real quick. Hold on, bro. Put the Earthling Head video on. It's so funny. But yeah, so he's saying
we could talk about
crypto now. But I have a crypto group that I've had for almost 12 years, and they'll all vouch for me. I don't ask for people's crypto. I don't tell people what cryptos to buy. I don't ask for personal keys like Louis von Mises does. I don't. I don't do any of the scammy things. that you can scam crypto with, and I have hundreds of people that will back me up. So go ahead and try and fabricate some more stuff about how I'm scamming people. That's real funny. Either they were making fun of me for living in a trailer. Now they're saying that I'm rich from scamming people. So which is it? Oh, wow. DirectD engaged in any will DirectD engage in any conversation? No. When I was on a show, he just talked shit about how I have a smaller channel than him. Obviously, he's the one with the little peepee and has to have his manliness be proven by how big his channel is. I gotta take a piss though. I'm gonna put on Earthling Ed just to fucking drive these carnist fucks. Actually, no. What am I talking about? Hold on a sec. I got something way better.
Mark?
I got something way better to tell you. Yeah. I got something way better for us to watch. Yeah, so direct D, direct to the D. Why would you even name yourself that? It's pretty funny. To like choose something that sounds so gay. You know what I mean? Would you choose like a super gay sounding?
Telling you, dude, to join these guys with all this money, you got to give up them cheeks, dude. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Here we go. Yeah. So hold on. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break because I gotta smoke.
Cue it up, buddy.
And you don't know anything about me as a human being, fuckface. That's the bottom. That's a threat. That's potential.
Goes out to everyone in the
fuck
chat.
Yourself. You don't know me. You don't know a fucking thing about me. You know nothing about my fucking lifestyle, and you don't know anything about me as a human being, fuckface. That's the bottom line. Okay? And people want to talk shit that they know nothing about. You want to say I'm talking shit, but I do know what I'm talking about. Fucking trash apes out there, because that's what you are. The vast majority of this movement are nothing but garbage monkeys. You are trash apes. And your minds are fucked up, and your psychologies are fucked up, and your souls are fucking fucked up. And you don't know how to do the work to make those things fucking right and to make them healed, and you're not trying to do those things. You're staying in your fucked up condition, and you're thinking that you're fine when you're completely fucked up. And this is what I've been trying to tell you here all over what's happening, and it's why you're never going to achieve true freedom. It's why you're dooming the earth to slavery.
Justin Padini, you know this is all about you, right? Have you figured that out yet? Get your ass up here, you fucking pussy.
That's what I've been saying, man.
That's what we've all been saying for years about these guys.
I guess they think we're one chicken sandwich away from a free world.
Like we've been pressing on the What on Earth is, or the One World Network guys, and we've been critical of Mark because he hasn't done enough activism for the animals as far as like in his main stuff. And it's just like, this has been what I've been waiting for from this guy for a long time to finally, lay it all out. And you can't say that he's not talking about every single person on his network as well. This dude seems fed up with everyone around him. I don't know his story very well, but I imagine he had good people around him once and probably doesn't anymore. And he's just sick of it. But anyway, we'll get back to it. What's up, Jerem? How you been, buddy?
We're chilling, dude.
Big chilling.
Big chilling. Yep.
Because you don't have your minds right and you don't have your souls right. Your minds are all fucked up. You don't know how to do basic arithmetic. You don't know how to take in information. You don't know how to sift through it. You don't know how to come to logical and reasonable conclusions about it. You jump to fucking completely unwieldy and unnecessary and stupid conclusions. You don't know how to apply the trivium. You don't know how to do the very basics of mathematics and geometry and physics, etc. You're just dumb shit apes. And you think you're okay staying like that when you're not okay. You're fucked up. And you
shit ape. Who do we know that's a shit ape? Like, I know who's popping up in everyone's head right now. And he's in the chat right now, hiding. Get up here, Justin Bedini. Justin Bedini was trying to say this video was about us.
Bro.
Are you kidding me, dude?
He told me that he's all, can't you see? He's calling you out because you only talk about diet. Because we're only talking about diet. Get in here, Justin.
And before he would talk about people that are not putting out any content to push the needle forward to get the truth out there.
What are you talking about? Justin Pedini has been telling everyone about P. Diddy for years.
Well, I don't think that's what he's referring to as far as important material that needs to be broadcast.
No, as I have, get up here, dude.
Waiting for the Godzilla podcast.
He's waiting for Godzilla.
I'm waiting for the Godzilla podcast. I mean, you can do something with that, I guess.
The link is in the fucking chat, you dill hole. This guy, man.
You know, the one relevant part of Godzilla for me is the fact that the new series acknowledges the Hollow Earth. The Hollow Earth plays a critical role in the entire series.
Oh my god. Hold on, I have to freaking wipe Justin's ass and give him the link in his freaking Facebook because he doesn't know how to click the link in the chat.
Special delivery.
Yeah. And this guy is the head of the One Great Work Network. Second smartest person in the world next to Larkin Rose, right? Holy shit. This video is also about Larkin Rose, very much so. It's also about Logan Hart. It's about all these fakers. About the fakers. And if you aren't vegan, then you're a faker. If you haven't figured this shit out yet, at this point, you're completely faking. Or you're just unlearning a person who can't learn, which Justin Pedini is definitely a person who can't learn. Yeah, I sent it to your Facebook, dude.
The roast of Justin Pedini. Where is the...
And you have the Dunning-Kruger effect running rampant throughout your entire psychology. And you jump to conclusions that are wrong because you don't have enough knowledge and you think you do. You believe that you're intelligent creatures when you're some of the dumbest that have ever existed. And I'm not even talking about folks.
I'll wait till this guy gets up here. Justin, hurry up.
Can I just say a little thing about Dunning-Kruger effect here since I haven't said anything? Can you guys hear me?
I have missed you for saying...
This is really fucking annoying. It comes up quite a lot. I don't think the Dunning-Kruger effect should be understood as a moral feeling. I think it's a very, very logical, understandable effect of the kind of statistical exposure that people get at different levels of expertise. When you know a little bit about something, you're constantly dealing with people who know nothing about it. It is going to make you, it is going to give you confidence because of the statistical exposure you're getting, where you every time you do the thing, you do it better than others. You can't understand what the very, very high level people are thinking and talking about, and though that doesn't become evidence for you because you process it. And then when you start to get to the moderate levels of expertise, you now have the ability to understand what the truly top experts are talking about. So that enters in as evidence for you now because you have the capacity to make evidence. So I would say Dunning-Kruger is just what naturally happens when different levels introduced into your calculation. And not the moral failing fucking asshole who whoever drew ego or whatever just think they have their expertise and they do. It doesn't. I mean, they might be tied in those kind of factors, personality factors, moral factors might be tied in to the effects of Dunning-Kruger. But Dunning-Kruger itself is just a statistical phenomenon. The relation between expertise and what ends up counting as evidence. I hope that made sense.
Okay. Jeremy, you're in Korea, the place with the best internet in the world, and your audio's still messed up. God damn it.
Oh, well, shit. It's not my connection. It's my old phone.
I want James.
It's about time for a new phone. Justin Pedini.
Yeah.
Justin.
Yeah.
This video is about you. You realize this, right?
What video is? Mark?
This video we're watching is about you.
Is it? I mean, he messaged me a few days before. I can show you if you want.
I don't believe
can I debate Jana? Can I debate Jana? I'm naked, by the way. Can I debate Jana?
Come up, Jana.
What up, Jana? Come on, want a shot at the title? I most certainly have it. Please bring it. You won't. Oh, by the way, Jeff, to be clear, I never said that I was, the third smartest person on the planet. I meant I'm in the top 3. I didn't mean, I wouldn't want to downplay myself or anything, Come on, Jen, you want a shot at the title? I'll debate all you guys right now.
Stay focused, Justin. This video we're watching is about you and your friends.
Okay.
You have nothing to say to that.
To say to what?
To this video. You said you watched it, right?
Mark's specifically attacking the people that are attacking him for his diet. I've never been attacking the vegan diet. I'm attacking people lying to promote the vegan diet. It's not the same thing. No, it isn't.
Lies.
You are the quintessential anti-vegan douchebag.
What's that?
Hold on, let me put this blunt down. You're the quintessential anti-vegan douchebag that Mark Passio was talking about in this video.
But I'm not anti-vegan. I'm anti-dishonesty.
You are the trash monkey he is talking about.
Okay.
How do you defend yourself from that?
Was that?
How do you defend yourself from that?
That I'm a trash monkey?
You said the other day this was about me and my friends because we only talk about diet. Where do you get that from this video?
I didn't say that this video was about you and your friends. I said that Mark himself says if you talk to him, he's not a militant vegan. He just thinks that veganism is a better way to be. I mean, again,
what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about, Justin?
Well, I mean, he says in this video, I watched some of it. I didn't finish it yet, so I didn't share it. But he said that I'm sorry. He said he's not a militant vegan, and that he's not people eat meat in front of him all the time. Like he says it in the video.
What does that have to do with anything?
You just kept asking what this has to do with this video, so I
What
mentioned
is,
this video.
what does that mean? What is the definition of a militant vegan? What is that even?
You guys.
I mean, you're either in alignment with natural law principles or you're not, bro. Like, what is it?
Militant vegan? Okay, Jonathan Goldberg is the ultimate militant vegan. He actually is not capable of.
Why can't you talk about anyone that's in the room, Justin?
What's that?
Why can't you talk about anyone that's in the room? You always got to talk about other people. You're just like Arlen Fox.
Go fetch me, Jada. I want Jada. Come on, Jada. Want to shot the title? I'll fucking cook you, lady.
Hold on.
In your fucked up condition, and you're thinking that you're fine when you're completely fucked up. And this is what I've been trying to tell you. And it's why you're never going to achieve true freedom. It's why you're dooming the earth to slavery. Because you don't have your minds right, and you don't have your souls right. Your minds are all fucked up. You don't know how to do basic arithmetic. You don't know how to take in information. You don't know how to sift through it. You don't know how to come to logical and reasonable conclusions about it. You jump to fucking completely unwieldy and unnecessary and stupid conclusions.
People leaving. They don't want to hear what Mark has to say.
Mathematics and geometry and physics, etc. You're just dumb shit apes. And you think you're okay staying like that when you're not okay. You're fucked up. And you have the Dunning-Kruger effect running rampant throughout your entire psychology. And you jump to conclusions that are wrong because you don't have enough knowledge and you think you do. You believe that you're intelligent creatures when you're some of the dumbest that have ever existed. And I'm not even talking about, folks, I'm not talking about the average moron, the average idiot, the average know-nothing person. I'm not talking about the normies. I'm talking about the people in the freedom movement. You're fucked up. Forget the fucking normies. Forget the average fucking adult on the street. You're so fucked up, you'll never achieve freedom. Well, you know there's a problem, at least, when it comes to human freedom. And you brought all your garbage baggage into this so-called movement, trying to implement a so-called solution with you. You didn't leave that at the door. You didn't work through it by doing any shadow work. You did nothing. You brought all your garbage into the movement with you, and you just threw it all around the fucking room indiscriminately. That's all you guys know how to do because you're fucked up. And I've been trying to tell this to people, and because I'm trying to be honest with people and tell them where they're at in consciousness, the messenger gets attacked when I'm right. I'm correct. You're wrong. You're wrong about how you're okay. Even enough to speak on any of this stuff. You're fucked up.
Boner,
And you need to acknowledge how fucked up your psychology is and how fucked
You are wrong.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. Except Mark Passio. You're gonna find out that you fuck with the
You got a boner? That hard in your meat?
Everybody wants to see you talk because they want something out of you, like fucking money or fucking attention or whatever. I don't give a shit if you never listen to me again. Like I said, I'll burn this whole fucking operation to the ground. It doesn't mean a thing to me.
Yep.
The truth is all that matters to me, and I'm gonna speak it. I'm gonna continue to speak it. And even if that means I have to transition away from doing the kind of work that I'm doing and do something slightly different, that's what I'll do. I'm going to, because of everything that has happened this year, and I said at the beginning of this new format of the show back in 2019 when I started doing a video podcast instead of straight audio podcast, that maybe this was going to run about 5 years, and that's about what it did. And I don't know if What on Earth is Happening is going to continue in this form. I have to do some long, hard thinking about whether there's going to be another season in 2025. I honestly do not know. I think I'll try to figure that out and let everybody know by the last episode this season whether I'm going to bother to come back next year, because it isn't that the truth isn't worth speaking. It's not really worth putting it out there for human beings.
I get it. I get it. Imagine being surrounded by the people he's surrounded by now, and that being like the best that he could come up with. And imagine being so unmotivated by the people around you that you don't even know if you want to do a simple podcast once a week anymore. Like,
you know he lives in another state, right? I'm not like next door.
What?
Where's Jada? If she's got the truth on her side, what's she worried about? You know? I got nothing to hide. Where's Jada?
Beings at this point in human history and how bad things have become and how ignorant the population, even within the freedom movement, is. You guys are trash. You are trash. Almost all of you. Almost everyone. It's not a matter of who is a piece of fucking trash in this movement. It's like who isn't. And it's like a handful, a tiny handful of people are garbage. And are really doing something to truly try to change the world for the better. It's a tiny pissant handful.
Justin, do you think you're in that percentile he's talking about?
I think I'm number one in that percentile. Yeah. Yep. What, do you think you're in there? Where's Jana? Can I talk to Jana, please? Jana ESP. Yeah, get her in here. Yo, what's up, Jana? Come have a conversation with me about whatever you want. Doesn't have to be veganism. Again, I'm not against veganism. I'm against lying.
You say that over and over again, and you're just repeating your little Larkin Rose buddies fucking lines because
Okay.
you have nothing original to bring to the plate. You just accept your 3 little things that you've heard about plant sentience and blah 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 blah. We've heard it all 1,000 times before. We don't need to hear it again, Justin. Just take a breath.
Okay, yo, bro, just consider this. You guys love being like Larkin told you this or like Mark told you that, as if I'm not my own individual motherfucker.
As an example, the kind of people that I deal with all day, almost every day, and what I am going to tell you that I really am is I'm not a targeted individual. I'm a harassed individual. I am harassed almost continuously because I speak the truth. I'm harassed almost all day, every day by 2 people, 2 groups of people are my harassers and tormentors. And people say, oh, just ignore people like that. Just don't let them get to you. You're obviously not a fucking public person because you don't understand that it's omnipresent and it follows you everywhere like a stalker. I have stalkers. I have harassers and stalkers. They're all digital because not a one would dare come up to my face because they know what would fucking happen to them. And believe me, I won't show you that I'm just a better fighter than you. I won't show them. There won't be a contest. It'll be a vicious beating. It will be a vicious attack. It will not be. I'm going to prove to you that I'm somehow better than you in some contest of MMA or boxing or whatever. You'll just get hurt. And people want to say that's a violation of natural law. Wrong. It's self-defense, you motherfucker. Because I'm stalked and harassed, and I've made it clear to people, I don't want your opinion. I don't want your harassment. I don't want your fucking religion. I'm not in your fucking cult. Fuckface. I'm not in your cult.
Not in your fucking cult.
Hey,
son.
Justin.
We're not in your fucking cult, fuckface.
Where's China?
Virginia.
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. Get that straight, moron. And when somebody who says to a cult member, I'm not in your cult, leave me the fuck alone, and you don't want to leave them alone, you're going to find out that you fuck with the wrong one, boy. And you're lucky you're not in my physical presence. You're lucky because you wouldn't breathe another 30 seconds. And you want to think I'm playing games? Come and find out how look in my eyes and see how ready to die I am. Look in these eyes, boy. And you'll find out if you're ever in my fucking presence what'll happen to you. I'm not going to be harassed. I'm not taking that as a fucking man. You find the fuck out what'll happen to your head.
You think he's talking to?
If you're in my presence and you want to come and fuck around, find out, motherfucker. The whole show me screaming that. You think this is some game or joke, and you'll find out how deadly it is, motherfucker.
Justin, you think you're friends with Mark because you give him money.
Okay.
Yep, bingo.
Oh, you were pissed, little fucking cowardly shits. Because you wouldn't dare do it to my face because you get fucking murdered. Woo! That's what happened to you, motherfucker.
So, Jeff,
you want to fuck around with somebody.
This video's
You're
not
fucking with the wrong one, boy.
Jeff,
You'll find the fuck out. The first motherfucker who comes up to me in person trying shit like that will find the fuck out how much I'm fucking around. You'll find the fuck out, boy.
You guys are just loving this shit, huh? Just jacking up.
You think you're playing with some little fucking piss-hand fucking boy. You're playing with a very fucking dangerous motherfucker. That ain't afraid. I ain't afraid of dying. I sure as fuck ain't afraid of the police.
I'll debate you on whatever you'd like.
Think I'm fucking afraid. I ain't afraid of you, you little shits. And I'm not afraid of the fucking pigs, and I ain't afraid of the grave. And you'll find the fuck out. See how much I'm playing. I'm saying this right on the fucking air. See what I'll do to you in person.
Piece of this, boy.
I'm saying this to 10,000 of fucking people live on the air.
That was awesome.
This is what we're gonna watch now, though.
Basically, like, I don't care what you do, but he was basically he was taking the funds from his company.
Whoa, why did it start so weird? Oh, okay. Got it. I got it now.
And then all of a sudden, Barry got introduced to meth. And
so we're probably going to...
Yeah, he started basically, like, so I don't care what you do, but he was basically he was taking the funds from his company, and I guess he was pushing clients off and not helping clients, but he was taking their money and then saying like, yeah, I'll heal you, I'll treat you. And then they come into town and then he's just like, I'm sick. I can't meet tonight. I can't do it. We can't do it. And he'll just keep pushing them off until they're like, dude, I've been down here 2 weeks. Like I have to go back to, my world. I have to go back to my life. Yeah. So then they would leave and they'd go back and he would just take their money. And it was the same thing, I guess, with the Never Get Busted site that he has, where he like is like a, he's trying to help people lawyer with like he'll basically get like lawyer tips and try to like maybe help lawyer them out of prison or for like drug charges and things. When in reality, he was just saying, yeah, he has a case, he can do this. And he would take the money of these people. I mean, it was again, I don't want to tell Kyle's side of it because I was there with Kyle. I lived with him, for Christ's sake. So he would tell me things that he was finding, and it was just like, he's like, dude, I'm reading these emails right now, and these emails are just like, this is this family's last like 5 or 15K. They live in a trailer, and they're like, I need to get my husband out of prison type deal. And he's just like, yeah, we could do it. And then he'd just take it. And that's for partying. He would just want to go to like the sex hotel in Vallarta, or he'd want to. He also spent it on, like hookers, and it would be boys and girls, which I don't care what your preference.
Woo! So that was yesterday's episode. Very spicy, nonstop. Yeah. So this is Lisa. She also has a story, her side of the story. And we're the 3 victims I know. We're doing 3 consecutive days. We thought we'd have everyone come up at once, but that could kind of get crazy. And so what happened?
Yeah. So it's a hard clip to follow, except the sad part is I can follow it because I was there and I know everything that happened. So yeah, so like in 2016, my husband Kyle was talking to Barry. We were kind of getting, into the like anarchy movement, like as far as like on Facebook, there was kind of this freedom movement growing, and like Larkin Rose and a bunch of different names, Jeff Berwick and Barry Cooper, and so on and so forth. And obviously we believe in freedom, and so it was easy to get I guess we allowed ourselves to get wrapped up in that, and kind of like the romantic notion that, okay, if these people are into freedom and they understand, that everybody should have the right to do whatever they want as long as they're not hurting anybody. And then, that we just kind of assume everybody in the movement's coming from also like a very similar place in terms of wanting to do good. And so my experience with Barry Cooper shattered that illusion, to say the least. But anyways, my husband was talking to Barry, and Barry was telling him about his one side. So Barry was doing Never Get Busted, which was people who were in legal trouble. He was supposedly giving them advice to get them out of it based on his experience as a law enforcement officer. The other kind of component was Trip to Wellness, which was people would come down to trip on ayahuasca or ibogaine or anything really, depending kind of on their needs. So he was, a lot of people that were reaching out and wanted to come down for that. It was for addiction related things, or just kind of self-help, self-growth, feeling lost in life, or maybe struggling with other mental health things, depression, the whole kind of gamut, and so a lot of really vulnerable people. But so he was talking to Kyle, and that's something that Kyle was interested in helping with, having done psychedelics, both of us ourselves, and benefited. And so it was something when Barry offered Kyle a job to like move down there and help him grow the business, make it run more efficiently. It was really exciting. It seemed like a dream opportunity. And myself have a background in SEO and content writing, and Barry's needed help with his website. So he offered me a job handling that aspect. So writing all his website content, optimizing it, etc. And so we were really, really excited and kind of planning, how to move our lives to Mexico, getting all that figured out. Originally, like Kyle wanted to kind of go down and check it out, and Barry was just very adamant of just like, no, I'll take care of you, and it's great down here, and you're going to love it. It's very safe, and I'm going to help you every step of the way. I just need you down here sooner than later because I need help, kind of overwhelmed or whatever the case. And so we really rushed it. We skipped that step, which was, in hindsight, just the beginning of the downward ride that we then embarked upon. So once we got down there, he was supposed to pick us up at the airport. He didn't. He actually sent us pictures of this sex hotel. So in Puerto Vallarta, that's a thing. They have like these sex hotels where I guess he told us all about them, but he sent us pictures. Oh, I went here last night, so I'm too tired to come get you, basically. So we're like, all right. Like that's weird, but like we knew
first thing.
Yeah. You can tell from his posts and stuff, he's kind of quirky, but you just think, oh, he's into, tripping to wellness. And so you expect a little eccentricity.
Yeah, goofy hippie guy.
Yeah. So that was kind of like, a little off, but we managed. And then it was like, we're supposed to meet with him, obviously we're down there to start work. And the whole idea is get the ball rolling as soon as possible. That's why he wanted us down there. And he kept blowing off meeting us face to face and blowing it off, and then finally it was like, okay, well, let's, here's the restaurant and let's go meet here. So Kyle and I go and show up. Oh, and then Max, I forgot. So Max came down with us. He's a friend. He had lived with us beforehand and wanted to help with this, endeavor because he's on the same page. And so he was down there with us as well. What was I saying? So yeah, so then we were sitting at this restaurant for forever, and we keep getting off and on messages, oh, we're on our way, we just left, and then like 30 minutes later, oh, we're on our way. And so finally it's like, how about we'll just come to you, no big deal, like we'll just come to you. And so they sent the address, we show up, and his girlfriend Mia answered the door, let us in, and we're just kind of sitting in the kitchen waiting and waiting and waiting. And then finally Barry comes down. He was upstairs this whole time, like this whole time we're just waiting down there in his kitchen. His new employees who dropped it, changed their whole life, moved to Mexico, everything, to just really invest, all this effort into growing this thing for him, with the idea of like helping people, making the world better. He comes down, he claims he's on acid, and then immediately pours himself this giant, like, I think it was rum and coke, giant alcoholic drink, which, if you've done acid before, like, and if you're on the page of understanding why you might do acid therapeutically, like a big glass of liquor is not really what you're, doing with it. So
alcohol is the status drug of choice. Like that's
Yeah.
the last one.
And especially too, because he had been touting on social media how, doing ayahuasca and ibogaine and these other things had helped him kick his alcohol. I don't know if he ever referred to it as an addiction, but definitely too much drinking. And so then in the course of this introductory face-to-face meeting, he goes on to tell us that he was like on the fence about meeting us at all. Like he didn't really think we were going to come down and show up. And then once we did, he was literally like seriously considering ghosting us after months and months of
And then he told you that.
Yeah, months of it.
First
and I
thing.
already started, in advance working on content planning and developing content. So, because the whole idea was, like I said, get things rolling and really make this into what it could be. Because there is a lot of potential. If somebody is doing that right, there's a lot of potential for good. So then the next thing that was dropped on us, I guess, was that there was no facility. So he had told us that with Trip to Wellness that he had this facility, with rooms and like medical staff and resources, like a couple nurses, a doctor, and again a facility. And there was no facility. And in fact, we found out that he was tripping people in his own home, which is just in a normal neighborhood in Mexico. So no element of noise control or privacy, really, not like you would expect when you're paying thousands of dollars to come trip in a professional setting, in a setting like medically safe and also setting, and then also with the like all of this environment and ambience type factors taken into consideration. It was nothing like that. So that was shocking, to say the least. After that first meeting, then it was more kind of back and forth of we were supposed to meet up and do this, supposed to meet up and do that, and he would cancel. It was just very erratic as far as trying to get anything to move forward with the business and what we're supposed to be doing. And we're just Kyle, myself, and Max are just trying to be patient, like give them the benefit of the doubt still. But it was becoming clear, that it really wasn't what we signed up for, and even worse, not what people that are coming there for help, really desperate and really, like I said, vulnerable, they're just being straight up disrespected and screwed over. I mean, really, it's disgusting. Yeah. It really is. So yeah, within a couple of weeks, so they had a client come down. His name was Chris. He was coming more for like self-help exploration type of thing. So he came down. They did kind of a meet and greet, and then the night that he was supposed to trip the first time.
Trolls.
And bear in mind too, like whenever these people are coming down, there's not like a set date for their trip. And it's specifically because like Barry knows he can't commit to a set date, because if he says, we're going to do it on the 5th of July, and then the 3rd or 4th of July comes around, he decides, he wants to go on a bender, he's going on the bender. He doesn't he's not rearranging his life for anybody that's entrusting him with this, care and help. Yeah. So then first time I think that Chris was supposed to trip, then Barry canceled. He messaged us and said, I don't feel like doing it. Let's go party. And we're just all like, what? That's no, like you have any other night to party. This is this person's night. This is your client's night. Like they've been mentally preparing, and like who knows how anxious they are. You don't cancel on somebody like that, and they pay. They pay for the service. So that type of thing was happening. And then also, I forget when exactly in there, because again, this was, we went down there in 2017. We moved down there in July 2017, so it's been a while. So sorry, there's some kind of gaps in with the timeline, but at some point in there, prior to to Chris's first trip, you know, it became clear that Barry was doing a lot of meth too. So a lot of drinking, a lot of meth, and just general partying, and he'd be sick a lot. That's the other thing. He was like always sick. And then we realized, you know, he's hungover. You know, he's probably been up 4 or 5 days. He's not sick.
Yeah, he does benders.
So let's see. So then the first time, so finally Chris goes to Barry's house to trip, and Barry had wanted myself, Kyle, and Max to come and like train, right? We were supposed to observe.
Imagine being this dumb.
Ayahuasca was the plan. And
I'm coming to this chat after like hundreds of people been here and then posting, Jeffrey, do you know that you're being live streamed from DMA's channel? Yeah, I'm looking at my chat and 700 people have told me that. Fucking idiot. And why would I care? Like, these guys don't know how to deal with someone who's an adversary. Like, you're helping me out by sending all these people here. 1 out of 10 of them is following my page and is probably going to be, you know, a viewer. So I guess they're trying to think that I'm feeling intimidated. Like, the whole point of YouTube is getting eyes on you. So like, you're flooding me with new viewers.
You mean you're not scared, Jeff? I'm fucking shaking, bro. I don't,
bro. Yeah, no, I'm not scared. Do I look intimidating?
I'm shaking myself.
Intimidated?
I can't even contain myself, bro. I'm fucking terrified of these people, bro.
Yeah, horrified. The old man Barry Cooper is gonna come get me because these guys told me that I don't know who I'm messing with.
He's gonna have to get in the country first.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go through some serious fucking flaming hoops to get to me, bro. Not that that's why I'm not scared. I could fuck that guy up in a second. I could kill that guy within 30 seconds, easy. But I'm not like that, and I wouldn't do that.
Unless
I'd rather
he gave you
I'd rather just publicly ostracize him. Continue publicly ostracizing him, which is the libertarian way of doing things.
But if he tried to fucking fuck with you like these people, he'd be dead, dude.
And so we arrived early, Kyle, myself, and Max, and we get there and they're like blaring. I forget if it's like Katy Perry or some equivalent of just like obnoxious pop, like weird. It's like not something you would play like when you're establishing like the right setting for a spiritual journey, you know? It's like, and yeah, I mean, I know that
that shows like inexperience, really. Like if you're in your 50s and you're partying, you know, obviously he was a cop, so he never got to party, so he's partying now, and just like that's just not a very like, it's just like not of experience, or you know, who you would want, like the headspace you would want from someone helping you and healing with you.
Oh no,
being that overtly not healed.
I think they're talking about
kind of like,
yeah. Yeah, so it was a very, you know, just kind of like raise your eyebrows and are like, okay, well, I guess, you know, like client's not here yet, so I mean, you know, like hopefully they turn it off, you know, like so yeah, and then so somehow we get to, you know, Chris shows up, so the client's there, and Barry's kind of giving him this very what's the word, this sort of weird kind of like guru sort of speech.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
You know, it wasn't.
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. You fucking losers.
You know, so that was another red flag. Where it's just like,
you fucking losers.
You know,
you fucking losers.
Kind of our first chance to see him, you know, in action as like, you know, trip to wellness master, and it was just very jarring, very jarring, and immediately just I felt bad. I felt really bad for Chris, and it's like, you know, it's just like. You just hope at that point, you know, all I could do was hope that he had a good trip, you know, like hopefully he gets settled, he has a good trip, because, you know, the medicine can do what it's going to do, you know, regardless of Barry. So he did. So he goes, so Barry tripped him in like their guest bedroom upstairs, basically gave him like a small dose and then came back downstairs. And so it was then Barry, Mia, Kyle, Max, and I in the living room downstairs. And then, you know, Barry just started kind of like, just talking about unrelated stuff and getting really loud and animated and boisterous, and as Kyle and I and Max are kind of like, like he's tripping, like somebody tripping upstairs, and Barry's thoughts on it were, it's all like, if he hears me, it's all just part of his trip. It's all just part of his trip, and he's meant to hear it. And like I said, it's he's talking about just nothing. I don't remember exactly. It just imagine the most incongruent sort of topics. It's like if you're at a party talking to somebody who's drunk or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he mentioned that a previous client that he had tripped a woman who he had tripped. So he had like this back patio that was kind of walled in as they are down there. And he had put just like a mattress down on this patio and had the woman tripping out there. And the same thing that she like complained, I can hear music from your neighbors and this and that. And his whole answer was the same thing. Oh, it's just part of the trip. Like, it's not a big deal, go with it or whatever. So obviously this wasn't the first time, somebody's trip was ruined in their experience. And, and so then at one point he had gone up to check on Chris, and maybe I think I'd given him like a second dose. And then a little later, he asked, if I wanted to go, or asked me to go up and check on him or whatever. So
shit, 30 new subscribers tonight. Thanks, guys.
So Chris,
not a lot.
Kind of
just
was starting to feel the effects or whatever.
But thanks.
But that he noticed because there was a monitor, like a computer monitor on this sort of dresser to the side, and he said it was like flashing on and off, and he it was distracting. And then so I mentioned that when I went back downstairs, and Barry's like, yeah, we videotape everybody, but they don't tell them they're being videotaped.
They videotape really all the people doing ayahuasca without telling them.
So just inappropriate all around, and
as do they.
Oh,
fuck! I forgot.
Self-help in any way.
Barry Cooper filmed Adam Kokesh without him knowing. Why don't you ask if Adam's in the room with you guys? Wow, my voice. I'm losing my fucking voice. If Adam's in the room with you guys and you guys are such good buddies with Adam, why don't you ask Adam about when Barry filmed him? Adam knows Barry filmed him without him knowing. It's been brought up before. So if you're trying to be friends with Barry and Adam at the same time, it's a little weird because Barry the Fed filmed everyone doing ayahuasca, including Adam Kokesh. So you're defending this guy and you're saying you're friends with Adam and Barry at the same time. You fucktards. You absolute fucking retards. Holy fucking shit. You guys are dumb as shit. Shit fucking on the bottom of my fucking shit.
Anyway, you should not have been near anybody who's
holy shit. I'm like
conditioned to need mental help, or not even mental help, just like support, emotional support, upliftment, anything positive. I mean, he's just the
idiot,
the exact opposite.
Fucking asking for some receipts from this.
It's really sad still. I try. It's not like I think about this every day, and it definitely took a long time
to
not have it be seeping in all the time, and just
it's traumatizing.
Shock and disappointment, and it just makes you think differently about people in general, charlatans or scammers,
What are you doing?
Like that whole
my cat.
Whole thing, and it really it just broke that illusion of this growing sort of like freedom movement of people who give a shit. It's like this dude doesn't give a shit at all.
Every shaman I've met from the Liberty movement has been so full of shit.
Cope.
It's like, for one, like I would be embarrassed to call myself that. Even if I was emulating exactly what a shaman is doing, I wouldn't call myself that. Like, it's so
my
cheeseball.
fucking god.
And yeah,
holy fucking shit.
And looking back, like I said, there's so many red flags, and that's been a huge lesson for
what
us.
A fucking loser.
You can't see what you want to see and hope.
Piece of
it's
shit.
like you really need to take a step back. And if you're getting these gut feelings of something that's not right, then it's worth it. It's worth it to listen. Because we overrode so many of those because the idea was so enticing. It was a dream. We want to help people, and these things have helped us, and who knows how much more good they can do. And
then traveling is such an intense experience. I moved to Central America, and it was wild. The first day was absolutely life-changing in so many ways.
Yeah,
you guys should hang out.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, and
I'm completely okay with people making fun of me all day on my show.
What other crazy things?
Totally don't care.
Oh, so I think within the first couple of weeks of being down there, there was a night where I got a call from Mia, Kyle got a call from Barry, and they were having this huge fight. And it ended up that Mia came to our place, and then Kyle went and babysat Barry like the whole night. And so Mia, I mean, was super upset and started telling me stuff about like their relationship and abuse and different things like that. And it's, you know, this ongoing sort of problem. And we kind of like, you know, the next day, the four of us kind of had a conversation about it, but not really, because mostly it was just Barry making excuses for his behavior, like the cliches of, you know, like, you know, she deserved it, kind of, you know, like he's not at fault, and
yeah,
that kind of thing. So
the cop,
yeah, and just, you know, more evidence of the instability and just, I don't know the word that I'm looking for. Bad person. I don't know. Just, you know, just the quality of individual that we were dealing with as far as that went. So let's see what else. So then Chris actually came to live with us because his trips kept getting blown off more and more, and he would get ghosted. And he had gotten a one-way flight down, you know, based on Barry's thing of like, you know, we'll kind of schedule it when you're ready, and when I determine
not
you're
how
ready,
you
and
spell
that
psychopath.
kind of thing. And
Absolute retard.
he didn't really know if he should stick around, and if maybe
I thought he was saying psychopath or
you
something.
know, would still happen, because that's what he was being told.
Psychopath.
And he already spent the money, and he'd already come down.
Wow.
And, all of that stuff. But he ended up staying with us for a while, and tripping at our place. And then in that, so then, and yeah, I think at that point, the, you know, falling out had happened, which was essentially Barry got sick, and so we were just kind of waiting around for him to get better so we could, you know, work on the business and do these things, you know, that he had hired us to do. And mind you, we'd received no pay at all. And like the work that I had done prior was in the interest, or, you know, was under the spoken agreement of, you know, you'll get taken care of once you're down here, and you're being invested in the dream and the success of all of it and the opportunity. It was like, well, yeah, you know, it needs to get done sooner or later. So, you know, already started working, and never got paid. So yeah, never got paid a penny for anything whatsoever, reimbursed for anything that he was supposed to reimburse for, help with in any way at all, ever. So there's that component. But so when Kyle started speaking with him, you know, more in depth about, well, here's, you know, what we need to do to put in place, you know, we do need a facility, and we do need these things, and it needs to be professional, and it needs to be this, and this. And then Barry started to get very reactive about that. It's like he knew he needed help, which is why he had asked for it, but he didn't actually want it, because he didn't, you know, the concept that he would need help was too much for his ego.
Yeah.
And so he didn't want to listen to anything. And then when Kyle would kind of press him, you know, like, well, you know, this is really a good idea for these reasons, and it needs to happen, and this needs to be run differently.
And
it just got more and more.
What is it? San Gabriel, the OG dude, who this all started from. He's going to be on the show, and I'm going to go on his show and talk about this stuff, because he knows the truth about Barry. He's a man enough to not clout down on Barry like these clowns in the chat. These clowns that claim they're truthers with their little police brutality channels that they think they're fucking changing the world with. Me a fucking
more and more reactive, and then, you know, ultimately was just threatened, you know, as like thinking Kyle wanted to take over the whole thing or whatever, which he didn't. You know, he didn't want to be the front man face or anything. It's just like
before.
Yeah, it's like and so then Barry gets sick, which was really, you know, hungover for several days, or coming off whenever he's coming off, and we go over to meet with him, and he like flips out. You're like, you guys, like, where were you? Like, you didn't come help me when I was sick and I needed help. And like the whole time he was sick, we were messaging, what can we do? What can we work on until you're better? You know, all of these things. And got nothing, you know, concrete, or just, you know, or no response at all. So we flipped out and said, you know, that we hadn't showed up, and we weren't working, and we weren't trying, and all these things. And I forget kind of the final. Oh, so then, yeah, basically it was us being like, well, no, that's actually not what happened. Caused him to like lose his shit. And we're over at his house at this point. It's him and Mia and Kyle and I. And when Kyle like pushed back and was like, well, actually, you know, we were willing and ready to and available to do our jobs and help, and we were just waiting on you, and we offered, you know, what can we do? And he just like lost it, and, you know, was like pulled a knife in his kitchen, like, well, then, you know, like, you're fired, or, you know, something like that. And I don't know, like, I mean, and at that point I was just like, it's like watching I don't know, a movie or something. It's like my brain couldn't even process it. It was so out of just left field. One, why are you upset? You know, we moved here, like we came here to help you. We've tried everything to help you. Why are you angry like this? Why are you pulling a knife? You know, like nobody's threatening anybody. There was nothing like that. And then it was just all of a sudden that level, you know. And so at that point, it's just like, you know, we left. Obviously, Colin had left, and it was like, okay.
It kind of just gets funny at that point. You're like, wow, like this is escalating very quickly.
Yeah.
And didn't he like karate kick some guy too?
Oh, so yeah. Well, that was so after, you know, we were out of the business. Then, and so mind you, we had moved our whole life down there. We didn't have a place to come back to in the States.
You guys talk about
we're renting a place.
Max spent his life savings.
Yeah. So we've
Prince
all
of
in
Lebanon.
and
Yeah.
couldn't
He
just leave and go back
assaulted
to
the
the States. We were
Prince
living
of-
down there trying to, you know,
That's crazy.
just kind of cope with the whole situation. One day our doorbell rings and it's a client of Barry's named Antonio, who had his arm in a sling and came in and just started explaining his experience with Barry. So Antonio is like Lebanese, like royalty in Lebanon, and had gone into contact with Barry for help with an addiction issue he was having, and had come down and spent, I think he had paid, you know, all things, you know, at the very end of it, like $30 grand, $30 grand he had paid to Barry for, you know, different kinds of, you know, experiences.
Batman,
like
you
just
better stick
healing,
around.
addiction
You're kind of
breaking,
funny. I like you.
treatment, care experience, and it didn't go. he got, you know, nothing, you know, in return for what he spent and the, you know, trust that he put in Barry. There was like, I think the ibogaine Barry never had, which he had promised, and that's a big thing. That's like, as far as addiction, that's something that's very, you know, has worked for a lot of people. So he came specifically wanting to do that, ayahuasca, and Barry didn't come through with anything. I don't think, as I recall, I don't think there was a single trip. Maybe there was something. It was, you know, nothing for all intents and purposes. And so whenever then Antonio was kind of doing the same thing that happened to Chris, was like sticking around while he's getting blown off all these times, and you know, being told whatever bullshit by Barry of why it wasn't the right day or time, and really it was just to cover for him not showing up, not wanting to show up, being hungover, being high, whatever. And so whenever Antonio, you know, kind of started to get mad, or you know, just like, you know, well, what's going on? Am I getting scammed? When it started to get clear, and he's like, kind of started pushing of, you know, I want to have my experience or whatever. And then Barry had another like flip out basically, and so Antonio was staying downtown-ish with a guy that Barry works with. Barry had put us in touch with him. His name's George. He's like a local down there to like help us find housing before we came down. And so that's who Antonio was staying with, because he didn't have anywhere else to stay. And I just see that comment. Yeah, exactly. But so then one day Antonio's like outside near where he's staying, and all of a sudden, like, Barry is on the street and ends up coming up behind him and kicking him so hard it fractured his arm. And so he's now in a sling, now out 30 grand in Mexico, has got no help. And I mean, just like our experience was like shattering, traumatic enough, but it's like whenever somebody's really thinking like, I'm going to get the help, this is a turning point, you know, I'm turning things around for myself, and this is the beginning of the up, only to find it's actually, you know, like going to get worse. It's worse, you know, it's horrible.
Yeah.
So Antonio, so we're still friends with Antonio to this day. He's a really good guy, and we've kept in touch, and, you know, like, yeah, I guess that's the kind of the positive that came out, the positive that came out of all of our experience of getting duped into coming down there by Barry and screwed over. It's like at least this one positive.
All these people are in the chat talking shit about this woman right now, basically. They're saying she's lying.
It's
Barry
kind of hard
Cooper's
to
an
think back and remember
angel,
everything, because
and
it's
this
like
woman's
every
fabricating
day that
the
we dealt
story.
with him was like dealing
What
with like a lifetime of drama.
fucking
Scumbag. The
fucking
obvious juiciest
loser.
thing that came out yesterday was the like
fucking
bottom
boys bottom of my fucking shoe shit stain.
Yep. So
unfucking believable.
Yeah. So as far as the weird,
yeah, she's lying.
weird
All these
sexual
people
stuff,
are lying. Barry
you know, there was
an
the fact that
angel.
he came on to
Fucking
Chris,
scum.
the client,
Yeah.
like tried to hook up with him.
Yeah.
The client.
Yeah. Didn't he try and hook up with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he and Mia, had their open thing
Yeah.
and were doing whatever they were doing.
Obviously.
And so like when we got down there at one point, Barry had made a couple of comments where it was like he was assuming that like the four of us were gonna hook up or something like that, and we had to be like, no, no, this is a professional working relationship only. And and then all the sex hotels stuff, and he confided a lot more with Kyle about that, so I'll let Kyle get into the details. But stuff that I heard from Mia, as far as him like wanting her to pretend to be a boy and different things that he was just kind of like, I don't know what to do. And, so the whole depths of whatever is going on there, I don't know, and again, it's like, I don't ultimately care what people do, as long as it's consensual and whatever. But whenever it's a client, if you can't control yourself around a client, then, you have no credibility with me as having any kind of control.
Yeah, obviously.
So, yeah. The other thing I forgot to mention too, so the night that we went to train, when he was going to trip Chris, when we got there, Mia answered the door, and she was like walking very slowly, like a 90-year-old woman, and looked very upset. And so, I asked her if she was okay, and she showed me she was wearing like a V-cut sort of top, and she showed me she had this red mark here, and she said that he had assaulted her to the point that she passed out, and he had to resuscitate her, and that's why she had this red mark there. And this is like within an hour of somebody supposed to come to that very same place and have a spiritual experience. So yeah.
Jeez, it's so weird. Like all these guys are the same. They all do the same things. Like you're telling me a story that like I lived, twice with two other activists, like similar just personalities, like these stories are all the same. It's crazy. I mean, this is a big extreme, he's obviously farther down his line than most of these people. Who knows what he's been through or what his parents went through or his grandparents went through, but like he's dealing with a lot of shit because that guy's got some, I mean, that's mind blowing. But that's why, these people leave the country. They're all, oh, I'm expatting because fuck this place. No, you're getting rejected in your community, most likely.
Oh,
you've alienated
hold
everyone.
on, what's this?
Lord
Hold
Buckethead.
on, what is this coming up in my chat?
Lord Buckethead.
Hope you all know Direct D is a violent convicted felon, and Denver Metro audits made case law that actually lost people's imaginary freedom. So I was right. We are dealing with scumfuck degenerates right now. The lowest bottom of the barrel. That dude looks like a fucking felon too. Not that that fucking matters, but he just looks shifty as fuck. Like, my name's Shady, but that guy looks like fucking shady.
Yo, is that Lord Buckethead?
So,
That's Lord Buckethead. That's that music. Lord Buckethead is the musician. He might be fucking.
Oh, that's just plain Buckethead, the guitar player.
Maybe the one who made Power
Buckethead's
Rangers.
dope.
The Power Rangers theme song, man.
I think that's regular Buckethead. You know who Buckethead is?
Yeah.
He's I think he's like an Asian dude.
He's hella thick a guitar, bro.
But he's like 7 feet tall and shreds at fucking guitar.
So good, dude.
Oh. So, it turns out people are bringing me dirt on these guys now. I like that. We'll have to do some investigating about Direct D and Denver Metro audits on what they feel like, what they've done. These guys are trying to say they're going to investigate me. That's my thing. I investigate people. Ooh, this song's good.
So sick. Yikes. Batman DC Knight's gonna have to fight Race Lever for me. They're gonna have to
You
fight
play?
over me. Hilarious. Where's Race Lever? Oh, now I'm woke. Woo! Everybody calm down. Listen to some music. Look, we got another moron asking a dumb question. Why won't you answer my question? You claim you're not a Christian, but everybody who is against you is Satan. Only a Christian would say that you are a Christian or not. That if you're a Christian or not, don't be afraid. No, I said satanic. I didn't call people Satan. Only morons think that satanic means devil worshiping. Really, satanic is everyone, basically. Everyone that leaves a completely selfish lifestyle, which is you. You're all Satanists. That is Satanism. Look up the definition of Satanism. It doesn't say person who worships Satan. It doesn't say Satan himself. Satanism is living a lifestyle, a moral relativist, completely selfish lifestyle, which is something all of you likely are doing. 100%. 99% of you. So
completely self-serving.
Yeah. Listen to Buckethead for a little bit longer, and then we'll keep talking. Fucking sick. Boom. This one's stand. Sell reptiles out of your garage. Someone's saying I sell reptiles out of a garage. job, dude. Can't even keep up with the guys. Holy shit. Okay, come back. You have the right to remain silent. You and fucking Batman are my new buddies. You guys gotta come back. That shit's funny. Yes, I got my tattoos off Amazon. Good one. All the ad homs are really, making you guys look good. Let's talk about your felons, Direct E. You violent felon, huh? That's why you're
he's
defending violent psychopaths.
He's back.
That's why he's defending him, because he doesn't see anything wrong with violence and aggressing on others. So he would see nothing wrong with Adam Kokesh and Barry Cooper, despite hearing loads of stuff on the contrary. So it makes sense. I'd love to find out what DMA, what casework he got put on the books, because that would be really funny. Hilarious that these guys have channels despite the fact that they're fucking clowns. Oh yeah, I'm really squirming. If I was squirming, I'd be okay. I've been live for 6 hours. My show's 3 hours. If I was squirming, I would have been long gone, motherfuckers. You think I'm squirming? This is 6 hours and 30 minutes. My voice is gone. I'm staying up here to fucking talk with you fucking losers. Not squirming. Bro's trying to fucking intimidate me. Fucking give me a break.
Fucking A, dude. That was awesome, by the way. I love that song.
Yeah, that song's dope.
You know, I went to I was able to work from abroad, and I went to Central America for a while, and I met so many expats, and they all were very similar like personality types that were just like, oh, you like left for a reason, huh? Like you kind of had to, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. But this, I mean, whew, I'm so sorry. Like,
yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, it's like, it does still bother me, just, you know, for some of those reasons I said earlier. It's just so sad and like disappointing and shitty that
it was such a good idea, obviously, you know, and like everybody was coming together. And that's like what I see at the core around these people that are attracted to, you know, like that kind of thing. I see all these people that are trying to do something good, and this charismatic leader comes along and destroys everything. Like, it's wild.
Yeah,
like
has already destroyed it. Or if there was anything to destroy, you know, who knows? But it's just a path to nowhere good. That's something, even with like kind of the Anarchapulco sort of community and that whole thing coming up. And, you know, that was I got very excited when I first heard of that. I was like, because it really felt like, okay, you know, things are moving in a good direction here. Like there's a conference, you know, like an international conference. This is happening. Like this movement's gaining some momentum, you know, again, towards the good and getting rid of, you know, the anti-freedom things that are just fucking so many people over and making it hard to, you know, live a real life, you know, real life, not just going through the motions, you know, within the cages. But even it's like even that, seeing that kind of blow up, and even like, I don't know if you watched that documentary on HBO about that, but seeing all the ways
did. Begrudgingly.
Yeah,
it was embarrassing.
It was. Yeah.
And like my least favorite friend on Facebook was my favorite character on that show. So that kind of shows you.
Yeah. And even, you know, because there was kind of that like Barry and Jeff Berwick had that, like, you know, their own little drama. And whenever our, you know, situation with Barry reached the point, you know, of the, like when we realized, you know, what had really happened and who he was and all that stuff. And I know Kyle reached out to Berwick, you know, thinking that since he had the platform and the audience that he did and had already gone through it with Barry, that he would want to, you know, have us
I think
on.
they used to be buddies, and they kind of know too much stuff about each other, you know, and like Berwick's done so much shit. He doesn't want to get anyone mad at him that knows about what he's done in the past, because I know a lot about what he's done in the past. And, you know, he's stole millions and millions of dollars from, you know, thousands of libertarians, like scammed, you know, and like just like kept going, and everyone just kept supporting him. And, you know, this is kind of why I do stuff like this, is because it's just like, what's going on here? We're supposed to be like holding accountable our community, because we're supposed to be like leading by example, and like you're turning into the thing that you talk the most shit about, you know, like it's wild, you know, like no one has to go to Acapulco to get more anarcho-capitalist, like, you know, like it's wild.
Yeah, and it is even just seeing some of the parallels, you know, that with people, you know, on the documentary and kind of with us too, where, you know, Mexico got very romanticized. And it's, you know, like Barry, I remember him saying that he felt, you know, like if Mia goes out walking at any time of day or night, he doesn't worry about her. It's so safe, blah, blah, blah. And it's not fucking safe. It's not, you know, like there's like, it's just, you know, there's just a ton of poverty and just a culture of hustle. And, you know, there's all kinds of shit, you know, going, of course there is everywhere in the world, but it's like, you know, that was just such a blatant lie, you know, that it was so safe and all this stuff. And I know that Acapulco was being made out to be that way too. And it's like,
it's a shithole.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived in Nicaragua, and Nicaragua is a pretty stigmatized place because of the past political stuff we've had with them. And Mexico makes Nicaragua look like Hawaii. Like, it's a lot safer in Nicaragua than it is in Mexico, and it's a lot more authentic, and it's cheaper, and the people are nicer, and like, you know, it was strange, you know, to pick Acapulco of all places, and you know, he's like fluffing it up like, oh, we got rid of our police here and like all this shit, and it's like, I don't know, man.
Actually, it's like,
it's cartel, like,
yeah.
But
There's a reason that cruise ships like don't go there anymore, you know. But
and that documentary didn't help it out at all either. That's for sure.
No.
More copium. I'm not listening to this anymore.
I watched all
I'm
that
not
happen.
listening to this. I don't want to hear this about my friend.
I wasn't sure if I knew
What
that
a
you
fucking
dealt with Berwick to some extent. But I didn't know, you know,
loser.
Unfucking
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I haven't had that. I mean, like, I worked with Adam Kokesh for a while, and
fucking worthless.
I met Jeff through there, and Barry through there. Like, I met a lot of like these
I don't want to
guys,
hear the truth.
through
I'm
him.
gonna put
And
my
they're super
fingers
nice
in
back
my
then,
ears.
you know.
Holy
And then
fuck.
like when I moved to Nicaragua, Berwick like had me the like dollar vigilante Nicaragua guy, and that was him and Luis Fernando Mises, who's this other clown shaman guy who's just trying
Direct
to
dick.
make money off the liberty movement and make money
dick.
off of people all the time. So it's like, you know, it just drives me crazy seeing these people, and everybody's just, oh, they're cool, no, oh, you know, like whatever. Like Berwick scammed all these people. He did the like the Gulch thing, and then he did the citizenship. It was like 60 grand to get citizenship immediately in Mexico. And then like he like staggered around when he got caught. He like staggered around town with a camera pointed at him, drunk with his shirt off. And everyone's all, oh, poor guy, you know.
There's that story
too
again.
bad, you know, he's an alcoholic, you know, just it's fine. And then everyone forgot about what happened. And it's like, dude, this dude scammed so many people. And you guys still think he's awesome for some reason, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing with Barry too. It's like, you know, people don't want to believe it. You know, like if you post anything, you know, anti-Barry anywhere that Barry posts anything, you know, it's like there's this army of like people who are like,
His videos aren't that good. They're really weird and robotic, and it's all stuff you know, someone else has said. Like it's all kind of like it's not
broccoli every other
I never
day,
got anything
bro.
from his videos.
Don't even
like,
talk to me about broccoli.
But
And
I'm kind of a
especially-
snob when it comes to stuff.
Yeah, I mean, now when I go back,
there
it's like,
again.
well, how did I not see it? You know,
Yeah.
it's really, it's
Well,
like,
once you meet one real one, then you see all the other ones, you
Yeah.
know, and that's kind of been my path. Is I met a real deal, you know, like serious narcissist, like self-admitted, like, you know. And so then it was like, oh, I can see these people a mile away now because I lost a lot.
Adam
to one of
Kokesh.
those. You know, I gave my whole life up for a while, for like 3 years, and you know, paid for it dearly, and didn't get anything out of it in the end. That's for sure, except experience and knowing how to spot a narcissist. So
it's a hard lesson to learn that way for sure.
Yeah, they all do the same shit though. Like they all say the same stuff. They all have the same behaviors. So it's like, you know.
Well, now too, it's like, you know, and it's because, you know, the idea of the liberty movement, you know, it's just like kind of, you know, blinded, you know, like the idea that it could work and just the whole thing and really getting swept away in that, you know, we just willfully sort of didn't see things. And yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, it's a lesson, you know.
Yeah,
it's a
big, expensive, stressful, traumatic lesson.
Yeah.
And it weighs on you, you know, and it's like, it's good to talk about it. I didn't, you know, like,
especially, you know, I don't know what Barry's doing today. You know,
but he's making podcasts. He's doing one every day.
Oh, geez.
And his eyes look completely dead. Like, dude looks harsh.
Yeah. And I, you know, just in the time of being down there and when we were dealing with him, you know, seeing him just take money, you know, like whatever he would post wherever, and then people we're supporting the liberty movement by supporting Barry, and so they'll just give money even if they're not coming to trip or wanting for, you know, never get busted services. It's like they'll just give him money and, you know, thousands of dollars, and they don't realize, you know, that it's going to his drug problem or, you know, whatever other thing that he's doing for himself only.
Dates.
Yeah.
Tinder date.
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
I mean, like, I don't even want to know the full extent. You know, I know
Yeah.
too much
I
already.
mean, that's just like, in my experience, I've seen
Yeah.
the money go towards most.
Yeah. Sex and drugs. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and drugs and just whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen tens of thousands of dollars be donated and just like completely pissed away.
Yeah,
It's
and that's
wild.
like kind of the whole thing about, you know, doing having a conversation like this, you know, for people to see. It's like at this point, it's like it's not bitterness, you know, like, yeah, it was fucked up. He's obviously a fucked up person. The whole point is don't be fooled. I was fooled. Don't be fooled. Keep your money, or, you know, at least, you know, like, if you want to donate, this is not the avenue to do good.
We'll show you some way better places to donate to than this clown.
Yeah, don't.
You're muted, bro. bro.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. So, and that's what I'm doing here is I'm letting you guys know that you might not want to get involved with these guys. And that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying they need to be murdered. I'm not saying that they, you know, whatever. Just don't involve yourself with these guys. I think any reasonable person would probably take that advice. If not, at least consider it, you know. But no, since we have two idiots here, one obvious psychopathic felon, and another guy who isn't smart enough to know what shit he's starting. You know, obviously these guys aren't going to react in the correct moral way. They're just going to dogpile because I'm talking about their friend Barry Cooper and Adam Kokesh that are gonna go on their show and give them clout so they could get more followers and more viewers, because that's all that fucking matters is viewers, clout, power, popularity, and money. Materialism. Wow, that's so cool. So cool. You're all about materialism, teaching your friends nothing but garbage. Garbage. Fucking scum of the earth. That's what you are, the reason why we are fucked right now. It's people exactly like.
Don't.
Yeah.
And don't expect anything in return for anything that you do or give or anything, you know.
Yeah.
And
dude's YouTube looks really sus. I've been in social media and SEO and stuff like that for years. Dude's YouTube is super sus. When you get round numbers, you know, that's a little sus. And then like the comment ratio and like how many, like it's a little weird, you know. And the fact that he was filming people, and I know that guy I told you about, Adam Kokesh, went down there and he filmed him. And
he knows about that.
What do you know about that? Because I've only heard that.
Yep. So I heard him say that he had recorded him,
Yeah.
you know, like unknowingly without his consent or whatever. The like larger conversation about all of that and how far it went, I wasn't there when Kyle and Barry had those conversations, so I'll let Kyle do that. But I do know that, you know, like that was definitely conveyed as a, you know, motivation for the recording. You know, like it's like you could say on one hand, like, you know, if you were doing it for liability or something. So if somebody, you know, said they had a problem after the fact or something like that, but in that case, you would get their consent. If you're, you know, if you're recording people without their consent and they, you know, to this day don't even know they're recorded, who knows how many people came down there, and he, you know, just has this really personal footage, or, you know, like, you know, recorded their sort of, you know, conversation that was supposed to be therapeutic or anything like that.
Or he's just filming SAs, you know. Doesn't sound too far off from this guy. Like, and, you know, filming sensitive people in sensitive situations, which is, you know, what the CIA does and stuff, you know, like it's very suspicious that his YouTube is where it's at and that he's done these things and he keeps. Well, have you heard about this Netflix thing?
His movie?
Is it a movie?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. I know that when we were there, he was saying that somebody had bought the rights to like do a movie of his life. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because he made I made some video about a buddy of his, and so he made a video about me, and he was like, "Once I get world famous, blah 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 blah." Like he was calling me a drug addict, faggot, like fucking all this shit. Poppers. He was saying that I do poppers all day. Like
Dude,
I was like, whoa, dude, these are pretty like specific things. You must be like talking about yourself here, like, and that the whole like slandering, everyone slandering me, like the dude's just like a broken record when.
He loves to call people faggots for sure. I can't even count how many times I've heard him use that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he called me a couple of faggots at some point when he started going off the rails. What was I gonna say? Oh, so the poppers. At one point when we were down there, I had a conversation with him about them because he didn't know what they were. And so, and it's like, well, if you're, doing what you're doing, it's trip to wellness and helping people and all this stuff, that you should at least be aware of it. And so kind of explaining it to him. And then he like was all excited to like try them. And so one night, like Kyle and I are home and he calls Kyle at like 2 a.m. or something and is like panicking because, and mind you, like when we like, he was told it's an inhalant, and this is how people use them. And this is, whatever, what to expect and that type of thing. And he had inserted the bottle rectally. Like who fucking knows why or how you would put like flammable corrosive liquid in a bottle.
What?
Yeah. And
he put it in his butt?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how alcoholics drink.
Because that
Pository.
Like, it's dangerous.
I can see why he might think he needed to do that.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. So I'll let Kyle fill you in on the rest of that because he had the conversations.
God.
But Kyle's face when he got off the phone was like, I mean, it was.
You gotta
priceless.
be kidding me.
Yeah, of just like, what the fuck did I just hear? And what the fuck is this guy like? Who is this person? Like. Yeah, so that was interesting. I was gonna mention too that he coerced more or less Chris, that first client that we worked with a bit. He coerced him into making a video testimonial, and maybe coerce is too strong of a word, but like really pressured him. Like Chris didn't really want to because he had
after he came on to him.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so he ended up making Chris ended up making the video.
Does it exist?
I mean, I've never seen it. I don't know if it ever got posted or not. I know that Chris asked him to not publish it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him to publish it anyway.
Yeah.
At a certain point, it's like I just stopped paying attention to anything that he was doing and just, block and move on with my life as far as, the Barry saga continuing on its own track. But I don't know if he actually respected that request or not. But
what did he like write it out? Did he script it for him?
I don't know if there's a script. I know he was coached and that, like I said, he really didn't want to do it. And he tried to be like, I don't want to do it or, like put it off or anything like that. And then it's like,
he just used his cop energy to just force him into doing it.
Yeah, basically.
Which he's an expert at because he's a cop.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cop energy. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think if I left anything out. Like I said,
so you guys went to the like local gringo business place and told them you're like, dude, this guy's like dangerous. You might want to check him out.
And
which I understand.
Yeah, at a certain point too, he was getting kicked out of places. He told us one of the second time I think that we, saw him in person after being down there. He was telling us that him and Mia had been kicked out of a place for having sex too loud for. That the neighbors did made noise complaints and got them kicked out, and that it was because they were just having really loud sex. And then in retrospect, it's like, no, it's probably you verbally and or physically abusing her,
fighting,
and they got kicked out of another place too. I think while we were still down there, and then that was kind of when he moved to the Philippines, as I recall.
I'd imagine the cartel told him he had to go. Because in Central America, if you're that crazy, the cops take you to the airport and put you on a plane. Some local authorities you need to go or we're gonna kill you. Basically, what Max was saying yesterday. They're serious down there.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. And
you guys got stuck there. How long?
Sorry.
How long did you guys get stuck there?
So we got back I think it was a total of 15 months.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
And you guys just had to fend for yourself for 15 months in Mexico.
Yeah. And yeah.
Because this psycho.
There's actually another guy. So Barry, whenever we started working for him, he had an SEO guy. His name is Ben. And he ended up not paying Ben either. And then we got in touch with him as he got screwed over also. And at one point, I forget where they were living. I think just somewhere else in Mexico where they were living. They weren't living in the States, him and his girlfriend, but they came to Vallarta because Barry had said, like, I can't pay you, but I'll trip you. And you're a girl, if you want to do that, I'll trip you on ayahuasca or whatever. And so they came up for that. And then when they got there, Barry denied ever having said that. And also, never paid them either. So a couple more victims that we met.
People like that like having people dependent financially on them, and they like fucking with them like that, like it's really, I've heard the story, so like I've seen it happen. I've heard it so many times over the years, just one after another, like, and it's just all, and all these people are the greatest activists, and afterwards they're done. They have all the
it's just anytime you see anybody who's really social media, who's really hammering social media, a lot of videos and all fucking selfie this, selfie that, and here's me on the beach.
Adderall and
it's like that is the first kind of indication of not being real. I mean, if you're that into social media and yourself, then you're not really about what you're saying you're about.
Yeah, clearly.
And at the kind of looking back, you just think, well, they're spending so much time on social media, just to like to build it for this, to be able to help more people and reach more people, but it's not that.
It's a revenue
they're not
stream.
building it for that reason.
Yeah.
Very good. We're never gonna get paid. Yeah.
That is just so shocking.
It's hard to believe. I mean, even that I had the experience. It's just like surreal even to think about now, years later.
15 months like that.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. And I remember everyone's enthusiasm back then. Everybody wanted to go out and just do everything. And it was just like these 6 dudes grabbed everyone and just crushed them all.
Yeah. And even the idea of Mexico being like this, like, pro or anarchy libertarian like place, and it's not. It's like,
no.
You have the cops and the cartel, and so I was going to say this before. So before we went down, Barry said everything he was doing was clear through the cartel or whatever. And then of course, when we got down there, it was like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
No,
oh my god. Oh, and then just like the Acapulco shit flies, and I mean, like that stuff.
Yeah.
Like that kid getting shot and everything is just like same fucking story over again, just in another Mexican city with a bunch of dumb gringos. It's been the story over and over and over again for the last 300 years down there in Mexico. Gringos coming down and acting a fool, like they know. Yeah, that must have been really scary.
Yeah. It's a lesson, like you said. That's the only way to look at it at this point. And then to take this opportunity to just say, here's what happened. Here's my first-hand experience with this guy, and hopefully somebody who needs to hear it hears it before they just become another victim.
Yeah. Well, thanks for doing that. I've seen so many people, and so many people have come to me in private and told me their stories, and like, oh, I don't want to go public, and it's just like, are you kidding me? Like when and then whenever I'm out calling, like asking questions, people are like, just like, oh, where's the evidence? And it's like, like I know all this stuff, but no one's like made a video, and like told their story. So, thank you for doing that. It's hard to have to think about all this stuff again, and so
and it's like
it's
it's like embarrassing too. Like for it takes a while to get over sort of the shame and embarrassment.
We all got duped by these guys. Charisma intoxicates greatly, and like you didn't even. And it wasn't even like Barry was that cool of a guy to begin with. So it's like, like some of these dudes are at least pretty interesting or smart. Barry's just like, I don't know, like I don't see the value really, because he just seems like he's still a cop.
Yep. And really, the kind of opportunity we saw was that he did have such a following, that it was like, if he needed to be the face in order for this, organization, this business, or like business organization, whatever you want to call it, in order for this opportunity to help people to happen, if you need a front man with a following or whatever, fine. Because at the end of the day, it's not about Barry. It shouldn't have been about Barry in any way. It's about reaching people who need help and getting them the service that they need, and that was kind of the
these guys
that was kind of the opportunity
drugs?
that
Steve?
we saw there, more so
Yeah,
than
no, I
he's
get
a
it.
great healer. But we did fall for him having good intentions,
Yeah.
definitely fell for that.
Telling me I'm on drugs. No, it's like what Max said, and you said you're like the second you guys got there, you were like, oh no, like I already, and like I used to remember like we'd have like people that would want to come and you know, volunteer time, and they'd like walk in the door and they'd just be like deer in headlights, all like, whoa, the energy here is not what I was expecting, you know, like, you know, there's like everyone's mad, you know, like because like the main guy has pitted everyone
People
against each
from
other, and like, you know, it's like
auditing
so these guys all do the same shit.
group.
But yeah, the more we're all talking about it, the more other people will be able to spot it and not fall for these dudes, you know, and not because I've seen people sell houses, you know, I've seen people just like oh, you know, this guy talked to me, I'm gonna quit my job and go hang out with him, but he has a shitty life, so it's like, you know, like, and it's like I've just been dealing with, I mean, like, and since it happened to me, you know, it's been an interest of mine, and I've talked to so many people that it happened to them. It's just, and it's always the same story. It's super wild, and we need to stop helping these guys because they need to hit a bottom. You know, no one helps themselves until they hit bottom, and all these people that donate to these guys, you know, like they're just enabling. They're enabling the bad behavior to continue longer when it could have just stopped a long time ago, you know, because the person didn't have the means to, you know, disrupt that many people's families, you know, like it's really sketchy, and it's so sketchy that everyone's just okay with it in this movement. That's always been kind of
nothing,
you know, the craziest thing for me, you know, like. And you know, like you guys have also backed away a little bit from the movement because it's like, dude, you guys are all nuts. You know, like stop trying to make money.
Yeah,
you're
ruining the movement. You're making it something it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, like YouTube doesn't cost anything. You don't have to have a nice camera. Like all these people with their, you know, like Mark Passio. Oh my God, like he needs all these servers and all the satellite up in space and shit. And it's like, no, you know, like these guys crack me up. But thanks for coming on. I won't take any more of your time.
I appreciate you taking the time too. Like I said, hopefully it helps.
Yeah, and this video will stay up as long as you want it to be up. And I guess have a nice night. Tell those guys I said hi.
I will. Thanks for
And
doing what you're doing.
and then tomorrow's another one.
Yep.
We're doing Kyle tomorrow. And his story is probably the biggest story of all.
You had the most saturation, so
yeah,
get
I
ready.
bet. All right, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
See you.
This fucking chat is unbelievable, dude. It's all the dregs of the truth and freedom movement all in one place.
Site that, and then they come in.
Unbelievable. You're muted again. Sorry, bro. You're muted.
Oh, thanks. Most of the guys on the show just let me be unmuted. They don't even tell me. So yeah, these dudes, these are all noobs. These guys weren't even a part of the real shit when all this stuff started. They don't know, you know, like that's why they're like holding on to our relic, our aging fucking celebritarians as if they're fucking like the coolest people in the world. It's a fucking joke. Defending scum, pure scum.
Yeah, man.
A reflection about St. Paul's leniency.
What the fuck? How weird. Is that up? Why is that? I think that's mislabeled.
A reflection about St. Paul's leniency for new converts.
I'm confused right there.
Mountains tonight.
Wait, there's.
Thanks,
okay.
Catch you.
I forgot. I started a show. I was kind of dicking around before this guy got here.
Later, buddy. So
everything.
Kyle, damn.
Everything good. Everything 5x5 here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that cannot. Yeah, shut that off. Oh, there we go. So me and Kyle have been talking for years, really. The past, I made a couple videos a few months ago.
I was having tech
interviewing some people that were involved with Barry Cooper, who's a YouTuber that is a former cop, and he teaches you how not to get busted and stuff like that. And but I've heard a lot of stories, and I've had a couple interactions with the guy, and it's just the dude just doesn't seem like a cool person. And then especially after watching the two interviews, It's been pretty shocking to hear what they had to say. And I know Kyle has a lot more to say than the last two people that were on. And Kyle just kind of wants to get this over with and get this out. And, you know, it's been a couple years, but
It's been a long time coming.
I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Well, I don't know where to start really, but
That's Kyle.
I mean, if your audience has already seen the other videos, I guess, then they kind of have a
Treat it as if they haven't seen him.
All right.
Treat it as if they haven't seen him.
Well, so I met Barry actually at a preparedness conference, con in like 2001, 2002, somewhere right around there in Kansas City. But it was just briefly backstage. You know, at the time he was making the Don't Get Busted videos, or they had just been, and you know, he was like selling VHS tapes actually at the con. And we just met briefly. Later, he didn't remember this or claimed not to remember it. You know, whatever. You know, I met him for 5 minutes, but I always like kind of knew about him. You know, I was aware of him, and you know, I honestly, he was kind of a hero. You know, like for what he was doing at the time. You know, like to me, you know, being a voluntarist and you know, liberty minded. You know, I thought it was awesome. You know, and I watched some of those videos. I'd learned stuff from him myself, and I thought he was coming from an honest and you know, place of like real integrity. You know, at least it seemed, you know, and it seems that way from afar. So jump ahead to 2016. I'm heavily involved in a anarcho-poco move, you know, voluntarist movement. So I'm aware of Barry, and he, you know, he reached out to me through Facebook and was just like, hey, you know, we're building this team, and then your name keeps coming up as like a solid guy, and you know, not very knowledgeable and business minded, you know, and I was like, oh, you know, I was just flattered, you know, and I later, you know, realized that it's kind of like what he does is, you know, he is very good at like buttering you up, you know, like telling you what you need to hear or want to hear. So I, you know, started talking to him, and you know, he was like, hey, you know, I'm opening this trip to wellness in Puerto Vallarta, and I want to open multiple things and on multiple continents. And I kind of looked at his analytics and his cloud score stuff, and you know, it wasn't, you know, spectacular, but it was enough that there was a business there. You know, there was an opportunity there. You know, it just needed the right person to tie it together. And you know, Barry, by his own, I mean, that's not Barry, but by his own accord at that time, he was, you know, upfront and that, like, hey, I'm not the guy that can do all the logistics. You know, like I'm the face. You know, I'm the guy. You know, I'm Barry Cooper. You know, I need somebody to come do the behind the scenes stuff. I was like, that's perfect, because I don't want to be the guy. You know, I don't want to. Be, you know, I don't want to be Barry Cooper or, you know, Jeff Berwick or, you know, Larkin Rose, you know, I'm not, you know, fucking Kokesh, those guys. Like, I don't need to be famous. You know? So
you're a normal human being.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been doing DMT for 20 years and ayahuasca and, you know, peyote and, you know, just really pushing the boundaries of, you know, I'm way past ego death, you know, so, but I like my anonymity, you know, anyway. And I just don't care about that, you know, but come in and work behind one of those guys, sure, you know. And so he, you know, basically, hey, I got a spot for you, you know, you can run the show, and here's what I want to do, and I need you to come down to Vallarta and ASAP, you know. Then he found out that my wife, who you already interviewed, Lisa Bowman, you know, is a professional level writer, you know, an editor, and that's kind of what she does. And so he was like, oh, she can do content on the website, and then you guys are gonna have to move down here anyway. It just works out. I'll hire her too. And then later I hired Max kind of in my capacity as his manager for that brief time. And I brought Max down there, who you also did a video with, who's a friend of ours from here. And then, yeah, it just, he, you know, I said, all right. And then, you know, right away, the red flags started, you know, but like, you know, I put together a real good pitch deck and plan, you know, and I broke Trip to Wellness up into 3 categories. But I was working with the information that Barry gave me of that he had rented an old hospital and down there and had a staff of doctors and nurses on staff and had a fleet of vehicles and a war chest with like 60 grand in it. And, you know, had all these assets that in fact, none of this turned out to be true, but I didn't know that, you know, at the time. So it was like, I just took his word for it. I had to take his word for it, you know? And so, you know, we got excited about it. And then with his, you know, I put together a plan that was, you know, very profitable, you know, and but in the same way, you know, completely ethical and legal and like, you know, helping people and providing a service, you know. And he was, you know, appeared to be all on board, but then he was just rushing, like, oh, we need to launch this immediately. Like, you know, and I told him, look, you know, sell my house.
This is before you went to Mexico?
Yeah, this is January of 2017. And he wanted me and Lisa to sell our house, all our possessions, and move down there in like 2 weeks. And I'm like, look, dude,
Incorrect. Not really even close to my best performing podcast of all time, you clowns.
I can maybe get down there by July, August. You know, best case scenario. You know, and he was like, I need you down here yesterday. You know, just rah rah. You know, like a drill sergeant almost. You know.
Yeah.
And I just chalked it up to, you know, and he kept alluding to, you know, when I pressed him on it, he would allude to like, well, I've got all these other business deals riding on me having this set up by a certain time frame. And so I was like, all right, you know, again, I got to take him at his word. You know, he wasn't uber specific, but I knew of some stuff.
Good.
And, you know, he always had, you know, that's the thing about Barry is
every time
he always has a story for whatever you try to press him on. And he's very good at making it sound reasonable, you know, possible, you know, to the point where you'll go, oh yeah, that could, you know, without pressing it if you don't know him, you know. Of course, if you know him, you're not going to deal with him. But anyway, so then, you know, I told him, look, you know, we'll work on it. And Lisa actually started working from Denver for him before we even moved there. She started doing content editing on the website and, you know, wrote most of his website and edited all of it. And, you know, and he was like, just keep track of your time. You know, we'll reimburse you. But then right out the get-go, he needed money. So, you know, he hires me and he supposedly has $60,000 in the bank. And he needs me to send him money, like $5,000. You know.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, right out the gate.
Holy shit, dude.
You know, and I was just like, look, you know, I'm trying to do all this stuff. Like, I don't have that liquid right now. Just saying, I'm like, what do you need it for? You know, like, and why do you need it? You know, and he was, and I, you know, I can't remember now because so much, you know. And this was, you know, like I said, this is like maybe March 2017 now. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a lame excuse that didn't make sense, you know, aside from the fact that you've already said you have 60 grand in a bank account, you know, like, so that kind of got blown off. I didn't send it. I did later give him a bunch of money, but it was after we got down there. But then he sent this weird sex questionnaire, which, you know, I know you and I've talked about briefly. I mentioned it and I have it in an email account. I haven't found it yet, but it's there. I'll find it and get it to you to post with this. But it was, you know, everybody talks about the Kokesh one that he did with what's her name? I forget her name. And this was creepier than that. You know, I wanted to know about me and Lisa's sex life and like what positions we liked. Like, I mean, it was that.
Shit.
And so I had to message him and be like, hey,
honestly,
listen,
babe,
you know,
direct
well,
D,
me and Candy, my ex-wife, were swingers, and I thought you and Lisa had an open relationship, and I said,
that's
no,
not
like you
the
misunderstood.
gayest sounding shit you've
We
ever
had
heard
to talk
in your
about,
life.
you know, an open relationship in the context of from the liberty part of it being that I don't tell her what to do, she doesn't tell me what to do, but from a liberty standpoint. But it was a hypothetical. You know,
It's too bad that
he out of that he took.
It's too bad that Direct D is taking his friend DMA down this dark path with him of scumbaggery. Because I could see by the look on DMA's face, he doesn't want to be doing any of this shit. But his buddy definitely is fucking way into it. It's another Logan Will type of situation where you know, someone's being taken advantage of by someone who's fucking scumbag.
He took all he got was that me and Lisa were swingers and that we were going to swing with him and his girl Mia.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's not going to happen at all. You know, I was like, one, it wouldn't happen. Two, we wouldn't do that with someone we work with. You know, like three, it's not going to happen. You know, like it was just like hard stuff. Like no. And so he was like, okay, you know, and that kind of got blown over. Then he said the next one was a couple weeks later. It was he gave me a call to be like how excited he was that I was coming and going to help him and what an asset I was. You know, it was just this big butter up thing, and that you know, he had asked around about me and I had checked out, and he pulled my military record, and you know, it was solid. Yeah. And here's the thing: he can't pull my military record, like, and not like it's classified.
So that's a big red flag. Obviously.
You just can't. Civilians can't just pull anyone's military record. In fact, funny story, true story. In 1999, I got escorted by St. Louis police out of the National Archives Center, trying to get my own military records over in St. Louis. I couldn't get my own. They trespassed me from the building. So, you know, and it's just a known thing. Like, you know, and if you later know Barry's ability to do anything on the internet is that of like a 12-year-old in 2006. You know, like he can't. even if there was a way, he couldn't figure it, So then there was that red flag, and then I just brushed that off. I'm like, oh, that's just, yeah, he is a little fucking white lie right there, but that's his way of saying like he approves, or what, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of made an excuse for him, So then like a week later, 2 weeks later, it was like April 27th. I wanted to fly down there, and I'm like, hey, I'm moving my family down here. Lisa had been to Cancun. I'd been to like Nuevo Laredo and like Tijuana a bunch of times, but I'd never been that deep in Mexico. Lisa had been to Cancun for like a spring break thing when she was in high school or something. But it's like, hey, I'm moving down there. I want to come, and I had multiple friends that lived in Vallarta, and I knew, kind of how it was, but it's like, and he was adamant that I don't fly down there. And I was like, look, I'll just come down for the weekend. I'll just stay in a hotel, what's the big deal, and he just like flipped out, like kind of, and like it kind of got to the point where he kind of like threatened me, like as my boss, like, like as your boss, I'm telling you, no, like, you're not, don't come down here, I'm like, all right. And that was a huge red flag. And now, had I flown down there for the weekend, none of this following story, this saga I'm about to, that we're just in the friggin', we're just in the beginning stages of it. It wouldn't have happened, because I would have figured out within an hour that dude was a fraud, a total fraud, because I figured out when I finally met him 3 months later and was down there, I figured out within the first hour that dude was a total liar and it was total fraud, and we were in fucking trouble at that point. So he was, there was that, and then, then there was him asking me and Lisa to invest, needing the money, and then asking us to invest and become partners, and put a bunch of money in. And I'm like, look, if you got 60 grand and we're operating out of Mexico, and this is a mostly online presence, and you already have this like old resort / hospital with staff, and that's the other thing. He said he had like a fleet, and whatever a fleet means to you in number wise, of blacked out brand new SUVs, Mercedes AMGs to ferry around, people. He told me the Justin Bieber had just come down and done ayahuasca with him, and he AMG,
right.
Barry didn't own a vehicle, vehicle, none.
Vehicle.
A single vehicle of any kind.
But you figure he's probably just bullshit. Like he just knows someone who might have trucks, or that pick people up, and he's just maybe
or he
like
rents
a mild red flag.
Or maybe he rents them. Well, no, I'm just like, but if you have all these assets and you have this liquid cash, and we're in Mexico, and I'm doing it from I'm over here going like, wait a minute, here's our operating cost, here's our I can break it down to daily cost, like I'm like, we don't need another fucking 50 grand or 40 grand, whatever. I think he asked us for like 48 grand. He's like, well, I'll make you full partners, and I'm like, but it just doesn't make any sense, where's the 48 grand going to go or whatever, like, what's it going to go to? Like,
it's a lot of money in Mexico,
and I wonder now if he was like going to take, like, had I just blindly sent him a check, like, I wonder if he was going to like take my money and hurry up and go buy like a Mercedes AMG and, like rent a resort and like hire a bunch of, like try to like make his lie real or something,
Yeah.
So he keeps pressuring us. We get our shit, house sold, everything. Fire sold my house right before the market went through the roof here. Took a fucking bath on it. And, but we were just like, like, had he followed my model and let me do my job, I could have made $5 million a year within 5 years with that. What we were going to do, So I was just like, oh, this is, I'm sacrificing right now, but it's going to come back to me. That was my mindset. So we fly down there. We work with his buddy George, this like fake cartel member, just like this like, I don't even know how to describe him. Like, I'm not even trying to be like, I'm not trying to be critical because I've like got sour grapes, because the truth is, and maybe I should have said this up front, I'm not going to cut any corners here, but there was a point where I'd have punched Barry in the face had I seen him again. And then there was a point where I was bitter about it, but that was a long time ago now, and now I just feel sorry for the dude, like he's a damaged individual, and it's just sad that he just has a mentality of like a 12-year-old, like with a mean streak, like, and he's got obviously a lot of problems that he's acting out on. And you just can't tell him nothing, his ego is just, driving the car, and it's just sad. It's sad for him, it's sad that instead of, he could easily genuinely help people and provide really help people and make a decent living doing it. And instead he chooses to scam people and steal their money and break their hearts and ruin their lives. And because in his damaged juvenile way of thinking, it's like, that's him winning. You know, that's him, you know, he's getting over on life, you know, like that's how he thinks of it. Like, it's fucking sad, you know, it's a sad way to live. And that's, you know, like why he's, you know, a meth addict and he abuses little boys and, you know, like he's just acting out massive, deep problems. And it's too bad, you know? So when I'm, you know, disparaging in this or whatever, I'm not trying to be super critical out of sour grapes. It's just case in point. And, you know, his buddy George was kind of like his concierge, for lack of, you know, just to give you an idea. And George is this Mexican dude, like pretended he was in the cartel. He was never in the cartel. And I know that for a fact, but he was, you know, he's a big dude for a Mexican, you know, kind of jacked. He had a lot of tats and stuff. He had purposely got like some cartel-like tats to like intimidate people. He looked intimidating. He was really a buster, but that's, you know, but he was just like Barry's little gopher, basically. And, you know, Barry hosed him too in a big way. But at the time, but then Barry, you know, was like, hey, get with George. George is going to set you up with a place to live and all this stuff. So we're trusting it. We're sending George all this stuff. We later find out that George went to the landlord of the first place that he got us approved to live at, like this apartment we had rented until we got our house.
Beans?
It was like a condo downtown. And we talked to the landlord, and the landlord's like, yeah, I was really renting this place for like $800 a month. George told you $1,600 and he pockets the other $800. And he like intimidated me into going along with it. And then later when I confronted George about it, he was like, oh, Barry told me to do that. Barry told me it was okay. I'm like, and he's like, and plus also he's just like, this is Mexico. It's like what we do. It's like we work a deal in for ourselves. And I'm like, you know, and also like we had given him like $2,500 to deposit. The real deposit was like $1,500, you know, like, and he just pocketed that $1,000, you know? So well, anyway, we fly down on July 5th, 2017. And George picks us up. Barry was going to pick us up from the airport. He got sick the night before. We later found out from partying, but, you know, sick. And George picks us up in like maybe a 1988 Mercury Mountaineer that had no air and barely ran. I mean, it had holes in the floorboards. I mean, it was all rusted out. It probably had 400,000 miles on it. I mean, I don't know how it was running. You know, it had no muffler. I mean, it was just beat, you know. And I'm just like, well, and then as he's driving with him and some like hooker in the front, there was like his girlfriend, and we're in the back with our cats and me and Lisa and all our luggage, you know, and it's like 105 in the shade, 100% humidity. It's July 5th, you know, this thing is just stifling. The windows don't roll down. You know, they've got this cheap like tint on them. I mean, this thing looks like you couldn't from Central Casting in Hollywood find it, but if you just think beater car, you know, like just piece of shit jalopy, you know. And then we're driving across town from the airport, and George proceeds to tell me that he picks up all Barry's like customers from the airport in his vehicle. So that was the blacked out Mercedes AMG. You know, it was like an 86 Mercury Mountaineer. It was literally, you could see through the floorboards. Like me and Lisa were watching the, you know, it's the whole road and Viard, it's like not bricks, it's like cobblestone, you know, and cement. And so we were just looking at each other like, what the F, you know? And he was like, yeah, Barry couldn't come. He sent me, blah, blah, blah. And so he takes us over, introduces us to the landlord, you know, get our keys, get in there, everything. That was on I think, as I recall, it was a Friday. So next day comes, no Barry, he's sick. Next day comes, no Barry, he's still sick. Monday comes, we don't even hear from him, you know. Now, right when we moved down there, one of our cats got sick, so we were kind of dealing with that, you know, and we're just kind of overwhelmed, you know. And then Max flew down the next day, which was Tuesday. So it's like we've been down there 4 days, and we still haven't met Barry. He hasn't come to our place. We had, you know, whatever. That went all the way till Friday, and every day it was us. It was me calling Barry's phone, and Barry couldn't come to the phone for some reason. And me, it was like, oh, he's sick. Oh, his ex-wife called and is like, you know, suing him or trying to have him arrested, or his check from the movie company bounced, which I later found out was this guy, Evan, who was just paying him out of his pocket for the rights to his life. And he ripped him off for like 80 grand. And actually I got his book right here, like this book that he's all like 700 pages of it. I can't get in the camera there. That is Evan's book that's going to come out. This is, and it is going to blow the lid off Barry Cooper as a con artist, because I mean, it's like there's like 10 years in there of him just lying and ripping Evan off and ripping everybody he comes in contact with off, and it's detailed. It's crazy. I just read it. It's bonkers. Like, you'd think anybody had a hard time. Wait till you hear his story. Anyway, yeah, he's a guy. He's like a artist too from Toronto, from Canada. I don't. Anyway, I'll let him tell the story. I don't want to get too into it, but so yeah, Barry just wouldn't like show up, you know, like he wouldn't like, and I was just like, what is going on, you know? And I'd heard he was kind of eccentric, you know, like, and I'd heard that he was just, you know, a little weird, little off, you know, and obviously in the 6 months prior to dealing with him, that had come through in some ways, you know? So I just kind of chalked it up, you know, whatever. Finally, Friday comes and he calls and he's like, sorry, I blah, this, that, the other thing, all these. I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know, let's, you know, he's like, yeah, me and Mia want to take you and Lisa to dinner. You know, come to dinner and meet us at this restaurant. And it was on the beach over here. So we go, we sit in this restaurant and we're supposed to be there at 6. We're there at 6, 7, 8, 9, no Barry. Finally, and I'm talking to Mia and she's like, oh, he's in the shower. Oh, he's like getting dressed. Like, oh, he was on the phone with his daughter, you know, like, sorry, you know, we're just running late, you know. 3 hours later, finally, I look on Google Maps and I realized that his house, he picked this restaurant, you know, it was like, oh, I'll take you to this great restaurant, blah, blah, blah. Really, it was right in front of his house. It was where he lived in Fluvial. It was, you know, you walk across this couple of streets, it was like 5 blocks from his house and he was right at the beach. So I was just like, fuck that. So I tell Mia, I'm like, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Me and Lisa are just going to walk over to your house. And she's like, no. And I just hung up. And she, you know, and now I'm like, now we're like, as we're walking over there, we're like, what is going on? You know, like, and so we get over there, Mia answers the door. She lets us in. She's like, Barry's upstairs. Now understand, she's been telling us for 3 hours, 3.5 hours, that Barry's getting ready, you know, taking a shower, combing his hair, fucking putting his cologne out, whatever the fuck, shaving, you know. And, you know, it's like, hey, we're not rock stars. Like, this isn't a photo shoot. You know, I don't care, you know, like, and then, so we get there and he's still getting ready upstairs. We're there maybe 90 more minutes to the point where now it's like from 6 o'clock, it's like 10:30 at night. You know, I haven't even seen the guy. I'm in his living room, you know, and he told me the house he told me it was a third, you know, it was just a random house in Fluvial. You know, he told me he had this drug dealer's mansion or cartel members, Hefe's mansion. And it was, you know, had all these floors and different wings and it was huge, you know, it was just a basic Mexican house, you know, it wasn't nothing special. And in fact, it was kind of just run as far as Mexican houses in that area in Fluvial, which was a nicer suburb where a lot of expats lived. It wasn't that nice, you know, and then it was just a hodgepodge of this, like if somebody picked all their furniture randomly up on the side of the road, like none of it matched and it was all very gross, you know, like not nice. The only nice thing he had was his computer, you know, everything else was just not, you know, like his couch smelled bad, you know. And so we're just sitting there and being polite. And Mia is flustered as fuck. Like you can tell she's like making, you know, like all these excuses and all this, you know, like, oh, Barry's blah, blah, blah. And she would run upstairs every like 20 minutes for like 5 minutes and come back down like, oh, he's almost ready. You know, finally Barry makes his grand fucking entrance down the staircase with his shirt off, of course, you know, like, and like, just peacocking, you know, with these fucking bedazzled jeans on and this big belt buckle and his southern drawl. And I was just like, and then he comes down, he shakes my hand. I look him in the eyes and he's spun. I can tell right away. I've been doing recreational drugs for like 20 years. I've been around all of it. Like he's spun, you know, I could tell right away. And I was just like, oh, okay. All right. You know, and then he told me later he was on acid and he was spun on meth. You know, he was fucked up. You know, I figured it was either coke or meth, you know, and I don't care, but it's like, and then later come to find out that's exactly what he was doing, you know. And then one of the first things he said to me after he, you know, we introduced me and Lisa, he shakes our hands or whatever, is he's standing in his kitchen and he starts mixing a drink immediately. Now understand that he also told me that in the 6 months prior to us coming down there, he had done ibogaine and he had quit drinking because he had been a borderline alcoholic and he completely quit drinking as a result of doing ibogaine treatment over 4 days. You know, supervised ibogaine trip, which resets your neural pathways to birth. So it literally erases your addiction impulse. So right away, he's as he's standing there, just, you know, jabbering, he grabs this bottle of like cheap Mexican scotch and, you know, like this thing of you know, Coke and starts mixing this 30-ounce tumbler of, you know, this with ice of this giant, you know, scotch and Coke and just starts chugging it. You know, and I'm like, all right, you know, so much for I don't drink anymore. You know, he's a massive alcoholic. You know, of course, he never did ibogaine. You know, folks, if you haven't figured out, Barry Cooper lies. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. You know, I don't even know if his name's Barry Cooper. Honestly, I was surprised if it was something else. But so then, you know, we're standing there, and then he's like, he just looks. He's like, I didn't think you guys had come. And that right there was when I'm like, dude, you've been pressuring me for like 8 months to sell all my possessions and move to Puerto Vallarta to be your manager of your multi-tiered, multi-country business. And then when I moved down there, you dodged me for a week because you didn't think I'd come. Like, what the fuck? And right away, I put it all together in like milliseconds. You know, it was like, oh, there is no, oh, this is all a lie. Like, there is no 60 grand in the bank, fleet of AMGs, hospital with staff. He didn't do Ibogaine. He's not, this dude's a con artist, you know, like, fuck, you know, like, and right away we were fucking like, fuck, you know, but then I was like, well, we're here, you know, and maybe, you know, we can work it out, you know, and what choice do we, you know, so I just, you know, I wanted to punch him in the face, you know, but then I just, well, it ain't gonna do anything, you know, and we're down there. We don't know anyone down there, you know, we don't have anything else.
Oh my God. Some of you people are funny as shit.
Fuck,
like,
we're
I
stuck, you know,
would love to have you guys come around every week. It's like a bunch of race levers. I wonder if they're all AI.
You know, he just
like
proceeded to get shit house drunk and you know, rant rave about, and all, you know, when you're around Barry, there's no like mutual conversation or whatever. You can get some shit in edgewise here and there, but really it's just him drunk and high,
weird shit
with his shirt off, peacocking around, telling you how great he is and all his accomplishments. And now, you know, he was best at everything he does. He's the Michael Jordan of, and, you know, like, you know, the whole world's against him, and, you know, all the haters and, you know, all his enemies, you know, and it's, you know, all his enemies are wrong and just haters that are just jealous of how great he is. You know, it's just, it's 2 or 3 hours of him just screaming at the top of his lungs, you know, walking around, just strutting around, just chugging alcohol. And you know, and then later, as he gets to know you and gets comfortable in front of you, he'll smoke meth or whatever right in front of you, you know. Which, you know, it also should be noted here that I'm not anti any drugs, you know, if you can do them and handle them, more power to you, you know, like, you know, but it's like, he's not a recreational user of drugs. He's an addict of whatever he does, whatever it is. So we went home, and then, you know, that was a sobering Uber ride home for me and Lisa. You know, we were like, fuck, you know, and then we get back and we had to tell Max that, you know, oh, by the way, I was about, now Max is a young dude with, you know, he's just rolling the dice. He didn't have nothing to lose, you know, and he didn't have to be down there. He stuck it out with us for the most part. And we, you know, we give him a ton of credit for that. But, you know, it was like, fuck, dude, you know, I couldn't just turn around. And that's the thing, it cost us like almost 50 grand to move, international move, with all our stuff and our animals and everything, you know. And then on top of that, we didn't get actual visas. And because Barry was like, oh, just do it this way. And then later come to find out we couldn't work, and that fucked us, you know. And I actually knew that. But again, moving down there, I didn't think that was going to be an issue because I didn't think I was not going to have a job, you know. So we go home, we get this other house, like maybe a week later. Barry encourages us to get this ridiculous house that was a former, I think it was the house he wanted that he couldn't afford, you know. And keep it in mind, at the time, Lisa did have like a backup job online that she made, I don't know, 50 grand a year at, maybe, you know, that she could still do. But then the problem is you get down to Mexico, and ironically, depending on where you are in Mexico, you might have fiber internet that is like bonkers fast, faster than any internet I've ever had in the United States. Or you might be across the street and not be able to get any internet at all, unless you get a cartel member or a pirater to like illegally string it to your house, which is what we had to do, actually. And then the internet will be amazing until there's a hurricane or a rainstorm in Guadalajara or whatever, and the whole grid will go down there for like a week. And in Mexico, nothing gets done or fixed fast.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's like, oh, the power's out. You want any power? Well, we'll get around to it, you know, when we get around to it, you know. And it might be like that. Several times the power went out while we were there, and it was out for 8-10 days. And it was just
in
like,
Nicaragua, we call it Nika time. They get it done in Nika time because it's like you hire someone, they come back 2 weeks later and start the project.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You know, like there's no, and even bribing them a ton to motivate will only get you to like a glacial speed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, when you give them money, they go and spend it before they do.
Yeah. You know, no, I learned that lesson with the Mexicans down there. If you try to be nice and give them a ton of money, it will work against you because they will go get fucked and disappear for a week.
I mean, that's not, you know, this is obviously a generalization. That's not
huge,
all Mexicans, but
huge generalization. But
yeah,
there's a group of them down there that they like to party. Anyway, and you know, I would too if I had to live there my whole life because it's brutal. But
yeah, it's seriously brutal. And then the alcohol is so cheap, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Corn Islands is dope.
It's honestly, alcohol is cheaper to get than drugs, and you get better quality, you know. So that's why And it's weird. And that's the other thing too, that, another thing Barry's like, oh, you move down here, drugs are legal. And then, well, one, they're not legal. Really. Two, the average Mexican can't access good drugs because of the peso being so weak against the dollar. The cartel won't sell real drugs in Mexico because it's a loss of revenue.
Oh, for pesos or even for dollars, or just for dollars though?
Well, they have to take pesos in Mexico. Well, they don't have to, but they have to.
Yeah.
And it's not like, selling, let's say, a gram of Coke. Well, that'd have to be like 3,500, or something pesos. I don't know whatever the exchange rate is at the time, pesos to get like, maybe like what they could get in the States, maybe like a bill 20 or whatever for a good gram of Coke, depending whatever it is, where it is. So they can't sell it for that. They would have to sell it for like under 1,000 pesos. So they'd be losing like 80% of that profit, so they look.
You're muted. Or
is this your buddy? The comment here?
IP2? Yeah, I mean,
he seems to know you.
My name is my name is literally right here. Isn't it?
Oh. I thought it was someone who knew you.
Like, oh my God, I'm so afraid to get doxxed. Like, dude, I have a website. It has my name on it. I'm a public fucking person. Fucking faggots.
They look at it. It's from a business standpoint, like from a revenue standpoint. It doesn't make sense. So what Mexicans get is just like garbage. It's like it's mostly actually most of it's weird. It's weird to say this, but it's true. Like I later, as we get into
better in LA.
Yeah, I later worked for the cartel down there, so I know this first hand. I mean, like I literally sat with the area FA, and he told me like they allow the Chinese triads to like ship like local drugs in for the Mexicans. Ew. So if you're a local in Vallarta, somewhere around there, Guadalajara, whatever, in New Generations area right there, like if you do street drugs, you're probably doing stuff that's from China. It's not from
Colombia.
No, it's not from it's not all of everything that they get, they send to the States or Canada or Europe. Because it's where they can get the most money.
Okay.
And that's another thing. Barry said that he had permission from the area Jefe to operate his business, which you do have to have. And that was not true. And that's something that they'll kill you for.
Yeah.
Ultimately. I literally take you out in the jungle and put two in the back of your head. Not right off the bat, but if you persist in doing business without their say so.
So Barry led you down there into a pretty dangerous, ominous situation.
I mean, that was a bad lie to tell, because that could have had things went differently and we started running and making a bunch of money, and I started blindly promoting that like you do on the internet, like, hey, look at where we got this rock star resort where you can come and do drugs for medicinal, recreational, or spiritual purposes. In Mexico, and we got all there's you can't fart in Puerto Vallarta without the cartel knowing that you're doing it.
Yeah.
Like you don't make a bunch of money. You don't do anything without their say so and or giving them their cut. It's just that's just the way it is. They are the de facto government of that town. And what a lot of people don't know, I guess if you didn't live in Mexico and work for the cartel, is that Puerto Vallarta is the #1 revenue generator for Mexico for tourism of all their resort areas. And it's kind of like Switzerland for the cartels. All the like Sinaloa and the other cartels family members all live in Vallarta and can walk around Vallarta, and it's like a no fire zone for them. It's like a neutral. It's like a Switzerland. It's like, hey, if you're in Vallarta, nobody's gonna fuck with you. We see you over here, we're gonna slit your throat and murder your family. But if you're here, everybody's safe. It's kind of like so they can all go there and know that there's no problem. But it's inside New Generations area, and New Generations kind of governs it. So, but that's a real thing, and but that doesn't mean they don't still run the area for themselves, and they do.
Okay, so you moved into this house that Barry wanted. So he had you move into.
And he was like, I was like, hey, this is way more than we want to pay. The idea, me and Lisa were like, we're down in Mexico. We want to take advantage of the disparity in the dollar. And because we just spent $70,000 getting down here. Just like threw away a ton of fucking money to get here. I don't want to
shit.
I don't want to overextend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, it's going to be smart for the business and you know. And then now here's the one thing, and you know what? I actually have a video that I can send you of a walkthrough of our house, and I will. And you can post it maybe if you want to.
You sent me a bunch of stuff. I think you sent me that.
I might have.
Yeah.
But because this house was fucking spectacular. Once I understood that Barry didn't have any
what's wrong
documents, you know, he didn't have any facilities, I agreed to it because this house had its own courtyard. It was in the best part of town, but still centrally located, you know, out in the woods. Yeah. And it had its own separate wing, guest wing, with, you know, complete facilities, even a kitchen. It had an outdoor kitchen, outdoor. It was, I mean, you know, like, I'll send you the video if I haven't. You can post it. You look, it's impressive.
Yeah.
But like, it was like the rent for it, even in Vallarta, it was like we were paying like.
Just talking to Emily about my
voice. It's like, now understand that same house, if you transplanted it to Denver, it would be $15,000 a month. Yeah. You know, it would be insane. I mean, it had a rooftop veranda. It was four.
So were you guys were going to do the
well, it was like, yeah,
there.
We had to.
Yeah.
And then what I found out later was he was bringing people down and just putting them in his spare bedroom, but his house was trash.
Ew.
And his.
We know that, Captain Master Sergeant. He ran when we tried to get him to come on earlier, and he ran. He knows he doesn't have anything. He can just make up some and use ridicule and try and make some shit up. He doesn't know anything about me. No one knows shit about me. I have nothing, no dirt to be found. Y'all are the fucking scumbags. You can make shit up all day. Oh no. I just messed up.
And understand, I didn't know this going in. I found this out as I got down there. And that him and I had a big fight about that. And I told him straight up, I'm not participating in that. And it didn't happen while I was there, you know, but that was just one client, you know.
And you think he got it?
My treat. And I'm just like, he's like, yeah, you at least can have your own room, whatever. And we're just like, I'm like, no, buddy, that's like, here's what we're going to do. We're working right now. We're going to trip Chris. And you know, on Friday, you can go to the sex club when we don't got nothing scheduled. You know, that's how we do this. You know, we're working right now. And he's like, no, I'm Barry Cooper, blah, blah, blah. And that's when he's like, yeah, cancel it. I'm just like, Chris, come over anyway. You know, like,
yeah,
it's, and he did that all the time.
So he wanted to go do poppers when Chris was coming over.
Yeah. But yeah, he wanted to go party.
Yeah.
He didn't want to, he's like a child, you know, like when it actually comes time to work, he don't want to work. And he'll throw a tantrum to get out of it. You know, like, and it's like, it work. Hey, I'm Barry Cooper. Yeah, take this ayahuasca, go trip, you know, like.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
He focused for 10 minutes, you know, can't do it. And that's the other thing too, like in any of those run-ups, anytime we had something to do, you know, I would be, you know, in his orbit, and he's just fucking meth, coke, weed, fucking tumblers of fucking Jack and Coke or whatever, rum, whatever, tequila, you know, just getting fucking blotto, dude. And just as he gets more fucked, like that combination of, you know, he's just like, rah, just screaming, you know, just shirts off, and he's just strutting around, and you know, just being fucking crazy. And I'm just like, dude, like this is not who you bring somebody to trip anything or do. You know, this isn't
not a shaman.
Work. Like, dude, I fucking work here and I hate it. Like, I don't, you know, I have to be here. Like, I'm like, you know, and without insulting him, you know, tell him like, you got to calm down, buddy. Like, you know, like maybe put that, you know, hey, let's trip this kid in a couple hours, and then you fucking go do whatever you want.
Go party later.
Party later. You know, it was like talking to a teenager. It was like talking to like a 14-year-old. Like, no, dude, you can't go to the mall tonight. You got to do your homework, bro. You know, like, come on, dude. Like, you know, it was just like,
So Barry figured out what poppers are.
Yeah, he found out what poppers were.
You told me another story about the poppers.
Really?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You think that's? I mean, I guess we're fucking no holds barred here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. If this gets taken off YouTube, it's not my fault.
That's fine.
All right, get right into it. True story. While I was there, Barry goes and gets a bunch of boppers. I show him how to do them, and I'm very deliberate of like, yeah, this is like a volatile chemical. It's very flammable. It will kill you. You can't ingest it. You don't drink it. You don't snort the liquid. It's just a vapor. You know, I'm like breaking it down like a fucking scientist to it, like a doctor.
Not listening.
Yeah. You know, but yeah. Me and Lisa go home. You know, him and me are going to party, you know. That was 8, 9 o'clock, whatever. 2 a.m. Lisa's phone, my phone just blowing up. Mia's on Lisa's phone, like crying, upset, like Barry's having an emergency. I answer my phone. It's Barry. He's fucking fucked to the gills. And I like leave the room, you know, because Mia, like Lisa's trying to calm Mia down. She's like fucking like is freaking out, like doesn't know what to do. I'm thinking like he had a heart attack or something. You know what I mean? Like he OD'd. You know what I mean? Like, and he would do like he's just like a goblin, like, you know, and maybe if you partied, your audience is partying. You know, people combine drugs, do different things for different reasons. You know, when they're partying, that's what it is. But he's just like, he has no meter or control. Like you could put 15 different contradicting drugs in front of him and he'll just gobble them all and all of it, you know, and then he's just schizo, you know, he's like, and so he's on the phone. He's just fucking haywire. And I'm like, dude, buddy, what's going on? You know? And he's like, you got to get over here right now. Like, I need you to get these poppers out of my ass. And I'm like, huh? Now understand. I just woke up. I'm like, what, huh? And I'm like, what'd you say? You know, and he's like,
in his ass.
So the little glass bottle that the poppers come in, if your audience don't know what poppers are, they're this little jet fuel bottle that you inhale. It's like a chemical whippet, you know, the best way to say it. And you inhale the vapor and it gives you like a high, you know, and it's a great like booster to some drugs. And it's very sexual, kind of like some drugs are more sexual. Poppers are very sexual. And he, after being explained explicitly how to use them, and Mia too, and understand Mia's, you know, supposedly a nurse and, you know, another adult. And he somehow put the whole bottle up his ass and lost him up his ass. True story. And I needed to help him get it out, you know. And I'm just like, nope.
No.
and he's like, well, I'm your boss, and I'm like, I'm off duty.
You know, you aren't paying me enough to do that.
Well, yeah, I didn't know. Like, what do you want me to reach up in there and get them for you, bud? Like,
yeah. So he put it in like open.
You know, after I hung up on him, and Lisa hung up with Mia, and Mia was just like crying like a blubber, like. We were both like,
he must have burnt his.
But no, if he'd have put a full open bottle of poppers in his ass, that'd have killed him. He wouldn't have been on the phone with me.
Yeah.
So, and no, turns out they were
like a solvent or something.
They were sealed. No, turns out they were sealed, and he just
what?
Somehow the bottle got his ass, and then it got too far up in there, but he got it out. So, as I heard, I mean. And you know, he just kind of gave me this trick look about it.
I have to admit, that's pretty fucking funny. God, dude.
Don't care.
He was trying
like
to
he got carried away and they're just shoving whatever in his ass. At least that makes sense.
I wondered later if it was just a ploy because he had this fantasy about me fucking me in front of him and him watching.
Yikes.
And and like part of me was like, me and Max later were like, was that a ploy to get me over there and to like try to lure me into sex with them or something, you know? Because you know, he made numerous advances at me and Lisa throughout the whole thing.
Max too, right?
Yeah, I think and clients.
Yeah.
He came on to Adam Kokesh. He
okay,
Kokesh
tell me about
tripping,
Adam. Yeah, definitely tell me about Adam. The whole thing, everything you know.
Everything I know about Adam. So Adam came down and tripped with him just right before I got there. Like Adam was there in like May, June, and I came in July. Like just a few weeks after I got there, he left. And Adam was down there for like 2 or 3 weeks, stayed with him, stayed with Mia. I later found out not directly from Adam, but from his like campaign manager when he was running for president a few years ago. Adam, I think his name was Gizzarelli or something. I can't remember the guy's name, but I was friends with him, and him and I communicated. He communicated for Adam at the time, and like one of his best friends, whatever, campaign manager.
It was during a time when Adam had tried to hire a hacker to ruin some guy's life.
Yeah,
and he had talked to the guy's son and like told his son that his dad was a scumbag and his parents were like.
It was right when that stuff was going on. I think Adam, well, Kokesh. I think this other guy, who I think name is also Adam, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be wrong about that. It's been a minute. But his last name was weird, like Gizzarelli or something. He's from Boston, I remember. But anyway, I talked to him, you know, because he was communicating for Adam, you know.
Yeah.
Adam's like weird about
Adam was too cool.
Yeah. Well, no, he's just weird about. I think he's like afraid of Barry, or Barry like tried to extort him or blackmail him, because when Adam was down there and on ayahuasca. And this happens to a lot of people on ayahuasca, ibogaine, sometimes DMT. They will sometimes like in their trip, they'll sometimes talk about stuff they've done in the past, problems
like
they had.
Serum shit, yeah,
kinda. You know, and unbeknownst to Adam or all his clients, anyone that tripped with Barry, if you ever tripped with Barry, he had hidden mics, audio and video, and recorded you as you were tripping, which is a fucking massive no. Like, dude,
that's so funny.
And apparently. And
like ethically,
yeah,
you know,
I just and understand. I didn't know this going in. I found this out as I got down there, and that him and I had a big fight about that. And I told him straight up, I'm not participating in that. And it didn't happen while I was there, you know. But that was just one client, you know.
Did you think he got Adam to say some shit?
Well, apparently, I saw Adams. So at one point, I had access to all Barry's back office, all his media, like all his passwords, his Facebook accounts, Gmail, everything.
Yeah.
And I should have built back doors in at the time and whatnot, and had, I should have, but I only had access to it for about 6 weeks. But one time I was over there working, I'm looking through all the stuff, and I have to, because he's so unorganized, he's got all these accounts. I have to look through all his mail for stuff, and I was doing like keyword searches, and I saw the voice files, and he had Kokesh, and I clicked on one, and it was Kokesh, and he was like, laying in there, and he was talking, like saying something. I didn't listen to a ton of it. It sounded like he was talking about his dad or something at the time.
Probably.
But allegedly, he said something on one of those times. He tripped 3 or 4 times. He's down there a couple of weeks. He tripped him 3 or 4 times. Apparently, in one of those trips, he said something inflammatory or something that was not kosher. I don't know. I don't even want to speculate the context of it. I don't know what it was. I just something that was
ideas.
And I'm so I I told him about that. He was like, well, what's he going to do about it, basically, which is, and I'm like, well, I'd say something to Barry minimally. And then, he was kind of was like, what's that going to do? And it kind of has a point. But that's what happened with Kokesh, in short, and then, but then later Barry had this FBI agent in his Gmail, and he had solicited the FBI to sell Kokesh's, and he sent it. I read this with my own eyes, and I should have fucking copied or screenshot or something. But it was one of those things. It's like, well, later if this becomes a thing, I'll still have access to it. And I didn't. You always. Again, I'm not like trying to fucking play international spy. You know what I mean? Like, I thought about it, but then I was like, I should have just hit print real quick, fold it up, put it in my pocket. But he solicited the FBI and volunteered to get leaders of the anarchist movement down there, like Larkin Rose, Berwick, Kokesh, names like that.
Yeah.
Get them down there, trip them on ayahuasca, get them to spill their guts, record it, and then give it to the FBI.
Yeah.
And he was going to try to buy his passport back with that, because Cooper is actually persona non grata in the United States. A lot of people don't know that. He tells mixed stories about it. He's
not allowed back here.
He's actually not allowed back here, and I'm pretty sure there's some active warrants in a couple different states. I can't.
Okay, wait. Tell me about his wife, ex-wife,
Candy.
R.I.P.
Yeah. So when we had to come to Jesus talk right before I quit. Well, I got to start with Mia, actually.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Because, we were only down, we're down there a week before we met him. And then it was maybe not even a week. It was the first week. It was maybe 5-6 days after we met him. And we're going over there during the day. We go to his house and work. There's no office. It's like he's got a little a desk with his computer on it in his house. But I'd have to go over there and, but then you just deal with him, and mostly just listen to him rant. Nothing, and he'd want you there all day and if you're there 8, 9, 10 hours, you do 20 minutes of actual work is all. The rest of it would be just listening to him be fucked up, and just be, it was like a bad fucking movie you couldn't leave, man, or something. I don't know how to explain it.
I can imagine. I mean, dude, PV's not even that nice. PV's like sketchy.
Not off the beaten path. It's not. Now the cartel does have. Remember I told you about? It's kind of like Switzerland. The cartel does have a standing order down there. Like gringos are off limits. Like even expats. Like it is a super safe place within Mexico. It's probably the safest place in Mexico.
Really?
Because
because of tourism.
So gringos are off limits. Like they can rob you, but not by force. They can confidence rob
they can scam
overcharge you, lie to you, whatever. But they can't pull a knife on you or a gun on you. Now you turn your head, they steal your purse, sure, but they can't hurt you.
Yeah, interesting.
That's a death penalty actually for locals.
When I lived in Nicaragua, they had like tourist police and shit, that like take care of you.
Yeah, same idea. I mean, everybody down there is a cartel eyes and ears.
He did twice. What are you talking about, Frank?
And they have a scam they do
Twice.
Where
Thank
you walk down
you.
the street,
Twice.
you'll see your shirt, like, and I'm down there from Denver,
Fucking
so
lying.
Denver Nugget shirts, Denver shirts, whatever.
Yeah.
So they'd see me coming from 100 yards away, and they'd be like, "Oh, dude, we got the Denver Dank Nugs." And so I'd be like, "Oh, let me see what you got." And it'd be fucking pencil shavings, and they'd want like 80 bucks, for like a quarter.
Yeah.
And then if you bought it, you'd walk 20 feet, and a cop would pop out of fucking the ground and be like,
"Yeah,
you got marijuana? I'm gonna need you to go to the ATM, and the bond's $300." And it's like it was like a racket, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't, so don't buy marijuana down there on the street on the Montacone, because it's a scam. And if you get away with it, it's really not smokable. It's like sawdust dipped in bug juice, dried out.
Yeah,
like it's fucking garbage.
It seems like Central America is a lot better than Mexico.
Yeah. Even the weed down there, you had to know someone. You had to know a cartel member to get like smokable weed. It's like really bad. Like it's just bullshit. Yeah. So
okay, so
Mia, the first week, Mia shows up at our house with her face busted, bloody nose, black eyes. She's a tiny Filipino chick. I think she's like half Spanish, half Filipino. She's tiny. Lisa's 5'3", 110 pounds, and she was bigger than Lisa. Bigger than Mia. Like Mia's like 5 foot 99 pounds. She's fucking tiny. She's a little waif thing. And she was just beat the fuck. And we're like, and she shows up crying in a taxi at like 2 a.m. And I go over there. So Mia's there with Max and Lisa at our apartment before we get the house. This is week 1. This is like 5 days in. I take an Uber over to Barry's. Barry's storming around, and he just straight up like, I beat the shit out of her. She, I told her to fuck this dude. She didn't want to fuck him. So, she does what I say, and
whoa.
And something, this, and that, just justifying it, whatever. And I'm just like, dude, like, and he's like, oh, down here, it's not even a crime, which
your significant
technically is, but
out.
it's not. You couldn't get arrested for it down there, So he knew he could get away with it, but I'm just like, buddy, this ain't cool, man. Like, I don't want to be part of this, dude. Like, you can't beat up on a woman, dude. Like, what are you doing, dude? Kind of trying to tread lightly.
There's a certain type of person that takes advantage of the lawlessness of certain areas,
Well, he's down there because he has to be, but he was definitely like, I mean, he's
down there probably.
He's a manipulative fucking piece of shit, dude. At the end of the day, like, again, he's a damaged individual, but he's somebody who, absolutely will take advantage of anything that helps him be what he wants to be, which is a piece of shit, unfortunately. I mean, he chooses to be like that, he's choosing it, So, he beat the shit out of her and whatever, and he like hid her passport and wouldn't let her leave and shit. And then she's over telling Lisa, that he makes her fuck all these guys and do all this sex stuff, all this weird sex stuff she don't want to do, that she's not really into. And if when he go, he smokes and gets high for 7 days, and he's up 7 days, and then he crashes and he goes ballistic and beats the shit out of her. And sure enough, the whole 8 or 9 weeks I knew him, she got beat up every 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks on average, the whole fucking time. I mean, there was nothing, it never happened in front of me because I would have intervened. To a point, but she, and then he beat her so bad one time that she had bruises on her whole body, like just like her whole body. Like she had to wear this long sleeve like dress that went to her ankles and all the way down, in Vallarta. And this is summer and this is July in Vallarta. It's the hottest fucking time. It's like fucking, to give your audience an idea too, if you have never been to Vallarta, if you've seen the movie Predator, the original Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger, it was filmed right like a few miles in the jungle, right behind where I lived. Like that's where it was filmed.
Sick.
Yeah,
they were sweaty the whole time in that movie for sure.
Fucking brutal. Those guys earn their money on running around the jungle with full military gear on. They fucking earn their money. It was just horrible. Like, and then he told me and she told us, and then he later admitted it that he had a plan that if he killed her to like ram some pills down her throat and be like she OD'd.
Jesus
and Christ. He didn't seem that fucking concerned about it. And we talked to me, and so of course, now understand what kind of a position this puts me and Lisa in, as being that we work for him, and then his wife is coming to us behind his back, being like, please help me escape him. And so we got a friend of ours at the time, a chick named Paula Reed, up in Nova Scotia, Halifax. We told her about it. She's kind of like a feminist activist. So she's like, what? So she agrees to get Mia a flight to Nova Scotia and take her in. And Mia has a valid nurse's license. She could have got, like, she was like, I'll get her, I'll take care of her until she gets on her feet up here and help her get a job and get a place to live. And, and we'll keep it all secret from Barry, and we'll hide her. And we had the ticket bought, like $1,200 ticket on Air Canada. And Mia didn't do it. She bailed. She's still with him. And I'm sure she's still getting beat. I'm positive. Barry has absolutely no compunction about it. He will justify it 6 ways from Sunday. He's not shy about telling you that he does it or did it. He doesn't care what you think about it. I mean, he won't put it out in the world, but if you know him, if you're in his orbit and you know about it, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Like, for instance, I kind of sniffed out, like, I have a ton of gay friends. My 4 or 5 of my best friends are gay. I've hung out in gay bars. I'm not homophobic at all. I'm straight, completely straight, but I have no problem with bisexuality, gay people, none at all. And I got a pretty good sense of gaydar I developed over the years. Like, it's pretty accurate. And I sniffed out right away, like within the first week, that Barry was bi. at least, if not in the closet. And turns out that was true. And I thought that would be like, I thought that was what was driving him. That was that he was secretly gay and he had this, big macho persona. And so he couldn't come out, you know what I mean? And that was what's causing him to like act out like this. But he'll come around and tell you that he's bi. And that in fact, he likes to fuck. Like he would routinely buy, rent, hire, whatever, underage boys and fuck them. And when I say underage boys, I'm talking 11 to 15. Saw it with my eyes. He tricked me into coming to a condo we had, and I walked in there, and it was this black lawyer he has, who he was also fucking, this chick black lawyer from Chicago, and like 3 really young Mexican boys in the 12-ish, 13-ish, and they were all naked in a hot tub. And he's like, "Come on in, party with us." I'm like, "Goodbye," and I walked out. And then later I told him, "Don't ever take me to a fucking place like that. I don't want to see that." I told you I'm not partying with you like it. He constantly tried to get me and Lisa to have sex with him and Mia in one way or another. Constantly. Like one time we were just talking at his house and he's like, and he just blurted out, like, he was just like, "Oh, well, next time when you guys come over and you're fucking Mia, then blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "Hold on, buddy. What was that? Rewind." And he's like, and then another time he's like, "Oh, when me, you and Lisa are having sex or something." And I'm like, nope, not going to happen. And he would always like, I was in a lot better shape than I was then. Like I was pretty cut. And, cause I played basketball, like at a D1 level with a bunch of guys in the league and everything. I actually tore my MCL right before I went down there, but I hadn't got fat yet. You know what I mean? Like, and so I was pretty ripped, and he would constantly make comments like, "Oh, you're so good looking and you're so jacked," like, and not comments in a way like another dude might say to you, like, "Hey man, you fucking you're pretty jacked, dude. Like, good for you." But like, I think you're sexy, like, and I'd be like, "Dude, like,
So you're also getting, what do they call it? When someone's being sexual with you in the workplace." So you're also getting sexually harassed.
Constantly, and Lisa, Lisa was, at her peak probably then, like super skin, super good looking. Yeah, obviously I'm married to her, so I'm biased, but and he was constantly hitting on her and like trying to get her and Mia to like admit to having sexual feelings for each other. And he actually, like, at one time when he flipped out, he like yelled at us and was like, "I know that Lisa and Mia wanted to fuck." Because like one of the times actually that he beat up Mia, it was because he was jealous that he thought she was trying to fuck Lisa behind his back. And his evidence for this was that they had texted each other. And I was like, "Well, show me the text, buddy." I'm like, because I know there's no sex chain text between Lisa and Mia. So I'm like, "Show me the text." So he shows me her phone, and it's just normal business text between two, like, "Hey, Mia, we're coming over at 4:00. Okay, cool." Then, but it's just because it's between Mia and Lisa, that means they want to fuck. There wasn't not one sexual thing. It was just like if me and you texted each other, like, "Hey, I'm going to see you Friday. We're going to hang out and play basketball." Whatever. And then somebody read it and go, "Oh, they must be fucking."
Yeah,
it was absurd.
Well, like some projecting, obviously.
Well, it's what he wanted to happen.
Yeah, of course.
He later told me
a psychotic way of planting the seed.
Yeah, well, the night, well, it wouldn't. But see, it wasn't even that deep. You would think that. The truth is, he's like, I don't understand. He's like nobody's home most of the time. It's like he's just saying things. He's just saying things. His thoughts come into his head. He's been up 7 or 8 or 10 days on meth. He's on coke. He's on alcohol. He just smokes some weed. He sees Mia and Lisa sitting on the couch talking about something, and he sees them naked having a threesome, and him, because he's horny, and then he just blurts it out, like a fucking 12-year-old boy, dude, like a horny 12-year-old, like, he ultimately told me the night we had to come to Jesus, he told me that his fantasy was to like sit on a butt plug and jerk off while I fucked Mia and Lisa in front of him. Yeah. And I'm just like, dude, not gonna happen. Too much information. Like, and again, that's unsolicited. It wasn't like I was like, "So tell me your deepest sexual fantasy about
Yeah.
Nope. It was just that he just blurted that out at one point.
Yeah.
When we were tripping on acid. Yeah. So I was like, huh?
Okay.
No, like,
yeah.
And that was near, that was the night. So I'll tell you about that night, because that's kind of
so Mia. That was all Mia. The Mia story.
Yeah. I mean, Mia's allegedly a nurse. I think it's a fake or forged certificate that they bought from the cartel.
Yeah.
I saw her giving people IVs and ozone. She don't know what the fuck she's doing.
Yeah.
Mia's obviously got problems that she stays with dude, and she, listen, she had a way out. We made a way out. She had the ticket bought. I stole her passport out of Barry's safe and had it for, I was going to take Barry over here while Lisa got her in the Uber and took her to the airport. She could have left.
Yeah.
She opted to stay.
Yeah.
And then after that, we just kind of didn't talk about it,
Yeah.
I mean, he would beat the shit out of her and we'd be like, we can't, what can you do? And she, at first she portrayed it like she couldn't leave and needed help. But then when that became real.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty typical, typical
Yeah,
thing for someone in a toxic relationship to, reach out, but then at the last minute, want to stay with the dude.
Yeah. And at the time, I didn't have a lot of experience with that. And on that level, like I know chicks maybe got smacked or whatever, something maybe minor or something, but not like shit beat. I mean, there's a couple times where I was like, you need to go to the hospital, and she's like, oh, I'll be fine. And like, I'm sure she's had a few concussions. I mean, he hits her like a man, dude, and, I mean, she's a little tiny chick. It's like, and she would be in pain, but you can't push a rope, dude. You know what I mean? Like, we made a way for her and everything. And I mean, it literally was the day. And I had Barry at this like fake event I set up to like lure him out of the house. And he went there and it was like, okay, here's your first class ticket to Halifax. Paula's going to meet you when you get off the plane. Here's your packed bag and your passport. And here's some traveling money. All you got to do is get in this car and go get on the plane.
Yeah.
She went back in the house. And we were like, and I talked to her for maybe 2 hours, like trying to convince her that she should leave, and she just bawled.
Yeah.
And then, and then she's like, no, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay. And I'm like, okay, understand from what goes on forward. Don't look at me for help. Then this is your help. Take it or don't. And she was like, and then after that, we kind of just had to turn a blind eye to it. And she just kind of, she just takes her lumps. Like, it's just like her life, dude. Like, I mean, it was weird, but at the time it was like, well, I got to look out for myself, I couldn't, I can't make her do the right thing or what, she's there because she wants to be,
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Is she legal?
Me?
She's 33.
34.
34. That's a very nice compliment there.
Whoa. I mean, if there's, I don't know.
Oh, that was Lindsay Tomlin, Macy's sister.
Was that from Mason?
I guess.
Oh.
She thinks you're underage.
Thanks.
Crazy. Nice.
No.
But anyway, finally, shit comes to a crescendo, and it's the whole first 6-7 weeks is just episode
Did he
after
like
episode.
flying side kick karate chop a guy that he was a patient of his?
Antonio. I'll get to that. Let me get to that. Let me just kind of stick chronologically. And understand this. I don't know how much time you got, but this fucking could go on for 4 more hours if I try to drill down in every fucking story. Like, dude, every single day.
Just give me the top 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it for brevity's sake. Like, so, shit comes to a crescendo where I'm like, dude, something's got to change or whatever. So one night he beats the shit out of Mia. Mia comes to our house because she would escape to our house.
Hey, you guys with compliments tonight. Allie's blushing right now.
I go over there because, of course, he's fucking having a meltdown and he's going to kill himself. That's another thing. He's going to kill himself.
Hot underage twin with a big fucking
ignore him. Then he'll kill himself.
Yeah.
Which is he's not going to do, but he's an attention whore. He's like a, in that regard, he's like a 14-year-old girl. He's just, and that's what all is. I wish his followers could spend 10 minutes around him in real life. They'd be like, you don't understand what you're feeding. It's, anyway. So all this stuff, and then he's ripping off clients and not just, trip to wellness clients, but never get busted clients or his, any business Barry Cooper has is a scam. And not to say that it's a scam, meaning it doesn't exist. It's that he's not going to give you what you're paying for. He's going to take your money and then just lie to you and not do it. It doesn't matter what it is. So look, if you are listening to this or you see this video,
good. That's pretty good. I mean,
it's going to give
you hit the nail on the head
for anything.
There. Nerd sheep.
Don't.
Nerd sheep. Nerd chic.
Underage hookers,
Valley girl,
and drugs.
So specifically the
see
Valley.
One iota for your money.
Yeah, like you guys are figuring Alley out up here.
And it doesn't matter.
Alley from the Valley.
With my own eyes, people being like, my husband's
in jail Allie's channel
manufacturing of meth. I just sold my house and all my belongings, and I'm living in my sister's basement.
Troll her when she does her
attic.
You guys
send you this $5,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 for you to come help get him out of jail doing your expert witness consultation. And Barry will take that money, spend it on drugs and hookers and his own bills, and then block their email. Well, he'll send them excuses for about a year until they get desperate and start yelling at him, and then he'll just block them.
Yeah,
that's all he does. And I'm like, why don't you just do the thing? and he could do it.
Yeah.
You know, he just won't. You know, and he'll tell you story after story to get you said more and more and more money. You know, and that's the thing. I'm just like, he could be a successful businessman and live well and actually help people. He just somehow in his warped psyche, like, it's hard to explain. It's something that you could only understand if you spent time around him and heard him all the time, like unfiltered, you know, not his persona. That again, if all you followers are out there, and I'm sure there'll be people watching, oh, he's a liar, blah, blah, blah. Barry's the best. Barry for president, you know. He's like, dude, you're watching an actor do a bit, like you're watching a persona he wants you to see. The real Barry is what I'm telling you. And you can't, and that's why he's so secretive. And you know, I'll put it out there. Any of his you know, anybody you want to test it, test it. Tell Barry you want to come hang out with him.
Yeah.
It won't happen. And he'll tell you, oh, the FBI's after me, the CIA's after me, there's hitmen, blah, blah, blah. He's got all these stories. It's because he can't hold it together for a fucking hour. If you're around him for an hour, you'll know he's full of shit.
Yeah.
He's an obvious liar. And I found out later, it's funny, I found out later that before he was a cop, he was like a used car salesman, and he was a preacher at one point.
Oh,
it's like, you couldn't make it up. You know, can't make this shit up, dude. Like,
yeah.
And I didn't know that, you know, I might have been like, you know.
No, that makes sense.
Because already the fact that he was a fucking pig in my book made
no,
him,
yeah.
You know, but that got overrode because he went against that narrative, right?
Yeah.
And did the whole never get but, and I was like, okay, he's, you know, he woke up from that, you know.
Yeah.
He didn't. He's still proud of being a cop.
Once a cop, always a cop.
In fact, the night I'm about to tell you about, the Come to Jesus talk, it kind of ended in his bathroom, him crying, showing me all his cop plaques and how proud he was of them, of how much drugs he interdicted in a month and how many fucking people he arrested and traffic stops he made and all this shit and all his awards. He's got all that shit, dude. It's in his closet. He's got all these plaques made up. He's fucking proud of it. He's proud as shit about it.
I'm not surprised.
He told me how he beat a homeless man to death.
Yeah.
Just cause.
Yeah.
With a couple cops. Like they just took this guy out under this bridge in a deserted part of like Texas where he was and just beat him to death with batons.
Wow.
Did it happen? I don't know.
No.
I wouldn't put money against it. Didn't. Because Barry too. That's the thing is, if he was around a bunch of cops and that was their, like he told me it was kind of like that. It was kind of like because stories. It was like a gang. You know, they are a gang. You know, they're just they're a legal gang. But it was like his guys in his special drug interdiction unit, which you know in his mind are like fucking Green Berets. You know, he had to do that so that they knew he was trustable, that he was like cool. So he had to do it. But then, but you should have seen the glee that he's like, man, I hit this nigger upside the head and his fucking skull busted open.
Yeah.
And he wasn't like, man, that's fucked up. He was like,
it
was awesome, dude. You should have seen it.
Yeah.
Like he was trying to impress me. That's the other thing. He was always trying to butch up to me. Like he knew I'd been in the army for 11 years. You know, I was in combat arms. And he was always trying to like butch up to me about like how tough he was, what a badass he was. And he's a fucking fraud. He's a coward and he's scared as shit of anything and everyone. You know, he'll only fight you if he has a chance to blindside you or sucker punch you. You know, he ain't gonna square up on anyone.
Well, he attacked what's her name at Anarchapulco or something.
Oh, yeah, Larkin's chick.
No, Adam's ex, I think, or was it Larkin's chick?
That's you know what? We're both right. We're both right. We're both right. Yeah.
Really?
No, he didn't attack. What's her name? The fucking dragon.
All I know is Dragon Anarchist.
You know, you figure it out who we're talking about.
I know who we're talking about.
Yeah, we know who we're talking about. She told me that he didn't like attack her, but he like showed up in her room drunk and tried to fuck her basically, and she had to be like, no, yeah. But yeah, you're right. He attacked Adam's chick in a separate incident. I think that might have been two different Anarchapulcos actually. I think it was like separate years even. But yeah, we're both right. Yeah. Oh,
yikes.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that about Larkin's chick?
No, I didn't know that about that. That happened too. And it's just like every time it comes up, news these like and how do
dude anytime
how in the age of internet do people get away with this kind of stuff?
It's fucking amazing. Well, that's why I'm doing this. You know. And you know, you and I've talked. I've been candid with you that I just want to put this shit behind me.
Yeah.
And I'm only really doing this because it needs. If this stops,
you gotta get it off your chest too. Like it's a weight on your shoulder.
I've had talks, you know, like over the years. You know, again, this is 2017. You know, so 2018. So it's been a minute ago. But if this stops, if one person sees this video,
it's worth it,
and goes, "Oh, I was going to give Barry Cooper $30,000 to go trip with him," or whatever bullshit he's peddling now, and they don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel better about it.
Yeah,
you know,
and
sure. I'll
that's
sleep
why I'm
better.
doing it. Yeah.
You know, I don't, you know, and even now, if I saw him, I wouldn't even, I just walk by him.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have.
No, I absolutely understand that.
I'm sure it sounds like I have a huge grudge and whatever. I really don't at this point. But over the years, every time I've talked to, and it was amazing after this happened to me and I'm talking to people, then all of a sudden everybody comes out of the woodwork and be like, oh, you didn't know Barry's a piece of shit? You should have said something to me. And I'm like, yeah, you fucking knew I was moving down there to work with him. Why didn't you say something? But everybody's like, either he has this like psycho persona that people are scared of him. That's the other thing. I wish people knew what a coward he is. Like he's a bitch. He ain't fighting nobody. He ain't tough. He ain't, like he's a bitch.
Well, he's fighting women. That's all we hear.
Yeah. He's the intergender fighting champion of the world. He'll fight a woman. Yeah. No problem. He ain't fighting no dudes, He attacked my friend.
He's gonna flying sidekick a dude.
Yeah. He'll sucker punch you. Yeah. But if you're, if you could take a sucker punch and he got the drop on Antonio and broke his arm.
Yeah. So what was that story?
Oh man. Well, let me tell the night that I did drugs with him, just to get that out of the way, because that's where Candy is. And obviously now for people that don't know, Candy's his ex-wife, mother of his kids, and lived in Miami, and they had been swingers, whatever, but divorced. And and I only talked to her a couple of times. I didn't know her, like I didn't meet her. I didn't know her like that. I talked to her on the phone like 2 or 3 times. Like she knew of me, like we knew of each other, but I never met her. She was supposed to come out right when I got there, supposed to come, but it didn't happen, but they were either like still friends and like best friends, or they were like at each other's throats. There was no kind of in between with them, or what there kind of was, but again, I had a short window, right? I talked to her a handful of times on the phone. She seemed nice. Other people knew her better, like Evan knew her better than me. Like everybody said she was a sweetheart, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, one night near the end there, he beats the shit out of me. I go over there. He's fucking off the rails. I'd already been partying, like, I'd done some coke, like me and Max got some coke, like some street coke, just to try it, it's again, garbage, but we had done some of that. I'd been smoking some weed, had a few beers. So, and I had this acid that Max actually brought down from Mexico or from Denver. It was like a half rack of acid, like 4 or 5 hits, but it was really strong, really good acid. So it was actually in his, like in this foil in his like refrigerator at his house. And so I come over there and I'm really like over his bullshit at this point, so I'm just kind of like, hey, Barry, yeah, Mia's at our house, because obviously, you beat the shit out of her again. She said, you're over here fucking, and he's just, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just over here to get this acid. I'm going back. Me and Max are hanging out tonight. And this is like a Friday night, right? And he's like, oh, that acid's here. He had forgot about it, right? So he comes over and he's like, let me see that. And he just opens it and takes and rips the rag in half and eats it. And I'm like, and me and Max were going to split. And we weren't going to do it that night, but I was getting it back from him, and I'm just like, fuck. And then he's like, do this other hit with, half with me. And, and that's when I just made this snap decision. I was like, you know what? And it was kind of like a Hail Mary. It was like, maybe if I get high with him and I like on his level, I can fucking appeal to him, So I ate it and we walked down the beach, and it kicks in. It's fucking strong, like we're tripping balls. And, we go on this long walk. We actually walked like 3 or 4 miles, but how, like when you're on acid and you're, maybe you're tripping, you could walk 5 miles and it would be like 30 feet, like it was like one of those scenarios. And then started to come down a little bit off peak, and we got back over, like we went all the way down the beach, like to Romantica from like Fluvial. If people know that area, it's 2.5, 3 miles each way. And we walked it on the beach, just talking about random stuff. And he was being cool. Like he was being somewhat normal, and he talked about a lot of, and then we got back and started to come down a little bit, not by no means sober, but not peaking either. And that's when he just, I can't remember what brought Candy up. And then he was just like, yeah, that bitch, she fucked with me for the last time. And, like calling the police on him or doing police actions against him. And then like trying to get money out of him constantly. And but also he was like, he was jealous that she was moving on, even though he lived with Mia and whatever. He still looked at Candy as like his property. And he literally said that to me at one point, like, that bitch is mine, And I'm just like, I understand, I'm tripping myself. Now I'm pretty good. I'm a pretty seasoned with hallucinogens and whatever, but it's like all I can do to just kind of fucking maintain, and I'm trying to pick my shots to get in, like, if you just let me do the business, bud, we can, no. Cause I'm trying to push the whole, dude, I just need you 2 hours of, I just need an exit interview, like an entry interview with a client and an exit interview, like a dinner where you're showered, and I'm just trying to push that, but like, hey, you don't gotta clash, buddy. We want the same thing. We want this business to grow. We want to make money and live a good life. Like, just let me do my thing, dude. Let me do what you hired me for. Like I'm good at it. Like, trust me, dude. And he's just like, yeah, like, yeah, sorry, man. And I'm like, this is going good. Like, oh, dude, I just, this is working, And then he just got on this fucking mean, like this negative tangent, dude. Like where it was like all of a sudden like a switch was flipped. He just got fucking like serial killer out, like dark. And that's when he was like, you know, talking about Candy and how she was his, and that bitch was gonna. And he told me that he had a plan that one of his ex-cop buddies was gonna murder her. And I was like, dude, I don't want to be part of this, you know. But I'm trying to like also I'm like, okay, this is hyperbole. But then he goes on and tells me the whole fucking plan about when one of his buddies is gonna drown her in a pool or in the surf and make it look like a drowning, and it's one of his ex-cop buddies, and he's gonna, you know, because he's a cop or an ex-cop, they'll believe him, and he'll sell it, and he already paid this guy to do it, and it was about 2-3 weeks later that his ex-wife died, either I can't remember, in a pool or in the surf with one of his ex-cop buddies, just like he said. And then, you know, and that's when he transitioned to. He told me about the time that he, you know, we ended up back in his house, and that's, you know, just shortly after that, that's what he was telling me about the time he beat the homeless man to death. You know, and I was just like, you know, and then we get back there and he's smoking meth. He's like, dude, hit this, you know, and then he got, you know, as you can when you're tripping, he got on this loop of like, because I wouldn't smoke it, I was like a spy, you know, I was like against him, you know, like an undercover cop, if you will. And I'm like, nobody, it's just because that's garbage, you know, and I'm tripping. I don't want to smoke meth on top of it. Like, you shouldn't be mixing those drugs, or they don't go together. And he's like, no, man, you need to hit this dude, or you're full of shit, dude. You know, it's fine. I'm like, fuck, here, give me it. You know, I fucking hit it, you know. So we're sitting there, pass the pipe back and forth a couple times. And I'm like, there, you know, like we good now? Like we done, you know? He's just like, yeah, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then he transitioned, and we're going to have a foursome with me and Lisa. And I'm like, no, like, listen, Barry, that's never going to happen. Ever. It's never going to happen. You need to let that go, dude. It's weird and it's creepy. And Lisa doesn't like it, dude. You know, frankly, neither do I. Like, there needs to be some respect, dude. You know, he's like, oh, yeah, you're right. You know, and he would go back and forth from like, oh, yeah, you're right, to, you know, like his impulses, you know. Then he's like, yeah, you're right. Like, we'll just keep the women in the dark. We'll just have our girls on the side. We'll go to the sex club, but, you know, like, you know, my treat, you know, I'll get you some of the best hookers, you know. And I'm just like, no, dude, like, I don't want to like hang out with you like that, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're cool and all. And like, it's cool. You do whatever you want. It's cool that I know you do that stuff, and I'm cool with it. And I'm cool with that stuff, but we're not going to do it together, dude. Like, that's not going to happen, dude. Like, you know, we need to have some decorum, you know, like we're, you know, and see that, and that's the thing too, is like, he wants you to be his best friend, not just work for him. Like, I mean, the dude needs like a fucking 24-hour handler. You know what I mean? Like, that's when you're around him, that's what you become. Like, cause he's a 24-hour crisis. You know, the only time you get any like me time or alone time is when Barry's unconscious, because he's just been up 8 days and he crashed, you know, and he's a fucking idiot. Like, dude, the cartel had a fucking guy on a scooter stationed at his house a block away in an empty field with a bag full of meth 24 hours a day. They had a rotating shift of 2 guys every 12 hours. They would sit there for 12 hours because Barry every 5 minutes. And so one day I'm like, he's doing this. I'm over there trying to work. He's on a fucking 24-hour bender. Just, you know, just I'm on the computer. And he's just like right here, just fucking like, just fucked up. And so at one point, after, you know, like, I have to go answer the door because he's so fucked up. And it's like this little Mexican kid, you know, bringing his baggie. You know, he makes a call because, you know, the whole town is networked with, you can make a call and get whatever you want delivered right to your door by a little cartel kid on a scooter, you know, the garbage drugs. Well, Barry was such a client that they had a guy stationed at his house. And so I got to know the guys because I'm working over there all the time. He's ordering drugs like and dude, he would get like a gram or 3 grams, like every half hour, smoke it and call him again. So one day I'm like, you know, and he never has any money. He's always broke. You know, he's always running out of money, always trying to bum money from you. You know, trying to get you to buy his drugs or pay for this, pay for that, you know, while you're working for him and he's not paying you. Oh, by the way. And so one day out of just sheer fucking common sense, I'm like, you don't understand how this works. I'm like, instead of paying these guys like, you know, $40 every time and calling this fucking kid 80 hours in a row, how about you just buy like a half ounce of meth and then you just smoke it as you go and you save money because a half ounce is cheaper than buying 80 fucking grams, you know, math, you know? And he's just like, no, I'm not going to smoke that much. See, he, like every addict, he was like, if I have an ounce, if I buy an ounce, I'm an addict. I don't even really smoke meth. I just get a couple grams here and there. You know, that was his mentality. So he would spend all this money, you know, just stupidly. Like he's a child. He's a friggin' man-child. Like, imagine a man-child on a cocktail of drugs 24/7. And oh, by the way, constantly hallucinating because he's been up and, you know, the heat, and he doesn't eat or drink or take care of himself, you know, like, I mean, and all the drugs. And, you know, he's constantly thinks that, you know, he'd all the time get like, are you challenging me? And I'd be like, dude, nobody even said anything to you. And he would hear that you threatened him or that you cussed him or you know, he would get all like confrontational, and you're like, dude, chill out, bro. Like, you know. So yeah, that's you know, but then we ended that night on a good note with him agreeing that he was going to get out of the way and let me do my thing. You know, he'd give me a shot. You know, and this is like 7 weeks into, you know, me moving to fucking Mexico. He's going to give me a shot. That lasted till the next morning. You know, by the next morning, he was like, I'm Barry Cooper. What I say goes. And I was just like, all right.
So what's with the guy? What you said his name was Elliot, or the guy that he formed sidekick to?
Antonio, who ended up becoming a good friend of mine. We're friends to this day, actually. He's the fourth in line, I think third in line now to be like the crown prince of Lebanon. You know what? He doesn't even like me saying that. He's
I'll edit that out.
He's Lebanese royal family, and Barry was very adamant that. So understand this dude is like got generational wealth. He's a royal, like he grew up in Switzerland. He speaks 5 languages. He's a super cool guy, but you know, along the way partying, you know, like he hung out with famous rich kids and stuff, you know, like, and you know, hang around Europe and stuff. Like he likes to party, you know, he's rich, whatever, you know, growing up, he got addicted to heroin, you know, not in a bad way, like not like, you know, he was abusing or whatever, but you know, so he gets a hold of Barry because somebody recommended Barry, you know, Barry with all these credentials and could be discreet and like trip him on ayahuasca or ibogaine and had this clinic in Mexico and whatever. So he goes to Barry and pays him $30K to come down and trip. But he's like, hey, you know, I'm trying to keep this off the books. You know, I'm trying to keep this under wraps. I don't want people knowing I'm addicted, you know, nah. What's Barry do? Makes a video about it. Oh, this royal prince is addicted to heroin and he's coming to my friggin' shop and, you know, because I'm the best. And nah. He puts out like a Facebook video about it. And the guy's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what did I just tell you? Like, you know, and Barry already had his money. So he comes down, I quit. He comes down after I quit. Barry didn't have the ayahuasca because Barry didn't have a drug supplier like he said he did. And so he consistently couldn't get it. And then the ayahuasca that he had set aside for this guy, he like used it to give it to someone else. Like, you know, and he like sold some of it because he needed money to party. So he didn't have any ayahuasca to give him. And then when the guy got mad and, you know, was like, hey, I gave you 30 grand and, you know, you don't have this facility. You don't have anywhere for me to stay. This isn't all inclusive. You don't have a resort. You don't have ayahuasca. What the fuck did I pay? And I paid you to be for anonymity. And you fucking made a Facebook page about it and went out to like 300,000 people. Like, basically, what the fuck? He like threatened him, you know, kicked him out. The guy through George, Antonio, the prince, comes and finds me because George tells him about me. I was like, oh, and he had talked to me and him had like communicated right before I quit, you know, about coming. And I was like, you'll be dealing with me or whatever. But then then Barry told him, oh, I quit because I can't remember what his first story was. Like I wanted to fuck Mia and he wouldn't let me or something. I came out to Mia in a sexual way and he had to fire me. Some bullshit. And it never happened, you know. So he comes and finds me. George brings him to my house. He turns out a super cool guy. I trip him on DMT down there for free. Turns out we had the same birthday, weirdly. And except he's about 4 years younger than me. And we ended up becoming friends. You know, we became friends and we're friends to this day. You know, like he's a really good dude, good guy to know. He's in Lagos, Nigeria right now. His dad just built a $60 million building in their like business district, like a skyscraper. That he's down there like working with his dad. But you know, I think I put you in touch with him. And he'll probably do his own video. I think he'll do a video.
Yeah. And what happened with him?
Oh, well, Barry basically kicked him out of the house and flipped out on him. He was staying with George because he had been staying at Barry's house. Because remember, Barry didn't have a place. And when we went away, now they can't stay at our like condo, you know, our mansion. So he was staying in Barry's spare bedroom. And then Barry kicked him out. And this guy, you know, this dude had like the money he had given Barry was like money that he had like kind of set aside and pilfered away. So that it was like off the books. Because he got like an allowance from his family or the government in Lebanon or whatever, but it was like all metered, right? You know, it's all like, where's this money going to? You know, he only got so many living expenses a month and all this. He was on a very tight budget, if you will. You know what I mean? So he had to like, this 30 grand was all like the liquid spare under the table cash he had. So he was down there. So he was staying at George. So we let him stay at our place. I ended up tripping him on DMT. Well, but right before he got there, Barry, you know, they on the phone had a conversation where Antonio was like, not going to take any shit, you know, so he's just like, hey, fuck you, dude. Well, and we later found out George set him up, but Barry was waiting outside of George's place, like right on Main Street, right downtown. George had this little like studio and like art studio / tattoo parlor / bar in this like, you know, shopping area right on fucking Main Street, Florida. He comes out, Barry's got a knife, but Antonio and George turned away from him and was starting to go down the walkway. Well, they have these elevated sidewalks. They're all concrete. They're about, in that part of town, they're about maybe 4 feet high from the real ground level. it's like this little elevated sidewalk so that you're not like, because that's like their curb, if you will. So it's like, because the streets are so tight. So if you're up on this elevated sidewalk, a car can't hit you because you're 4 feet off the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Barry came running, like jump kicked Antonio in the back. And Antonio's a smaller dude. You know, he's full Lebanese. You know, he's a smaller dude. He's probably 5'7", 5'8", 155, soaking wet. You know, he's a smaller dude genetically. And he just kicked him. And Barry's a bigger dude. You know, Barry's 6'2", 190, 200 pounds, you know, depending how fat he is. And so Antonio went flying. Well, when he went flying, his feet went out from under him, and he kind of landed on that concrete edge of that curve, 4-foot curb, and toppled off it and broke his arm in 2 places.
Holy shit!
And then he looks up, and Barry's sticking a knife in his face, like, "I'll fucking kill you, motherfucker! You don't blah 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 blah." And then Barry threw the knife down, and a cop came around the corner, just happenstantially. And he grabbed the cop. He's like, "Oh, hey, policia, blah blah blah," and like broken Spanish, he's trying to tell like the cop that Antonio just attacked him with a knife and trying to get him arrested.
Yeah.
And luckily the cop was just like, "What's going on?" And and then Barry ran and jumped in a cab and burned out and disappeared. And then Antonio had to go to the hospital, get his arm set, and then he shows up. And then I think like the next day was when I met him. George brought him over to my house. He's got a cast and a sling. And I'm like,
"Oh my god!"
So he sits down, tells me the whole story. I end up letting him stay at our house for like a month. While he healed up, tripped him there on DMT. He had great experience. And we became friends out of it. And he's a solid dude, solid guy. But yeah, and Barry just stole his money and he got a broken arm for his troubles. Yeah. For basically just saying, "Why did you rob me?" Like why'd you lie to me? Why'd you rob me?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened to Antonio. In a nutshell.
And then you got
hopefully he can do a video.
Yeah.
What's that?
And then you got stuck in Mexico for like over a year.
Yeah. Well, then right before that, I quit, and how that went. I can't remember what happened. Honestly, I can't remember now what precipitated it. But, I was at the end of my rope. This was about a week after the Come to Jesus thing. He was off the rails. Oh, you know what it was? That was when Ben Ulrich came over. So Barry had this like hacker web guy who lived in Mexico City named Ben Ulrich. Now he had told me that Ben was from Colorado, but he never said Ben Ulrich. He just said Ben.
Yeah.
And I didn't know. So yeah, this is a little side story. It needs to be told. So Barry told me he had this guy from Gringo from Colorado who did all his web stuff and was like his hacker. And Ben is a talented dude on the internet, but he didn't hack for him, but he wanted him to, but Ben wouldn't do it ethically. Ben's also like a libertarian anarchist, And he asked me one time, and he did ask Ben, in fairness, if we knew each other, but it's like, "Do you know Ben from Colorado?" Do you know Kyle from Colorado? But then the funny part is Ben and I did know each other, but we honestly didn't know it. We were both had gone to this like monthly meetup called Liberty on the Rocks here in Colorado. And he was from, I think, Loveland. And I lived like in Lakewood, and we had met there. Now, when I say we knew each other, we had been to several monthly meetings at the same time. We had met like, "Hey, I'm Ben, I'm Kyle." I didn't have his phone number. We didn't hang out. I had seen him a handful of times in passing. You know what I mean? Like, and we might have been Facebook friends, but again, he never told me his last name, and he never told Ben my last name. I have a pretty good memory, so I might have been like, "Oh, Ben Ulrich, that rings a bell." And I look, wait a minute, Ben later said he probably wouldn't, even if Barry like Kyle Moody, probably from Liberty on the Rocks, Ben would have been like, "Sorry, I probably would have remembered it."
Yeah.
But we figured it out. So Ben had been doing stuff for Barry for about a year and a half. Was supposed to be getting paid a set rate, and got paid a lick. And in fact, I think Barry had borrowed money from him or solicited money from him. Barry owed him a lot of money. Thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. I let him fill it in. He said he'd do a video. You can get with him. He tells his own story, but this aspect of it, and obviously him and I. So when we figured it out was when he came over with his Mexican girlfriend, because he flew over to Vallarta from Mexico City, where he lived, to trip on ayahuasca, him and his girlfriend, for free as payment for some dent in the massive Mount Everest of money that Barry owed him, and as a way for Ben not to quit, because Ben was at his last straw, like, "Hey, dude, I've been working for you for like a year and a half, and you've never paid me. You've only borrowed money and or asked me for money, and you keep saying you got all this money coming, and it somehow never comes." And then I talked to this Kyle dude, and I know you got paid for, this Chris Trice dude. I know you got paid for Adam Kokesh. I know you got paid $30,000 for this. Like you're getting this $15,000 deposit. Like, why can't you pay me? And so Barry's fix was like, "We'll fly over here, and I'll give you and your girl free ayahuasca." Dude, the ayahuasca that Barry got cost him about $22 US per liter.
Yeah.
It wasn't this big expense. You know what I mean? And he owed this guy tens of thousands of dollars. But the kid was like, Ben was like, "Better something than nothing," which is what anybody that deals with Barry ends up at a point where you end up like, "Well, what can I recoup here?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking disaster. So Ben flies over with his Mexican girlfriend, who's very pretty, but a larger girl, I guess, compared to, you gotta understand, she's next to Lisa, who weighs 103 pounds at like 5'4", whatever. Mia's who's like 99 pounds, 5 foot tall. This Mexican chick's probably 5'7", maybe weighs $140. She's not fat, but very. It's calls her like, she's just a bigger chick. She's very cute, very nice. I forget her name off the top of my head. Sorry, Ben. I only met her the one time, a couple times. But she was very nice, very nice. I think they're married now. But Barry just proceeds to just shit on her, call her a fat cow, and and shit on Ben, and doesn't trip him. Has ayahuasca, doesn't give it to him.
Oh my fucking!
And then me and Ben are like, "Wait a minute." Me and Ben figure out that we know each other from Liberty on the Rocks. It's like, "Oh, hey, wait a minute." Because we get talking, like he comes by my house and it's like, "Hey, where are you from?" He's like, "I'm from Loveland." And I'm like, "I'm from Lakewood." And I'm like, "Dude, you kind of look familiar." And he's like, "Yeah, you kind of do too." And it's like, "Oh, wait, didn't you go to Liberty on the Rocks?" Like, "Oh, okay, we do know each other." But it's like, if you ran into somebody 5 years later from some party you were at, and you met past. He's like, yeah, okay, I did meet you. You know what I mean? But we were never. Well, then Barry gets real sick. But then in Barry's mind, me and Ben, it's a conspiracy to take over his business and rob him and ruin his life and steal his business from it. Because we didn't disclose that we knew each other. And so
you were an op, CIA op.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're a psychological black op, And I'm like, dude, no, and it's but me and Ben both tried to tell him, like, we didn't really know each other. We met 2 or 3 times in passing. We were in the same room. We part of the same group. It wasn't like a fucking political group. It was like a meetup of libertarians, and we
and you guys
have drinks
like at a bar.
There'd be a speaker.
It's fun.
Like I said, I met him in passing a couple of times. I didn't have his fucking phone number. We never hung out personally. Cool guy. And I know him now. Like, Ben, you're cool.
Yeah.
He knows how I feel about him. But we weren't buddies, and we didn't, honestly, it just never clicked, like, oh, I don't know Ben from Colorado, and I remember when Barry told me, he's like, Ben from Colorado, and I'm like, there's probably 5-6 million people in Colorado, buddy. Like, no, Denver's a big place. Like, no, there's a lot of Bens. I know a lot of Bens, but I don't know your Ben, But then when it turned out that I did, we were liars. We were out to get him, and it was a big conspiracy to take his business behind his back. And so then he fucked Ben off, and Ben went back to Mexico City and promptly quit, and then proceeded to lock him out of all his accounts. Like, dude, you don't piss off your IT guy, and especially one who's got high level hack, like web skill, like. And Ben's a fucking ninja, like, like on the computer, like, dude, and then he would bitch to me, and then he'd be like, dude, you're his buddy, call him and you talk some sense to him. And I'm like, you need to get your checkbook out, or you can forget it. Maybe
wasn't Kokesh's presidential campaign guy Ben Farmer?
Maybe. Yeah, unrelated, different.
Okay, yeah.
This is Ben Ulrich from Colorado.
Also crazy scumbag. No, I was just trying to think back. You were trying to remember his campaign manager. I think Adam probably ended up having 10 different campaign managers.
Yeah, no, there was a bunch, and I know what you're talking about. Actually, that was there's a bunch. I'm talking about his last one that I talked to later. It was his last name. I just remember he's from Boston. His last name was like Gizzarelli.
Yeah.
And I want to say his first name was also Adam. I might be wrong. Maybe Alex, something like that. Can't remember, but I haven't talked to him.
So he screws over Ben Ulrich.
Screws over Ulrich. Ulrich promptly shuts what online presence he has down. And the funny part is, at the end of the day, it wasn't about did he lie to him or the money or whatever. It was that he insulted his future wife, and just fucking needlessly. Like, he just blurted out, like, oh, she's fat, fat cow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what? I was standing right there, and I was just like,
wow. You're like, I'm so embarrassed. I know this guy.
And I'm just looking at him like, well, not even that I know him. It was anyone. If it was anyone, it was just like, and she was upset by it, rightly so. And Ben was upset. And Ben's not a big dude or a fighter. He's a computer nerd, good, solid dude. But he, I know he wanted to take a punch. He wanted to punch him in the face. He just didn't, think of how it would go. The truth is, Ben could probably beat the shit out of Barry Cooper. And Ben's probably 5, 6, or 7, 130 pounds soaking wet. He's a small dude, thin dude, but Cooper's a coward. But Barry's a big dude, and he comes off like he's tough. But yeah, that happened. And Ben, hung out with us a few days, and then went back to Mexico. And I was just like, sorry, buddy.
And you guys were stuck there for another year and a half.
Then we quit. But yeah, that's what the quitting. It was a couple of days after Ben left. I was over there, and I just remember something came up, and he jobbed on. And I was like, and he had, you know what it was? Is he had been sick while Ben was there, and because when he was sick, and he literally slept like 4 days. Because he was sick and his system was run down. Because, dude, he does drugs and does, does all stuff. So he got super sick. And Vard is not a, place that you want to run your immune system down. You know what I mean? Like,
not
Mexico in general. Again, generalization.
Hey, Steve, we're gonna get out of here.
Not the most sanitary place.
Thanks for hanging out.
On its best day, you don't want to be walking around with open wounds. Put it that way.
See you tomorrow.
So he got real sick, and while he was sick, he thought that and while he was sick and passed out, and me was checking on him, make sure he ate and drank, and pissed and shit, whatever. But me and Ben and his girlfriend, like, and Lisa and Max, all kind of hung out, and and then he got mad that we weren't all like standing around like like just standing post waiting for him to utter a command. He was mad that he thought some kind of party happened without him, and he was pissed. And I was basically and I remember we were standing in his kitchen. I was like, you know what, dude, I'm just fucking sick of this bullshit. Like, you need to calm the fuck down, like, or I'm gonna walk. And at this point, it was clear to me that this was and he was just like, oh, blah blah blah. And then he pulled the whole, you know what? You can't quit. You're fired. I say how it goes. I'm Barry Cooper. You aren't out because we kind of went back and forth, and he got real aggressive and real fucking intimidated at the same time. And I was like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm like, Lisa, let's go. And so I walked out of his kitchen into this hallway that went to his front door. Now understand that in Vallarta, in any Mexico, there's your front door, and then there's a little front area that's gated, and then there's another gate door that you either get buzzed in or let in and out of. So I'm walking out to his front door. He rips his shirt off, runs in his kitchen, grabs out of it like a butcher's block, grabs like his biggest steak, big like 12-inch steak knife, comes back around the corner, so starts waving. He's like, come on, motherfucker, I'll take you on. I just leaned up against the wall like this with my arms crossed, and I went, you sure that's what you want, bud? Because I can just leave. We can just call it, like, or you could go to the hospital.
Or you could kill me.
Yeah. No, I wasn't afraid of him at all. I wasn't afraid of him at all. And so I called his bluff in a very, and I literally leaned against the wall and put my arms like this, closed my arms, and just went, yeah, I'm not scared, not impressed, not convinced, and I can handle myself in a street fight. I'm not bragging. I'm not proud of it. I've probably been in a couple hundred street fights. somebody pulls a gun or knife on me, I'm that type of dude. It's like, oh my God, and start pissing my pants. I was like, fuck you, dude. You want to go? I was like, I can leave or you can go to the hospital. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Like, oh. And so he kind of like, he stepped behind Mia. So he's like, Mia's in front of him. Lisa's standing just to the right of me. Lisa's like, come on, let's just go. Because she's, and Mia's like, frantic, like, and Barry's waving this knife over her head. And I'm like, you're a bitch. Just, and so, but I was just like, and listen, beating Barry's ass wouldn't have, it might have made me feel better at the time, but he would have then got on the internet with a blood fucked up face and told a story about me and milked his fucking retarded followers out of some money out of it.
Yeah, of course.
He'd have spun it he'd open a GoFundMe for hospital bills or some shit because he's a victim. And because he wouldn't let me steal his business and fuck his wife or whatever story he made up in his head. Yeah. I beat his ass out of retaliation and he's the victim and his idiot followers would send him fucking money. So I just turned around to walk out. I walked out the front gate. From his front door to the main road was about 300 yards. There was a little OXXO there. I got all the way down to the OXXO, again, about 3 football fields away. And we hear yelling. Me and Lisa hear yelling. We're waiting for a cab to pull up. We turn around. He's standing out front, waving the knife around with the shirt off, going, come on, motherfucker, come back here. I'll fucking teach you a lesson. So I was like, Lisa's like, don't, just let it go. And I'm like, no. And I wasn't mad. I was, relieved, really. I was like, watch this. I turned around and took about 5 quick strides back towards him. He fucking ran in the house.
I'm sure,
and we just started laughing. I got in a cab and left.
Yeah.
And I didn't see him after that. I didn't see him again.
Yeah.
Now the next day he moved out of that house and moved to a house all the way across town the next morning.
Yeah.
Because he was scared. I knew where he lived and I was going to retaliate, and I didn't want nothing to do with him. But then so I moved down there July 5th. That was about the 3rd week of August or last week of August when that went down, about 8 weeks later.
Yeah. Roughly,
give or take a week, and then, now we're down there. No money, no job, no internet. Don't know anyone.
Oh my God.
Barry owes us fucking 60 grand. We'll never see.
Oh my God.
And we couldn't just move home because we had 2 cats. One of them was sick. All of our friends, we had friends that would put us up or whatever, but it's like, they all got dogs or animals or families, and we frankly didn't have the money to move back. So then me and Max were like, because we just put all of it into, and we did pay for a lot of stuff and end up loaning Barry, loaning him about a lot of money in those 8 weeks and just paying for all the, we probably paid like 5 grand and just food and
things that
taxi
needed to be
rides.
done.
Just different shit, bribes to cops to get them out of trouble. Just, $300 here, $300 there. And we were literally, we had like a couple $1,000s left.
Yeah.
Total, like flat busted. And rent was due in like a week. And that was like, $1,800, whatever it was.
Oh my God.
And so, and it was like, so then I'm, like, okay, no big deal. Let's go get a job. And, there's a lot of expat jobs down there, especially at the resorts. But guess what? Unlike here in Mexico, you need a visa and proper paperwork to work, or they'll shut the whole fucking business down. And really, it's just extortion tactic for the local government. But they'll chain the front doors of the business and put an army truck in front of them with a machine gun and not let you do business until you pay the $10,000 fine for having an undocumented worker. So nobody would touch us.
Yeah.
So Lisa had her online thing. She kept doing that. We got, like I said, we got this expat from Dallas. I'm not going to say his name, but he was friendly with the cartel. He had this kind of like contract with the cartel to like set up their business houses, and he could pirate. And he tapped into we lived on a cul-de-sac. He tapped into climbed a pole like a fucking lineman, tapped into fiber optic cable and ran like a 300-foot cable, put up his own telephone pole and ran it to our balcony and down into our house and got us a modem and got us pirated fucking cable internet, fiber internet.
Yeah.
And for like
at least you had good internet.
Yeah. Well, when it worked, it was blazing.
Yeah.
When it worked, and when you have pirated internet, you can't call customer service and be like, hey, my internet's fucked, because you're just jacked in.
You have to wait till it turns on.
Try
and figure it out.
So me and Max ended up, we're just trying to figure shit out, trying to figure online shit, and at this point, Max could have left. Because Max is just single dude with no animals, no family. You know what I mean? He could have bounced back and he had a million people. He could have went couch surf, got on his feet. His parents are wealthy, he stuck it out with us. Like I gave him a ton of, tried to help us, especially when our cat got sick. So we ended up getting recruited by the cartel and ended up working for their business division. Like weirdly enough, for the new generation.
No option.
It was the only job we could do other than literally shoveling dirt for the equivalent of 38 cents an hour. Digging a ditch in like 110-degree heat.
Yikes.
38 cents an hour for labor.
Yeah.
And we could do that undocumented or work for the cartel. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. Or in that labor thing, you could pour concrete, you could bricklay. Again, 38 cents an hour.
Oh my
and there are guys out there doing it all day.
Oh my God.
Doing 10 hours. I was just like, and I'm not
$4.
I'm not like I can't do physical work. I'm a prima donna. I was just like, no, I'm not laying brick in the Mexican sun 10 hours for 38 cents an hour. No, can't do that.
That's not.
So we were trying to figure shit out. We got recruited by the cartel. That's a whole another fucking. We could do another video about that. It'd be nuts. I would, I kind of became a rock star with their business. Like they have this whole business division. Like it's like drugs business where they set up these fake offices inside of houses, right in residential areas, and they just have this call center that just does scams. And I didn't want to do this, whatever, but I had to, and but I became friends with the Jefe there. They called me White Jesus, Wedo numero uno, number one white boy. They fucking loved me. I became super friendly with them. Hilarious. I mean, the good thing was we got some decent weed and drugs out of it, but I got paid a couple of times, but not really. That's a scam too. That's the other thing. The cartel will just not pay you.
Yeah.
And you just
what do you do?
What are you gonna do? They're just like, we're not paying this week. And you're like, unless you want to bang it out with them. So that didn't quite work out, but we ended up getting back and had to, basically start from scratch. I mean, when we got back to the States, through borrowing money from friends and people, and Max ended up going back early and then, helped us get a house. And, that's the other thing. It's hard to rent a house. And while we left, in the 2 years we were gone, the housing market in Denver went through the roof. Rent went from like $1,400 for an average house to like $3,000. Like in
it's
like
LA
months.
Prices now. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy. In fact, the house we had lived in that we lived in for 7 years, the chick was renting it out like, when we left, she was renting out for like $1,900 or $1,800 a month. And when we came back, it was like 31.
Yeah.
Like 18 months later, the same house, and not like she put a pool in or, like same house, that's, so when we finally moved back
in Boulder and he's like, I don't even know if I can live here anymore. Like,
it's insane. And then with gas and everything else and food, we're actually, we still live in Lakewood. We lease a condo, but only reason I don't pay $4,000 a month right where I'm at is because I know the condo's owner's daughter. I'm friends with her. And so I got this place on a deal. I only pay about $2,500, but
so how, I saw Barry seems to he's still doing this podcast, right?
Oh, is he?
And it's like he's got it's doing well.
Well, he's when he puts on his mask and for whatever time he does the podcast, that's the sad part. I think there's
it
a
looks
legit
like he's
part
like
of
a
him.
Dead guy going through the motions though.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I think there's a legit part of him down in there that's a decent dude that just wants to be, like every other human, just wants to be liked and wants to do the right thing inherently and help people or whatever, but he just can't overcome his demons, man. His demons.
And he's like hiding in the Philippines now.
But he can pull it off for little blips.
Yeah.
He can pretend for a little blip. But I don't,
he's in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Now?
Well, and I don't know how that's working out with their draconian drug laws because he's a full-on addict. But and I don't care what he says, if he's kicked or he did ayahuasca. That's the thing.
He's functioning enough to be consistent with his podcast, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
How long? Someone hit me up the other day and said he's been talking about us on his podcast.
Oh, I'm sure. And he'll
But that's pretty stupid to do because he's just going to send people to my videos.
Yeah. Well, he's and that's the other thing too. And I'm not, again, this isn't sour grapes or bitterness. He's got a functional IQ of about 70.
Yeah.
Like he's not the brightest dude. When he's
it's all basic shit he's talking about. Like it's ultra basic stuff.
Well, he'll just he's got followers. He's got diehard followers that just buy all his bullshit, and he'll make up whatever.
He's got a documentary about him, I guess.
Well, that's part of what is Evan's book. So Evan, the guy from Toronto, with that book I showed you, it's actually sitting right here. This is the rough draft. It's
Yeah. Wow.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It documents 10 years of him paying Barry out of his own pocket for the rights to his life to make like a documentary about it for like either Netflix or Hulu or whatever. And he was, he got this guy for $80,000 over 10 years and then went behind his back and sold the rights to like 3 other companies. And ultimately a company in Australia paid him and made it. And Evan didn't have nothing to do with it. And what are you going to do? Sue the guy?
Yeah.
The guy's off the grid, he ain't going to show up, what are you going to do? So and then here's the thing. Nobody wanted to buy it, the rights to his life.
Yeah.
And he got edited, the Anarchapulco HBO thing. He was
he wasn't in it.
Yeah, they edited him out because
why?
Let's just say somebody, not me, I know who, I'm not gonna say who, but you probably figured out. Somebody emailed the executive producer a bunch of stuff about Barry and drugs and underage kids, and Barry got cut out of it. There was a lot of Barry in it. He got cut out.
And he attacked Macy. and Larkins, you know, like that's probably
listen.
you
That's
know,
small.
you can't
potatoes.
glorify someone like that.
That's small potatoes compared to Barry's transgressions in general. Like that's almost a non-entity, you know, a non sequitur. But I know everybody in that documentary on a personal level, and I talked to most of them. I still talk to a handful of some of them, like, and they, you know, yeah, I mean, Berwick's a con artist too. But here's the funny part: Berwick and Barry, they like it's like two fucking They like
I think that's BS. I think they're buddies scamming people.
I think they were briefly, but no, Berwick told me straight away that Barry conned him and he was like offended by it. You know, like, you know, and I'm like,
the con man gets conned, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Barry, well, it's like the whole no honor among thieves. It's like, you know, if me and you were like, hey, let's do this con, but then, you know, we steal 100 grand or whatever, and then I steal from you.
Yeah,
it's like
obvious. Okay, well,
you know,
could have saw that coming.
And that's basically what Barry did. Barry fucked Berwick over. I know that whole story, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Long story short, Barry fucked over Berwick, and Barry were pulling a con. Barry undercut Berwick, and then Berwick was like, "How dare he rob me? We're the robbers," you know, like basically, you know.
Yeah, like when I was posting about, I posted up the last videos I made, like that Wong Galt guy like showed up out of the woodwork, and he's all, "Oh, Barry Cooper drama, boring," and it's like, well, why aren't you, you know, like why is that your response? You know, like why don't you
listen? Most of the people who are going to attack these videos aren't people. It's going to be fake. It's going to be Barry.
No,
Mia's going to set up a bunch of bogus accounts.
Yeah,
and it's going to actually be Barry going. That
it's
guy's
already
a liar.
happened.
You know.
Yeah, it's already happened. A bunch of people came out of the woodwork saying, "Yeah, Barry Cooper's a scammer." You know, people that you didn't even tell me about have come out of the woodwork. Some guy showed up. Some guy showed up who knew everything about Barry and everything about Max and everything about you, and it was just like, oh yeah, this isn't Barry. And then Barry showed up like a week later. Oh, someone said, you know, and he's like, I want to challenge everyone to a debate. You know, like they have to face me, or else you have to take these videos down. And I'm not doing shit.
Dude, that's what he always tries to. That's his first tactic is he'll try to throw like shock and awe at you. He'll threaten you. He's gonna sue you. He's gonna send guys to your house to kill you. He's gonna kill you. He's gonna blah blah blah. And he's throwing him throwing a fucking tantrum like a 9-year-old. He's a fucking tool. And he ain't he ain't tough in real life. Maybe he beat up a homeless handy. You know, he beat to death with a baton a handcuffed homeless dude.
Yeah.
If, you know, he can beat a couple women up. He can pay his ex-buddy to murder his wife, but he ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
And he ain't suing nobody. He ain't doing it. He'll just try to scare. He intimidates people. People get intimidated. I don't know why. But you know,
was Ben Ulrich the documentarian?
No, that's Evan.
Evan. Okay. So did Evan have anything to do with the Anarcho-Poco or the Anarchist
sorry,
show?
Evan, I butchered your last name. What's that?
Did Evan have anything to do with the Anarchist show?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Evan bought the rights to Barry's life to create a documentary and sell it to CBC or Netflix.
That was a bad idea.
It got shopped around over the years, and to different, you know, and then he could never get Barry. And then, dude, he was paying Barry. Barry would get, and I figured out after we got there, and I've talked to Evan in my capacity as working for Barry briefly a couple of times, but not enough to like, you know, get any information from Evan or to him. You know, we just knew of each other. We interacted, a handful of times. But it's like Barry. So Evan purchased the rights, but like had to as like part of Barry's contract, if you will, or like stipulation was that he had to pay him like a monthly sum. So Barry would get this money, he would get like $1,000, $2,000 or $3,000 a month. That's what he lived off of, aside from scamming people.
Yeah,
that was like his bread and butter money that came every month. I found out,
and
later
then when the time
came from Evan, but that was coming from Evan's pocket, like his own pocket.
Yikes.
Got him for about. Evan doesn't. Well, I mean, it's out there. It's going to be in his book. Like I got him for like 80-ish grand over the years.
And what's the book called?
I don't know if there's a working title. There's not a working title.
Yeah.
I'll let Evan reveal. There might be a working
last
title.
name.
I can spell it for you. It's like
spell it.
GEOR. It's from memory. GEO. I don't want to butcher it. I'm sorry, Evan. I don't want to butcher your name. It's GEOR. GIADES. I think it's like Greek, gorgeous.
It sounds Greek or something. Gergades or something.
Mr. Zalakanopoulos. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, Evan. I know his last name. I could probably write